Chapter 431. Before anyone could respond, Song Xiao stepped on Lord Jing's leg and pulled the arrow out. Lord Jing let out a groan, nearly fainting. Song Xiao pointed at the emperor and said, "Don't waste your breath. Take off your belt. See that tree over there? The crooked one. Throw your belt up there. Hey, so what if your pants fell down? It's not important. There aren't any jackals or hyenas here to rip your anus out." Song Xiao thought this man wasn't very bright. He couldn't even throw his belt up a tree. She shot an arrow at the emperor, which pierced his hair, the fletching bobbing. "Just tie a stone to your belt and throw it up there, then tie a knot. It needs to be double-layered. A double-layered belt is much stronger." "How could you be so stupid?" Song Xiao shook his head and sighed. He Xiao stood to the side, holding a dagger, watching warily as Lord Jing rolled on the ground, and asked, "Big head, what do we do now?" "Father said the most romantic thing in the world is dying for love. Because of me, Mother died, but he didn't die. Mother, you have me too, so don't die." Song Xiao's logic was incoherent, but He Xiao understood. Song Xiao suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Your Majesty, that's right. The rope for hanging must be strong, that's perfect. You are the emperor. The emperor must have the majesty and privileges of an emperor. If you're like Su Shi, with pieces here and there, it's inappropriate. Don't you agree? The knot must be tied properly. This isn't right, you need to retie it. If your Majesty's hands are useless, why not just cut them off?" Song Xiao smiled as he looked at the terrified emperor, drew his bow and shot an arrow that sliced across the emperor's neck. The emperor screamed in pain, and under the threat of death, finally decided how to tie the rope. "Your Majesty, see those stones over there? Yes, that's it. Move them to the tree. Move several. Hanging requires both feet to be dangling. If you're standing on something, it doesn't count. You don't want to end up like Su Shi, with stones scattered here and there, do you?" Song Xiao's threat was effective. The emperor, who usually only used chopsticks and a pen, now struggled to lift the stones and place them under the tree as Song Xiao instructed. The emperor suddenly had a brain. He stacked the stones high, trying to save his life. He regretted following Song Xiao and He Xiao. Song Xiao was a madman. Song Xiao drew an arrow, knocked it again, and pointed it at the emperor's heart. "Go up, or die." Lord Jing cried out, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, no. This is meant to harm you. Song Xiao, you traitorous minister." Song Xiao walked over and kicked Lord Jing in the shoulder. Lord Jing groaned, glaring fiercely at Song Xiao. Song Xiao asked, "Why don't you hang yourself in his place?" Lord Jing fell silent instantly. Song Xiao, still on Lord Jing's shoulder, pointed his bow and arrow at the emperor, and laughed, "Your Majesty, go ahead. I think the stones you piled up are quite good, quite sturdy. Or, do you want to choose the same way Su Shi died? You may not know, so let me tell you from the beginning. The eyeballs are going to fall to the ground. They're very elastic, like meatballs, and they roll around. The nose is also elastic, as are the lips and tongue, and what else? Oh right, the ears. Your Majesty has eaten sheep's ears, hasn't he?" Song Xiao's words frightened the emperor, who, stepping on the pile of stones, tremblingly grasped the belt that was hanging him. He cautiously poked his head into the noose, his face contorted with anger and shame. "That's more like it." Song Xiao walked over and kicked away the stones the emperor was standing on, one by one. He was satisfied only when the remaining stones reached a delicate height, where a person had to stand on tiptoe to barely breathe. The emperor was trapped. If he didn't exert himself, he would suffocate. Only by standing on tiptoe could he breathe some air, and when he exhausted himself, he would suffocate again. This was a clever method Song Xiao had learned from a yamen runner who interrogated prisoners in the street. He heard that this method was frequently used in the yamen's prisons. Regardless of guilt or innocence, hanging him for a day and a night would eventually lead to a confession. If he died hanging there, it would be considered suicide out of fear of punishment. The logic was self-consistent. Song Xiao took a few steps back, looking at the emperor's flushed face and protruding tongue, quite satisfied. "See? This is what real hanging looks like. That wasn't suicide." Since the emperor initially believed the man had hanged himself, then let him experience the true meaning of suicide. Song Xiao felt she was truly a good person. She walked to He Xiao's side, pulled out another dagger strapped to his calf, wiped the dirt off it with Jing's clothes, and then stabbed it into Jing's mouth. "Speaking ill of others is never a good thing, Jing. I give you a chance to live, okay? See the one hanging in the tree? Put the dagger into his heart, and you live. What do you say?" Jing was already terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. He never dreamed anyone would dare treat the emperor like this. Song Xiao whispered in Jing's ear. Lord Zheng, you don't want to end up like Sushi, do you? Take this knife and go. Go now. Song Xiao coaxed him, placing the dagger in Lord Jing's hand, pulling him up, and pushing him before the emperor. She said, only one can live today. Lord Zheng, please choose. Lord Jing's hand trembled as he raised the dagger, his whole body shaking. He tried to speak, but blood gushed from his mouth. He turned the dagger, pointing it at his chest, but hesitated to strike. Lord Zheng, are you willing to die yourself to save the emperor you revere? What a loyal minister. But why haven't you taken your own life yet? Hesitation means changing your mind. Don't you want your emperor to live? Are you going to kill him? The next instant, the emperor, who had been hanging from the tree like a dead fish, suddenly found strength and kicked Lord Zheng in the chest. Thud. The dagger struck his chest, and Lord Zheng fell straight to the ground, eyes wide open, dying with his eyes wide open. Song Xiao watched the emperor swing back and forth like a swing and shook his head. Congratulations, your majesty. Song Xiao looked at Hishio. Mother, let's go. To a place without an emperor. Song Xiao walked down the mountain, and Hishio quickly followed. Hishio whispered in Song Xiao's ear, wouldn't this be a bit inappropriate? Inappropriate about what? Hishio said, to nip the weeds in the bud. On the other side, the emperor, swinging back and forth, discovered that by forcefully lowering his body and pressing down on one corner of a stone with his toes, the other corner of the stone could be lifted. His eyes rolled back, his life hanging by a thread, and he finally managed to press down one corner of the stone. One foot finally landed firmly, his breathing became easier, and his whole body relaxed. Suddenly, an arrow flew in and pierced his heart. The emperor looked in the direction the arrow had come from, but before he could even see clearly, he lost all strength and hung completely from the tree, continuing to swing. To take, one must first give. Song Xiao felt he was a genius. In his dream, Hishio hung from a tree. Outside the dream, Bao Guiran hung under the roof. Song Xiao felt that neither was right. The one who should truly hang was the emperor. Now was the right time. Chapter 432. Song Xiao put away her bow and arrows and jumped down from the tree. She grinned, first give hope, then take it away. That's how the officials treated Butcher Zheng back then. I'm returning the favor. Hishio took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood that had splattered on Song Xiao's face. You gotten dirty again. Find a place to wash it off. The two descended the mountain in another direction. At the summit, there was a crooked tree with a person hanging from it, swaying back and forth in the wind. A curious crow landed on the person's head and tentatively pecked at it. It was unclear whether the person had hanged themselves or died from an arrow wound. Their tongue was sticking out, and a large patch of blood had spread across their chest. The crow pecked at the person's eyelids in confusion. Below the tree lay another person with a dagger piercing their chest, eyes wide open, dying with unfinished business. The crow, confirming that both were dead, circled and flew up, calling to its companions, waiting for the corpses to decompose. Crows are scavenging birds. Their cawing echoed across the mountaintop. Song Xiao suddenly said, Lord Zheng and Butcher Zheng both share the surname Zheng. Do you think they might be related? Hishio, using vines as a stepping stone, cautiously stepped onto a pile of withered branches and leaves. Once steady, she pondered, there's a saying, when one attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. If Butcher Zheng knew Lord Zheng, how could he have ended up like this? Song Xiao nodded. She thought this made sense. If Butcher Zheng had a relative who was a high-ranking official, how could he have ended up like that? Those who end up like that are powerless and vulnerable, bullied by others. Government offices, officials, and clerks, their behavior and words change constantly, faster than the weather in April. Suddenly, Song Xiao heard a rustling sound, like something crawling on the ground. The grass in the distance swayed slightly. Song Xiao immediately drew the knife strap to her back. What's that? There was no response from the other side. Song Xiao was about to go and investigate when Hishio stopped her. Hishio picked up a small stone and threw it. Thud. It wasn't the sound of a stone hitting the grass. There was something inside. I see you. I'm firing an arrow. Song Xiao stood on tiptoe, peering in, but the grass was exceptionally thick, completely obscuring what was inside. My archery skills are excellent. One arrow and you're dead. Song Xiao guessed it was some kind of wild beast, but also feared it was a lurking enemy. If she really had to shoot, at this distance, if she missed with one arrow and was attacked without time to change weapons, she would be at a disadvantage. She gripped her knife tightly, steeled her resolve, and kicked a large rock beside her. He Xiao tried to lift the stone, but it was too heavy, and she failed on her first try. Just then, a hand emerged from the bushes, and a voice rang out. "Help me." Song Zhao recognized the voice, and cautiously approached, knife in hand, only to find it was Suiyu. She's incredibly lucky. She wasn't dead. Song Zhao had thought Suiyu's injuries would be fatal. Suiyu was still alive? Song Zhao examined the wound and found that the powder he had applied the night before was still effective. The wound was red and swollen, but there was no pus. Suiyu was lying on her side, trying to keep the wound from touching the ground. Judging from the marks, she had crawled all the way here on her side like this. Suiyu grabbed Song Zhao's clothes and cried out with all her might, "Help me." Song Zhao immediately jumped up, climbed a tree, and drew her bow to look around. She had witnessed wolf hunts as a child. The cunning of predators was unpredictable to their prey. Song Zhao suspected someone was lurking nearby, using Suiyu as bait. Finding no suspicious activity, Song Zhao put away her bow and climbed down the tree. She tore open Suiyu's clothes, carefully bandaged her wounds, and then carried her on her back. "Suiyu, you usually eat so much, how come you're so light?" Suiyu didn't respond, she simply fainted. Song Zhao had no choice but to carry her. Someone with such a tough life, surely she can survive, right? With such a tough life, she could definitely be used as a talisman. Song Zhao suddenly didn't want to abandon Suiyu. Her life was too tough. Perhaps she really could be used as a talisman. The three of them walked and stopped, eating wild vegetables when hungry, searching for water when thirsty, and quenching their thirst when they couldn't find any. After walking for several days, they finally reached a ferry crossing. This ferry crossing wasn't a large one for passenger ships. It was a place where ordinary small fishing boats moored, surrounded by a few houses, forming a small fishing village. Song Zhao, carrying Suiyu, went to buy some dry rations. He knocked on the door and found a familiar face. Song Zhao exclaimed in surprise, "Old Yu? What are you doing here?" Old Yu was also startled to see Song Zhao. He looked behind Song Zhao and, finding no one there, quickly pulled him into his house. "This is my daughter's house. Things aren't peaceful right now, and I have nowhere else to go." Old Yu was a fisherman, and Song Zhao used to always buy fish from him. In his spare time, Old Yu liked to fish in the moat and sell his catch to Song Zhao. Sometimes, when he wasn't having much luck, Song Zhao would squat next to Old Yu and wait for a bite. Over time, Song Zhao also learned to fish. Old Yu's fish were the most expensive and freshest in Limping City. Having sensed something was wrong, Old Yu quickly packed his things and fled. Before leaving, he gave Song Zhao a turtle, saying he caught it while fishing. Song Zhao tossed the turtle into the lotus pond in Ishio Palace. Before Song Zhao could even show it off, the turtle sank to the bottom and disappeared. Song Zhao didn't have time to catch up with Old Yu. She immediately grabbed the flatbread he'd given her. After a few bites, Song Zhao finally felt alive again. She stuffed the flatbread into the baguette she was carrying on her back. Suiyu, perched on Song Zhao's shoulder, was still drowsy and feverish. With food in her mouth, she immediately perked up and began chewing and swallowing diligently. Song Zhao didn't dare put Suiyu down, fearing something might happen, and she wouldn't have time to escape. She took out some silver to buy a boat. "Old Yu, do you have a boat? I want to buy one." Old Yu looked Song Zhao up and down. "Can you row a boat?" I can't." Song Zhao really couldn't row. She had never properly traveled by water before. She always traveled by land. Let alone rowing, whether she would get seasick was a question. "Where are you going?" "I give you a ride." Old Yu wanted to make some money for her. If someone else came to him looking disheveled and bloodied, he wouldn't feel comfortable. But this was Song Zhao. Old Yu felt safe. Old Yu's daughter hid behind the door, timidly looking at the strangers who had come to their home. He looked around the yard and asked Old Yu, "Old man, where's your son-in-law?" Hearing this, Old Yu's face showed more worry. "A few years ago, during conscription, we couldn't afford the conscription fee, so my son-in-law was taken away and never returned. A few days ago, news came back that he was dead, and they sent back a piece of clothing. The court was supposed to provide compensation for those killed in action on the front lines. When conditions allowed, they would also send their remains back to their hometowns. According to Old Yu, his son-in-law died in battle, and all they sent back was a piece of clothing. He said, "Old man, why don't you come with us? Take your daughter, and find a peaceful place to live?" Old Yu hesitated, and Song Zhao took out another piece of silver. "Old Yu, are you going? Those people will kill. Look at this thing I'm carrying, it almost died." I don't know how much longer it has to live. Chapter 433. Sui was struggling to swallow when she heard this and choked, coughing painfully while clutching her neck. Look, she was slashed by the enemy. A huge gash on her stomach. Old you, if we don't leave now we're doomed. Those people kill without blinking an eye. Seeing Sui's injury, Old you immediately stopped worrying and quickly packed his things. Song Chao sat on a stool, eating while waiting for Old you and his daughter to pack. She took a sip of tea and suddenly slapped her forehead. Old you, how many boats do you have here? Take everyone around with you. They won't starve. They definitely won't starve. I pay them 5 copper coins a day each. Song Zhao had money. She had copper coins, silver, and gold. She always felt that the moment she left, the rest of the people in this small fishing village would suffer the same fate as Butcher Zheng and the cook. Others, once bitten, twice shy. Song Zhao always felt that others wanted to harm those she knew. Given money, things would be much easier. Even more so during times of war. This was a fishing village. These people own no land. Half an hour later, a dozen or so people arrived at the small ferry crossing. Everyone worked enthusiastically, loading things onto the boat: tables, chairs, pots and pans, bedding, pillows, everything they could carry was moved. Only about 10 people remained in this small fishing village. The rest were dead. There were 17 people in total, young and old. Song Zhao silently calculated that, including them, there were 20 people. At 5 copper coins per person, that would be 100 copper coins a day. The gold, silver, and valuables she brought were enough for several years. When Ishio heard her calculate the cost of 100 copper coins a day, her lips twitched. She secretly resolved that she would never let Song Zhao do the accounting again. Song Zhao's accounting would only generate interest for himself. The group carried the injured Suiyu onto the boat. A midwife from the village, who knew a little medicine, volunteered to clean Suiyu's wounds, causing Suiyu to writhe in pain. Song Zhao quickly tied her up with rope. Grandma, just do your best. If you heal her, I give you 1 tael of silver. If you don't, I give you half a tael. If you have any good medicine, just bring it out, and I pay for it separately. After saying this, Song Zhao jumped ashore to get to work. Hearing this, the midwife treated the wounds even more meticulously and diligently, working with great enthusiasm. Suiyu was in so much pain that she kept banging her head against the cabin. While the group was still moving things, Song Zhao squatted on the shore discussing the route with Lao Yu. Ishio sat to the side, making clothes from cloth given to her by Lao Yu's daughter. Song Zhao's clothes were filthy and covered in blood. Ishio had no intention of washing them, and decided to make new ones instead. Suddenly, Ishio looked in one direction. She nudged Song Zhao behind her with her elbow. Look! What is it? Song Zhao turned her head and saw a person standing in the distance. It was Su Dejia. Song Zhao jumped up, shook her numb legs, and ran over. When she reached Su Dejia, she stood on tiptoe and peered inside. Su Dejia, are you being pursued? Su Dejia was disheveled, but her eyes shone brightly. Su Dejia asked, Did you kill His Majesty? No, he hanged himself. He was muttering something about the country no longer being a country, about feeling ashamed before heaven and earth, ashamed before his ancestors, ashamed before the people, ashamed before the nation and its people, and then he hanged himself. Su Dejia's brows furrowed. Song Zhao, do you know what you're saying? I'm asking you, how did Lord Zheng die? Song Zhao smiled brightly. Lord Zheng was first shot by the enemy, and then, seeing His Majesty's determination to die for his country, he wanted to follow suit. However, Lord Zheng was cowardly, so His Majesty chose to kill him personally. The proper order of ruler and subject, father and son, doesn't need to be so formal. Lord Zheng can be considered to have died for his country, right? Su Dejia took a step back, staring at Song Zhao in shock. She knew Song Zhao was lying. How could the emperor hang himself? How could Lord Zheng willingly die for his country? But it had to be true. An emperor dying for his country would be a beautiful story. Now, an emperor who died for his country is needed. Old Yu's voice came from behind. The two is gone. The wind is good now, he go fast downstream. Song Zhao asked, Does Lady Su want to come along? Lady Su refused, so Song Zhao simply took out 2 gold pieces and handed them to her. Then, realizing it wasn't right, she added a handful of silver melon seeds she had collected and a handful of copper coins. The bag was now full. Song Zhao stuffed the bag into Lady Su's hand, saying, For ordinary expenses, copper coins are fine. Exchange silver for copper coins at large shops. Don't let anyone see the gold easily. My father said, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. If you have good things, you should hide them, and not let anyone know. Lady Su took the bag, and was about to leave when Song Zhao slipped a small packet of dry rations, and a water pouch into her hands. Lady Su has her own path, and so do I. See you another day. Lady Su gave Song Zhao 20 taels of silver. Song Zhao returned 20 taels of gold to her. Lady Su turned and left, and Song Zhao also ran towards the ferry. Song Zhao turned around and found that Su Dejia was already very, very far away. Su Dejia turned around and saw Song Zhao take a running start and leap, landing on the boat. She wobbled and was about to fall into the water when Ishio pulled her back. The light boat, with the wind and current, was gone in a flash. Su Dejia rushed to the ferry, but the boat was getting farther and farther away, disappearing into the horizon. She remembered the first time she saw Song Zhao. The young girl had a good bone structure, very thin but with fleshy cheeks. She looked like someone who could eat a lot. At that time, Su Dejia thought this person couldn't sing or dance, a complete blockhead. Such a person was probably destined to waste her life, with no future. A pretty face but a skeleton, all skin and no bones, what use is it? In her eyes, Song Zhao's life was predictable. Now, she realized she was wrong. Song Zhao had done something shocking. But she couldn't tell the truth. The emperor must hang himself, must die for his country, only then will the dynasty have a backbone. Song Zhao didn't care what everyone thought, she had only one thought. Escape, escape, she had to escape. She wanted to go somewhere the war couldn't reach. Standing at the bow of the boat, hands behind her back, chin raised, snorting at the distant mountains, she declared with great bravado, I want to be a mountain bandit. The kind who doesn't pay taxes. The kind who drinks from big bowls, and eats meat in big bites. The kind who eats tons of meat in one meal, and also beef balls. Old Yu, who was fishing, shook his head upon hearing this, saying, those on boats are called water bandits. Song Zhao felt dizzy, and shook her head vigorously, saying, water bandit doesn't sound good. Old Yu clicked his tongue, bandit doesn't sound good either. Song Zhao was about to retort when suddenly her face changed drastically. She collapsed onto the deck and vomited up all the pancakes she had just eaten. Old Yu reeled in his fishing rod, and moved to another spot to cast his bait. You're seasick, and you still want to be a pirate? You should just lie down. The wind's picking up, the boat be going even faster soon. Song Zhao lay sprawled in the cabin, feigning death. She had lofty ambitions, but alas, she was seasick. Suiyu, bound hand and foot, lay beside her whimpering. Song Zhao hugged her pillow, her eyes vacant, questioning the meaning of life. Ishio glanced at Song Zhao, shook her head, and continued sewing. Old Yu's daughter Yuing unearthed the stove and started a fire on the boat to cook porridge. Fresh fish slices were tossed into the pot, and the aroma drew Song Zhao over, making her scramble to get in. I'm hungry again. Give me something to eat. Chapter 434. The name Yuing came from Old Yu's desire for a cormorant, but lacking both money and connections, he simply named his daughter Yuing, hoping to one day own one. Others assumed it was Ing or Ing, but it simply means cormorant. Yuing was quite different from her name. She was timid, not good at socializing, but an excellent cook. After finishing her porridge, Song Zhao clung to Ying's arm, refusing to let go. When I have a big house, you be the cook. Specializing in fish. Yuing, flustered, lowered her head, blushing, and said, I'm not good at cooking, I can't be a cook. You can. You can. Your fish is delicious. Yuing could freely cook many kinds of fish. Fish caught by Old Yu. Fish caught by Old Yu. Yuing could cook them however she pleased. Song Zhao thought this was wonderful. Very good, very good. She knew a cook who died without ever having the chance to cook a fish according to her own wishes. Song Zhao could watch someone prepare a fish with amusement, spending an entire day doing so. The boat continued forward. Rain began to fall, and the current ahead was turbulent. Yuing extinguished the stove, packed everything away, and took out a long bamboo pole, standing at the stern. Old Yu stood at the bow, also holding a long bamboo pole. Father and daughter, one in front and one behind, steadied the small boat amidst the wind, rain, and swift current. Song Zhao threw back the curtain and rushed onto the deck. The rain lashed her face, cold and stinging. They were already very, very far from limping. Song Zhao knew no one could catch them. The light boat would soon pass countless mountains. Song Zhao knew that from now on, only illness and time could kill her. The viewers in the live stream watched the small boat speeding across the water, their emotions running high. Even without his memory, Song Data couldn't hide his arrogant nature. Hua Yu. Data could have been a butcher, but the world wouldn't allow it. Lu Yanqi. Data worked hard for years, but he's still a butcher. I can be a dog-feet emperor, or a pig-head emperor. Lotus Root, who loves stir-fried tea tree mushrooms. Data worked hard killing chickens to earn copper coins. Data worked hard sharpening knives to exchange for money. Data worked hard keeping accounts to pay off debts. Data is good. The government is inactive. Su Shi died. The court is inactive. The emperor died. Data is good. Su Shi is bad. The emperor is bad. Wind and Dust Hall wine shop. Every step Data took was for survival. Unfortunately, others wouldn't let Data live. Dawn's Glimmer Ocean. Datu, you rebelled? When officials force people to rebel, wouldn't it be a disservice to the entire court and all the beasts and birds if we didn't? Gray Rat, with a smattering of ice in his mouth, frantically worked. He had 2 screens in front of him, one for a domestic live stream and one for an overseas one. He was using cheats to switch between over a dozen accounts at once, his fingers practically smoking. The cafeteria lady pushed her food cart past, glanced at the screens, tapped her bowl, and asked, "Whack-a-mole, bamboo shoots with braised pork, want some?" Gray Rat immediately held out his bowl. He completely disregarded trivial matters, like his code name. As long as he had food, that was enough. If he had known the food would be this good after he came in, he would have come long ago. Gray Rat completely forgot that he was still serving his sentence. His current treatment was a special kind of catering guarantee for a special skilled worker during a special period. If he had come in earlier, he would have been eating cabbage and radish stew every day, with the occasional piece of fatty meat floating in the soup. Gray Rat's job these past few days was to use online trolls to stir up trouble. No, it's called public opinion control. The viewers in the live stream watched it in their spare time, and Gray Mouse's job was to watch the live stream. Gray Mouse shoveled rice into his mouth with chopsticks in one hand, while the other rested on the keyboard, his eyes constantly glued to the computer screen. Meanwhile, Li Qingyu and Qi Tian squatted in the audience, watching the final rehearsal. Qi Tian took a sip of lemonade, his face contorted with sourness. The grand sacrificial ceremony was to last 7 days. Originally planned for 3,600 altars, another 3,600 were added, including those who had made outstanding contributions in modern times. A total of 7,200 altars, a scale unprecedented in history. The 7,200 statues of deities, covered in yellow cloth, were neatly arranged on shelves, each representing one of the 5 directions, east, west, south, north, and center, chanting their respective scriptures. The low chanting spread like a tide in all directions. Fragrant spices like sandalwood, agarwood, aloeswood, and Borneo were delivered in batches and used without charge. Qi Tian was here to prevent evil spirits and demons from taking advantage of the chaos to enter the statues and steal the incense offerings. The theft of incense offerings was a minor matter. The real concern was that it might embolden those heretical gods. Not far away, Old Sun, the gatekeeper who was on a business trip, took a sip of strong tea from his thermos and watched the busy staff with a smile. Li Qingyu was flipping through a thick booklet, urgently proofread and printed. It was a mix of traditional and simplified Chinese characters. With both scanned and hand-drawn illustrations, it was heavy on his lap, and the table of contents alone was over 100 pages long. Li Qingyu quickly flipped through the table of contents and compared it with the corresponding page numbers. Great sage, it seems there are more than a dozen of you, and Old Sun. Before Li Qingyu could finish speaking, Qi Tian had already jumped up, carrying his solid gold staff, and rushed out. What kind of demon dares to cause trouble? Li Qingyu was already used to this scene, and climbed over 2 rows of seats to find Old Sun. Old Sun, this page, and this page, and these few pages. Is that you? Old Sun laughed, and tapped Li Qingyu on the head. Fish, people are fickle, and so are all things. Li Qingyu felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something had crawled inside. There are no gods in this world, only people carrying a sedan chair. Fish, you weren't born a demon, it's just what others call you. Li Qingyu nodded, seemingly understanding. He felt Old Sun was talking about the right to name and self-identity. Someone discovered a new species of mushroom and had the right to name it, so they named this delicious mushroom Delicious Mushroom. But that doesn't mean the mushroom is called Delicious Mushroom. Maybe the mushroom's own name is Two-Legged Beasts. Don't eat me mushroom. Qi Tian returned and tossed a turtle to Li Qingyu. It says it recognizes you and came to play. You recognize it? Li Qingyu carefully examined the turtle, meeting its beady green eyes, and surprisingly felt he really did recognize it. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly, and he crushed the turtle in his hand. He only recognized one turtle, but that turtle was dead, and its shell had become his den. His den was in the Chiantang River, held down by a rock, equipped with GPS tracking and an alarm. This wasn't the turtle he knew. The crushed turtle in his hand transformed into the shape of an eye without a pupil. This eye was pure black, icy cold, neither metal nor stone, heavy in his hand, making him feel very uneasy. A line of text appeared before Li Qingyu's eyes. The death game cordially invites you to join. You will gain supreme power and freedom. Li Qingyu grabbed Qi Tian, exclaiming, "Did you see that?" "What?" Chapter 435. Qi Tian reached out and waved the piece in front of Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu saw Qi Tian's finger pass through the words on the screen. He immediately looked at Lao Sun and said in a trembling voice, "Lao Sun, did you see that?" Lao Sun was cracking walnuts and handed him a handful of kernels. "Want some? Good for your brain. You young people, always so easily startled." Li Qingyu looked down at what he was holding and realized his eyes were gone. What he held wasn't a turtle, but a piece of tortoise shell. The shell had burn marks and strange patterns. Li Qingyu recognized the patterns. They were often on history exams before. "What's wrong with you, fish? What did you see? Your scales are bulging." Qi Tian was puzzled. Li Qingyu's eyes were different from others, his vision was poor, and the curvature of his lens was outside the normal range. Ignoring the bulging scales on his cheeks, Li Qingyu grabbed the shell and ran straight towards the group rehearsing. Li Qingyu rushed forward, lost his footing, and landed squarely in front of Academician Gao, who was discussing with someone whether the text needed minor adjustments. Academician Gao chuckled, "Little, what are you doing? It's not New Year's greeting time yet, so I don't have any red envelopes for you." Li Qingyu had reviewed the rehearsal roster. One of the members, Academician Gao, was a leading expert on the history of the Shang dynasty, and also had in-depth knowledge of the pre-Qing period. This Academician Gao had also led the deciphering of oracle bone inscriptions. Li Qingyu lay on the ground, one hand covering his face, the other hand handing over the oracle bone fragment. Academician Gao. "Look at this." Academician Gao glanced at the quality of the fragment, quickly took out gloves, put them on, and carefully took it. "Oh my, this came from the ground? Did they just dig up a new tomb nearby?" Academician Gao was eager to try, and was already preparing to go to the archaeological site. In her opinion, it was a freshly unearthed tortoise shell, very well preserved. If it had been unearthed nearby, it would be of great research value. "Academician Gao, tell me first, what does it say on it?" Li Qingyu finally pressed the protruding scales back down, got up from the ground, and looked at Academician Gao expectantly. Academician Gao had been serious at first, but after understanding what was written on it, her expression became strange. She said, "Little Li, everyone's so busy. Are you trying to give us some entertainment? This tortoiseshell is quite well faked." Li Qingyu was stunned. How was it fake? The more she looked at this tortoiseshell, the stranger it seemed. Li Qingyu was about to burst out of her skin. Academician Gao sighed, You're so young and impetuous. This isn't the time for jokes. The turtle shell is well formed, but the grammar is wrong. It's completely modern grammar." "Wait, Academician Gao, what did you say? I don't understand. Tell me what's on this turtle shell. It's very important, really important." Li Qingyu's hands trembled. He was certain he had just seen that line of text. Qi Tian didn't see it, Old Sun didn't see it, only he did. What the hell is this? Are the Trisolarans going to invade Earth too? To cause trouble? Seeing Li Qingyu almost crying, Academician Gao simply translated it for him word by word. "This character is death, this character is death, this is play, this is drama. Oh dear, these are all Oracle Bone script style characters, not proper unearthed Oracle Bone script. Only this character power looks somewhat legitimate, a person holding something symbolizing power." The others who had been discussing with Academician Gao also gathered around. A Taoist priest, who had been listening for a while, said, "Isn't this just saying, the death game invites you to join, you will have power? This thing is fake, right? But this tortoiseshell is an old artifact, good for medicine." Li Qingyu froze. This was almost identical to the sentence he had just seen. "The death game cordially invites you to join, you will gain supreme power and freedom." Li Qingyu snatched the tortoiseshell from Academician Gao's hand, and ran directly towards Qi Tian and Lao Sun, making a phone call as he ran. On the other end of the line, Zhao Jiancheng, after listening to Li Qingyu's report, said, "Tianmu has a new scheme, which means our direction is correct. Only when the enemy is in pain will they react like this. The non-human squad is sending more men." Li Qingyu, listen carefully, This is a fierce battle, a war of faith. Tianmu, that's all they're capable of. We fight it however it wants. We see it through to the end. 15 minutes later, the gray mouse, having finished its meal, had a new task. Immediately, armed with freshly created Oracle Bones script emojis, it went to work on the Tianmu Group account. Tianmu Group at Believe in Science. According to reliable sources, there are currently scams using the names Tianmu and Death Game, with tactics often extending from keywords like freedom, wealth, and changing destiny. Please be vigilant. If you encounter any unusual situations, please call 95XXXX to report them. Destiny is in our own hands. Wealth must be created with our own hands. Let us stand firmly on the ground and look up at the stars. Strawberry cake. The liar wants to give us freedom. I just want strawberry cake. Tianmu's freedom.gif. Lu Qixiao. I want no two suns, no two moons. Can the liar give me that? Tianmu's rights.gif. Jing Jianyang. What nonsense. First, give me a fried quail like Song Dadu's. Tianmu begging with a bowl.gif. Correspondent Xiao Tang. We exposed a fraud ring. Tianmu scattering money, ghost money version.gif. But seeing several peaks, I just want to know, when can we get rid of that eye? It's so annoying. Seeing that extra eye annoys me. After a minor incident, things seemed calm on the surface, but the Tianmu team was actually incredibly busy. The test results for this turtle shell are from 5,000 years ago? The Oracle Bones script on it is clearly generated by modern software. Li Qingyu, returning to the Tianmu team's meeting room on the Chiqian flight, stared dumbfounded at the test report. Qin Liang erased the physics formulas on the whiteboard and redrawn a circle. Then he selected 2 points on the circle, began to extend it, and then added new circles. Finally, an intertwined insect appeared on the whiteboard. Li Qingyu glanced at the whiteboard, then stood up, supporting himself on the table, and murmured in a daze, "Is what Zhao Hui said true? Can the past, future, and present coexist?" Tianmu made this turtle shell, and sent it to the past. And then, this turtle shell was delivered to me? Li Qingyu squatted on the ground, clutching his hair, muttering to himself. He finally understood Zhao Hui's feelings. This is an unfathomable enemy. Qin Liang pointed to the hundreds of tortoise shells on the table and said, "The enemy is panicking. It's flustered." The heavenly eye high above its head revealed its astonishing spatial control abilities, but at the same time, it also exposed its weakness. Of those invited to the Grand Universal Ceremony, over 100 received tortoise shells almost simultaneously in various forms, and saw the inscription, "The Death Game cordially invites you to join, you will gain supreme power and freedom." It was afraid. It attempted to unite all forces that could be united. Chapter 436. Outside the live stream, everyone was busy. Several lucky winners appeared one after another on the chessboard. Fahai, standing on the chessboard, touched his neck, looking somewhat dazed. A flood of memories rushed into his mind, causing him to involuntarily sit cross-legged on the ground, clutching his head, a look of pain on his face. Lucky Fahai, you were born. You were born in a nunnery, where you lived until you were 8, when you were expelled. At 12, you joined a group of refugees. You possessed a natural charisma, and many refugees trusted you, following your lead blindly. They believed you could lead them to a better life. Several monks claiming to be homeless joined the group, and you took them in. Another group of monks joined, and they got along well, often clashing with the refugees. Passing through a village, you went to beg for alms as usual, and one of the monks killed a villager. The group began burning, killing, and looting. You tried to stop them but failed. On a starless, moonless midnight, your head was cut off. You died. You were 18 years old that year. After your death, the group, under the pretext of avenging you, began attacking and plundering. Your life was lived in hunger and deception. This memory is so real, yet so absurd. Fahai felt that the knife was still stuck in his throat, waiting to cut off his head. Lu Er handed him a cup of bitter melon juice. "Monk, how did you die?" Fahai held the bitter melon juice, thought carefully for a moment, and said, "I died from the demons and their offspring who wreak havoc on the human world, as described in the Buddhist scriptures. They were the skin of Buddha, chant Sanskrit, and distort all the scriptures. Those who disturb my mind." Fahai took a sip of the bitter melon juice, his face changed drastically, and he swallowed with difficulty. He looked at the emerald green liquid in the glass, suddenly laughed, and downed the bitter melon juice in one gulp. "Those who disturb my peace are all enemies." A fierce glint flashed in Fahai's eyes. He wasn't some crying little monk. This humble monk understands. 6 years didn't know what Fahai understood, only that Fahai looked very fierce. It didn't have the courage to give Fahai the chili sauce tart, always feeling it would easily get beaten up. It wasn't a matter of whether it could win or not, mainly because Fahai looked like a firecracker, ready to explode at any moment. 6 Ears handed Fahai a bowl of noodles and added a glass of ice Sprite. Master, relax, relax. Even if I were brainless, I wouldn't be as angry as you. 6 Ears had completely forgotten how it had rolled around on the ground in a frenzy after leaving the instance. Just then, another person appeared on the chessboard. This time it was Zhang Mian. Zhang Mian stood on a black square, looking around, her face expressionless. Upon seeing her, Zhang Sanwen immediately rushed over and gave her a bear hug. Sis, you're finally out? How did you die? Tell me so I can be happy. Before Zhang Sanwen could finish speaking, he was slapped. Zhang Mian grabbed a chair and was about to smash it over his head. Lu Er stared wide-eyed, a look of anticipation on his face. Zhang Wenwei and Wu Shuai quickly pulled them apart, one by one. Since things have come to this, Sonia, have an egg tart first. Wu Shuai shoved a spicy egg tart into Zhang Sanwen's mouth and dragged him away. Zhang Wenwei had 2 egg tarts in her hand, one spicy and one plain blueberry. After a moment's thought, family ties prevailed, and she shoved the blueberry tart into Zhang Mian's mouth. Calm down, don't get agitated, don't get agitated. How many years have you lived? Zhang Mian didn't answer, and Zhang Wenwei looked at Fahai. Master, how old were you when you died? Fahai replied, this humble monk died at 18. Zhang Wenwei realized that based on the ages of death of the lucky individuals who had already completed the dungeon, it could be deduced that although each person's dungeon was independent, the flow of time was actually roughly the same. Fahai completed the dungeon first, dying at 18. Zhang Mian completed the dungeon a little later than Fahai, meaning that Zhang Mian's age of death in the dungeon was over 18. In the real world, Zhang Mian wasn't even 18 yet, but her age in the dungeon was over 18. What kind of sparks would fly when these two sets of memories collided? Zhang Wenwei was unsure, so she tried to stuff food into Zhang Mian's mouth. Among the lucky individuals from Yin country, besides Tian, Zhang Mian was the youngest. Faced with the overwhelming flood of memories, Zhang Mian was almost dumbfounded. What would happen to the lucky individuals who survived for decades in the dungeon if this dungeon continued? Zhang Wenwei wondered to herself. She stuffed a garlic bread roll into Zhang Mian's mouth, but she dodged it. I don't eat salted egg yolk sandwiches. You're not stupid, are you? Zhang Wenwei breathed a sigh of relief, then saw Zhang Mian pull out paper and pen and start writing on the table. Lucky girl Zhang Mian, you were born into a noble family. Your family has a history of merit in supporting the emperor. You are a concubine's daughter, your birth mother is deceased, and you are not favored. At the age of 9, you became a princess's companion, and at 15, you were bestowed the title of princess and sent to a neighboring country. On your wedding day, your husband died. You were arranged to marry another prince, and on your wedding day, your husband died. On your wedding day, your husband died. The kingdom considered you a blessed person, and those princes were unworthy of you, so they married you off to the river god, making you a sacrifice to him. You did not die, nor did it rain, leading people to believe you were a demon. Someone investigated the causes of death of your husbands throughout the ages, and you were stoned to death by the angry people. You were 19 years old that year. After your death, your dynasty was trampled to pieces by the angry people of a neighboring kingdom. Your life was one of constant wandering, unfulfilled potential, and a life beyond your control. Memories spanning 19 years flooded Zhang Mian's mind like a tidal wave. All efforts and schemes seemed so flimsy, unable to withstand the overwhelming calamity. Zhang Mian felt that these 19 years were very short, far less than the amount of information she received in a year in the real world. Regardless, she had completed the task she had given herself in the dungeon. A corrupt dynasty, rather than lingering on, should hasten its demise. Only death can give rise to new life. Zhang Wenwei added chili sauce to the egg tarts, while watching Zhang Mian with concern. She was truly afraid that Zhang Mian had developed a mental breakdown. Zhang Mian put down her pen, turned her head, and saw the chili sauce egg tarts on the table, stunned. Is this some kind of local specialty? It's a dessert that can quickly help people regain their sense of self. It's high in sugar and spice, providing calories, while also triggering a sense of pain. Zhang Wenwei was very proud. To quickly awaken the lucky ones, who had just escaped the dungeon and were still in a dazed state, they had developed 2 foods, bitter melon and raw eggplant juice, and insanely spicy egg tarts. The combination of the two could perfectly pull people out of their illusions. Zhang San, shuffling closer, cautiously observed Zhang Mian's expression. Sis, how are you feeling? Are you alright? Zhang Miyan replied, not enough information. People who have lived in modern society shouldn't be too affected after detaching themselves from this situation. Huh? Not much of an impact? Zhang San was bewildered. Why did he think it would have such a huge impact? Chapter 437. Zhang Sanwen now felt like everyone he saw was trying to harm him, and he felt extremely uncomfortable whenever someone stood behind him. It was as if he were possessed by Zhao Yubai. He would never call Zhao Yubai a coward again. Zhang Sanwen asked, Sis, how did you die? Zhang Miyan, munching on a Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, replied, she was hit by a rock. Zhang Sanwen immediately exploded. What the hell? How dare she kill my sister? Zhang Wenwei glanced at the jumping Zhang Sanwen and continued adding chili to the egg tarts. In Zhang Wenyua's eyes, Zhang Sanwen was like a beagle with Tibetan Mastiff genes, flammable, explosive, and loud. A perfect blend of the unstable temperament of a Tibetan Mastiff and the boisterousness of a beagle. The lucky ones gradually returned to the chessboard, greeted with carefully prepared food, bitter melon juice, and spicy egg tarts. Meanwhile, in the long corridor, Song Tianjiu lay on the sofa, taking a sip of watermelon juice. A door was open in front of her, and on the other side, Song Zhao, also known as Song Datu, was fishing. Song Zhao caught a large fish, only to be slapped across the face by its tail. The fish escaped. Song Tianjiu shook her head, picked up a bell, and shook it. A toad immediately hopped over. I want grilled fish, the kind without bones. The toad's expression was serious, at your service. Song Tianjiu waved her hand, turned over, looked at the long corridor, and scratched her forehead. There are still 30 lucky ones, who haven't left. I wonder when Song Datu will finally kill himself. It's taking too long. The other lucky ones went directly into the A-flower instance, but Song Tianjiu was an exception. She couldn't enter this instance herself, and could only play with a secondary account. This felt like playing a game, and going through a storyline. Shoveling a popcorn into her mouth, Song Tianjiu sighed. Tian K's power isn't enough, he won't let me in directly. At this rate, this game is completely unplayable, and there are still 3 more to go. She stood up, clutching the popcorn bucket, and opened a door. The door opened, revealing a half-human, half-fish figure crying in a pool. Before the figure noticed, Song Tianjiu quickly closed the door. She tried the next door, opening it to reveal a blizzard. A stone stood not far away, inscribed with the altitude 8,848.86 meters. She'd gone to the wrong door again. After several attempts, Song Tianjiu finally opened the door she needed. The door opened, revealing an old man drinking tea from a space mug. The old man saw someone coming out of his guardhouse, and pointed to a notebook on the table. Visitor registration. Song Tianjiu picked up a pen and filled out the form. Name, Song Tianjiu. Position. Song Tianjiu thought for a moment and wrote 6 characters. Reclamation team member. Reason. Song Tianjiu thought carefully and wrote. Friendly negotiation. Old Sun, the gatekeeper, watched Song Tianjiu's retreating figure, took out his walkie-talkie, switched to the emergency channel, and pressed the alarm. Soon, Song Tianjiu was invited to the conference room by Li Qingyu, who had jumped from the building. The conference room was the one where Zhao Jiancheng and Tian Ke used to hold meetings. A long table was set up, and Zhao Jiancheng sat on the side. Qin Liang sat to the side, taking notes. Song Tianjiu sat opposite the number 1 seat. She tapped the table and pointed to the number 1 seat, saying, How are we going to talk? Aren't you supposed to be the one to talk? Please wait a moment, let me organize my thoughts. Zhao Jiancheng was more nervous than ever before. Previously, Qi Tian had freely entered and exited the Tianmu game, and Zhao Jiancheng hadn't thought much of it. That monkey, capable of soaring through the skies and diving into the earth, could do anything without surprise. Seeing Tian Ke and the others disappear and enter the Tianmu game, Zhao Jiancheng simply assumed it was the power of an outer god, without much feeling, his primary concern being the wariness of a powerful enemy. Now, seeing Song Tianjiu, Zhao Jiancheng was completely immersed in tension. In Zhao Jiancheng's childhood, Song Xiao played a very important role. His adoptive mother, Lu Huaixiang, often spoke of the past, and Song Xiao occupied a large part of the stories. To Zhao Jiancheng, this was a warrior who had died decades ago. Now, this warrior was sitting not far away. Zhao Jiancheng was almost unable to think. Qin Liang put down his pen, stood up, walked to Song Tianjiu's side, and placed 2 documents in front of him. Ms. Song, these are 2 documents. One is about Song Xiao, and the other is about Song Tianjiu. Please check if anything is missing. Miss Song, would you like to communicate as Song Qiao, or as the lucky one, Song Tianjiao, with the Tianmu team? In the next room, Li Qingyu, wearing headphones, watched the footage on the monitor and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Zhao Jiancheng is getting old. In terms of charisma, Secretary Qin is still the better choice. Qi Tian held a bucket of popcorn and stuffed some into his mouth. He said, "Actually, I saw her before." Li Qingyu exclaimed, "When?" Qi Tian didn't speak. A little embarrassed. From then on, he never forgot to lock the door. Zhao Jiancheng finally calmed himself down, looking expectantly at Song Tianjiao, waiting for her answer. Song Tianji felt that Zhao Jiancheng's gaze was like that of a small animal waiting for its meal. Such a gaze fixed on Zhao Jiancheng's face was rather strange. "I'm not here on my own behalf. I'm not Song Qiao now. I'm representing the organization to negotiate with Blue Star. Let me introduce myself." Song Tianjiao pushed aside the documents and extended his hand to Qin Liang. "Song Tianjiao, Pioneer Team." Qin Liang immediately put down his documents and extended his hand. "Qin Liang, Blue Star Tianmu Team." Zhao Jiancheng rubbed his face, completely bewildered. Facing Song Tianjiao, he didn't feel the distrust he had shown towards Tian Ke. He instinctively trusted him, but he had to be alert and approach Song Tianjiao with caution. Zhao Jiancheng stood up and said, "Zhao Jiancheng, Blue Star Tianmu Team." Song Tianjiao pointed to the seat opposite him. "You can only have a conversation if you sit there. What follows will be an equal dialogue." Zhao Jiancheng immediately walked to the first seat and sat down. Song Tianjiao said, "Tian Ke won't be able to hold on." Zhao Jiancheng asked, "Is this a good thing or a bad thing?" "Its game has a long way to go. It's too greedy. Too many levels require energy. It can only sustain one more instance at most. Once Tian Ke perishes, all the lucky ones will perish. The death game will restart after a brief period of chaos. The game master and the lucky ones will be reselected." Song Tianjiao didn't keep him in suspense. There was no need to. She said, "Tian Ke needs faith?" Zhao Jiancheng asked, "Won't giving Tian Ke too much faith cause problems? The Tianmu group has always rated Tian Ke as high risk. He's uncontrollable." Song Tianjiao whispered, "The extra power will be stolen." "What did you say?" The distance was too great. Zhao Jiancheng didn't hear clearly. Song Tianjiao straightened her expression and said, "I will restrain that octopus." Zhao Jiancheng asked, "How will you control it?" "I will steal. And recruit its subordinates. I will recruit all those I can. Its lifespan is already nearing its end. It won't struggle." Chapter 438. Zhao Jiancheng could hardly believe what he was hearing. He even wondered if he was dreaming. It wasn't until the meeting ended and Song Tianjiao left that he opened the meeting minutes and realized it wasn't a dream. "It's done?" "Yes, a preliminary agreement has been reached." Qin Liang suspected that the old leader had developed dementia due to overwork. Zhao Jiancheng's mind was buzzing. He hadn't experienced such emotional fluctuations when facing Tian Ke. He suppressed his excitement and dialed a number. "Add an octopus to the corner of the grand ceremony." "Don't get excited, I'm not crazy. I'm really not crazy. We have a new ally, a partnership even stronger than that octopus." Zhao Jiancheng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he said, "An incredibly strong partnership. Uniting all forces that can be united. I guarantee it." Before the person on the other end could retort, Zhao Jiancheng hung up. Immediately afterward, his secretary Qin Liang's phone rang. Qin Liang quickly went to a corner to answer the phone. "Yes, that's right, no mistake, the person isn't crazy. I sent over the meeting minutes and the detailed agenda later. I'm not crazy either, really not." Qin Liang took a deep breath and said, enunciating each word clearly, "No need for a psychiatrist. The surveillance footage and recordings will be compiled and sent over. Let's not waste time on these meaningless questions, okay?" Qin Liang realized that the unit next door had absolutely no imagination. Hanging up the phone, she quickly compiled the information. Zhao Jiancheng opened the door and shouted, "Qi Tian, Li Qingyu. You two lead your teams to the meeting venue. Add a small octopus to the altar, the smallest one possible. Keep a close eye on it. Don't let random things take up the seats." The worries caused by the tortoiseshell not long ago vanished in an instant. Zhao Jiancheng continued making phone calls, reporting to his superiors. He staked his career on this. This would be the biggest gamble of Zhao Jiancheng's life. Zhao Hui's voice still seemed to echo in his ears. A variable, she was a variable. For the first time, Zhao Jiancheng clearly felt how significant this variable was. For the first time, he felt how exhilarating it was to have connections above him. Physically, he had connections above him. The final rehearsal for the Grand Universal Ritual ended, and 3 hours later, the 7-day, 7-night Grand Universal Ritual would begin, simultaneously broadcast live across the entire internet. Chen Jiangliu's pilgrimage team also arrived to broadcast live. Chen Jiangliu used his facial recognition to enter the venue smoothly, and found a corner to start his live stream early. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Jiangliu. Don't ask if my foot skin can grow longevity. Besides, I give away plane tickets. This is the Putian Grand Ceremony event. The streamer got in by scanning their face. Yes, my face is very valuable. Yes, I'm Chen Jiangliu with 9 toes. Chen Jiangliu was already adept at handling various live stream situations. He took the lunchbox Huli brought him, and ate while streaming. Every now and then, someone would pass by and ruffle his bald head. Chen Jiangliu dared not be angry or speak out, and had to stand up and smile apologetically. These people were all of higher rank than him. Chen Jiangliu felt that one day his head would be completely bald. Meanwhile, Grey Mouse had a new task. The live stream would be delayed by 3 minutes. These 3 crucial minutes were for review. A team was responsible for reviewing the content, and if any unsuitable content was found, the footage would be replaced immediately. I'm like a brick, I'd be moved wherever I'm needed. The Grey Mouse, with a bitter face, began testing the equipment. Chen Jiangliu's live stream was used for experiments. Viewers noticed the live stream was choppy. Chen Jiangliu explained it was likely due to Tianmu's interference, causing unstable signal. Tianmu was unjustly scolded. Meanwhile, Song Tianju was eating boneless grilled fish, the chili powder used as a dipping sauce provided by the Tianmu team. A box of chili powder, 8 different flavors, mixed with various seasonings. Whether used in cold dishes, stir-fries, or as a dipping sauce, it was delicious. Inside the door, Song Xiao was busy. Having finally learned how to fish, Song Xiao was full of energy. The families in the fishing village had no other skills. Everything was related to fish. Leftover fish was dried and sold. Everyone was busy, just to earn a living. Now He Xiu was in charge of the accounts, strictly controlling everyone's expenses. For 20 people, the average daily expenditure was 100 coins. These expenses included daily food, clothing, and medicine. He Xiu meticulously calculated every day. Song Xiao was deprived of the right to keep accounts. Besides eating and sleeping, he spent his days catching fish. Suiyu was still alive, which made Song Xiao think the midwife was the most skilled doctor in the world. Suiyu remained silent about this. Suiyu didn't want to say anything. She trembled at the sight of the midwife. Recently, Song Xiao had accumulated a lot of dried fish, which he planned to take to a restaurant dozens of miles away to exchange for money, and then buy grain. Today, the midwife was going to dry herbs with everyone else, and Suiyu made an excuse to go out with Song Xiao. This place was over 1,000 miles from Limping City, untouched by enemies, and life was quite peaceful. Suiyu rowed the boat, while Song Xiao sharpened a knife in the cabin. Listening to the sound of sharpening the knife, Suiyu got goosebumps. Big head, you've been sharpening knives all the way here. How come you have so many? Suiyu knew Song Xiao liked sharpening knives, but this had taken almost half an hour. It was strange. Suiyu peeked into the cabin, and saw Song Xiao sharpening arrowheads. Song Xiao said, the previous arrowheads were dirty, and the fish I shot weren't clean. My godmother said I have to sharpen them, otherwise she won't let me use arrows to shoot fish. Suiyu was truly exasperated. Song Xiao couldn't learn how to cast a net, so he tied a fishing line to the end of the arrow to shoot fish. She had never seen fishing like this before, yet Song Xiao seemed to enjoy it immensely. Alright, stop. We arrived. You go deliver the fish, I go buy some fruit. Suiyu pulled out 5 copper coins. These were her own savings. Upon hearing about the fruit, Song Xiao immediately perked up, carrying a basket of dried fish on his back and another basket on each side, standing at the bow waiting to dock. The ship was about to dock, and she couldn't wait any longer. She took a running start and leaped ashore, running towards the restaurant she was working with. As she ran, black cloths could be faintly seen binding her calves beneath her rolled-up trousers. These were her daggers, one on each leg. Song Xiao wouldn't dare go out without a weapon. At the restaurant, she exchanged the dried fish for coins, and the owner even wanted the basket woven by old Yu. Big head, you need fresh fish too, don't just send dried fish. Crabs and shrimp too. Song Xiao nodded haphazardly and dashed off, pretending she hadn't heard a thing. She wasn't going to send fresh fish. This restaurant was dishonest. Before, when they sent fresh fish, they always complained it wasn't fresh. They insist the lively fish were dead. just to drive down the price. After being ripped off a few times, Hishio stopped sending fresh fish to this restaurant. Now, it was this restaurant that was desperately wanting fresh fish. Song Xiao ran quite a distance, glanced back at the restaurant sign, and made a face. Not for sale. Not for sale. Absolutely not for sale. Chapter 439. This restaurant was far from the riverbank, and they were blatantly lying. After being ripped off a few times, Song Xiao stopped sending them fresh fish, only dried fish. Song Xiao went to the grain shop with her copper coins, took out the note Hishio had written, and bought grain according to the instructions. After buying the grain, she went to the pharmacy to buy medicine. It was another hot summer day, and heat stroke was common. The midwife was checking the medicinal herbs and specifically asked Song Xiao to buy several medicines for treating wind heat colds, even specifying the names and quantities. When she returned carrying the grain and the medicine, Song Xiao only had 2 copper coins left. Hishio was incredibly meticulous with her accounts. Song Xiao's lifelong ability to keep accounts meant she had no choice in purchasing. She had to buy according to the list. With her 2 copper coins, Song Xiao wondered what she could buy. Back at the riverbank, Song Xiao noticed that Suiyu was gone, and several plums were lying on the ground. She picked up a plum, wiped it on her clothes, and took a bite. The sweet and sour taste made her squint. Delicious. More. There were a few more plums nearby, and she immediately went to pick them up. After picking these, there were still a few left. Song Xiao picked up quite a few plums, stuffing them all into her bosom. Gradually, she realized something was wrong. She hid the medicine packet in her hand, and the grain on her shoulder in the roadside bushes, and continued walking quietly. Get out of the way! I don't know you! I'm going home! Suiyu's voice rang out not far away, immediately followed by 2 male voices. Young lady, you must be lonely all by yourself. Why don't I go to your house to propose marriage? If you don't like him, you still have me. If all else fails, there's the 2 of us. Song Xiao's eyes widened. She's seen marriage proposals before, but never one like this. The tone. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation would think they were visiting a brothel. Song Xiao was all too familiar with this manner. She drew her dagger and mimicked a bird's call. Suiyu, who was about to run forward, immediately stopped. Suiyu said, kill him. Oh, to prove your innocence with death? Then it'd have to be as 2 brothers. Before she could finish, the speaker's throat was slit. He turned his head in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment as he saw Song Xiao holding the dagger. His companion screamed, only to be kicked to the ground by Song Xiao, who then slit his own throat. Suiyu kicked the thug lying on the ground, clutching his neck, a few times, and picked up the plums scattered on the ground. Song Xiao examined their belongings and found ropes, a small knife, silver hairpins, earrings, and a bodice. Suiyu said, these must be the 2 thugs who recently robbed and murdered. They've been following me ever since I bought plums. They originally wanted to drown me, but your arrival made things easier. Suiyu took the plum Song Xiao had picked up and stuffed into his arms, put them in the basket as well, and then kicked the already lifeless body several times. Song Xiao asked, what do we do now? Suiyu pointed in the direction of the river and grinned, feed the fish. The 2 men gritted their teeth and struggled to drag the man to the riverbank and shoved him into the water. Watching the man sink to the bottom, Song Xiao suddenly said, fish eat people, and we eat fish, doesn't that mean we eat people? Suiyu, who had just taken a bite of a plum, immediately jumped up upon hearing this. Big head, don't talk anymore, really don't talk anymore. Back at their home on the island, Suiyu didn't touch the fish soup during dinner. Song Xiao drank 3 bowls in one go, then asked, puzzled, Suiyu, don't you like fish soup the most? Suiyu didn't want to talk and just ate her rice in silence. After the meal, Suiyu wanted to learn accounting from Hishio, while Song Xiao went to hunt rabbits with her bow. The island was small and quite desolate, bought by Hishio from the locals for a piece of gold. To the outside world, Hishio was a widow from a prominent family, with a daughter and a group of servants, who had come to clear her mind after a long period of despair. This wasn't entirely a lie, she was indeed a widow, and certainly from a prominent family. Song Xiao had bought rabbits and released them a couple of years ago, and now the rabbits had taken over the entire island, even eating the herbs that the midwife had painstakingly cultivated. The midwife was furious and demanded that Song Xiao kill all the rabbits on the island. Every day after dinner, Song Xiao would go out with her bow and shoot rabbits. She had to fish during the day, so she could only catch rabbits at night. Her work was very demanding. After catching the rabbit, skinning and cleaning it, and salting it, Yu Ying and the other skilled cooks would prepare it the next morning. Song Zhao diligently hunted every day. Since rabbits had no natural predators on the island, Song Zhao herself was their predator. Song Zhao's life, if not counting the occasional kill of a few thugs, could be described as uneventful. That day, her arrow struck someone who had secretly come ashore. The islanders all knew that Song Zhao hunted rabbits at night, and after dinner, they wouldn't wander around. In Song Zhao's view, those running around at night were either rabbits or fish thieves. Song Zhao drew her dagger, but the person who had been shot rushed before her, kowtowing. "I can't live anymore. I really can't live anymore. Please, give me something to eat." This was a woman and two teenagers. The ground was covered in uneven stones. A large woman and two children were repeatedly kowtowing, their foreheads covered in blood. Song Zhao tied the three women together with rope and pulled them back inside. Once they arrived home, a dozen people gathered around to interrogate them, and only then did they learn the reason. It turned out that a few days earlier, the small town where they often bought fish had been occupied by river bandits, resulting in many deaths. Many people fled their homes for their lives. This woman and her two children, along with fellow villagers, were fleeing when they were discovered by the bandits and forced to jump into the water to escape. The three of them clung to a plank of wood and floated for 2 days before finally reaching this place. River bandits? Song Zhao's eyes lit up. Kill the river bandits, and I be the new river bandit. No, that title doesn't sound good. I be the Grand Admiral of the Navy. Huh? The woman, who was wolfing down her food from her bowl, looked up at Song Zhao blankly. Then, the midwife pulled the arrow from her leg, and she immediately convulsed in pain. But being extremely hungry, she couldn't bear to put down her bowl, and continued to wolf down her food while still convulsing. Old Yu shook his head at Song Zhao's eager expression. He Shou had already started calculating the expenses of supporting 3 more people. Suiyu took the bowl from the woman's hand and stuffed a piece of wood into her mouth. Suiyu comforted her. "Bear with it, it hurt a little, but you shouldn't die." The next second, the midwife's secret medicine was pressed onto the woman's leg. The woman struggled to run away, but Suiyu had already tied her tightly to a pillar with rope. Suiyu whispered in the woman's ear, "Just endure it. If you don't, you die. And when you die, it won't hurt anymore." Suiyu spoke from the heart. That's how she had endured it all. It was truly a life where she wished she could just die every day. Those were truly agonizing days. The midwife's medicine was incredibly painful. Even now, Suiyu felt her legs go weak at the sight of the midwife. The midwife glanced at Suiyu, and then continued with her work. Song Zhao secretly slung a long knife over her shoulder, grabbed some flatbread, ran to the shore, chose a small bamboo raft, and jumped aboard. She had a new goal. She wanted to become a river bandit. Song Zhao firmly believed that if she could eliminate the current river bandits, she would be the new one. Chapter 440. Song Zhao was very excited. She hadn't felt this energetic since leaving Limping. Long periods of training on the water had alleviated her seasickness. Now she could completely float on the water on her bamboo raft. Song Zhao's raft consisted of 3 bamboo poles, each about 2 zheng, approximately 6.6 meters, long, tied together. She held a bamboo pole about 2 or 3 fingers thick and 2 meters long. Her arm was parallel to the raft, and she swung the pole to control direction and speed. At first glance, it resembled the solo bamboo floaters found in some tourist areas on Blue Star, but Song Zhao's pole was much sturdier. Song Zhao really liked the bamboo pole she had carefully chosen. It could be used for rafting and also for fighting. It was excellent in both toughness and elasticity. If a comparison had to be made, it was that it was harder than the waxwood shaft of a spear. It hurt a lot when you hit someone with it. In the dead of night, Song Zhao finally found a boat moored on the shore. She didn't come to this ferry crossing often. It was quite a distance. The boat was enormous, larger than all the fishing boats on Song Zhao Island combined. Standing on the bamboo raft, Song Zhao gazed at the brightly lit boat in the distance, gesturing its height, estimating its distance, and judging its size. She was practically drooling with envy. What a huge boat! Song Zhao silently strapped the hammer she carried to her waist to the raft. She had changed her mind. She wanted this boat. She wouldn't carve it up. How could she damage such a fine boat? If she did, she'd be too angry to sleep all night. Song Zhao jumped into the water, breathing through a reed in her mouth, and cautiously approached the large boat. Only when her hands touched the hull did she surface, looking up at this behemoth. Wow, it's huge! So many fish can be dried on the deck, and the whole island can live on this ship. Song Zhao swallowed hard, cautiously circling the ship underwater. I want it. Song Zhao's eyes sparkled. She glanced at the large ship several more times before reluctantly swimming back to her bamboo raft and rowing away. The last time the viewers in the live stream saw Song Xiao's eyes light up, like that was when she first saw Su, she's staring longingly at Su's knife. Qingju bai. It's settled. She was like that when she saw the knife too. The water bandits are in danger. Whatever Song Xiao wants, she get it. Su Shi's life, the Emperor's life, she's got it in her grasp. A ship, naturally no problem. Another newbie. This ship must be a small boat the water bandits specifically chose for easier travel. Judging by its displacement, it's no more than 50 tons, at most a cruiser. In today's terms, it wouldn't even compare to a fishing boat. John, that's not small either. Song Data is still using a bamboo raft. Look, Song Data fell into the water. Mind your own business. The bamboo raft has fallen apart. Song Data's raft isn't even as fast as her swimming. Dadu, wake up. Maybe we should just jump into the water and doggy paddle. Stealing the stars. Maybe Song Datu is trying to cosplay Bodhidharma crossing the river on a reed? Song Xiao didn't expect her bamboo raft to be so unreliable. Only one of the 3 bamboo poles remained. She could only carefully step on the bamboo pole, using the thinner one in her hand to paddle. Splash. Falling into the water again, Song Xiao decisively abandoned the bamboo pole and chose to swim back. Back on the island, the sun was already up. Exhausted, Song Xiao lay down on a rock, rested, and then sunbathed on the rock. Suyu came over to dry fish, and seeing Song Xiao fast asleep, she simply surrounded her with a circle of fish. Song Xiao woke up to find herself surrounded by dried fish, rolled over, and went back to sleep. In her dream, there was a very, very large ship. When she woke up again, it was already evening. Song Xiao quickly gathered the dried fish, ran back home for dinner, and then ran off to hunt rabbits. She missed several times in a row, and finally went back to sleep empty-handed. She woke up in the middle of the night with a start. That ship is so big, I want it. Song Xiao couldn't sleep anymore. She really wanted that ship. The ship was all she dreamed about, haunting her, making her restless. Song Xiao felt that if she couldn't get that ship, she wouldn't be able to die in peace. In the middle of the night, Song Xiao got up and figured out how to get on the ship. Waiting for someone to throw a rope down was unrealistic. She had to figure out how to throw the rope up herself. For several days, Song Xiao couldn't eat or sleep properly, her mind preoccupied with how to get her hands on that boat. She spent her days throwing her grappling hook at a few trees, trying to practice her aim. Finally, He Xiao couldn't take it anymore and asked her what she was up to. She wasn't even catching rabbits anymore, which was affecting her meals. Song Xiao told him her dream. Suyu was shocked and wide-eyed upon hearing Song Xiao's dream. Upon hearing this, He Xiao pulled out her abacus and started calculating again. Yuing asked, "Can that boat go out to sea? There are delicious fish in the sea." Hearing this, Song Xiao's eyes lit up even more. Old Yu squatted to the side, sighing repeatedly. He realized that since leaving Linping, life had become increasingly exciting. The others, hearing about the large fishing boat, were also eager to try their luck. The midwife said, "A boat that big will cost a lot of money. Robbing a pirate's boat doesn't count as robbery. The problem is, how do we steal it? I have a packet of moldy medicine. I grind it up and use it." This spring was too damp. Many of the midwife's medicines spoiled. She couldn't bear to throw them away, so she dried them repeatedly, trying to reprocess them. But the medicines were all covered in green, pink, red, and yellow mold. No one dared to eat them. To prove her medicine was safe, the midwife tested it on rabbits. The rabbits died. She tested it on ants. An entire colony of ants perished. Undeterred, the midwife used a little medicine on herself, resulting in diarrhea, stomach aches, and headaches for days. Even so, she still couldn't bear to part with the medicinal herbs she had painstakingly grown. She planned to use them to poison rats later. At this moment, the midwife finally had a chance to put her medicine to good use. Everyone asked how? To make fish cakes. The midwife patted her chest, assuring everyone that her fish cakes were the best they could make. They could even be used to poison the bandits. She found some leftover rice flour from the new year, selected some obviously overripe fish, added the moldy medicine, and began making fish cakes. Everyone backed away. He Xiao quickly had her people move out of the kitchen of anything the midwife didn't need and mark it. "We buy new steamers and basins. From now on, even that kitchen will be where the midwife makes her medicine." He Xiao didn't dare gamble and immediately marked out a section of land for a new kitchen to be built. The original kitchen would become the midwife's pharmacy. The midwife finished making the fish cakes and used the leftover red yeast from last year's sugar cake making to dot the I's on them. At first glance, the white and tender fish cakes with the red eyes looked quite pretty. The midwife called out, "Try some?" This batch didn't contain any medicine. Everyone retreated in unison, except for the new woman whose leg injury hadn't healed. She was a little slower in retreating. The old woman immediately handed her the fish cake. "Eat up, it's delicious. My fish cake making skills are superb." The woman swallowed, resigned to her fate, and said tearfully, "Take good care of my 2 children for me." After eating the cake, the woman lay down on the ground, waiting to die. Chapter 441. Old Yu, shovel in hand, prepared to dig a pit once the person had died. The 2 children knelt on the ground, wailing. The midwife, speechless, glanced at the sky and called Song Zhao and Yu Ying to join her in selling fish cakes. Perfect for a round trip. Song Zhao can fight if trouble arises. Yu Ying is fast at rowing. The midwife's plan was well thought out. Song Zhao was eager to try, and Yu Ying was also curious. Yu Ying also wanted to see the large ship. At this moment, no one else on the island thought the 3 of them could succeed. He Xiao instructed, "If you can't win, run. Don't be reckless. Find somewhere else to hide first, don't go home yet. Remember to light a fire to send a message." He Xiao didn't expect to succeed this time. Old Yu, tears streaming down his face, watched the ship leave, shouting, "Girl, when you're escaping, kick this old woman off the ship, you run faster." The midwife, hearing this, cursed and threatened to give old Yu croton oil. The woman lying on the ground was motionless. He Xiao looked closely and realized she was simply asleep. It seemed the fish cakes made separately really weren't poisonous. Not poisonous? Really? Song Zhao looked at the steamer in the midwife's hand, her face full of doubt. "Eat one first." Even after the midwife ate, Song Zhao was still uneasy. "I eat later. Last time you were poisoned, it took almost half an hour." Yu Ying shared the same thought. The midwife's medicine was too poisonous. She really didn't know how moldy medicine could have so many beautiful colors. It was undeniably beautiful, but undeniably poisonous. Yu Ying was responsible for steering the fishing boat, while Song Zhao focused on rowing. This speed was more than twice as fast as Song Zhao's own small bamboo raft. The 3 of them reached the shore at noon, and chose a spot to sell fish cakes. The midwife called out at the top of her lungs, "Fish cakes, fish cakes. Delicious fish cakes. 3 for a penny." The ferry crossing was practically deserted now. Most people had fled to escape the war. Song Zhao tiptoed around, observing her surroundings. She didn't often come to this ferry crossing. It was remote, few people bought dried fish, and it was far from the pharmacy. She usually went to another ferry crossing. Song Zhao noticed a plum tree branch sticking out from a house not far away, with several plums on it. She immediately rushed over and tiptoed to pick a plum. One bite, and it was so sour it made her teeth ache. She went back dejectedly and finally set her sights on the fish cakes. Following the midwife's advice, she chose a non-poisonous one, took a bite, and found it quite delicious. Seeing that the midwife was alright, Song Zhao pulled Yu Ying along to eat fish cakes with her. There weren't many non-poisonous fish cakes left, and Song Zhao, already starving after a long journey, took out some fish from the fishing boat, found the small stove on board, and grilled some with Yu Ying. Since no one was buying fish anyway, and the surrounding villagers had all fled, they decided to eat it themselves. The old woman continued her persistent hawking of fish cakes. Fish cakes, delicious fish cakes. 3 fish cakes for 1 coin. When Song Zhao's grilled fish was ready, the old woman pulled out a bag and handed it to him. "Spices. Useful spices. If any bandits come to buy, sprinkle some spices." "What spices?" Clearly, it was poison powder. Song Zhao munched on his grilled fish, staring at the large ship, really wanting it. Why haven't these bandits come to buy fish cakes yet? As if on cue, 2 bandits passed by together, their eyes lighting up when they saw the 3 of them, and they immediately rushed over. There are still some blind fools who haven't left. This old one is useless. The 2 young ones can be taken back and sold for money. The midwife was furious. "Take the fish cakes if you want. Why are you robbing me?" "Cakes. My cakes." "What cakes?" "Hey, these cakes are quite delicious." The bandits immediately ordered their men to buy everything on the stall, leaving only the midwife behind. The midwife was hopping mad, constantly giving Song Zhao meaningful glances. "Oh dear, it was my mistake. I should have called those 2 old geezers to sell the cakes. If they're dead, they're dead." While the midwife was frantically pacing around, Song Zhao and Yu Ying had already boarded the boat. The 2 showed no fear of being kidnapped, only joy at being on board. Song Zhao asked, "Brothers, have you eaten?" The bandits had seen many kidnapped people crying and wailing, but they had never seen anyone like Song Xiao. They asked her what she wanted to say. My sister and I are treated badly at home. We never had a decent meal. You can sell us, but you have to give us a proper meal. As she spoke, Song Xiao pinched her thigh, tears welling up instantly. We can cook for ourselves. Look, this is grilled fish my sister and I made. It's delicious. The leader tasted the grilled fish, and indeed found it quite tasty. Song Xiao cleaned the fish, and Yu Ying grilled it. Yu Ying's cooking skills were naturally excellent. The dozen or so bandits on the boat were certain the two of them couldn't cause any trouble. These past few days, everyone in the area had fled, and they had no cooks, so they hadn't had any good food. This was exactly what they wanted. The leader said menacingly, "Go cook. If you don't do a good job, slit your throat and throw yourself into the water. There are 15 people on the boat, and about 20 more brothers outside. We have rice and flour. We can't let my brothers go hungry. Bring some dishes to go with the wine." Song Xiao and Yu Ying immediately rushed into the kitchen. Yu Ying prepared several braised fish to go with the wine, while Song Xiao sprinkled the medicinal powder on them, and quickly served the dishes to the bandits. Song Xiao was exceptionally attentive, plating the heated fish cake and serving it. "We're slow, gentlemen. Please eat first. And this fish cake is delicious." The bandits ate a few bites of the braised fish, praising it highly, then brought over several jars of wine and began to drink heartily. Song Xiao slowly walked back, seeing that they had all eaten the braised fish and fish. Gao then returned to the kitchen. Back in the kitchen, she washed her hands several times, eagerly waiting for Yu Ying to make fried sugar dumplings. The bandits' kitchen had sugar, flour, and even several kinds of cooking oil. Except for vegetables, they lacked nothing else. Song Xiao even found a few chickens. After eating a freshly fried sugar dumpling, she took the cage outside to kill a chicken. The bandits on deck heard the commotion and came to check. Seeing Song Xiao working quickly and efficiently, they were overjoyed. "If all the kidnapped people were as sensible as you, it would be great. It would save us brothers the trouble of doing it ourselves." Song Xiao grinned, revealing a simple and honest smile. "Braised chicken pieces, or vinegar braised chicken pieces? Want some stir-fried chicken giblets?" "All of the above." The bandits were delighted. Song Xiao was delighted too. Free chicken. That was fantastic. She wouldn't make braised chicken or vinegar braised chicken. She wanted crispy pork. After killing the chicken, Song Xiao sharpened her knife in the kitchen, while Yu Ying fried some sugar cakes and started frying the crispy pork. Yu Ying occasionally fed Song Xiao a piece of crispy pork, anxiously listening to the commotion outside. "Big head, are you confident? They outnumber us." Song Xiao swallowed the crispy pork in her mouth, carefully examined the blade of the cleaver, and whispered, "Grandma's medicine, as long as it works properly, there won't be a problem. If it doesn't kill, I handle it." The bandits' curses came from outside. Song Xiao blocked the kitchen window and told Yu Ying to prepare hot oil. "If anyone breaks in, just pour the hot oil on them. Leave the rest to me." Chapter 442. Before Yu Ying could even nod, Song Xiao had already blocked the door. She held a cleaver in one hand, her hands behind her back, and walked straight onto the deck. Seeing from afar that the braised fish on the table had been completely eaten, she nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, they can eat a lot, that's good. Hopefully, the enemy will cooperate like this when poisoning in the future. Come here. Is there something unclean in the food?" The bandit leader put down his wine bowl, glaring at Song Xiao menacingly, and roared, "Don't try anything funny. Do you want to die? Did you put croton oil in it?" Song Xiao shook her head repeatedly. "No croton oil. How could we dare to put croton oil in it? Maybe it's too hot. The fish aren't very fresh. Croton oil is free." He really doesn't know how expensive firewood and oil are when he's not in charge of the household. Song Xiao thought this bandit leader wasn't very smart. The bandit leader clutched his stomach and shouted, "Bring the chicken. Hurry up. Make it clean." Song Xiao walked up to him and forcefully chopped down with her sharpened cleaver. As expected of a professional river pirate, a master of life-or-death situations, his survival this long was due to both luck and skill. The pirate leader successfully dodged Song Xiao's attack. However, diarrhea has nothing to do with luck, and even less with skill. No matter how high your skill level, you're still susceptible to diarrhea. The pirate leader was about to kick Song Xiao when he clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain. The midwife's medicine was potent enough to kill ants and rabbits, and even herself. A tiny amount was enough to cause vomiting and diarrhea, leaving one teetering on the brink of death. Song Xiao sprinkled the entire packet of powder onto the braised fish. The effect was sufficient. She kicked the pirate leader to the ground, slit his throat, dragged him to the edge of the deck, and headbutted him. Splash. The sound of someone falling into the water, and the sound of excrement hitting the water mingled together. The toilet on the large ship was open air. 2 planks were placed on the gunwale, 1 foot on each plank. The person would pull down their pants, squat, and start relieving themselves. It looked very unsightly, but it fundamentally solved the cleaning problem. The midwife rowed over, anxious and frustrated, when she saw someone fall into the water. She pulled out a bamboo pole from the boat, poked the person, and finding it wasn't Song Xiao or Yuying, she simply pushed them into the water with the pole. A breeze picked up, and excrement and urine flew everywhere, forcing the midwife to row away. She frantically ran around, repeatedly poking the body floating towards the small boat into the water. The body bubbled and blood rose to the surface. The midwife suspected the person wasn't dead, so she forcefully pushed the body into the water. Those river bandits are all bad. Splash. Another person fell into the water. The midwife tiptoed to check, and seeing it wasn't one of her own, she breathed a sigh of relief. Splash. 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 The sounds of people falling into the water rose and fell. The midwife poked at the people as she counted, 15 in total. What's going on? Has heaven opened its eyes? Just as the midwife was thinking this, a shout came from afar. Grandma, come quick. Grandma, come quick. There's crispy pork. The midwife didn't want to eat crispy pork. She was feeling nauseous. Recognizing it was Song Xiao's voice, the midwife felt relieved and quickly rowed ashore, waiting for Song Xiao to lower the plank. A short while later, the midwife boarded the boat, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the large vessel. This is wonderful. It must cost a lot, right? The midwife touched it here and there, looking at it from all angles, truly delighted. How many fish can be dried on this deck? The bandit leader had previously said there were 15 people on the ship, and Song Xiao took advantage of their weakness to kill all 15. There were still over 20 people outside, not yet back. The 3 women ate crispy pork while discussing their options, deciding to make a quick getaway. Those 20-odd people, the 3 of them plus everyone else on the island, would probably still outnumber them. The midwife tied the small boat to the side of the large ship with a rope, then kicked away the dirty plank that served as a toilet with a look of disgust, preparing to replace it with a new one later. Let's go! We're going back. Anyone who says my medicine isn't effective again, I make them have diarrhea. The midwife said triumphantly, walking with a spring in her step, and stuffed a few more pieces of crispy pork into her mouth. She completely forgot about feeling nauseous. On the island, fish were plentiful, and there were even rabbits to eat, but free-range chickens were truly scarce. Let's go! Song Xiao climbed the mast, her view suddenly opening up, her spirits soaring. Yuying stood on the deck, looking at the large ship, feeling extremely happy. From now on, this will be our boat? With a boat, we can go far away, and even grow vegetables on board. Maybe we can even go out to sea. The 3 of them were in high spirits. Gradually, they realized something was wrong. None of them knew how to use such a large boat. Song Xiao squatted on the mast, looking completely bewildered. Yuying and her mother-in-law stood on the deck, equally dumbfounded. How were they supposed to row this boat? They hadn't considered this question before. They had assumed it would be like a small fishing boat, just rowing. Song Xiao climbed down, anxiously pacing around. Hurry up and get out of here. More than 20 bandits are coming back soon. I got it, Yuying whispered. We can use a small boat to tow the big boat back. Yuying's voice was very soft. She herself lacked confidence. The size difference between the large boat and the small boat was too great. The difference was like the difference between a quail egg and a chicken. Let's do it. Song Xiao was determined to get this boat, otherwise she would never eat or sleep well for the rest of her life. Her mother-in-law gritted her teeth and said, Let's go boating. 200 pounds of stone is too heavy for most people to carry. But if it were 200 pounds of gold, everyone would try, exerting all their strength to bring it home. In Song Xiao's eyes, this large boat was 200 pounds of gold. She wouldn't be satisfied until she brought it home. The 3 of them searched everywhere for ropes. Song Xiao found a rope hanging on the bottom of the water, so she simply cut it and used it. She had absolutely no concept of an anchor. Her small fishing boat was moored entirely by a rope. Song Xiao had never needed an anchor before. With the anchor rope cut, the large boat, no longer still, began to drift with the wind. The 3 of them rowed the small boat with all their might, finally managing to leave the ferry dock. Song Xiao turned to look at the large ship, her joy growing with each glance. Staring at the rolled-up cloth on the ship, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration, slapping her forehead and exclaiming, I understand. Understand what? Her mother-in-law and Ying, gripping their oars and rowing diligently, paid no attention to Song Xiao. Song Xiao climbed directly onto the large ship using the rope connecting the two boats, then climbed back up the mast and carefully untied the ropes securing the sails. With the wind at their backs, Song Xiao untied one rope, unfurled the sail, and the large ship overtook the small boat. Song Xiao continued her efforts. Soon, Song Xiao had unfurled all the sails she could, and a strong gust of wind propelled the large ship faster and faster. Song Xiao climbed to the top of the mast, one hand on the mast, the other on her hip, her face beaming with pride. I really am a genius. Chapter 443. Grandma and Ying, oars in hand, watched the scenery rushing past, their eyes wide. What an amazing boat! The wind continued, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, thunder roared, and rain began to fall. Amidst the rumbling thunder, Song Xiao quickly climbed down the mast, and called to Grandma and Ying to get on the large boat. Grandma was old and not as nimble as before, unable to climb the rope onto the boat. Ying tried, but the wind was too strong, and the rope was too slippery from the rain. He hadn't climbed far before falling into the water. Grandma shouted, "That's it. It be quick, we be home soon. We can still make it for dinner." Song Xiao thought it made sense. A big boat or a small boat, it was still a boat, nothing to fear from this little storm. She found a small basket, put some crispy pork in it, covered it with a plate, and hung it on the rope to lower it down. Eat something first. Something to tide you over. In the strong wind and heavy rain, communication was only possible by shouting. 3 men on 2 boats, happily enjoying crispy fried pork, dreaming of a bright future. At the ferry crossing, the 20-odd pirates, who had returned from their plundering and looting, discovered their boat was gone. Carrying their stolen meat and people, they stared dumbfounded at the empty water. Did the third boss abandon us and go back to sea? It turned out that the pirate leader Song Xiao had seen wasn't a leader at all. These weren't ordinary pirates either, they were pirates. Sending a boat this time was merely a convenient way to rob. This boat was insignificant. But even if it was insignificant, it was still the pirates' home, and now more than 20 of them were homeless. They believed that their performance had been poor, and they had been abandoned by the third boss. The pirates, whom the old woman had painstakingly pushed into the water, were now bobbing up and down in the tangled weeds, with no chance of surfacing. Only when the corpses swelled in the water would they have a chance to float to the surface. After some discussion, the 20-odd people decided to become bandits on land. As the wind and rain intensified, He Xiao stood on a rock, holding an umbrella and anxiously watching. Song Xiao had left in the morning. It was still early, and He Xiao knew he wouldn't be back until at least dinner time, but she couldn't help but stay. The rain grew heavier, the wind stronger, and He Xiao worried about capsizing the boat and something terrible happening. She regretted letting Song Xiao and the other 2 go out. Suddenly, He Xiao saw a boat in the distance. She could tell from afar it was a large boat, completely different from the small fishing boat. He Xiao was surprised. As the boat drew closer, she noticed a person standing on the top deck. The color of the clothes looked increasingly familiar. He Xiao tiptoed to look and saw the person furling the sails. In the strong wind and rain, the person looked extremely small, like a tiny and carrying a piece of meat. As the boat passed by, He Xiao noticed it was towing a small boat with 2 people struggling to row. What's going on? Before He Xiao could figure it out, one of the people in the small boat jumped into the water and swam towards the island. The person swam incredibly fast, their movements becoming increasingly rapid. When the person reached the shore, He Xiao recognized him as Ying. Ying shouted, "Boat! Boat! Chase the boat! Da Tu and Grandma are on the boat." He Xiao froze. She realized why the clothes looked familiar. They were the new clothes she had made for Song Xiao a few days ago. "Help! Help!" He Xiao banged a gong, summoning everyone. Upon learning the situation, the people quickly launched their fishing boat, grabbed the 5-pronged hook and rope that Song Xiao had prepared, and chased after the large boat towing the other boat. Good news, a big ship has arrived. Bad news, they don't know how to stop the ship. A dozen or so people, gritting their teeth, rowed with all their might, chasing after the large ship blown away by the wind. "Hurry! Hurry! The ship! Our ship!" The new woman, who didn't know how to row, stood at the bow, banging a gong to keep the rhythm for everyone. Guang! 1, 2, 1! Guang! 1, 2, 1! 1, 2, 1! Everyone worked extra hard, their eyes fixed on the large ship, oblivious to everything else. The ship drifted further and further away. Song Xiao tried to furl the sails, clinging to the rope, hanging in midair, gritting her teeth as if trying to fall. Suddenly, she heard a creak and looked down to see someone walk onto the deck. It was a woman, her hair disheveled, looking like a quail in a straw nest, cowering and afraid someone would grab her. Song Zhao shouted, "Help! Fold down the sails. I'm here to rescue you." Song Zhao hadn't considered whether there were still people in the cabin. She had killed 15, counting them by head, and assumed the boat was empty. But the leader had only counted the pirates, not the others. "Hurry up. I'm in a rush to get home for dinner. My mother must have prepared dinner for me. I absolutely have to go home for dinner." Song Zhao gripped the rope, the sail billowing in the wind. She swayed back and forth like a swing, her legs bent, bobbing over the women's heads. Finally, one of the women jumped up and grabbed her legs. With help, Song Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. This task had been incredibly difficult. Several more women emerged from deeper in the cabin. Song Zhao quickly promised dinner, exaggerating the abundance of her family's food, trying to persuade them to help. One of them yelled at the top of his lungs, "Where are the thieves? They're dead? Help me, I want to go home for dinner." Song Zhao didn't know where the wind was going. She only knew she hadn't finished her crispy pork, she hadn't put on her new clothes, and the rabbits on the island hadn't been completely wiped out. "I don't want to be blown away by the wind." 5 people emerged from the depths of the cabin. They discussed something and began to help. With 5 more people, the sails were furled much faster. They were dizzy from hunger and couldn't climb up or down, so they could only help Song Zhao pull and secure the ropes. But having 5 extra hands was already a blessing. Song Zhao felt like she had found a savior. Song Zhao was busy running around, finally managing to furl all the smaller sails. The largest mainsail remained, and she and the other 5 couldn't budge it even with all their might. The wind was too strong, their strength was no match for nature. Song Zhao gritted her teeth, climbed directly to the top of the mast into the wind, swung across with a rope tied around her waist, and drew her dagger, stabbing at the canvas with all her might. The fabric was stronger than she had imagined. She struggled for a long time without making a large cut. The people below shouted, "The rope! Cut the rope!" Song Zhao swung again, this time targeting the rope securing the sail. She hit her head on the fall, feeling dizzy, but continued cutting the rope with all her might. Just as she was about to climb down, a gust of wind swept through, whipping up the canvas. Wrapped in the canvas, Song Zhao felt a sudden dizziness, and then she felt like she could fly, gliding through the air. She heard shouts from the deck, saw the midwife struggling to row against the current on the small boat, and saw a string of fishing boats in the distance. Song Zhao felt like she had become a flying squirrel. She spread her arms, trying to find a suitable angle to enter the water. He Xiao rowed frantically, when suddenly a huge white sheet flew towards her, inside which was a person. Before she could react, the whole thing plunged into the water, splashing everywhere. "Quick! Get him out!" The crew scrambled to pull the large sheet onto the boat, lowering the water level considerably. He Xiao, her hands trembling, lifted the sheet and saw Song Zhao, covered in bruises, and with a large bump on his head. She nearly choked with fear. "Big head, big head!" He Xiao cried, tears streaming down her face. Song Zhao spat out water, raised his arm, red and swollen from the ropes, and exclaimed excitedly, "I can fly!" He Xiao couldn't cry anymore. Big Head Song. Chapter 444. He Xiao looked at Song Zhao, who was lying on the bow of the boat vomiting water, and was furious. She had been worried all day, considering countless possibilities, but she never imagined Song Zhao would be so reckless. He Xiao grew angrier the more she thought about it. She raised her hand, looking at the injuries on Song Zhao's face and arms, but couldn't bring herself to hit him. She only said angrily, "If the boat drifted away, just leave it. You could have just come back directly. Why did you have to be so suicidal?" Song Zhao's eyes darted around, avoiding He Xiao's gaze. Finally, the wind subsided, and the large boat slowed down. The group rowed to catch up with the large boat, throwing out their 5-pronged grappling hooks, but failed several times. Song Zhao got up, waving frantically at the large boat, shouting, "It's me. I'm alive. I take you home for dinner." The women, initially frightened by the grappling hooks, mustered their courage and secured the hooks to the large boat. After some effort, they finally managed to tie the 7 small fishing boats to the large boat. The people on the small fishing boat rowed with all their might, and the large ship began to move slowly towards the island. It wasn't until the early hours of the next day that they completed this arduous task, towing the large ship to the waters beside the island. They quickly dismantled the newly built kitchen, creating a makeshift ferry crossing, barely enough for people to board and disembark. He boarded the ship and carefully observed it, noticing that it lacked an anchor compared to the ship in the painting. She immediately had someone find a large rock to serve as a makeshift anchor. One rock wasn't enough, so they stretched out several ropes and tied them to trees. The group worked until noon, finally securing the large ship. Big, so big, such a big ship. Old Yu, exhausted and unable to straighten his back, swallowed hard, his face filled with fascination. He didn't even notice the pancakes offered to him by others. This boat is wonderful. The old fisherman, a lifelong fisherman, cried tears of joy upon seeing the ship. The 5 women who disembarked from the boat ate silently, explaining that they hadn't eaten for 2 days. They were originally destined to be sold elsewhere, but their pleasure boat was hijacked by pirates 2 months ago. There was also infighting among the pirates. 2 weeks ago, the pirates, who had kidnapped them, clashed with another group, resulting in many deaths. They escaped in the chaos, losing over a dozen people along the way. Now, only 5 remained. They had finally reached land, only to be kidnapped and brought aboard this large ship a few days ago. Since boarding, they had only eaten 1 meal. Hearing this, the midwife silently added a spoonful of rice to their bowls. You had quite the bad luck. Eat, eat, there's plenty. Song Zhao felt that one of the 5 women, dressed in red, looked particularly familiar. She handed her a small piece of crispy pork, and the woman flinched, avoiding her gaze. Her expression was exactly the same as Song Zhao's own avoidance of He Xiu's gaze. Song Zhao tentatively asked, Xiao Jin? The woman in red jolted awake, burying her head in her rice bowl, refusing to look up. Are you going to eat the crispy pork? Yu Ying's crispy pork is delicious. If you don't eat it, I will. Song Zhao picked up a piece of crispy pork, about to put it in his mouth, when the woman in red lunged at him and bit down on it. You're Xiao Jin? Song Zhao was certain this was Xiao Jin. The woman in red burst into tears. Song Zhao had no choice but to stuff the crispy pork into her mouth. The other 4, who had been cowering, relaxed considerably upon seeing that Song Zhao knew their companions. After crying her fill, the woman in red clung to Song Zhao's sleeve, refusing to let go. I'm Xiao Jin. I'm that unlucky Xiao Jin. I'm that short-sighted Xiao Jin. Wah. Xiao Jin cried after every sentence, her voice hoarse from crying. Song Zhao didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only say, the old women who bought you and sold you are dead. Chufeng Tower is gone. Its fate is similar to Mingwei Tower. Su Shi is also dead. Su Shi is the one who killed the old women. Xiao Jin continued to cry. It was as if she wanted to shed all the tears she had shed over the years. Song Zhao pointed to a pot not far away and said, Why don't you drink some water before you cry? It's quite hot. You're prone to prickly heat and heat stroke. Xiao Jin, After not seeing her for many years, Xiao Jin found that Song Zhao was still the same dull Song Zhao. She seemed lost in thought all day long, not at all quick-witted. Xiao Jin cried again, crying very sadly. Song Datu, why are you so annoying every day? Song Zhao felt that Xiao Jin's words were wrong. She thought she was very good, truly excellent. It's so good to be able to eat and drink. Little Jean drank some water, then hid under the shade of a tree and continued to wail. The other 4 also started crying. Despite their crying, the 4 of them were clever enough to eat and drink every last drop of water. Having eaten and drunk their fill, everyone went to sleep on the boat. None of the 20-odd people on the island had ever used such a large boat before. They had only seen it from afar. The cabins on the boat were small and cramped, but that didn't stop them from sleeping on the floor. Everyone quickly settled into their rooms and fell fast asleep. Everyone was exhausted and didn't care about anything else. They all slept soundly. Sleeping until dark, Song Zhao went to the deck and found that the boat had drifted away again. The ropes binding the stones had come loose, and the other ropes tied to the trees had uprooted the trees and dragged them behind. The fishing boat, originally tied to the main boat, was still being towed behind, its roof blown off by the wind. Did a strong wind pick up while they were sleeping? Song Zhao, Humans shouldn't be this unlucky, right? Fortunately, this time there was strength in numbers. They abandoned their previous plan and spent a long time studying the large boat. With the help of Xiao Jin and the others' impressions of how people operated the large boat, they finally figured out how to use it. The 20-odd people worked together, finally returning to the island the next day. After replenishing their food supplies, they went to the ferry. They needed to retrieve the anchor. Song Zhao cut the rope and was responsible for diving to find the anchor. She found the anchor deep in the seaweed, cleaved open the corpse floating towards her, and tied the rope she was carrying to the anchor. Back on the surface, She climbed onto the boat using the rope, and the others, shouting in unison, hauled the anchor up and resecured it. The mainsail was damaged and needed repair. Song Xiao found a lot of gold and silver on the boat. The group disembarked with the money and searched everywhere for suitable fabric. Song Xiao didn't find suitable fabric, but she did buy a lot of delicious food. Song Xiao shamelessly said to He Xiao, "I think I need to replenish my energy." He Xiao looked at Song Xiao's swollen face and swallowed her words. She thought she should get some walnuts to nourish Song Xiao's brain. Just as He Xiao was considering whether to buy a few sheep, a man rushed out from the intersection and blocked their path. "Don't move." Robbery. Song Xiao immediately lost her previous sickly demeanor, pulled out a knife from her basket, rushed out, and beat the man up. Finally, she stepped on his back, pressed the knife against his neck, and said menacingly, "You want to rob me? You're not a local, are you? How do you want to die?" The lone robber, He realized that he seemed to be the one being robbed. The robber decisively said, I surrender, I surrender." "You guys in this line of work, are you all so flexible these days?" Song Xiao didn't understand. The robber lay on the ground, trembling. "Do you have any colleagues? I need men." Song Xiao realized that large ships were really difficult to use, completely different from small fishing boats. They required a lot of laborers specifically for rowing. "Yes, yes, yes. Call them out one by one, don't make a sound." Song Xiao had an idea. She needed laborers. When the ordinary land robbers, who had just switched to their trade, saw the large ship, they were dumbfounded. This was their ship. Was this a return to their old ways? Song Xiao discovered that her newly recruited bandits were very useful. They could even repair sails. Just 3 meals a day, and they would obediently row. Those who disobeyed could simply have their throats slit and be hung on the bow. Next, "I want an even bigger ship." Song Xiao heard from Xiao Jin that the pirates had even bigger ships, much bigger than this one. "I also want to eat fish from the sea." He Xiao sighed, wondering how things had gotten to this point. However, she also wanted to try some fish freshly caught from the sea. Chapter 445. Flowers bloom for different reasons. They fall for different reasons. Where does longing reside? In the blooming and falling of flowers. He Xiao, whose stage name was Lotus Beauty, was implicated and forced into prostitution after an elder in her family was punished for speaking out. He Xiao was intelligent and beautiful from a young age, attracting the attention of noblewomen in the capital. Everyone was speculating about who He Xiao would marry. Historically, marriages between officials and nobles were based on social standing and family background. He Xiao was beautiful, but her family was poor, leaving her with only a good reputation. Therefore, He Xiao's marriage became a minor topic of conversation. Her elders felt that with He Xiao's beauty, she should seek a higher social standing to pave the way for their sons. She didn't necessarily have to be the principal wife. Being a concubine in a wealthy family was also acceptable. For this reason, He Xiao was taught various singing and dancing skills from a young age, and even had renowned teachers instructing her in poetry. Strict with her elders, He Xiao could only study diligently, desperately. This dedication made her stand out among her peers. Officially, those who were on good terms with her praised He Xiao's intelligence, but in reality, they all looked down on the He family's practice of treating their daughter like a kept woman. Everyone was waiting to see if He Xiao's marriage would become a laughingstock. The Su family had an unfavored illegitimate son named Su Shi, who had met He Xiao by chance and taken a liking to her. Su Shi begged his mistress to propose marriage, but was ridiculed. The Su family were military officials, while the He family were civil officials. The current emperor favored civil officials over military ones, and military officials were already considered inferior, especially since the Su family's social standing was far below the He family's. This marriage, barring unforeseen circumstances, was doomed to fail. Furthermore, this illegitimate son, Su Shi, was born to a concubine, who was not from an ordinary family but a member of a foreign tribe that the Su family had purchased from the border years ago. Su Shi had foreign blood flowing through his veins, thus placing him in a lower social class. Su Shi, don't covet what isn't yours. Someone like you, if you don't have a great opportunity in the future, being able to marry an ordinary woman would be a blessing. The matriarch of the Su family wasn't intentionally making things difficult for Su Shi. It was simply that the Su family's practice of taking foreign concubines had a bad reputation, and most families were unwilling to marry their daughters to them. Furthermore, Su Shi himself had an even worse reputation, having committed acts of cruelly killing horses in the street. For an ordinary family to be willing to marry their daughter to Su Shi was already a blessing. Su Shi was unconvinced. Su Shi wanted He Xiao. When Ishio was 13, an elder in her family was punished for speaking out and reduced to a lowly status. That year, Sushi had already accumulated some merit and gained some power. Sushi was among those responsible for confiscating property. Through Sushi's machinations, Ishio fell into his hands and was placed in a separate courtyard. Sushi was a man of extreme and unpredictable temperament. When he was kind to someone, he was willing to rip their heart out. When he was cruel to someone, he was almost willing to torture them to death. Not long after, Ishio couldn't bear it any longer. Taking advantage of the emperor's death and the prince's struggle for the throne, she escaped from the courtyard and left the capital. After several twists and turns, she arrived in Linping City, took the stage name Hiwashio, and became the top courtesan at Chunfeng Tower. Chunfeng Tower wasn't considered a top-tier brothel in Linping City, but the madam, Granny Zhu, was ambitious and strived to excel in everything, setting her prices high. Granny Zhu's excellence naturally made Chunfeng Tower's business less prosperous, but it remained quiet. Furthermore, Granny Zhu also acted as a human trafficker, which helped Chunfeng Tower manage to stay afloat. Granny Zhu's greatest wish was to open a brothel in the capital. Ishio didn't quite understand this ambition, but Granny Zhu was very diligent, frequently cultivating relationships with various officials. Granny Zhu's lofty ambitions allowed Ishio a period of relative peace. Although she still entertained clients, at least these customers were more respectable than Sushi. Occasionally, she would encounter some self-proclaimed romantics, and playing the zither and composing lyrics could keep her entertained for a night. Granny Zhu was greedy, but not particularly cunning. In truth, life at the Chunfeng brothel was better than Ishio's childhood at home. At least she had enough to eat. Ishio resigned herself to her fate. Not long after, she was targeted by the Linping County magistrate. This Linping County magistrate was even more ruthless than Sushi. After several years of this torment, when Ishio was completely disheartened, she found a young girl. The girl was young, thin, but with a plump face. The girl's father had drowned in the moat. The men who retrieved the body were demanding money, and a crowd had gathered to watch. Seeing this, Ishio couldn't help but think of her own days after leaving the capital, isolated and helpless, sold from one person to another. She felt compassion, redeemed the girl's body, and took her outside the city to bury her father. Ishio wanted to find a way for the girl, a path to a stable and peaceful life. But no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't come up with anything. She couldn't imagine how a woman could live a stable and peaceful life in this world. Find a marriage, but that's how Sushi had deceived her. She thought she had grasped a lifeline, only to realize at the end that she had fallen into an abyss. Find a family to adopt her? Little Jean in the Spring Breeze brothel was sold by her parents. There was also a castrated young pimp, who, unable to become a eunuch, had sold himself into the Chunfeng brothel to barely make a living. The older cook at the Chunfeng brothel thought she was there to work, but her husband had already signed a contract. Ishio felt that this girl's future was predictable. She wanted to cry for herself, and for this little girl. In the end, she could only take the girl back to the Chunfeng brothel. Ishio made a 3-point agreement with the madam and the other women. The little girl wouldn't sign a contract of sale, she would be a free person. The madam readily agreed, but secretly glanced at the little girl eating silently, praising her as a promising talent. Ishio knew that keeping the girl at the Chunfeng brothel was a temporary measure, but she had no choice. This girl was exceptionally lively, and loved running around the streets buying things. Ishio would suggest 1 or 2 things to eat each day, and have the little girl go buy them. Not for any other reason than to let this young girl spend more time outside, and less time at the Spring Breeze Pavilion. She hoped that her future path would be different from her own. This little girl wasn't very good at accounting. She made a small notebook and burned a willow branch to keep track of her expenses. However, many of her entries were repetitive. Ishio secretly peeked at the ledger. The interest was compounding, even more terrifying than the exorbitant interest rates of a gambling den. Ishio was truly at a loss for words. Despite the girl's messy accounting, even after a month or 2 of spending, the copper coins in her box hadn't decreased much. In the past, when she asked someone to buy things for her, a box of copper coins would be gone in half a month. Ishio wasn't unaware that people took kickbacks. She had even studied managing the household affairs, but she was numb to it. Ishio felt that her future was like this, tormented to death by the Linping County magistrate, then wrapped in a straw mat and buried. That's how she lived. And then she died. Ishio saw no hope. Chapter 446. When you had enough of living, go die. Ishio was pessimistic. She felt her life was predictable, with no end in sight. The little girl she brought back to Chufeng Tower was named Song Datu, always full of energy and vitality. Song Datu was unaware that many malicious people were trying to drag her into the abyss. The gatekeeper, Granny Zhou, was greedy and hypocritical. Granny Zhou was scheming. The pimp, Xiao Bao, would cheat her out of snacks. The handyman, Xiao Jin, was sarcastic and unfriendly. The cook would assign her tasks, and the girls in the other rooms often made her clean, only giving her a few copper coins. Yet, Song Data felt she had made new friends and got along well with everyone. He Xiao was heartbroken, but didn't know how to tell her. He Xiao noticed that Song Data sometimes returned smelling of blood. She secretly followed Song Datu and discovered that the little girl had found herself a job killing chickens, and she did it quite well. He Xiao thought killing chickens was good, absolutely wonderful. It was tiring, but it was all clean money. The copper coins in the money box kept increasing and decreasing, never reaching the bottom. Song Data's little ledger kept piling up. He Xiao was both annoyed and amused. This Song Datu was likely going to be cheated in the future. He Xiao wanted to teach Song Data how to do accounting properly, but she fell ill. She was pregnant again, but the county magistrate of Linping didn't want the child, so she miscarried. So, she was seriously ill. He Xiao had suffered from this kind of illness many times, and was used to it. Just when He Xiao thought her life was over and there would be no more trouble, Su Shi arrived. Su Shi was now a bodyguard to the county magistrate. He Xiao knew something bad was about to happen. Wherever Su Shi was, trouble was bound to follow. But she never expected that the first place to be in trouble would be a brothel. The heir apparent Chen Jun and the hostage Shin Yu, who had come to Linping, died suddenly at Minghua Tower. Minghua Tower was shut down, and the next morning, many heads rolled to the ground. This was Su Shi's doing. Su Shi was always like this. She didn't even bother to pretend. Linping City was in a state of panic, but the Linping County Magistrate was leisurely, visiting Chufeng Tower again. He Xiao knew that Su Shi was outside. She knew that Su Shi also knew that she knew he was outside. He Xiao desperately wanted to know when the Linping County Magistrate would die. After the magistrate left, He Xiao heard Song Data talk about what happened outside. Su Shi had given Song Data a knife, and Su Shi assumed Song Data was her biological son. Song Data's cried my mother, convinced Su Shi. Song Data's appearance did indeed have a foreign air, but his age didn't match. If she really had a child back then, that child would be a little over a year younger than Song Datu. There are no ifs. She did have a child back then, but he died during her escape. He Xiao hadn't had many children. She thought this was insignificant, just an illness to her. Everyone gets sick sometimes. Su Shi hadn't paid attention to young children, so he completely failed to notice that Song Data's age was off. Su Shi believed it. He Xiao was overjoyed that a child was willing to call her mother. She had previously felt unworthy. From now on, I am your mother. He Xiao laughed heartily, a truly exhilarating laugh, releasing all the pent-up resentment she had accumulated over the years. Su Shi, oh Su Shi, I once saw you as a fierce tiger and a jackal, but now I see you as nothing but an ignorant fool. Even some of my former patrons still remember me. He Xiao laughed and cried at the same time, her pent-up frustration dissipating, before she fell seriously ill. He Xiao felt completely drained, then filled again. She had a huge fight with the madams, who temporarily abandoned their plan to have Song Data learn a trade. Of course, Song Data simply couldn't learn. His singing was tone-deaf, his dancing uncoordinated. Sometimes He Xiao even suspected Song Data was faking it. He Xiao knew Song Data wasn't completely useless. He was an expert at killing chickens. Song Data had also learned to sharpen scissors and knives, and even polish bronze mirrors. This young girl was always running headlong in the opposite direction of the madam's expectations. He Xiao thought that sharpening scissors was a decent job, enough to make a living. Xiao Jin from Chufeng Tower was sold, and the pimp Xiao Bao disappeared at the county magistrate's residence. Everything around her was fraught with danger. Only Song Data went out every day to sharpen scissors and knives. He Xiao noticed that Song Data was different from others. Song Data was striving every day, striving to survive. Su Shi finally made his move, and Chufeng Tower suffered the same fate as Minghua Tower. He Xiao was placed under house arrest, returning to her past nightmares. What surprised He Xiao even more was that Su Dejia, the tutor hired by Chufeng Tower, actually knew Su Shi, although the two didn't seem to get along. He Xiao hadn't seen Song Data for a long time. She saw her again when she was performing a dance for the emperor. Song Data sat beside Su Shi, pouring wine, looking extremely obedient. He Xiao had never seen Song Data so meek and submissive. He Xiao dared not look at Song Datu, afraid that others would notice her through her gaze. She had long heard from Su Shi that the emperor favored his youngest daughter. She hated Su Shi for bringing Song Datu to the banquet, and she also hated herself for dragging Song Datu into this vortex. She wanted a different outcome. She didn't want things to continue like this. Summoned by the emperor, the moment He Xiu looked up and met his eyes, she realized Su Shi's intelligence was utterly wrong. "Your Majesty, shall I serve you to rest?" He Xiu served him with all her might. From a young age, her family had arranged for her to learn everything about thin horses, a euphemism for prostitution, and later, after several periods of wandering, she had frequented brothels. He Xiu knew very well what a man wanted. She wanted to seize this opportunity, to climb the social ladder. Only in this way could she control Song Datu's fate. When she saw Song Datu again, the young girl was covered in blood, and her eyes still held a lingering ferocity. He Xiu didn't care about that. She only knew that her daughter had returned. Everyone said that Song Datu had killed Su Shi. So what if he's dead? Su Shi deserved to die anyway. It's no big deal. If something serious happened, she could just go to the emperor and cry. Thanks to Su Shi's propaganda, everyone in Limping City knew that Song Datu was his son. The emperor believed it. The emperor thought Song Datu was very amusing, an interesting little boy. He Xiu seized the opportunity, claiming that her child was unhappy about being bullied by Su Shi, which led to the accidental injury. Su Shi was short-lived and died by accident. She had already punished the child. Datu was still just a child. At that time, Song Datu was wrapped in a blanket, given a cold bath, and had a fever. He was shivering. His nose was red from the cold, and his eyes were red. She had deliberately dripped soapy water on them. Such a sick, harmless cub could always garner some pity, and that small amount of pity could keep the little creature alive. In the emperor's eyes, Song Datu was just a little brat, someone he rubbed his head occasionally to show magnanimity and gain a good reputation. The pimp Xiao Bao, who disappeared at the Limping County Magistrate's residence and then reappeared at the palace banquet, was also such a little brat. The only difference was that the emperor genuinely disliked young girls. The emperor favored male prostitutes and women. He Xiu was both relieved and disgusted. Such a person was actually the emperor. The emperor had fled to Limping. How come he hadn't died in the capital? Unexpectedly, the emperor was easier to deal with than Su Shi. The emperor favored women because he wanted a child. The emperor's fondness for male prostitutes was genuine. It was a joke. He Xiu realized she really had to thank Su Shi, otherwise, how would she have had a daughter? Right, Data had a name now, the day after he killed Su Shi. His name was Song Zhao. Zhao means brightness. He Xiu thought the name was good, and she hoped that Song Zhao's future would truly be bright. The path she never had the chance to walk, Song Zhao could walk for her. Chapter 447. The emperor is no good. But life must go on. He Xiu had almost grown accustomed to this life of being manipulated, accustomed to going with the flow. But Song Zhao was different. He Xiu wanted Song Zhao to have a different life. At least, different from hers. She had been trampled into the mud, living a life less than human. Song Zhao couldn't be like that. He Xiu often sent Song Zhao away from the palace, just as she used to send her out to buy things. To go farther, farther still, to even more distant places, even if only for a moment. Limping had become the new capital, all show and no substance, and money was always scarce. The palace servants were lucky to receive their stipends 2 or 3 times a year. He Xiu, enjoying the emperor's favor, wasn't short of money. She secretly subsidized Song Zhao, lying that it was her stipend. Song Zhao received her stipend every month. Song Zhao was happy, and He Xiu was happy too. In He Xiu's eyes, Song Zhao was a little sparrow, chirping all day long, flitting about, bringing back a few grains of rice, then standing tall and waiting for praise. Truly a spirited little sparrow. He Xiu thought that living like this for the rest of her life would be quite nice. But just then, the enemy army advanced with unstoppable momentum, and the former magistrate of Limping County went to the battlefield. At the same time, the imperial concubine in the palace hanged herself. The imperial concubine was Xiao Bao, the pimp who had tried to become a eunuch but failed, and later sold himself into the Chunfeng brothel. Song Zhao said that the imperial concubine certainly didn't want to die. There were 2 marks on her neck, and she hadn't even eaten fried quail yet. She couldn't have hanged herself. As Song Zhao said this, the emperor sat beside him, his expression a half-smile. He Xiu quickly told Song Zhao to stop talking. Anyone with eyes could see how Consort Gui died. The emperor said Consort Gui hanged herself. The emperor has no eyes. The investigating guards said Consort Gui hanged herself. Those guards have no eyes. He Xiao panicked. She secretly packed her valuables that night, wanting to send Song Xiao away, but she didn't know where to send him. He Xiao couldn't sleep and had a poor appetite. Song Xiao ran around buying her snacks. Several times He Xiao lost her appetite and caught a cold, and the emperor knew immediately, sending the imperial physician. The emperor wanted a child. He was desperate. He Xiao knew that the palace was full of the emperor's spies. She had to be careful, very careful, absolutely careful. She had to send Song Xiao away safely. Limping was dangerous. Song Xiao made meatballs for He Xiao once, but He Xiao didn't get to eat a single one. The emperor ate them all. After that, the emperor came to eat meatballs every day. Those meatballs required fresh mutton and fish, and Song Xiao worked tirelessly every day, slaughtering sheep and fish, becoming very thin from exhaustion. He Xiao was heartbroken, but the court officials criticized her, saying she was greedy for food and didn't care about the people's hardships. He Xiao realized those officials were blind. The emperor grew tired of the meatballs, and then took a liking to the various snacks Song Xiao bought for him from outside the palace, sending Song Xiao to find them every day. But most of the people in the city had fled. Where were there many snacks to sell? The imperial chef's cooking didn't suit his taste, so they had to redo it several times. This waste of resources and manpower was again blamed on He Xiao. He Xiao felt that those people were truly blind. Or perhaps, they were blatantly lying. Song Xiao learned to beat officials with a blunt object. Whoever insulted He Xiao, Song Xiao would strike them. He Xiao learned of this from the emperor. She said she wanted to reprimand Song Xiao, but the emperor said he loved watching officials get beaten, and even more so, he loved watching them fight like dogs. He Xiao felt a chill. She knew this dynasty was doomed. Song Xiao was completely unaware of this, and continued to beat officials from time to time. He Xiao continued to secretly gather gold and silver valuables. She wanted to find a way to get rid of Song Xiao. The city of Limping fell. The day of disaster struck was both without warning and full of omens. Song Xiao rushed into her bedchamber, wanting to take her with him. He Xiao agreed without hesitation. They had to leave. Song Xiao took a knife, some dry rations, and his accumulated gold and silver valuables. He Xiao packed the snacks and hid her own prepared gold and silver valuables under her skirt. He Xiao was overjoyed. She had never imagined escaping herself. Her only dream was of Song Xiao's escape. Now, she was determined to escape with Song Xiao. However, He Xiao underestimated the emperor's shamelessness. The emperor, fleeing for his life, forcibly took her with him, generously distributing the provisions they had brought to the others. They had to escape. They absolutely had to escape. He Xiao tried to get Song Xiao to leave, to let him go alone. She succeeded. Only afterward did she realize that the emperor's purpose was to use Song Xiao as bait to attract the pursuer's attention. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. He Xiao realized that ultimately, she was the one who had harmed Song Xiao. Song Xiao could have left any time. It was she who had dragged Song Xiao down. He Xiao hoped Song Xiao would survive. She was willing to give her own life for Song Xiao's safety. Song Xiao did not die. Song Xiao killed someone, the very same Lord Zheng who had always criticized her, but she spared the emperor hanging from the tree. He Xiao was truly worried and terrified. She feared that if the emperor didn't die, he would become a threat sooner or later. This was the first time she had witnessed Song Xiao kill someone, but she wasn't afraid. Song Xiao could kill chickens, fish, and sheep. What was wrong with killing the utterly wicked Lord Zheng? What was wrong with killing the emperor? Royal regicide? No, this wasn't regicide. This was called prevention. He Xiao made her first demand of Song Xiao. She felt the emperor had to die. Song Xiao shot the emperor with an arrow, and the young girl said, "This is called giving hope, then despair." The emperor was dead, and He Xiao felt overjoyed. Song Xiao's hand was raw from drawing the bow, and He Xiao felt a pang of heartache. The emperor was truly a wicked creature. Only after leaving Limping did He Xiao realize how vast the world was. The wind and rain were fierce, the boat swift, and He Xiao felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. She didn't want to die, she wanted to live, she wanted to live well. He Xiao discovered that she could be truly free. The days after leaving Limping were the most enjoyable days of He Xiao's life. Song Xiao couldn't keep track of the numbers. Even after several years away from Limping, he hadn't noticed the significant discrepancy between his income and expenses. Song Xiao was completely unaware that He Xiao had taken a vast amount of gold, silver, and valuables with her when she left Limping, far more than Song Xiao had imagined. Song Xiao simply focused on fishing, drying fish, selling fish, and buying grain. She was still that little sparrow fluttering its wings everywhere. He Xiao knew that this little sparrow also had a sharp beak and claws, capable of tearing open an enemy's chest. Her little sparrow was formidable. It wasn't some useless creature. On the day the ship set sail, He Xiao had a dream. She dreamt she was hanging from a tree, the same tree as the one where the emperor had been hung. In the dream, there was no Song Xiao, no Song Datu. There was no Song Xiao, the one who ran around everywhere, knew all the local delicacies like the back of his hand, could kill chickens, ducks, and quails, could sharpen scissors and knives, could knock civil officials unconscious with a club, could make fish and mutton balls, could kill Su Shi, could kill the emperor. Xiao means light. This ray of light shone upon her. Su Shi, with the blood of a foreign race flowing in his veins, repeatedly sent her into the abyss. Song Xiao, with the blood of a foreign race flowing in his veins, pulled her out of the abyss with an incongruous air. Song Xiao accomplished patricide and regicide in the legal sense. He Xiao searched through all the historical records and found no one else who had achieved such a feat. Some sent her into the abyss, some pulled her out of the confines. He Xiao knew that in the future, only time, disease, the turbulent sea, and the enemies at sea could kill her. He Xiao put down her pen, put away her journal, and looked out the window. On the deck, Song Xiao was rolling around. I want to eat that strange, watery, shriveled thing that disappears in the sun. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Chui Yi whispered, trying to dissuade her. We don't know if that strange thing is poisonous yet. Let the prisoners eat it first. There were many prisoners on the ship. The honest prisoners would become shipwrights. The dishonest ones would be responsible for testing for poison. The prisoners would eat the strange things they found in the sea first. Song Xiao ran outside the cell and waited for the prisoner who had just eaten the jellyfish head. Are you going to die or not? Can you hurry up? It's almost lunchtime. Don't disturb everyone's meal. This is really bad of you. Pirate Captain, he should have just died back then. Is it too late for him to behave now? Chapter 448. Some people's evil is innate. Su Shi always believed this, and therefore he didn't hesitate to assume the worst of others. Because he was such an evil person. Su Shi's birth mother was a member of a foreign tribe. This was common knowledge throughout the capital. Back then, Su Shi's father caused quite a stir by taking that woman as a concubine. That woman was the sister of a small tribe chief on the grasslands, and was offered to a border general. The sister of a tribal chief was roughly equivalent to the sister of some princes and nobles in the Central Plains. In a strict sense, she would be a princess, a county princess, or at the very least, a county head. If you really counted that way, the Su family was actually marrying above their station. The emperor disliked people of foreign tribes, and this led to a situation where no one treated them as human beings. Therefore, when dealing with people of foreign tribes, the calculation was different. A chief's sister was insignificant. Wealthy families in the capital sometimes kept foreign women, but these were merely objects of amusement, seen as symbols of power and status. No powerful or noble family wanted these foreigners on their table. Therefore, when Su Shi's father insisted on taking a concubine, he was first reprimanded at home, and when the matter reached the ears of the censors, it caused further complications. The emperor at the time was very displeased upon learning of this and, in a guise of promotion, transferred Su Shi's father to the capital. Serving on the frontier was out of the question. The Su family would never be allowed to serve there again. Today they dared to take a foreign woman as a concubine, tomorrow they dared to collude with foreigners. From then on, the Su family, being part of the military faction, lost all hope of advancement, and everyone in the family was transferred to the capital, placed under the emperor's nose. By the time Su Shi's father realized this, it was too late. Families in the capital of equal standing to the Su family refused to associate with them. Any family with ambition avoided marriage alliances with the Su family. Not to mention those in high positions of power and influence, who wouldn't even glance at the Su family. The entire Su family became a laughingstock in the capital's elite circles. The Su family members were practically invisible. Su Shi was born during this time. His birth mother died shortly after his birth, and he was raised by his stepmother. His stepmother disliked this illegitimate son, treating him like any other member of the clan. He received an education, practiced calligraphy and martial arts, and his daily needs were met, but he wasn't given any special treatment. Su Shi was invisible to the Su family. The powerful and influential in the capital were ashamed of the Su family, and the Su family was ashamed of Su Shi. Su Shi grew up like this, neither developing a timid and submissive personality nor the sense of shame and subsequent courage expected by society. Su Shi loathed everyone around him, believing that all the injustices he suffered were caused by them. He loathed the blood flowing in his veins, loathed his appearance that differed from others, and loathed even more those who looked down on him, ignored him, and mocked him. Su Shi had known since childhood that only by standing at the highest position could one be looked up to. He had had enough of the condescending and disgusted gazes of others. He wanted to climb to the top. Therefore, when his maternal clan contacted him, he readily agreed. He loathed everything around him. He wanted to destroy it all. Su Shi thought he had hidden it well, but the occasional malice in his eyes still made many people avoid him. One day in the street, his favorite horse suddenly went mad, and Su Shi dismembered it into 8 pieces right there in the street. Disobedient beasts should be slaughtered. After that day, the marriage arranged for him by his family fell through. Su Shi didn't care. He disliked the daughter of the low-ranking military officer his family had arranged for him. He preferred beautiful, charming, obedient women who looked up to him. From the age of 15, Su Shi was a frequent visitor to brothels. He was picky, mostly sitting in a corner drinking, but once he met someone he liked, it was a fight to the death. The Su family, fearing he might offend someone they couldn't afford to offend, arranged a job for him, hoping to keep him from indulging too much. One day, on his day off, Su Shi went to the brothel as usual, and happened to see a girl on the road. The girl was holding her wet nurse's hand, begging for fried quail from a roadside vendor. Her pleading made Su Shi's heart itch, like dozens of feathers simultaneously tickling his heart. In the end, the girl's wish wasn't granted. The wet nurse forcibly pressed her head back down. Su Shi knew this was what he wanted. He lost all interest in going to the brothel, and instead paid someone to inquire about the girl's background, name, and address. Having ascertained her origins, Su Shi returned home and asked his mistress to propose marriage. The girl's name was Ishio, the daughter of a civil official. Her father and brother held the 5th and 7th ranks, respectively. These days, civil officials held more influence than their military counterparts of the same rank. For the Su family's son to be paired with the He family's daughter was truly a mismatch. To put it bluntly, given Su Shi's reputation and temperament, it was like a toad trying to eat swan meat. His mistress knew perfectly well that this marriage was impossible, and directly rejected Su Shi's request. Su Shi was unwilling to give up. If he wanted it, he would have it. He began to scheme and plot, risking everything. The Su family had to climb the social ladder. He cultivated a relationship with Qin Jun, the only son of the 3rd prince, and thus forged a partnership with the prince. Su Shi did the 3rd prince's dirty work, with only one goal: to bring down the He family. If he couldn't get it immediately, he dragged them down with him. To Su Shi, the He family was beneath his reach. To the 3rd prince, who coveted the throne, the He family was nothing more than a bunch of opportunists seeking attention. To bring down the He family, the 3rd prince didn't even need to say a word. Simply expressing his disgust was enough. Soon, the He family was punished for their words, and Su Shi got what he wanted. Su Shi deliberately waited until Ishio entered a brothel, then feigned a rescue, pretending that while he disliked her at home, he loved her and didn't want her to suffer. Su Shi bought an outer residence and arranged for Ishio to live there. While speaking gently and comforting her, he had her strictly guarded, not allowing her to leave even for a moment. Gradually, Su Shi revealed his true nature, reverting to his old ways. In Su Shi's eyes, Ishio was already his for the taking. Having Ishio, he still had much more to conquer, such as this dynasty. Su Shi was willing to pay any price to climb the ranks. He betrayed the 3rd prince, supported the incompetent 2nd prince, and simultaneously contacted his maternal clan, attempting to gradually devour the dynasty. Su Shi thought he had done everything he could, that he would get what he wanted. However, he misjudged 3 people in his life. He misjudged Ishio, believing his own cage could confine her. He misjudged the incompetent 2nd prince, the current emperor, believing that his rise through the ranks, gaining the emperor's favor, would naturally lead to smooth sailing, allowing him to exploit others and achieve great things. He misjudged Song Datu, who had a face very similar to his own. He believed Song Datu's lies, mistakenly believing she was truly his daughter. Su Shi used everyone as pawns. He used the heir apparent, Qin Jun, to threaten the former 3rd prince, forcing the 2nd prince to ascend the throne. He used Song Datu's life to threaten Ishio, and Ishio's life to threaten Song Datu. Fearing Song Datu was difficult to control, he found people connected to Song Datu and subjected them to severe torture as a form of intimidation. See? Those who don't please me will meet this end. So you must obey. Su Shi really enjoyed Song Datu's reaction, the way he stretched out his claws only to find he had none, unable to even pull out his knife, was truly hilarious. Su Shi saw Ishio's shadow in Song Datu. So much so that when he saw Song Datu standing before him again, knife on his back, Su Shi wanted to laugh. What could a little thing that couldn't even pull out a knife do? Until that knife pierced his body diagonally. Sushi couldn't understand how a child so much like Hishio could commit such a cruel act. Sushi harbored a demon within him, a demon that had plagued many. At that moment, Sushi realized he saw his own reflection. He no longer cared whether this was truly his child, he only knew the child resembled him. Utmost ruthless in achieving his goals. So much like him. Until Sushi's eyes met the child's emotionless gaze, Sushi was terrified. He tried to struggle, but it was too late. Song Dadu had slaughtered many chickens, and witnessed the castration of pigs. She knew exactly how to incapacitate someone with a single blow. From the moment the first knife pierced Sushi, he had no chance to resist. Killing a chicken required a single, fatal blow. Killing a fish required a single, devastating blow. Castrating a pig required swift and decisive action. Song Dadu had learned well, but this time she would proceed slowly. This demon named Sushi knew what fear was. Sushi firmly believed that Song Dadu would suffer the same fate as him, because some people are born evil. Chapter 449. From a young age, Sudeigia was taught loyalty to the emperor and service to the country. The hierarchical relationships of emperor and subject, father and son, she only realized as she grew up that she had no place in them. People always said they only regretted that she wasn't a man. If she were a boy, her future would surely be limitless. Sudeigia's mother's surname was Zheng. The Zheng family was wealthy, but they had few children. By Sudeigia's mother's generation, there were only 3 people in the same generation, including both the main and collateral branches. Therefore, the Zheng family especially loved children. Sudeigia was raised in the Zheng family from a young age, with the best food, clothing, and daily necessities, and the best teachers. The Zheng family produced censors. The length of time the Zheng family served the emperor was as long as the dynasty lasted. Sudeigia grew up in this atmosphere, knowing from a young age that as a son, she must be worthy of her family and the emperor. Sudeigia was intelligent. She learned everything very quickly. The Zheng family always felt a pang of regret. Regret that she wasn't a son. Regret that she wasn't a member of the Zheng family. Poetry, books, rites, the Book of Changes, the spring and autumn annals, Sudeigia studied them all. Poetry, wine, flowers, tea, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, Sudeigia also studied them. The Zheng family raised her as a son, sighing daily, lamenting that she wasn't a true man. The Jing family also raised her as a daughter, expecting her to be quiet, loyal to the emperor and her father. Heaven, earth, parents, the emperor, and the teacher, Sudeigia had too many people to be loyal to. Often, in the dead of night, she felt a deep sense of loss, as if there was no place for her, nor for her mother. Sudeigia grew up in this divided environment. The Zheng family was raising her as an empress. The Zheng family wanted an empress with the talent to assist the state. Sudeigia occasionally questioned who she really was. She was the obedient child in the eyes of her elders. She was a woman, in the eyes of every gentleman, no less than a man. She was a quiet and virtuous beauty in the eyes of outsiders. She was a good child in her mother's eyes. She was not herself. When Sudeigia was 18, she was sent to the third prince's residence, a gamble by the Zheng family, a testament to their sincerity. The Zheng family bet on the wrong horse, losing out in the struggle for the throne. She was secretly brought back from the third prince's residence by the Zheng family overnight. Not long after, the He family was punished for their words, implicating her father's family. Her father died by suicide, and her mother hanged herself. Overnight, Sudeigia lost her parents, and the Zheng family was attacked by political enemies. Some were exiled, and others retired to their hometowns. Sudeigia had nothing left. The principles of fatherhood, sonhood, rulership, and subjectship she had learned since childhood seemed like a fragile joke. The second prince, the new emperor, found her. The emperor said that her family's downfall was entirely due to Sushi's attempt to suppress the He family, and the third prince, taking advantage of the situation, conveniently eliminated the Su family. It's not so easy to get on a ship. The problems are too deep to turn back now. There's no reason to change course at the last minute. The emperor smiled as he looked at Sudeigia, who was prostrate on the ground, and reached out to pat her head. I long heard that the Zheng family raised a phoenix, but unfortunately, I don't like phoenixes. Do you want to die now, or remain loyal to me? I want Sushi dead, but alas, we simply don't have enough manpower. This second prince had always been unremarkable. His ascension to the throne was purely by chance. Sudeigia had never paid attention to this prince before, but now she could only prostrate herself on the ground, trembling. Your subject is willing to be loyal to your majesty. If she didn't agree, she would die. No matter what she thought in her heart, Su Dejia knew she had no choice but to agree. She wasn't just herself. Behind her were the Zheng family and the Su family. The emperor was pleased. Go and learn some skills first. You won't be needed for court affairs. You can be a spy. The capital is unstable. It'd be safer heading south. Su Dejia studied arts in the capital, but unlike before, she learned singing and dancing, the art of lamenting autumn's passing, and how to be a woman with bowed head. As always, Su Dejia learned quickly. She learned everything quickly. Soon after, she went to Limping. This was the place chosen by the emperor, who said it was good. At first, Su Dejia didn't understand his intention. But after arriving in Limping and navigating the waterways more than 10 times, understanding the terrain, she realized that smooth waterways meant easy escape. This emperor was cunning, but that was all he knew. Su Dejia discovered that the third prince was slightly better than the emperor. At least the third prince didn't think of running away when faced with trouble. The third prince only charged forward, which led to him losing a leg. Su Dejia settled in Limping. Her talent had already spread throughout the capital, so she thrived in Limping. Many brothels invited her to instruct their girls. Su Dejia declined as much as possible. She had more important matters to attend to, and was constantly traveling. Occasionally, she would go to brothels to teach arts and crafts. Once, Chufeng brothel invited her to teach singing and dancing. Among the girls, she recognized a face. After a careful investigation, she discovered it was a girl from the He family in the capital, named He Xiu. Her current stage name was Hua Xiu. Su Dejia quickly understood the whole story. She never imagined that the death of her parents, the root of everything, was so absurd. Was it simply because she wanted to drag the daughter of a scholar official into the mire? It was utterly ridiculous. Su Dejia wanted she dead, but the emperor hesitated, so she could only wait patiently. Su Dejia often observed He Xiu, finding him to be like a walking corpse, all skin and no substance. Then she realized she was the same. After some time, Su Dejia noticed He Xiu was different. He seemed more energetic and spirited. A thorough investigation revealed that He Xiu had taken in a young girl. Just then, the madam of the Chufeng brothel came to invite her again. Su Dejia, who had refused twice before, readily agreed this time. The girl was indeed beautiful, but her voice sounded like a broken gong. It was unclear whether it was an act or not. Su Dejia had only one comment on this: a blockhead with nothing but a beautiful shell. The madam, undeterred, even wanted the girl to learn to dance. To this, Su Dejia still had only one comment: a beautiful shell, a skeleton in disguise. The madam was still unwilling to give up. In her eyes, a beautiful face was worth a fortune. But everyone knew that a beautiful face was useless, even a curse. The emperor was going to move the capital to Limping. She started causing trouble. She had always been causing trouble, but this time his style was noticeably different, too hasty. She poisoned the former master's son, Crown Prince Jinjun, and the hostage from a foreign land, Shinchenyu, claiming that Mingwe Tower had poisoned them. The poisoning occurred at night, and everyone at Mingwe Tower was beheaded the following morning. Then she repeated his tricks, targeting Chufeng Tower. Everyone realized she had gone mad. She imprisoned He Xiu, threatening the young girl, intending to offer her to the emperor. The emperor didn't like young girls at all. He didn't even like older women. Otherwise, why would she be out there working like a slave every day? The emperor only let out a whisper, praising a minister's 9-year-old daughter for her beauty, and she believed it. She herself liked young girls, so she assumed everyone else did too. Bah! Su Dejia never expected that she would still die. She had plotted for years, waiting only to strike, but she died at the hands of that little girl. And it was a death as brutal as slaughtering sheep, cattle, chickens, and ducks. The little girl killed someone, then obediently asked her for money, looking as if she had just swatted a mosquito. Su Dejia suspected the little girl had gone mad, secretly observing her for several years, but then decided she wasn't. For the next few years, she continued her wandering, looking for food and drink, and even secretly assaulting civil officials. Did this blockhead even know that if things were investigated, it could cost her life? Fortunately, the person she assaulted was someone she knew, so she was able to suppress the matter. The emperor became increasingly unlike an emperor, neglecting state affairs and indulging in debauchery. Su Dejia continued with her work. When the enemy's iron cavalry breached Limping, she felt a sense of relief, as if it were finally over. She fled with the emperor, watching his true nature emerge during their escape, witnessing the panicked flight of the crowd. Suddenly, she felt that not escaping was for the best. Dying together would be a form of martyrdom. That was good. However, the young girl went mad again, recklessly dragging Hishio away, killing the emperor and Lord Zheng. When Su Dejia discovered the emperor's body hanging from a tree on the mountaintop, she was stunned. She had thought it would be more appropriate for the emperor to die for his country at this time, but she never expected that the emperor would actually be martyred. The emperor's martyrdom was a beautiful story. That's good. Su Dejia went to find the little girl, wanting to tell her the fastest route out of Limping. But the little girl had already found the way. Before leaving, she gave her gold, silver, and copper coins, some dry food and water, and even explained how to spend the money. Su Dejia suspected she had been released. The little girl said, Su Dejia has her own path, and so do I. Goodbye. Yes, everyone has their own path. From now on, she would walk her own. She would find the third prince, make him stand up with his canes, and reclaim this dying dynasty. Royal family members should do what royal family members are supposed to do. It's not too late to die after they've done it. Su Dejia realized she was still that loyal person. She could never escape this framework in her life. Su Dejia was extremely busy. The former third prince, later a prince, now the new emperor, his broken leg was swollen, and the imperial physician said he was dying. As empress, she was busy managing state affairs every day. A young eunuch rushed into the hall, saying, Your Highness, a New Year's gift has arrived from the coast, saying it must be opened by you personally. If you don't open it yourself, they will. They will storm in. Empress Su, enraged, slammed down her folded document. Fight! Kill them! Kill them! When she opened the box, she found a strange, large fish inside. The journey had taken too long, the fish was rotten and smelled terrible. A letter had also been sent with the box. Empress Su went outside to read the letter, and ordered the palace servants to dispose of the dead fish, which was longer than a person. The letter contained drawings of several fish, initially depicting mermaids, gradually changing until finally becoming a plump fish, similar in size to the large fish in the box. The letter read, My godmother said it had a fish-like face, hands and feet, and a fish's body. When sailing in dense fog, she encountered this creature sitting on a reef, suspecting it to be a mermaid. It is now presented to the court as a sign of sincerity. It was signed Song Zhao. Su Dejia, What a blockhead. What kind of mermaid is this? Can't he speak properly? How did Hishio raise her child? Chapter 450. Lucky girl Tian Tian, you were born into a royal family. You died at the age of 9, and were buried in the royal mausoleum. You were extremely wealthy in life, and enjoyed the highest honors in death. Back on the chessboard, Tian Tian pointed to herself, looking completely bewildered. Is this talking about her? She doesn't remember. She has absolutely no memory of it. A large gap in her memory is missing. She has no recollection whatsoever. Ling Yun walked over, patted Tian Tian's shoulder, and asked, Little girl, when did you die? You must have been in your 40s, right? The last one who came out died at 42. Tian Tian said, 9 years old. Ling Yun was shocked. Why are you back so late? Tian Tian didn't know. She only knew that she left the chessboard and then returned. She couldn't remember anything from the dungeon. Just then, someone appeared behind Tian Tian, and immediately, a piece of insanely spicy egg tart was stuffed into her mouth by Lu Er. Lucky Xie Qishan, you were born a slave's child. At 12, you were sent to mine coal. At 45, you died. Your existence was insignificant, your departure uneventful, you were a speck of dust. Xie Qishan, burning from the spiciness, took the drink Wu Shui offered, took a sip, and spat it all out, spraying Lu Er's face. What is this? It tastes so strange. Is it poisonous? Tui! 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 Lu Er jumped up, onto Xie Qingshan's shoulder, grabbed his collar, and shook him wildly. I just applied leave-in conditioner. Xie Qingshan couldn't speak, just kept rolling his eyes. Lu Er thought he was showing disdain, but actually Xie Qingshan was starting to suffocate. Zhang Wenwei, with one hand on Lu Er, and the other on Xie Qingshan, pulled the two apart. Don't fight amongst yourselves. Let's keep going. 6 years, go take a shower. There's even better conditioner. Lucky ones. More and more lucky ones gradually appeared on the chessboard. Meanwhile, the Tianmu Games livestream rooms went black one by one. The lucky ones who returned first carefully prepared extra spicy egg tarts and bitter melon juice to awaken their companions' chaotic souls. Song Tianju closed the door, turned around, and found someone standing behind him. This person looked exactly like Song Datu. Lucky one XXX. You were born. When you were 6, your mother died. When you were 7, your father died, and you were adopted by a brothel woman and lived there. That same year, you were drawn into a hidden vortex. At 8, you killed for the first time, believing you had killed the root of the calamity. At 13, you killed again, believing you had killed the root of the calamity once more. At 18, you set sail. At 49, you died in a shipwreck. Your life was turbulent and full of surprises. You teetered on the waves of the world, trying to choke the waves. Whether you succeeded or not, you changed something. Song Zhao, her temples already streaked with gray, crouched on the ground, covering her head, stealing glances at Song Tianjiu. After observing her for a moment, she finally looked up. She asked, "Who are you? Where am I? Why is this happening?" Song Tianjiu offered her a blueberry-flavored lollipop she didn't want, asking, "Want some?" "This doesn't look good." Song Tianjiu put the candy back in her pocket. It seemed that no matter how many versions of herself she had, the taste was pretty much the same. Song Tianjiu pulled out a bucket of popcorn. Song Zhao accepted it. Song Tianjiu handed Song Zhao a cup of cola, looking at her expectantly. "Remember now? Your memory should have been copied too. You should remember who you are now. You are me, and I am you. Shall we work together?" Song Zhao shook her head decisively. "You're lying to me. You want to rest while I work, that won't do." Song Tianjiu, Don't be angry, don't be angry, this is herself. Why don't you come back?" Song Zhao still shook her head. Song Tianjiu scratched her head. "Then what do you want to do? Fight amongst yourselves? It'd be fun. You hit me, I hit you, we attack each other, and the one who survives is the real Song Tianjiu." Song Zhao was speechless. Fighting with both hands. What's the difference between that and an octopus eating itself? Don't always fight and kill, it's not good. Song Tianjiu realized that this clone was a little clever this time. Song Zhao said lazily, "Let's draw lots." "That's fair, no cheating." Song Tianjiu, She suspected this clone was impersonating her, and she had evidence. She and Song Zhao were like earthworms cutting themselves in half, holding hands and going out to play, pretending they had playmates. Chi Tian had Lu Er, who could act as a substitute, and she had Song Zhao, which was fine too. Chi Tian and Lu Er had conflicts, but she and Song Zhao didn't. Does your left hand fight with your right? Unless you're sick, no. But really, couldn't she trick Song Zhao into doing more work? Achoo! Chi Tian sneezed, pulled a tissue from Li Qingyu's pocket, covered her nose, and said in a muffled voice, "Someone's talking bad about me, it must be Lu Er." Li Qingyu was frantically taking photos, oblivious to everything else. Large amounts of dry ice were arranged around the venue, enveloping the entire space in a white mist, creating an ethereal atmosphere. It wasn't a confined space, so oxygen deprivation wasn't a problem, but he and Chi Tian were too close. After taking a few photos, Li Qingyu quickly pulled out an oxygen mask and pressed it to his face. Chi Tian was still sneezing. He squatted on the ground, holding a pure gold staff, staring intently at the altar of Yu the Great. He wanted to talk to Yu the Great. Leaving aside past grievances, he just wanted to know where the Rui Jingu Bang, the magic staff, was. The staff felt bad now, it was too light. Suddenly, Chi Tian's gaze sharpened, and he looked up at the sky. A huge, illusory figure appeared in the air. Li Qingyu immediately pulled out her walkie-talkie. "Has the drone show started yet? Isn't it supposed to start in 10 hours? No one responded. Then the signal went dead, all the power equipment shut down, and the entire venue lost its lighting and stage effects. Even the fog was dispersed by a gentle breeze. Only the incense and candles, and lanterns filled with candles, remained lit, and some battery-powered lights stubbornly stayed on. The live stream went black. The viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. Liu Chenmian, the dungeon ended and the screen went black. The grand ceremony was only halfway through. Why is it black too? Wasn't it supposed to last 7 days? I was waiting for the fireworks. Shuchi Bukiki, did you guys see that? I cried, I couldn't stop. Baochao Fahuoji, I saw several figures. One of them looked very familiar. Aryuzai Suishui, wait, what did you guys see? I didn't see anything. Did the spiritual energy revival just miss me? Ciueshi, upstairs, you didn't see anything either, so I'm relieved. Anyway, I saw a dog. The Tianmu team members on field missions discovered the signal was interrupted and immediately dispatched half of them to the venue, following prearranged plans. Aya, can anyone tell me what happened? I'm just an ordinary panda demon, what happened? I'm scared. Chapter 451. Cat, didn't you see? Don't call me a cat, you evil four-legged dog. I, Hu Li, am a fox, not a dog. Qin Jianlu was riding his tricycle, the throttle twisted to the floor, a panda and a fox arguing in the back. Qin Jianlu was exasperated. What kind of time was this to be arguing? Human, what did you see? I. Qin Jianlu was about to say he hadn't seen anything when he looked up and saw a phantom of a blooming lotus flower in midair. The enormous lotus was as tall as a 3-story building, like a pot lid covering the venue. Qin Jianlu's eyes widened, and he slammed on the brakes. The two were thrown off, landing on the sand. I saw it. Such a huge lotus. After it grows into a lotus seed pod, how big of a pot would you need to make porridge from those seeds? On the other end, Grey Rat raised his hands, his expression blank. The internet's down? For Grey Rat, the internet was an extension of his body, half of his life. He was charging into battle when the live stream went black. The network was down. Isn't there fiber optic cable buried over there at the venue? There's a backup satellite and a backup generator truck. How could the internet be completely cut off? Did someone plant a mushroom cloud at the venue and shoot down the satellite in the process? These were the only thoughts Grey Mouse could think of. Without the mushroom cloud, he couldn't imagine what could have caused the signal interruption. Meanwhile, Uranus, responsible for part of the aerial mission, looked terrified. He pressed the walkie-talkie button and shouted, "Can I leave early? I realize this isn't where I'm supposed to be. I'm scared." The walkie-talkie didn't respond. The indicator lights were all red. A thunderclap boomed overhead, and Uranus was struck by lightning. He dared not linger in the sky any longer, and immediately returned to the ground. Upon landing, he rolled on the spot, and a bolt of lightning struck the very spot where he had been standing. Uranus, terrified, scrambled away, encountering Qin Jianlu, whom he immediately lifted above his head. "I really didn't do anything wrong. I was just working. Don't strike me." Uranus stammered, terrified. Qin Jianlu was numb. He wasn't a lightning rod. What use was holding him up? Uranus carried Qin Jianlu towards the venue. Outside the venue, a 10-mile radius was a cordon. Many field agents were rushing towards the venue. Seeing a dark-skinned figure carrying Qin Jianlu towards the venue, they immediately drew their weapons. "What are you doing? Put down the hostage." Uranus, startled and already a frightened bird, immediately put Qin Jianlu down. The field crew pulled Qin Jianlu behind them, and the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck, directly hitting Uranus. Qin Jianlu's eyes widened. He looked at his hands, then at the blackened, smoking Uranus, and was completely shocked. Hu Li rushed over on a tricycle and honked the horn. "Get on! Get on! Get on!" Everyone immediately boarded, displaying the swagger of an Indian military parade, the tricycle carrying many people. Uranus also tried to get on, but was refused service because he couldn't produce his work ID. Uranus could only randomly pick up a field crew member who hadn't managed to squeeze on as a shield. "I forgot my work ID. I really didn't mean to. I'm Uranus. I really am Uranus. We were eating boxed lunches together just 2 hours ago. Don't you recognize me?" When everyone arrived at the venue, the basic lighting had already been restored using batteries. Qin Jianlu stared at the lotus flower in midair, now smaller, but still enormous, and swallowed hard. "This one can grow really big lotus seeds, right?" Just as he finished speaking, a lotus seed hit Qin Jianlu's bald head. "Naughty!" Qin Jianlu rubbed his ears. He thought he heard someone scolding him. Then Qin Jianlu saw Qi Tian leap up, weaving through the venue, ascending into the sky, and landing on the shoulder of a huge, illusory figure. Qi Tian was bowing and making obeisances, his monkey tail swaying as he spoke. Suddenly, Qin Jianlu felt his body lighten, and he floated up. Then he realized he was really floating, higher and higher. His body was still in the same spot. He turned to leave. What's going on? Did his soul leave his body? Before Qin Jianlu could react, he felt a heavy slap on his head. After a moment of dizziness, he was back in his body. What kind of lowly thing dares to possess him? Who gave them the guts? Qin Jianlu pulled back his foot from the hall, clutching his aching head, and silently walked towards the center of the hall. He found it safer here. Old Sun watched Qin Jianlu's retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile. Still a child. Those demons and monsters dare to come here? They got a death wish. True gods don't possess you, and those who possess you aren't true gods. Uranus leaned closer, cautiously saying, I'm a god too, a Greek god. Can I borrow your badge? I always get struck by lightning. Old Sun handed his badge to Uranus. Uranus took it with both hands and immediately hung it around his neck, finally letting out a sigh of relief. In another corner, Lady White was biting the tip of her tail, her eyes narrowed to vertical pupils. She was instinctively afraid. Huli was beside her, biting her fluffy tail, trembling. Li Qingyu was already crawling under the chair, clinging to a section of Lady White's tail, shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, a large dog rushed over, its car seat-like head close to Lady White, and Huli, carefully observing them, and finally patting Huli with its paw. Huli instantly transformed into a fox, and was carried away by the large dog's phantom. Lady White, Huli was carried away by a dog. Hearing this, Li Qingyu quickly crawled out from under the chair, straightened her clothes, adjusted her name tag, took a deep breath, and patted her face. Li Qingyu, you're the second in command of the non-human squad. This is your jurisdiction. Anyone who isn't human is under your jurisdiction. After saying this, Li Qingyu hiccuped, terrified. He was just an ordinary fish demon, and fish demons trembled. Li Qingyu tried to compose himself, took a few steps, then rolled back. Lady White, I dare not go, I'm scared. A little karami like me isn't even qualified to be grilled fish. I'm scared. Old Sun passed by, shook his head upon hearing this. Those lowlifes dare to possess you here, can't you learn some courage from them? Li Qingyu continued to tremble. Immediately, a phantom figure carrying a little fox reached out, and placed the fox on a seat. My beloved dog is naughty, please forgive him. A small apology, nothing to mention. A string of beads appeared around the little fox's neck, and its head was given a forceful pat. Huli? Li Qingyu's eyes widened, he seemed to have spotted a business opportunity. He immediately pulled out the panda, which was also hidden under the chair. Where is Qiyu? Where is the great god Qiyu? Li Qingyu had seen the list, and knew Qiyu was on it. Little fish presents a panda. And a whole iron beast. The panda was completely dumbfounded. Li Qingyu was no longer afraid. He ran around the venue, holding the panda and shouting. Now it was the panda's turn to be afraid. Li Qingyu, you be a fish. Chapter 452. All the live stream viewers saw a black screen. Whether it was the Putian de Jiao live stream venue, or the Tianmu Games live stream, everything stopped. The black screen in the Tianmu Games live stream meant the dungeon had ended. What happened to the Putian de Jiao live stream black screen? Several days later, the Putian de Jiao live stream resumed, but the content wasn't the venue. It was Journey to the West. Live stream viewers, Severus's severe addiction. Is this blatant abandonment appropriate? What is it that they won't let us watch? Appropriate madness is good for mental and physical health. As the promising successor of a great cause, is there anything I can't watch? The witch can't see. Is Tianmu behind this? It must be Tianmu. Tianmu, give me back the Putian de Jiao. Tianmu must have chickened out. Nine Sheng. I don't want to see the monkey, I want to see the live performance. Yinmia, hey, what's wrong with you? If you've been kidnapped, blink and change your name to Basheng. Qin Liang squatted 30 kilometers away from the Putian Grand Ceremony venue, a starch sausage dangling from his mouth, a laptop on his lap, typing furiously. Hey beautiful. Want some cilantro for the stinky tofu? Yes. As he spoke, the starch sausage fell onto the back of his hand, which then pressed the send button. Tianmu team. Signal interrupted. Technical adjustments in progress. Please watch the monkey. Give us the time it takes to watch an episode of a TV series. The stinky tofu was ready, and Qin Liang went to get milk tea and wolf-tooth potatoes. Rewinding to 10 minutes earlier, Qi Tian was jumping up and down onto Yu's shoulder, trying to persuade him with reason and emotion, all to find out where the golden cudgel was. A solid, pure gold golden cudgel, unable to change shape at will, its weight unsuitable. It was truly unsatisfactory in every way. Qi Tian missed his golden cudgel. Yu looked at the monkey hopping around on his shoulder, utterly speechless. He hadn't even figured out the situation yet, and he already been tricked. At his feet, there was a fish carrying an iron-eating beast, looking for Qiyu. Sorry, Qiyu didn't come, shouting wouldn't help. The world was changing too fast, he was a little confused. A foot with flame-like patterns blocked the fish's path, lifting the fish and the panda up together. You're looking for Qiyu? Ah. You must be Emperor Yen, right? Hey, I'm your daughter Jingwei's colleague. Jingwei? Jingwei was kidnapped by that eye. Jingwei over there can't eat or sleep well. What will she do? Hearing Emperor Yan's conversation with the fish, Yu looked up at the so-called heavenly eye. Monkey, what is that? Before Qi Tian could even begin, Li Qingyu, standing on Emperor Yan's shoulder with the panda, started calling for help. Qi Tian. Quick! Order takeout. Order takeout according to Jingwei's diet. Chi Tian had no idea about Jingwei's diet. He only knew that Jingwei couldn't see any food related to water. Even hot dry noodles had to be served dry. Li Qingyu shouted, "Take me with you. Let's go shopping. We host a feast for all the great gods." Li Qingyu was perched on Emperor Yan's shoulder, practically roasted, the panda fur beneath his feet charred, too afraid to move. Chi Tian jumped over, fish in one hand, panda in the other, and with Li Qingyu's winking and gesturing, landed and shoved the panda into a snake. This wasn't the white snake, so it didn't matter. Chi Tian, carrying Li Qingyu, somersaulted out of the venue. A monkey and a fish rushed into the emergency office 30 kilometers away from the venue. Afterwards, everyone went out for a shopping spree. This is what I was thinking. First, use Jingwei's name to get closer to him. Li Qingyu was almost in tears. He went to find Qiyu, but ended up being held in the hand of Qiyu's nemesis Yan Di. His scales were practically standing on end. What kind of horror movie is this? He suspected that if it weren't for the Jingwei banner, he would have been a grilled fish by now. He stuffed a bunch of snacks that Jingwei liked and disliked into the takeout box, secured the rope, and Chi Tian somersaulted away, returning a moment later with an empty takeout box. Continue. The warmth of human life and the incense offerings of the common folk might not be fundamentally different. The field staff bought various foods, compiled them, and waited for Chi Tian to deliver them, while discussing which deity seemed easier to talk to, more cooperative. First, they ruled out Yan Di. He was staring at Tianmu, devouring a box of wolf-tooth potatoes, looking quite angry. Old Sun took some lamb skewers, heated them using the fire from Emperor Yan's body, and distributed them to the others. "Are you all hungry? Have some, have some." The panda looked at the lamb skewers offered, hesitant to accept or refuse. Although he was a panda and ate meat, he really didn't dare at this moment. The panda had a sudden inspiration, took the skewers with both hands, and turned to offer them to the goddess with a human head and snake body, who was browsing a shopping app on the white snake's phone. "Goddess Niwa, would you like some skewers?" Finally, after careful observation by the Heavenly Eye team, they settled on two easygoing deities. The journey to the west had just reached the point where Tang Sanzang arrived at the Two Realms Mountain when the signal cut off. The live stream changed location, becoming a discussion forum. Qin Jianglu adjusted the microphone on his collar and began, "Hello everyone watching. Due to filming technology issues, the live stream of the Putian Grand Ceremony cannot continue. Don't worry, the Putian Grand Ceremony is still ongoing. This is a branch venue. Welcome to my discussion." Qin Jianglu had been traveling extensively lately, live streaming every day, and was no longer the shy, blushing little monk he used to be. His skin was now thicker than a city wall corner. He recalled the brainwashing from his readers. He was the greatest ferocity in the human realm, fearless. He hadn't revealed his true form like Bai Suzhen, Hu Li, or Li Qingyu. What was he afraid of? Even the Monkey King's tail had appeared, but he hadn't shown his wings. In mythology, the goddess Niwa used stones to mend the sky, and the scraps that weren't used became the familiar Sun Wukong. Today, we invited the goddess Niwa. Niwa put down her skewers, took the tissue Bai Suzhen offered to wipe her mouth, and swam directly from backstage to the front. Chi Tian was eating hot dry noodles backstage when he heard Qin Jiangliu's words, and he snapped his chopsticks in two. "Human, you're really losing your sense of boundaries. You're the real piece of trash. A foolish monk who believes everything you're told." Qin Jianglu used the same trick again. In mythology, Yu the Great passed by his home without entering. The measuring ruler he used is what we now know as the Rui Jingu Bang, golden cudgel. Today, we invited Yu the Great. Yu the Great stood up and walked unsteadily towards the front of the stage. As he passed Chi Tian, he patted Chi Tian on the head. "Don't be so temperamental as a monkey. He's just a child." Chi Tian snapped his chopsticks again. In Niwa and Yu the Great's eyes, Chi Tian and Qin Jianglu were different. Chi Tian was a leftover stone from mending the sky. Chi Tian was a rebellious water monster. Chi Tian was a resilient being. Qin Jianglu is a person, and a little one at that. He is small, innocent, and easily deceived. When others say he is a six-winged golden cicada, he believes he is a six-winged golden cicada. Chapter 453. Qin Jianglu was truly hilarious. For the two great masters, it was as interesting as discovering a stray cat could do somersaults. Chi Tian was like their own pet, which was also amusing, but Qin Jianglu, the outsider who believed everything he was told, was far more entertaining. Chi Tian was completely dumbfounded. Qin Liang handed him a box of ice jelly. "Great sage, want some to cool down? You're the captain. You're the number one in the non-human team. The undisputed number one. Chi Tian's eyes widened, and he scratched his head, realizing Qin Liang's reasoning was sound. Chi Tian bowed and said, yes, yes. Secretary Qin, could you ask Grandpa you where the golden cudgel is? He won't tell me. You can talk, can you ask him for me? Qin Liang looked at the completely agitated Chi Tian, held up his phone, and nodded earnestly. I do my best. After saying that, she turned and sent the photo of the bristling monkey she had just taken to Zhao Jiancheng, Li Qingyu, and Lao Sun. Sharing is caring. Li Qingyu forwarded it directly. 10 minutes later, the bristling monkey bowing was turned into a meme. A little monkey with bristling hair and rosy cheeks, tail held high, bowing, caption please, please. The new meme quickly spread. Chi Tian was completely unaware of this. The viewers in the live stream were frantically spamming the chat with complaints, seeing the living Niwa, and you the great. Ning Shimo, mom, 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 mom. That eye on its head is bullying us. My head is tired. It steals, it cheats, it kidnaps, it bullies us. Mom. Mom, my mom's here, ha ha ha. My dear mom, I finally seen you. Someone bullied me. Tan, the lazybones. You the great, speak quickly, speak quickly. The Milky Way is also a river. As long as it's a river, there's water. With water, you can control it. Don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Diligent goes seeing sorrow. King Yu, I have a plan. Let's change the course of the Ganges and the Lansong River. Whispering, also, let's manage the Yellow River and the Yangtze River too. My house is flooded, sob sob sob. Niwa, and you the great, following Chen Jianliu's advice, looked at the constantly scrolling comments, completely bewildered. The live stream was filled with cries of mommy. Niwa could only smile and soothe him. When people called, she responded, I won't let that thing bully you. Calling you good babies? Okay, you're all good babies. You the great looked at the water system diagram, his face filled with shock. Time to get to work. On the other side, the lucky ones were waiting for the next dungeon. They had no idea that a cataclysmic change had occurred outside. Song Tianju escaped the super spicy egg tart, but couldn't escape the super bitter melon juice. She crouched on the ground, her face contorted with embarrassment, glancing furtively at the people around her. Lu Huaxiang approached and offered her a small strawberry cake. What's wrong? Are you out of your mind? How many years have you been stuck in this dungeon? How did you die? Song Tianju hesitated for a moment, then took the cake and said, I died at 49 drowned. Lu Huaxiang scrutinized her, then took a blueberry cake. Song Tianju shook her head, thanks, but I don't like blueberries. Lu Huaxiang grabbed the three-headed dog that was wagging its tail wildly nearby and shoved the blueberry cake into its mouth. The other two heads, who hadn't gotten any cake, howled in protest, refusing to be treated unfairly. Lu Huaxiang then looked at Song Tianju. Song Tianju was eating the cake, looking very focused. Lu Huaxiang frowned slightly. She felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Lu Huaxiang fed the three-headed dog 2 small cakes, then swatted away the dog, which was shaking its head and showing its belly, and went to find Lu Er. Lu Er was trying to concoct super spicy chili oil as revenge. The entire monkey was stained red with chili powder. Everyone kept their distance from Lu Er, secretly resolving never to eat anything he gave them again. Lu Huaxiang had just approached when she couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo! Monkey, can you tell the difference between a real person and a fake? Lu Er stopped what he was doing and stared at Lu Huaxiang with wide eyes. Did you discover I'm a fake Chi Tian? Lu Huaxiang asked, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? You two aren't the same kind of monkey. Chi Tian also played pranks, but he had an image to maintain. He wouldn't pretend to be a cute little monkey to trick people into eating super spicy egg tarts and super bitter melon juice. Lu Er was different. It was even more vengeful, holding grudges and seeking revenge. Even if it couldn't get revenge, it would shift the blame onto itself. Jingwei flew over and landed on Lu Huaxiang's head, flapping its wings. Fake, fake, fake. Lu Er, was it really that obvious? Following Lu Huaxiang's instructions, Lu Er carefully observed Song Tianju. Lu Er was skilled at listening and discerning reason. After a long while, it shook its head and said, it's not fake. Lu Huaxiang was relieved. She thought the dungeon had replaced Song Tianju. She felt that the Song Tianjiao who returned after the dungeon was subtly different from before, but Lu Huaxiang couldn't quite put her finger on what the difference was. Perhaps it was the absence of the attitude of trying to fool her like a child. Lu Huaxiang breathed a sigh of relief, but then her heart jumped again. Why is everything so different even though no one's changed? Could it be due to the dungeon's effects? Lu Huixiang looked worriedly at Song Tianjiao, who was gnawing on a pork knuckle. She was very worried something was wrong. Finally, the break time ended. The A-Flower dungeon concluded. Everyone cleared it. Reward, seed. Everyone had an extra card in front of them, even latecomers like Jingwei and Fa Hai. Touching it revealed the card's true form. A seed, sprouting and growing rapidly, forming a bud, blooming, withering, and finally bearing fruit. Jingwei pecked at the card, trying to eat the seed. Successfully. Jingwei, seed in her mouth, was utterly astonished. Can this thing be eaten? Jingwei asked Song Tianjiao, Fa Hai, Lu Huixiang, Lu Er. This seed looks delicious. Can it be eaten? No one could answer this question. Until someone appeared on the chessboard, gracefully walking to Jingwei's side and extending a hand. This humble servant is Tian Yuhua. This is but a small gift, nothing more. This seed can fill your stomach and also serve as a talisman. It will protect you all once. Jingwei landed on Tian Yuhua's finger and swallowed the seed directly. It was indeed delicious, just as she had expected. Tian Yuhua stretched out her other hand, her palm holding many seeds. For you to eat? Jingwei was overjoyed. Landing and transforming into a human, she hugged Tian Yuhua tightly. The next moment, Tian Yuhua's figure gradually faded, and a bag of seeds appeared before Jingwei. Jingwei's eyes widened, and she immediately burst into tears. Is she dead? In the pure white room, Song Tianjiao, munching on lamb skewers, pointed at Tian Yuhua and said, "The exit animation I arranged was great, wasn't it?" Tian Yuhua frowned. "How could you do this? Making someone cry, that's not good." Song Tianjiao hadn't expected Tian Yuhua to have such high moral standards. She looked at the large octopus in the corner, its colors now much brighter. "Is Tian Yuhua the moral paragon of your team?" Zhao Hui laughed so hard he rolled on the floor. Not far away, a humanoid creature lay sprawled out, fast asleep. Song Tianjiao rushed over and kicked it. "Get up. It's your turn." Lazy opened its eyes, and saw Song Tianjiao, then immediately closed them again in fright. "It must be a dream. It must be a dream." Lazy was almost crying. "You're lazy, right? It says on the schedule that you're next in the dungeon. Where are your rules? Hand them over, let me review them." Chapter 454. Lazybones was on the verge of tears. What rules did it have? What plans? If it had rules and plans beforehand, how could it be lazy? Me? I'm lazy. How could I start work early? What rules do I have? Lazybones spoke earnestly, and it actually sounded convincing. Song Tianjiao looked at Zhao Hui, but Zhao Hui tilted his head back, avoiding eye contact. Tian Yuhua raised her hand, pressing a thorn against Lazybones' chest. Lazybones, Wasn't it agreed that they were a team? Although it was lazy and often late or left early, shouldn't colleagues get along harmoniously, hand in hand, and advance and retreat together? How could she force a colleague like this? Lazybones was heartbroken. "Yuhua, are you bullying me like this?" The only response to Lazybones was the crisscrossing thorns that bound it. Song Tianjiao pulled out a dart made of rib bones and pressed it against Lazybones' neck. "I get it, you're lying. Zhao Hui helped you lie, you're both liars." Lazy, Lazy lay on the ground, pulled out a crumpled piece of paper and a small pencil stub from somewhere, and started writing. Rule 1. You lack the ability to love yourself and others, therefore you are always unhappy. Rule 2. You lack the ability to communicate pleasantly with others. Rule 3. You often can't sleep because of anxiety. Rule 4. You live in a garbage dump. Rule 5. The copy is for 7 days, but your sense of time is problematic. Song Tianjiao looked at what Lazy had written and felt something was wrong. "What do you mean, your sense of time is problematic?" She stepped on Lazy's back and questioned, "What exactly do you want? Isn't it just a matter of reaching an agreement and then just doing a shoddy job? You're making things very difficult for us, you know that?" Laziness was completely dumbfounded. What agreement? What, just a little sloppy work? It didn't know. Nobody told it. When did this agreement come about? Wasn't it supposed to be a little lenient? This isn't what we agreed on. Song Tianjiao didn't care whether Laziness knew or not. She snatched the paper and pen, erased a few words, and rewrote. Rule 1. You have the ability to love yourself, therefore some people are always unhappy when they are around you. Rule 2. You lack the ability to communicate pleasantly with those people. Rule 3. You often refuse to get out of bed because of anxiety. Rule 4. You live outside the garbage dump. Rule 5. The dungeon lasts 7 days, but your sense of time is very accurate. Note: please deal with anyone who makes you unhappy as soon as possible. After writing, Song Tianju pondered, solo dungeons, team dungeons, all-out dungeons, how are these divided? Laziness was already lying on the ground, almost asleep, when she grabbed it by the collar and shook it awake. Speak up, or you won't get any sleep. I throw you into the desert, no food, no water, no one, and you won't be able to sleep. Lazy immediately snapped awake. This is a raid instance. It was planned from the beginning. There wasn't time to change it. If there are any problems, go find Gluttony. This wasn't my job. Don't blame me. I need to get to work now. Please don't treat me like this, thank you. I don't like the desert. The listless giant octopus in the corner of the room looked at Lazy, its inverted W-shaped eyes filled with shock. It couldn't understand why Lazy had suddenly stopped being lazy. This was the first time Lazy had volunteered to work. How strange. How really strange. Did Song Tianju find something on Lazy? The dungeon is about to begin. I am laziness. I have no other name. Laziness is laziness. Laziness is unique. Welcome to Laziness's game. You will experience an unprecedented sensory experience. Please waste your time to the fullest. Forget about time. Forget about time? Everyone on the chessboard noticed this keyword simultaneously. In previous dungeons, time was a very important thing. Whether it was the countdown to hunger, the limited time in Dolphin Town, or the different time levels in the amusement park, time was undoubtedly a very important anchor point. Forget about time? Is it a trap? Everyone was on high alert, and those with cunning had already started stuffing food and drinks into their pockets. Amidst everyone's wariness, the live stream started. Viewers flocked to the live stream. Welcome to Laziness. This dungeon lasts 7 days. It's a team dungeon, so please waste your time to the fullest. Rule 1. You have the ability to love yourself, therefore some people are always unhappy when they are around you. Rule 2. You do not have the ability to communicate pleasantly with those people. Rule 3. You often refuse to get out of bed due to anxiety. Rule 4. You live outside of a garbage dump. Rule 5. The instance lasts 7 days, but your sense of time is very accurate. Note: please eliminate anyone who makes you unhappy as soon as possible. After hearing the rules, the viewers in the live stream were surprised. These rules sounded a bit strange, seemingly harmless. It's really too strange. Is this rule really okay? Is there some trap they haven't discovered? Zhang Nian looked at Bao Zhu. She felt something was wrong, very wrong. In the past 24 hours, Bao Zhu hadn't brought Song Tianju any food. If this is normal, then what about this strange rule? It's too weird. Bao Zhu stuffed dried meat and water into his pocket. Seeing that Song Tianju didn't move, he sighed and went over to stuff dried meat into Song Tianju's coat hood. Eat more meat, drink more water, eat more fruit. Bao Zhu's eyes were red as he spoke. Team Dungeon, I can't be in the same team as the leader anymore. Ling Yun looked at Bao Zhu, who suddenly burst into tears, and found the scene jarring. She kicked Wu Shuai, who was stuffing candy into his pocket, and asked, "Is this guy crazy?" Wu Shuai didn't have time to answer, continuing to stuff candy into his pocket. As long as there's enough sugar and salt, I can survive for 7 days. What about water? I can produce and consume my own. Ling Yun looked at Wu Shuai in shock and silently distanced herself from him. Although what he said wasn't wrong, saying it directly at this time made people very suspicious. In a hunger dungeon, what water did Wu Shuai drink? Dungeon teleportation in progress. Each team was teleported away separately. The members of Squad 51 were Song Tianjiao, Lu Huaixiang, Tian Tian, Xie Shan, Ling Yun, and Wang Jiuzhe. Upon entering the instance, the 6 looked at each other, finding it a little strange that Fahai wasn't there. Although Fahai was always chanting scriptures, and was somewhat noisy, he was a very capable worker. They found themselves in a messy room with a door, a bay window, and a bathroom. The room was about 20 square meters, a typical apartment layout. The window was open, and an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. There was a garbage dump outside. Ling Yun immediately rushed over to close the window. Lu Huaixiang checked her belongings and found that everything was still there. Good, nothing's missing this time. Tian's clothes were bulging. She unzipped them, revealing a tuft of black, fuzzy fur. Chapter 455. Woof woof woof. The 3-headed dog jumped down, stretching its limbs and 3 heads, and surveyed the room with an arrogant gait, then tripped over a bowl of instant noodles. The moldy noodle soup in the bowl splattered all over the 3-headed dog. Tian opened her mouth wide, and quickly climbed onto a stool to avoid the 3-headed dog, which was shaking its head and trying to rush over for comfort. Xie Qingshan climbed onto the table to avoid it, but slipped on a strange, soft lump on the table. Thud. Xie Qingshan's entire face landed on it, only to find it was a rotten flatbread. Song Tianjiu reacted quickly, picking up a plastic bag, catching the three-headed dog, and hanging it on a coat hook. Awah! The three-headed dog was extremely aggrieved. Lingyan felt very uncomfortable, and immediately started looking for a broom and mop. Tidying up had become second nature to her. She couldn't stand this living environment. Unfortunately, there was no broom or mop in the room. Wang Jiuzhou covered her mouth and nose as she moved closer to Song Tianjiu. Tianjiu, turn off my sense of smell. Song Tianjiu adjusted Wang Jiuzhou's senses, and Wang Jiuzhou, now fully alert, began to explore the room. The room wasn't large, but it was filled with things. There was a row of cabinets, crammed full of items. The floor, the table, the bookshelves, even the bathroom, everything was piled up with things that shouldn't be there. Wang Jiuzhou opened the wardrobe and was immediately buried under a pile of crumpled clothes. She pulled off her hat and turned to look at Song Tianjiu, who was standing by the window staring outside. Something felt off, yet nothing seemed quite right. Her sense of smell had indeed been adjusted. Song Tianjiu hadn't shown any abnormality, but Wang Jiuzhou just felt something was off. Song Zhao stared at the garbage dump outside the window, struggling to process the memories. She had lost the lottery, so she had to participate in the dungeon. She had the memories, she knew the situation, but there were just too many memories. She needed time to process them. Song Zhao's expression was blank as she tried to digest these memories. At this moment, facing her teammates was like looking up words in a dictionary. Song Zhao turned around and surveyed the entire room. Rule 4. You live outside the garbage dump. Song Zhao felt this rule was wrong. They were clearly living inside the garbage dump. How could this not be a garbage dump? Seeing Song Zhao's dazed expression, everyone assumed she was reverting to her old habits, thinking about something strange. The most important thing for Team 51 now was to clean their living quarters. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be their base for the next 7 days. Starting with a room, they cleaned it first. This wasn't outside the garbage dump, it was clearly inside. Song Zhao carefully observed everyone. Lu Huaixiang found a stick, tied a woolen hat to it, and used it as a broom and mop to clean the floor. Lu Huaixiang, a little radish head grown into an old woman with almost all her teeth falling out. Her pipe hurts when she hits someone, she cooks well, and when appropriate, she can roll around begging for food. Don't expect any sparring, after all, you can't bully an old woman. She's an old lady who can jump up and hit someone on the head. Song Zhao, Faced with Song Tianjiu's summary, he felt something was off, but upon closer inspection, he didn't think it was wrong. Wang Jiuzhou found a new bed sheet, and was replacing the dirty old one, when he noticed the mattress was also dirty, so he simply moved the mattress away. The old bed sheet was left on the floor, and the mattress was placed upright against the wall. Wang Jiuzhou found a quilt to use as a mattress, laid it on the bed, and then put on a sheet. Wang Jiuzhou is a cybernetic female ghost, a multifunctional emergency kit, and a humanoid self-propelled weapon, cannot use the initial face, as it easily evokes unpleasant memories. She's strong, eats a lot, and is easily brainwashed. Remember to revert her brainwashing. Her energy level should be dynamically maintained at 80%, but Wang Jiuzhou eats too much, so her energy level is mostly maintained at 100%. Perhaps an energy module could be added. When I have time, I try using Wang Jiuzhou to charge electronic devices. Song Zhao, This summary makes sense when combined with her memories, but on its own, it feels a bit strange. Heavenly pride, move aside. You're blocking my way. Wang Jiuzhou rushed over, lifted Song Zhao up, placed her on the made-up bed, tore off a dirty sheet, rushed into the bathroom, soaked it with water, wiped the 2 floor tiles clean, and began organizing the things in the wardrobe. Song Zhao lay on the bed, and she realized she had grasped the essence of this instance. Laziness. She yawned, her intuition telling her that falling asleep like this would mean missing her next meal. No, she couldn't sleep. Xie Qingshan was clearing the clutter from the table. He threw the instant noodle box and the unfinished takeout into a trash bag, poured out the half-finished bottled water, and stuffed the bottle into another bag. As he tidied up the bottles, he muttered to himself, 5 cents, 5 cents, 5 cents. 5 cents a bottle? Xie Qingshan should be working on an assembly line. He's suited for any repetitive job. When he's hungry, he's prone to lying, his morals are low, and he's not easily fooled. If he fools me, I beat him up immediately. Song Zhao scratched her head, recalling her memories of Xie Qingshan, and burst out laughing. Ling Yun pulled her up and shoved a rag into her hand. Clean the windows. Quickly clean the windows. Take down the curtains. Wash them clean. Wash them clean. Ling Yun was completely agitated, his buzz cut standing out sharply. Song Zhao reached out and touched it. It was hard to touch, like a hedgehog. Song Zhao stood on the bay window, reached out and took down the curtains, then threw them to Ling Yun, who immediately took them into the bathroom. Ling Yun, a lunatic with a screw loose, always finding the perfect opportunity to put a hospital gown on her. She could fight him sometime. Be wary of Ling Yun stealing the last piece of meat from the hot pot. Be wary of any strange food Ling Yun offers. Song Zhao thought this made perfect sense. She just reached the chessboard when Ling Yun shoved a cup of bitter melon juice into her mouth. She never tasted anything so bitter. Never. After cleaning the windows, Song Zhao looked at Tian, who was lying on the floor, wearing disposable gloves, diligently wiping the floor. Tian, a good little one who doesn't cry, doesn't use moral blackmail, and doesn't ask to experience dangerous activities. Her father is a strange, poisonous octopus, a bizarre evil god. If necessary, she can fight the poisonous octopus. Song Zhao clearly knew that Song Tianju was herself. Recalling these things felt like reading a diary. Song Zhao started mopping the floor and taught Tian how to mop it properly. A qualified pirate, a qualified sailor, starts by cleaning the deck. Mopping the floor is much easier than washing the deck. Lu Huixiang pushed all the trash on the floor to the doorway, turned around, and saw two people with their butts sticking out, charging forward like monkeys, using both hands and feet. Pay attention to your breath. Pay attention to the angle. Only in this way can you mop the floor the cleanest. Lu Huixiang had no doubts. No one but Song Tianjia would do such a thing. The subtle differences she had felt before were probably due to spending too much time in the instance, being influenced by excessive memories. Song Zhao jumped onto the table, pointed at the ceiling, and shouted, "Who wants to be the great pirate?" Tian quickly raised her hand and said, "Me. Me. Me. Who else?" Chapter 456. Xie Qingshan, clutching a plastic bottle, sighed. Facing Song Zhao's intense gaze, he finally decided to play along, weakly saying, "I." Song Zhao was quite satisfied with her workaholic's cooperation. She raised a finger and, deep in thought, declared, "The first lesson of becoming a pirate. It's about having a spotless deck. Put on your gloves, grab your rags, and let's charge." Xie Qingshan rolled his eyes, put on gloves, picked up a rag, and began wiping the patina-covered table. Lu Huixiang sighed deeply. She had been overthinking it. An ordinary person couldn't produce this much noise. Same recipe, same flavor. The room wasn't large, but there was a lot of trash. After half an hour of work, they finally cleared the trash and the floor. Wang Jiuzhao volunteered to go out and throw away the trash, and Xie Qingshan immediately stood up, dragging a bag of plastic bottles. Xie Qingshan's eyes sparkled as he said, "Bottles for money?" Xie Qingshan was a bottle collector and reseller, a seasoned scavenger. Lu Huixiang gathered the banknotes she found while cleaning the house, planning to buy groceries later. It was her break time. Tian was exhausted from scrubbing the floor, and wanted nothing more than to roll under the bed. Ling Yun shoved Tian into the freshly cleaned bathroom. "Clean it up. Clean it up." Then, Ling Yun looked at Song Zhao, who was squatting on the floor inspecting it. "You come in too." "Huh?" Song Zhao was pushed into the bathroom by Ling Yun. Ling Yun looked at Lu Huixiang, who was covered in sweat. Lu Huixiang's lips twitched, and she said, "One at a time, don't rush, don't be hasty. Young people are always so hasty. This isn't good, this isn't good." Lu Huixiang believed what Song Tianju had said earlier. Ling Yun really was sick, his obsessive-compulsive disorder was quite severe. Seeing Ling Yun about to force someone into the bathroom, Lu Huixiang waved her hand and said, "Get out of the way, you go wash. I cover you." After saying this, Lu Huixiang lay down on the floor, which had been scrubbed 7 times, spread-eagled, and closed her eyes. Ling Yun thought that Lu Huixiang was probably sick. In the room, everyone assumed the other was sick, filling the room with a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. In the bathroom, unseen by the livestream viewers, Song Zhao, with styrofoam in his hair, squatted on the floor, looking at the foam in his hand. Tian sat in the bathtub, squeezing a little yellow duck. The duck didn't squeal, so Song Zhao provided the sound effects. Quack, quack, quack. Suddenly, Song Zhao spoke up. "Actually, grilled octopus is delicious." Tian nodded vigorously upon hearing this. "The garlic flavor is the best. My dad's tentacles are so delicious." I ate them once last time. Song Xiao fell silent. This child isn't crying. She's utterly uninteresting. So she really isn't crying. Song Xiao quickly washed herself clean, scooped Tian Tian out of the water, and lathered her up with soap using a fish scale scraping technique. She rinsed Tian Tian clean, and put on the t-shirt Ling Yun had given her. The adult t-shirt, on Tian Tian, reached mid-calf, a little longer than a nightgown. Song Xiao selected a sheet, and wrapped it around herself as a towel. Barefoot, she carried Tian Tian out of the bathroom, and then kicked Ling Yun inside. Get clean. Song Xiao pulled out a striped nightgown, changed out of the clothes Ling Yun had prepared, and then laid down on the floor with Lu Huixiang. Tian Tian dried her hair, laid out a towel, and laid down. Soon, Ling Yun came out in striped pajamas, having mentally prepared himself, and also laid down on the floor. Lu Huixiang came out after showering, saw the three people sprawled out, rolled her eyes, and laid down on the bed. You're clean, there's a bed. Why wouldn't you lie down? That's just plain stupid. Lu Huixiang seriously doubted the average intelligence of the group. The three-headed dog was curled up in the plastic bag, pretending it didn't exist. It didn't like baths. Lu Huixiang took a breath, sensing something was off in the air. She sniffed herself. All she smelled was soap and shower gel. She sat up, her gaze sweeping over the three people lying on the floor, finally settling on the three-headed dog in the plastic bag, pretending it didn't exist. You wash yourself clean. The three-headed dog's 3 heads were 6 times larger than its own, staring at Lu Huixiang in shock. It was just an ordinary dog. It wouldn't take a bath. It wouldn't bathe itself. Seeing the three-headed dog didn't move, Lu Huixiang grabbed a plastic bag and rushed into the bathroom. She rinsed it thoroughly, then squeezed shampoo into its hair. Giving you a bath? Should I use shampoo or shower gel? Never mind, just don't use soap, it's covered in fur. Shedding dog. The three-headed dog's world collapsed. The three-headed dog completely forgot to struggle, being pinned to the ground and scrubbed like dough. When Wang Jiuzhou and Xie Qingshan returned, they were covered in blood. Xie Qingshan was not only covered in blood, but also had a black eye. Wang Jiuzhou wasn't injured, though there was blood on his shoulder, and he was carrying a bag of vegetables. Song Xiao asked, "Did you go to slaughter a pig and sell it? This technique is too shabby. This kind of work is better suited for her." Song Xiao was itching to show off her skills. She was really good at slaughtering pigs. No pigs were slaughtered, no pigs. Someone tried to kill us, and then we died. Before Wang Jiuzhou could finish speaking, Ling Yun pushed him into the bathroom. Wash yourself clean. Song Xiao looked at Xie Qingshan. It wasn't you who died. Why is there so much blood? Speaking of this, Xie Qingshan got angry and jumped up and down several times. This is pig blood. Not human blood. The story goes back to shortly after the two left. Wang Jiuzhou and Xie Qingshan split up. One threw out the trash, and the other looked for a place to sell bottles. When Wang Jiuzhou was throwing out the trash, a man in a suit angrily scolded him for not sorting the garbage. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiuzhou immediately asked how to sort it. The man in the suit pointed to a nearby trash can. There were 4 colored trash cans, and a loudspeaker announced, "Kitchen waste is for pigs, other waste is for pigs, hazardous waste is for pigs that would kill them, and recyclable waste can be sold to buy pork." Wang Jiuzhou suddenly understood, and immediately opened the trash bag to start sorting. Recyclable waste can be sold for pork. Xie Qingshan has already taken it. I buy meat later. Some of the non-recyclable waste could be put in the other waste bin. The takeout waste has been sitting there for a very long time. It's rotten and spoiled. Pigs would die if they ate it. So it can't be put in the kitchen waste bin. Should it be in the hazardous waste bin? Or the other waste bin? Pigs eat rotten things too, but they die if they eat them. Is this something that would kill a pig to eat, or something that a pig wouldn't eat? Wang Jiuzhou, holding up the takeout box containing moldy fried rice, asked, should this go in the general waste or hazardous waste? The man in the suit kicked the trash out of Wang Jiuzhou's hand, yelling, "Why didn't you think of this sooner? Can't you use your brain?" The man in the suit pointed at Wang Jiuzhou, furious. One foot stepped on a spoiled flatbread, slipped forward, lost his balance, and fell directly into the trash heap, his head hitting an ugly pebble in a garbage bag. Wang Jiuzhou checked on the man in the suit, and found he was dead. Dead? Rule 2. You lack the ability to communicate pleasantly with those people. So that's what the rule is? Chapter 457. Wang Jiuzhou's eyes widened. The question still hadn't been answered. How could he be dead already? Such a fragile person shouldn't try to jump around like others. Xie Qingshan jumped around but didn't fall to his death. Wang Jiuzhou had no choice but to sort the trash according to her own ideas and throw it into the appropriate bins. I just put it in the other trash. Pigs are smart too, they know what they can't eat. After finishing her work, Wang Jiuzhou washed her hands with the water sprayer in the flower bed. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed the man in the suit lying peacefully on the ground. She thought for a moment, then lifted him up and placed him in the trash can labeled hazardous waste. This person was so stupid, he actually managed to fall to his death on flat ground. A pig would die if it ate him, it really would. A pig would die from stupidity if it ate him. If you don't have good balance, don't try to jump around like others. Wang Jiuzhou thought about it carefully and found her logic impeccable. She walked back, pondering what to eat for their next meal, only to find Xie Qingshan still lingering downstairs collecting bottles. Why are you still collecting bottles? Don't jump around like that, it's dangerous, you could easily fall and die. Xie Qingshan chose to ignore Wang Jiuzhou's last remark and said, there aren't enough bottles, so I collect more to buy groceries. We didn't have much change when we packed, but we need to eat for 7 days, so every penny counts. Xie Qingshan had extensive experience in urban camping, in layman's terms, experience sleeping under bridges and collecting bottles. He convinced Wang Jiuzhou in just a few words. The two agreed to collect some more bottles to sell, and then use the proceeds to buy groceries. Xie Qingshan said, buy seasonal vegetables, they're cheaper. If you have any money left, buy some eggs. Wang Jiuzhou's eyes widened. No meat? Wasn't it agreed that we could sell the eggs to buy pork, which was recyclable waste? Could it be that there weren't enough bottles? Wang Jiuzhou began diligently searching for bottles. She watched intently as passers-by drank their last sip of water, waiting for them to finish. She didn't want to go without meat. As an experienced scavenger, Xie Qingshan quickly found a recycling center. The two weighed the bottles they had collected on the street and the ones they had gathered, but the weight was negative. Wang Jiuzhou picked up the bag, weighed it, and said, there are 2,319 grams of plastic bottles here. Your scale is faulty. The old man at the recycling center said menacingly, you broke my scale. Pay up. Wang Jiuzhou had never seen such an unreasonable person. Xie Qingshan had never seen anyone so blatantly extort money. Xie Qingshan picked up the bottles and walked straight out. Let's go somewhere else. There must be other scrap yards. This one won't do. The old man immediately roared in fury, you brat, who are you calling incompetent? Xie Qingshan was completely bewildered. When did he say that? Rule 2. You lack the ability to communicate pleasantly with those people. Wang Jiuzhou understood. This rule is so vicious, it doesn't even allow people to speak properly. She immediately grabbed Xie Qingshan and ran outside. The two went to another scrapyard, and as soon as they entered, a basin of pig's blood was thrown at their heads. Wang Jiuzhou dodged it, but Xie Qingshan, carrying a large bag of plastic bottles, couldn't dodge it. So it was you who cursed my second uncle to be incompetent? I make sure you can never sell scrap for the rest of your lives. A middle-aged man rushed over, trying to shove the two men. Get out. Get out of here. The next instant, the man slipped on the pig's blood and rolled right in front of a speeding car, getting run over. His bag containing money was flung out, coins scattered everywhere, and banknotes blown away by the wind. Wang Jiuzhou? Finally, based on Xie Qingshan's estimated price and the weight of the plastic bottle, the two men put down the bottle and picked up the money from the ground. Xie Qingshan said, let's take 3 yuan and 60 cents. 3 yuan and 60 cents wouldn't buy much, there were 6 of them, and 60 cents per person, not even enough for a full meal of steamed buns. Xie Qingshan decided to buy noodles. While tidying up earlier, he found a bag of salt in that room. Xie Qingshan said, salted noodles are edible too. We have beef jerky, we can eat that with it. That's fine too. Hearing this, Wang Jiuzhou felt like the sky was falling. Eating salted noodles for 7 days? Just thinking about it makes her life seem miserable. Covered in pig's blood, the two entered the small supermarket under the shocked gaze of the shopkeeper. Xie Qingshan went to pick out the most cost-effective noodles, while Wang Jiuzhou lingered around the shelves. She had heard that many supermarkets offer free samples. Clearly, this small supermarket didn't. Wang Jiuzhou was a little disappointed. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, and she stared intently at a row of drinks. This drink has a prize upon opening. First prize is 1,000 yuan in cash. Second prize is 500 yuan. Third prize is 100 yuan. And the lucky draw prize is another bottle. It's all direct prizes. After observing for a while, Wang Jiuzhou picked up a bottle and went to Xie Qingshan. A bottle of drink costs 5 yuan. We don't have 5 yuan. Should we go pick up more bottles? Xie Qingshan asked, Are you sure this bottle has a prize? Wang Jiuzhe nodded repeatedly. Xie Qingshan took the noodles and drink to the checkout. This time, he learned his lesson and didn't speak. He simply unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it over while paying. The shopkeeper took the cap and said cheerfully, "Third prize. Very lucky. 100 yuan in cash. Anything you want to buy?" Xie Qingshan smiled and shook his head. The shopkeeper could only give Xie Qingshan 92 yuan in change. The large bag of noodles cost 3 yuan, and the drink cost 5 yuan. With startup capital and the skills to deal with the rules, the two immediately went to a vegetable market to buy groceries. They didn't speak, they just pointed to what they wanted. The two remained silent the whole way. Rule 2. You lack the ability to communicate pleasantly with those people. This time, the two deeply realized the destructive power of this rule. It was better to remain silent. Wang Jiuzhe came out after showering, holding a bag, looking longingly at Lu Huaixiang. Hungry, food. Although she had brought jerky, chocolate, and water, none of that could compare to freshly made food. Seeing this, Lu Huaixiang pointed to the clean stove. Wash the vegetables, chop them, call me when they're done. Lu Huaixiang was listless, lacking any motivation. If it were before, she would have jumped up and started cooking long ago if she thought someone else's chopping wasn't pretty. Cooking is an art, and Lu Huaixiang was very particular. Different vegetables had different methods of chopping, cubes, and shreds. Even with the same cooking method, different chopping techniques would result in different flavors. Lu Huaixiang wouldn't let anyone interfere with the delicate task of chopping vegetables. Now, Lu Huaixiang's mind was filled with indifference. As long as it was edible, as long as she didn't starve, even raw food was fine, except for those green beans, which couldn't be eaten raw. Lu Huaixiang felt like she was sick. But it didn't seem like a serious illness. Wang Jiuzhe, while washing vegetables, asked, "Grandma? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, smashed cucumber, hot dry noodles with salted egg yolk, stir-fried potato shreds and green beans. Is that all right?" Lu Huaixiang lazily replied slowly, "Sure." Suddenly, Lu Huaixiang realized something was wrong. "No meat?" Wang Jiuzhe said quietly, "We didn't buy any meat." Lu Huaixiang immediately perked up. 100 yuan, and you didn't buy any meat? Chapter 458. Xie Qingshan chose all the vegetables. 3 tomatoes, 6 eggs, 3 cucumbers, 3 salted duck eggs, 3 large potatoes, and a handful of green beans. It cost a total of 13 yuan, plus the 3 yuan for noodles he bought earlier. Wang Jiuzhe, one of the parties involved, didn't understand why 5 yuan could buy a 500 milliliters bottle of beverage, but 13 yuan could buy so much stuff. And why were all the items multiples of 3? Wang Jiuzhe only knew that he couldn't let Xie Qingshan buy vegetables next time. Absolutely not. Song Xiao leaned over, glanced at the vegetables, and shook her head. "Are you always eating like this? You look like you're having a hard time." Xie Qingshan came out of the bathroom, took the freshly washed sheets from the washing machine, and went to find a place to hang them to dry. Song Xiao stared at his back, realizing he was truly a hard-working and resilient sailor. Song Xiao rushed to the bedside and squatted down to look at Lu Huaixiang. "I want meat, 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 meat." Lu Huaixiang pressed her head down with one hand and pointed to a pile of loose change on the bedside table with the other. "Go buy it yourself." As she left, Song Xiao took 80 yuan from the table. Tian immediately ran after her. "Sister Tianju isn't wearing shoes." Song Xiao looked down and, sure enough, saw that she was barefoot. She put on the shoes she wore when entering the dungeon, and was about to leave when she suddenly turned to look at Tian. The little girl hadn't used conditioner when she washed her hair, so it was dry and a bit frizzy. Plus, after rolling around on the floor, her hair now looked like a small mushroom with an open umbrella. Song Xiao said, "Put on your shoes, come with me." Tian immediately put on her shoes and rushed out of the room. Lu Huaixiang rolled over, scratched her bottom and arms, her eyes conveying her seriousness and emphasis on cooking. She was supervising Wang Jiuzhe as he cooked. "I don't want to move. Jiuzhe, you stir-fry the vegetables. Cook the green beans until they're done. If you don't know how, just add more water and boil them." Lu Huaixiang, feeling drowsy, closed her eyes. Ling Yun, munching on the last bit of cucumber she was cutting, looked at Lu Huaixiang, then at Wang Jiuzhe diligently chopping vegetables, and began to question her existence. "Does the impact of this instance vary from person to person?" she asked. With that, she stretched in a downward-facing dog pose, still holding the cucumber bit in her mouth, and then collapsed onto the floor. Xie Qingshan returned from hanging up the sheets, and was taken aback to see Lu Huaxiang lying flat on the bed, and Ling Yun lying flat on the floor. He carefully avoided Ling Yun's hands and feet, went to the wardrobe, took out all the seasonal clothes, and went to the bathroom. Ling Yun stretched on the floor, then crawled over like a stick insect. I washed the clothes. What are you doing? Xie Qingshan said seriously. The clothes in the wardrobe haven't been washed. All the clothes you're going to wear need to be washed. He sorted the clothes by material and color. He separated the tops and bottoms, and some clothes had oil stains from previous washings. He wet the clothes, carefully applied soap, and set them aside. Some clothes had yellowed collars, which he also treated with soap beforehand. Clothes that didn't need pre-treatment were thrown into the washing machine. Ling Yun felt tired just watching him work, yawned, and climbed back down. Ling Yun firmly believed that the rules of laziness affected people to varying degrees. Just as Wang Jiuzhou was finishing cooking, Song Zhao and Tian Tian returned. Song Zhao carried a piece of meat and a bag of ice cream, while Tian Tian carried a fishing rod with a discount tag on it. Tian Tian put the fishing rod behind the door, took the ice cream, and began to sell it to customers one by one. Sister Tianju said, after dinner we go fishing. Fishing means meat to eat, and we can sell the fish. Then we can exchange the fish for other meats. Everyone gets an ice cream, and mine is little pudding. Tian Tian's face was flushed from the bright sun, her eyes sparkling as she showed off her spoils. I have glutinous rice balls, corn ice cream, chocolate ice cream, and popsicles. Which one do you want? Ling Yun chose glutinous rice balls, tore open the packaging, stuffed it into her mouth, rolled over, and lay on her back on the floor. Lu Huaxiang chose popsicles and leaned against the bed, slurping them. Lu Huaxiang said, "Go wash your hands and face, it's time to eat." Tian Tian nodded, skipped over to Wang Jiuzhou, and, standing on tiptoe, unwrapped the corn ice cream and stuffed it into Wang Jiuzhou's mouth as he was chopping vegetables. Xie Qingshan, still hand-washing clothes, was given a chocolate ice cream. Song Zhao had a bag of small popsicles, 6 in total, brightly colored. Lu Huaxiang glanced at them and grinned. How could anyone eat this? It's so unhealthy. Normally, Lu Huaxiang would have said something, but now she was too lazy to speak. That's enough, a few bites won't kill anyone. 6 people, 6 servings of cheap popsicles, totaling 10 yuan. The 2-gene piece of meat cost 30 yuan. The fishing rod, line, and hook cost 50 yuan. Song Zhao stuffed all 6 popsicles into his mouth, took out a handful of change, and placed it on the table. Tian Tian, with a small pudding in her mouth, started counting the money. A moment later, Tian Tian raised her hand and said, 3 yuan and 6 jiao left. Xie Qingshan poked his head out of the bathroom, looking at Song Zhao in shock. 3 yuan and 6 jiao left? Isn't this back to square one? Xie Qingshan was a little dazed, feeling that his efforts were pointless. Then he thought, people inherently have little value. He went back to doing laundry. The white clothes needed pre-treatment before being thrown into the washing machine. He had to wash them diligently, and then hang them out to dry. With the good weather, he could collect the laundry in the evening. Ling Yun lifted her eyelids and rubbed her ears. She doubted that Xie Qingshan was affected by the rules of laziness at all. She was so tired, really so tired. It was the kind of exhaustion that left her with no energy after cleaning the room. There were no excuses to get her up anymore, only eating could rouse her. Wang Jiuzhou didn't care about the price, he started frying meat in the wok. Fortunately, although the previous owner of the room ate takeout, there was a small unopened bottle of cooking oil and a packet of salt. The pots and pans, though few, were enough. Otherwise, cooking would have been a hassle. Soon, the meal was ready. Wang Jiuzhou, finally getting meat, said contentedly, "Dinner's ready." There are 2 kinds of noodles, tomato and egg noodles, and salted egg yolk noodles. The side dishes include cucumber salad, stir-fried green beans with salted duck egg whites, stir-fried potato shreds, and stir-fried pork without chili peppers. Song Zhao pulled 2 small red chilies from his pocket. They were a freebie from the meat shop. Xie Qingshan, holding his bowl and about to eat, was shocked. Under the shadow of these rules, going out and interacting with people was a miracle if he didn't get into arguments, and it was lucky if someone died. And now, he was even getting free chilies? Was this rule specifically designed for him and Wang Jiuzhou? How did they manage this? This is very important to me, really important. Xie Qingshan was completely questioning his existence. He felt targeted, set up. And Xie Qingshan looked at the fishing rod standing behind the door. Can I really catch any fish? Xie Qingshan had decided that after dinner, he would drag Wang Jiuzhou to buy drinks and then get a cash reward. How can fishing fill your stomach? As a veteran Air Force pilot, Xie Qishan, who often finds himself fishing in disarray and frequently discovering scraps of fish, loses confidence whenever he sees a fishing rod. Chapter 459. Before, without an ID card, he catch fragments of people while fishing, and each time he pretend to be blind and not see them. Then he'd point out to others which fishing spot was good and where you could catch big fish. Several times, he almost got taken away by the police for questioning. Xie Qishan had his doubts. The fish in the previous instance were in Eden, and they were relatively easy to catch. Would the fish here be easy to catch too? Watching Song Xiao devour his noodles, Xie Qishan became even more determined to try and win the prize after dinner. Compared to fishing, Xie Qishan felt Wang Jiuzhu's ability to find prizes was more reliable. The six of them sat on the floor, on the bed, and on the sofa, enjoying their meal around the table. Even the tableware was pieced together. Tian used a water cup for noodles, Xie Qishan used a soup spoon, Lu Huaixiang used a bowl, Song Xiao used a basin, Ling Yun used a soup pot, and Wang Jiuzhou used a lid. On the table, one bowl held a high pile of egg noodles, another a bowl of cucumber salad, and the wok was full of egg yolk fried noodles, shredded potatoes, and stir-fried pork. 6 people, 3 bowls, and a single pair of disposable chopsticks. They ate with a strange sense of economic improvement. At least things couldn't get any worse. They couldn't even afford 1 bowl per person. They didn't even have a water container while eating. It couldn't get any worse. The 6 of them quickly finished all the food. Wang Jiuzhou lay on the floor and let out a burp. These noodles aren't very good. Will we get fresh noodles for next meal? Come out with me to buy drinks, and we get. Xie Qishan didn't finish his sentence before Wang Jiuzhou rolled off the bed. Xie Qishan tried to tempt Wang Jiuzhou. Want meat for next meal? Let's go out to buy drinks, and if we win, we have money to buy meat. Wang Jiuzhou stretched out a hand and shook his finger. You're lying, you only bought eggs. We talk about the next meal later. Rest, take a break. Xie Qishan turned his head and saw that the others were already lying down. Ling Yun lay under the table, his hands folded over his stomach, his posture peaceful. Song Qiao was hanging on the sofa in a difficult position, and Tian had already climbed into bed and was lying with Lu Huaixiang. Xie Qishan cleared the dishes, washed the dishes and pots, hung the clothes out to dry, took a shower, and then laid down on the floor. It's really quite comfortable. We talk about the next meal later. Xie Qishan realized the profound philosophy contained in Wang Jiuzhou's words. He understood. A deep, refreshing afternoon nap began. Before drifting off to sleep, Xie Qishan vaguely felt that he had overlooked something. Song Xiao woke up, drew back the curtains to look at the sky outside, and estimated today's fish catch. She saw a black ball of fur bound with strips of cloth, its mouth stuffed with gauze, hanging on a clothes hanger on the bay window. Song Xiao poked the black ball. It was warm and cozy. The black ball had 3 heads and 6 eyes, tears streaming down its face. Are you sunbathing here? Aren't you hot? Song Xiao stroked the 3-headed dog, feeling its temperature, realizing this spot wasn't ideal for drying fish. It wasn't warm enough. The 3-headed dog was extremely aggrieved. Lu Huaixiang had washed it clean, rushed into the house to shake its fur, and then hung it on a clothes hanger. It tried to struggle, then Ling Yun tied it up tightly and hung it outside the curtains to dry its fur. They promised it would be good, not cause trouble, and be put down when its fur was dry. It had been sleeping for so long, and they hadn't even called it for meals. The 3-headed dog was aggrieved. Song Xiao untied the rope, and the 3-headed dog clung to her leg, its 3 heads unusually united, all tilting their heads back and wailing. Don't cry, let's go fishing. I give you grilled fish. Don't disturb anyone's sleep. Song Xiao tied one end of the cloth strip around the 3-headed dog's neck. Walking a dog requires a leash, otherwise it's just the dog walking the dog. She picked up the fast-sleeping Tian, carried her on her back, found a parasol, grabbed a fishing rod, and prepared to go out. She had promised Tian she would go fishing with her. If she left her behind, Tian wouldn't see her crying. That wouldn't be pleasant. She wanted to properly appreciate the child she had made cry. Song Xiao paused, then went back and kicked Xie Qishan's foot. I'm going fishing, and walking the dog while I'm at it. Xie Qishan sat up groggily, seeing Song Xiao carrying Tian on her back, holding the dog on a leash, and carrying a fishing rod. Go fishing? No way, impossible. You might only catch a few scraps of people. How could anyone possibly catch a fish? No one in this world can catch a fish. Xie Qishan lay down and went back to sleep. On Blue Star, in the venue where the grand festival was no longer being broadcast live, Song Tianju silently ate salted egg yolk noodles. Her phone rested on her lap, broadcasting a live stream of Song Zhao fishing. Seeing Song Zhao cast his line, Song Tianju grabbed a large bucket of cola and gulped it down. She said to Qin Liang, who was eating hot dry noodles next to her, "Let's make a bet. I bet she won't catch any fish." Qin Liang glanced at the live stream and asked, "What are you betting on?" "Betting?" Song Tianjiao thought for a moment, seemingly having nothing worth betting on. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "I bet on grilled octopus. Whoever loses treats everyone to grilled octopus." Qin Liang glanced at his bank balance, reluctant to part with it, and turned to call out to Li Qingyu, who was eating fried fish behind him. "Fish, wanna bet?" Li Qingyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately leaned over. "What are we betting on?" Nua, who was eating kebabs, came over, and Diyu also limped over. Since they arrived here, most of the things they encountered were serious, and they needed a little lightheartedness. The phantom figures in the arena noticed the commotion and also came over. Eating grilled octopus, betting on whether the little figures on the screen could catch fish. Some gods were interested, some weren't. Those who were interested began placing their bets. Some bet on catching fish, some bet on not catching fish. These gods were different from the Tianmu group, the staff of the universal ritual, and the religious figures from various countries who had been invited. They hadn't watched the previous live stream and didn't know about Song Zhao's bizarre tactic of shooting fish with a bow when he couldn't catch any. They did some quick calculations and mostly chose the possibility of catching fish. To cooperate with Song Tianjiao, Qin Liang chose the option of fishing. The bet was evenly split between the two sides. The Tianmu team members could only offer various kinds of food. After all, they couldn't actually offer money, as that would change the nature of the bet. The gods offered all sorts of good things. Zhao Jiancheng ate his rice in a corner while talking to those around him. Is there any way to make them all lose? The winner takes all. Zhao Jiancheng wasn't really interested in the grilled octopus, grilled squid, grilled fish balls, or grilled seaweed. It was mainly because the things the gods offered were too tempting. A small piece of Nuwa's mending stone, stones collected by Yu the Great during his flood control efforts, the fur of the white dog god, lotus seeds from Guanin's lotus seat, the small flame of Emperor Yin, the hair of Pengu. Regardless of their use, even if they were just stored away, they'd be a source of pride. The old man, his hair and beard completely white, calculated with his fingers, then shook his head, saying, "I can't figure it out." Academician Gao, taking a sip of strong tea, smiled and said, "The fishermen are two people and a dog. What are they betting on?" Zhao Jiancheng slapped his forehead and immediately messaged Qin Liang, refining the rules to ensure the house wins all. Zhao Jiancheng felt a little ashamed, but then realized his shame was problematic. These petty people, seeking out goddesses with the power to create the world, the progenitors of the Yin kingdom. To cheat. To ask for something. What's wrong with that? What's the difference between this and asking your own mother for a handful of melon seeds? What's the difference? How can this be cheating? Chapter 460. Which of these gods isn't a supreme being who understands everything? If they lose, it's like giving them toys. They've been independent for too long. They've forgotten how to act cute and playful, how to complain about being poor. This isn't good, it's very bad. Even a 5,000-year-old child is still a child. Thinking this, Zhao Jiancheng felt a sense of clarity, his whole being radiant. Hey, he has a backer now. Song Tianju felt a chill run down his spine. He looked around, found nothing amiss, and took a large gulp of his iced cola. Burp. Zhao Jiancheng stared at Qi Tian, who was jumping around Dayu, bowing and massaging his shoulders, his smile growing increasingly genuine. Look, that's how you should be, shameless. No, innocent, lively, and passionate. Dayu also felt a little uneasy. He pointed to the iced cola in Song Tianju's hand and asked, "Is it good?" Song Tianju pulled out a large new bottle from under his seat. This was a Coke she kept frozen in the freezer for 3 hours, its main selling point being its refreshing chill. Dayu held the Coke bottle, somewhat curious. Qi Tian immediately opened the bottle, found a cup, and filled Dayu's cup. Dayu downed it in one gulp. Then he let out a long burp. Again! Qi Tian continued pouring, muttering in a voice only he could hear, "This lame cripple, has he even remembered where the golden cudgel is? Is he playing a trick on me?" Suddenly Qi Tian had a flash of inspiration, looking at Dayu's bare feet, and an idea struck him. "Brother Yu, your feet can't stay like this forever. I think you might have onychomycosis, fungal nail infection." Qi Tian often saw commercials for it on TV. He knew that onychomycosis was contagious. He immediately identified the cause. Li Qingyu leaned closer, carefully examining Dayu's rough feet. Li Qingyu said, "It's probably a fungal infection caused by the silt in the water. Get some medicine to kill the bacteria and try it." After saying that, Li Qingyu started calling for help. Dayu looked at his big toe with its ingrown nail, and didn't think there was anything wrong. Haven't he been like this for so many years? He didn't think he was sick. "Another cup, and go give me a few more skewers, extra chili." Dayu was now a Dayu with aspirations. Ever since he ate stinky tofu with chili, he refused to eat stinky tofu, and fell in love with chili. Chi Tian went directly to find Old Sun. Dayu watched Chi Tian's retreating figure and nodded. In the past, Wuziki had stirred up trouble in the Huai River area, and he had chained him up. Time had passed, and the world had changed. Now, Wuziki appeared in this form, and he was somewhat wary. Those so-called sea-stabilizing needle and Rui Jin Du Bang were nothing more than rulers used to measure water levels. Later generations embellished them, turning them into divine weapons. The more divine a weapon is, the less likely it is to fall into the hands of those who enjoy doing whatever they please, whether human or demon. Whether it's Wuziki, Sun Wukong, or Chiqian. No matter what the Great Yu is called, he only cares whether the water monster has any remorse for its past mistakes. The measuring ruler is a minor matter. Wuziki is most skilled at using smooth talk and deception. We can't be fooled. We must observe carefully. Thinking this, the Great Yu looked at Nuwa not far away. Nuwa was shaking a bottle of frozen cola vigorously, her tail wrapped around it. According to Chiqian, Nuwa, who should have been on Tianmu's live broadcast, was teaching Nuwa how to properly shake a cola smoothie. Don't shake it too fast, or it spray out. Use a little force. Nuwa unscrewed the cap, and the carbonated drink sprayed out. The little red fox crouching nearby immediately wiped the cola off Nuwa's tail with its tail. "Goddess Nuwa, try again, you definitely succeed." Dayu, Xin Liang had already drawn up the rules, pulled out a table, and projected it onto the screen. Question: Can Team 51 catch a fish? Answer 1, yes. Answer 2, no. The pie chart showed that 50.09% of people chose answer 1, holding a slight advantage, and leading the pack. Zhao Jiancheng looked at the question and realized something was wrong. This bet was too absolute, leaving no room for maneuver. In the corner, Old Sun was playing chess with Emperor Yin, while also roasting mutton. A white greyhound crouched nearby, waiting to eat the roasted meat. Glass chess pieces, reheated and shaped by Emperor Yin, landed perfectly round on the stone chessboard. Due to the limitations of the board, they played Gamoku, 5 in a row. After one game, Emperor Yin wiped the board smooth again. Taking advantage of this moment, Old Sun quickly drew lines with an iron skewer. Another perfect chessboard. With each game, the two chessboards rose slightly, now increasing by 3 inches. Chi Tian and the greyhound squatted together waiting for skewers. Old Sun divided the skewers between the monkey and the dog, casually wiping the greyhound with the grease from his hands. After all, it was his apprentice, he couldn't bear to use it on his hands. The greyhound didn't care about the grease. It grabbed a skewer, and ran to find Yang Erlang to remove the iron skewer. A staff member passed by, looked at the greyhound's protruding ribs, sighed, and stuffed a yogurt into Yang Erlang's hand. "Erlang, let it eat more, it looks so pitiful." Erlangshan said blankly, "It's a greyhound, it was born that way, I didn't let it go hungry." The staff member glanced at the greyhound, which had chewed through a yogurt carton and was frantically licking the yogurt, and shook his head with a sigh. Sigh. Erlangshan felt like he was being scolded. The white greyhound, known as the white dog god, later called the sun-swallowing god, was eating its yogurt in silence. After finishing, it looked up and saw the roasted meat still on the skewers, and angrily howled. Erlangshan, He learned a new term, cyberbullying. He felt that if this got out, he would be cyberbullied. Li Qingyu contacted the specialist medical team, turned around and saw the white greyhound with a yogurt carton in its mouth, and immediately kicked the panda that was gnawing on bamboo shoots. Go buy yogurt, all brands. The grand sacrificial ceremony was still underway, and it was uncertain how many gods would remain. The immediate priority was to treat the deity well, providing one-on-one, meticulous service. The panda immediately rushed into its rest area and grabbed a large box of yogurt. "This is the nutritious meal the zoo provided for me. Rare species are amazing." A zoo-provided nutritious meal? Li Qingyu looked at the yogurt and realized that rare animals really were amazing. The panda's treatment was far better than his. Was it too late for him to be reincarnated? The celestial hound ate the dry yogurt the panda gave him, and its eyes lit up. Ordinary people find dry yogurt difficult to swallow, mainly due to their oral cavity structure. As a proper greyhound with the face of a race-grade mountain bike seat, the celestial hound was completely unaffected by the choking problem. Delicious. You're a good iron-eating beast. The celestial hound raised its front paw and patted the panda's shoulder. This is the nutritious meal the zoo provides for me. If you want it, I talk to the keeper. She's really good at preparing meals. She sends them to me by air every day. Good person. Talk to the keeper and count me in. I should be on vacation too. I can eat by myself, no need to send it to me. Erlangshan's alarm bells rang loudly. He realized he might have been tricked. Hungry. 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 The three-headed dog howled. Song Xiao sat by the river, baiting the hook, casting the line, all in one smooth motion, with professional skill. Chapter 461. The three heads of the Cerberus were howling, barking, and croaking with hunger. A passing strake had jumped up in fright. Song Xiao had Tian fast asleep on a tree branch above his head, the howling Cerberus at his feet, and a well-equipped fisherman to his right. The fisherman, packing up to go home, approached and asked, "Your dog barks quite nicely, and it can even talk. What breed is it? I buy one to play with for a few days." The Cerberus, which had been lying in its grassy nest, immediately stood up, its 3 heads and 6 eyes staring intently at the fisherman. "Monster! Monster!" The fisherman dropped his equipment and ran away in a panic. The Cerberus cursed at the fisherman's retreating figure. "It's not a monster. What kind of person is this? So ignorant. It's the great Cerberus. The Cerberus guarding the gates of hell." The great Cerberus, hungry, broke free of its leash and went to the bucket the other had left behind, trying to find food, only to find it empty. Useless. The three-headed dog was furious. Song Xiao patted its head. "Leave only one head, otherwise you be caught and cooked with snakes. Put the leash on yourself." Hearing this, the 3 heads started arguing, finally reaching an agreement. Each head would take turns coming out. Hungry. The 3-headed dog put the leash on itself, tilting its head back and continuing to howl. Song Xiao frowned, saying seriously, "Do you know why I can't catch any fish?" The 3-headed dog looked confused. "Because you're too noisy, you scared the fish away, and can't catch any. You're at least 70% responsible." The 3-headed dog, snarling and cursing, jumped into the water, splashed around for a bit, and finally came up with an eel in its mouth. Having just finished bathing, the 3-headed dog was covered in foul-smelling mud from catching the eel. Song Xiao refused to let it approach. The 3-headed dog was furious. It righted the fisherman's bucket, threw the eel in, and then continued rushing into the water. Useless 2-legged beasts. Without its efforts, as the great guardian of the gates of hell, it wouldn't even be able to catch a single fish. The 3-headed dog channeled its anger into power, catching over a dozen eels in one go. It then carried a thin eel ashore. Song Xiao watched the eel from afar, noticing something was off about its color. Are eels black and white? Why did she feel like there was a toad in the 3-headed dog's mouth? On the shore, the fisherman, who had just fled in terror, returned. "It's here. A monster? There's a monster." Song Xiao looked over at the sound, and saw the fisherman rushing over with his security guard. The security guard said, "Ma'am, your dog has a problem. We need to take it away." Song Xiao looked sincere, and pointed to her mouth. ABA. The previously menacing security guard's expression softened a bit, and he continued, "Dogs are not allowed in this community." Song Xiao continued to babble, pretending to be mute. Tian was awakened by the noise, and looked blankly at the group of people under the tree. Suddenly, she saw the writhing eel in the bucket. "Wah, Sister Tianjiao, we finally have meat to eat. We sold the fish, so we have money to buy meat." Tian wasn't afraid of eels, even though they looked like snakes. She wasn't afraid of giant octopuses, or real snakes, so naturally, she wouldn't be afraid of this. The security guard looked at Tian with sympathy after hearing her words. A mute man, a child, and a... The security guard looked at the small dog, about the size of 2 palms, covered in mud, with a thin, muddy eel in its mouth, and turned to the fisherman. "Is this the vicious dog you were talking about? The monster you were talking about?" The 3-headed dog tilted its head, blinked its round eyes, and released the thin, muddy eel from its mouth. Woof! Although the dog was dirty, it was undeniably cute. The security guard took out 2 candies, and handed them to Tian. "It's hot, go home. Come fishing again after the sun goes down." "Thank you, uncle. My sister owns the small supermarket at the entrance of the community. If you need anything, just go there. My name is Big Bear. Give me my name, and you get a 1% discount. Tian Tian smiled brightly. Thank you, Uncle Big Bear. The security guard left. The fisherman looked at the small, dull-witted dog with its tiny head, clearly a defenseless idiot, and walked over to kick it. The three-headed dog immediately leaped up, its body growing larger in the wind until it became a giant dog, as tall as a building, its enormous head baring its teeth at the fisherman. The fisherman screamed in terror, and ran away in a panic. Monster, monster! This is a monster! The three-headed dog reverted to its small form, lowered its head to pick up the eels, but found they were gone. It trotted over to the bucket, pushed off with its hind legs, jumped up, pawed at the bucket, and stretched its head to try and count the eels inside. The three-headed dog didn't know how many treats these eels could be exchanged for, but it knew that once the bucket was full, it would be impossible to count them all. These should be enough to get some treats, right? This should be enough. The security guard, hearing the fisherman's wailing, was thoroughly annoyed. You said you saw a three-headed dog. I'm here. Look at that dog, does it have 3 heads? You said you saw a dog with a head bigger than yours. Where is it? It's a mute man with his sister, and a stray dog the size of a palm. What did it do to you? That small dog, can it even reach your knee when it jumps? Can it bite your finger? Don't be so difficult, okay? The fisherman repeatedly explained that he saw it, he really saw it. A three-headed dog. A dog as tall as a 1-story building. A dog baring its teeth, about to eat him. He really saw it. The security guard watched the little dog struggling in the bucket, finally falling into it, and sighed. The security guard said to the fisherman, "Why don't you go to the vet? It's just a little dog, barely bigger than a fart. What do you want? Go to the vet. If all else fails, call the police." Song Zhao touched her nose. There were advantages to not speaking. Someone had spoken for her. The security guard turned and left. The fisherman, furious, spun around on the ground. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his ankle, and looked down to see a long, black and white striped creature. Snake, snake, snake. The kind security guard took the fisherman away to see a doctor. Song Zhao shook her head. She packed her things, carrying a bucket full of eels, and took Tian Tian to sell them at the market entrance. Song Zhao carried the things, while Tian Tian walked the dog. Tian Tian stuffed all the candy the security guard gave her into the three-headed dog's mouth. Tian Tian said earnestly, "Daddy said, we shouldn't eat things given by strangers." The three-headed dog eats anything, regardless of whether it's a stranger or not. At the market entrance, Song Zhao sat in a corner pretending to be mute, while Tian Tian solicited customers. There was no way around it. Rule 2 was just too powerful, constantly getting into dangerous conflicts. Rule 2, you lack the ability to communicate pleasantly with those people. Fortunately, this rule didn't affect Tian Tian much, otherwise everyone would have to pretend to be mute. Tian Tian held up an eel and shouted, "Eel! Eel! 50 yuan each, size doesn't matter, wild eel, caught by my dog." The three-headed dog, covered in mud, stood tall and proud. Someone passed by and chose the largest eel. 50? Really? Chapter 462. 50 yuan apiece. Tian Tian held up the eels, her face serious. A passerby, hearing this, bought the largest eel for 50 yuan. Staring at the teeth marks on the eel's body, he asked, "Kid, your dog doesn't have rabies, does it? It won't eat poop, will it?" The three-headed dog couldn't stand this, growling softly, before being slapped by Song Zhao. The three-headed dog immediately lost its ferocity, rolling on the ground and wagging its tail cutely. Seeing that although it was covered in mud, it looked honest and adorable, and the passerby reluctantly believed it. A bucket of eels, 50 yuan apiece, sold well at first, but the last 7 or 8 were too small to sell. Song Zhao said, "Take this home and eat it. You can make braised eel, stir-fried eel slices, or eel shreds. It's also good for porridge." The three-headed dog's saliva was practically dripping. Today it only ate 2 candies, and the jerky it brought into the dungeon. With fresh vegetables to eat, why eat hard jerky? It's a dog with standards now. It won't eat just anything. Tian Tian carefully counted the banknotes. 50, 100, 150. 500. We have 500. Sister Tianjiao, what should we buy? Some seasonings? Rice? And a few more bowls? They didn't have many kitchen utensils, making eating very inconvenient. Song Zhao looked down at her shoes, and realized she needed more. The two of them and the dog went to the market to buy things. They came out from another exit, and saw a stall selling flip-flops, so they bought 6 pairs. 4 large pairs and 2 small pairs. Go home. Woof woof woof. The three-headed dog protested. Why doesn't it have shoes? The outcome of the bet is decided. Team 51 didn't catch any fish, but they still have fish to eat. Most of the gods chose to catch fish, losing all their bets. Only 3 gods chose not to catch fish: Sun Wukong, Chi Tian, and Nuwa. Nuwa won a few dog hairs. Looking at the few white hairs, she shook her head, snapped her fingers, and the hairs instantly turned into 3 palm-sized puppies, circling around her. Seeing this, Song Tianjiao immediately handed over the small flame he had won. Nuwa looked at the small flame and placed the skewers she was holding on it to heat them. Song Tianjiao asked, "Can the small flame make a small animal? Like this?" As she spoke, the small flame grew arms and legs, transforming into a small fire person from the forest fire and ice people. "This one won't move. I want one that can move." Nuwa stared at the little fireman and said, "Do you want it to run around and start fires everywhere? This fire is hard to extinguish. Even little people can be disobedient." Song Tianjiao stared at the small flame in her palm and immediately gave up the idea. It's better not to turn it into a living thing. Disobedience is indeed a problem. She took out a torch from her pocket, put the small flame inside, and stuck the torch in the ground for easy heating of the meat skewers. No life, no life. It's fine this way. Chi Tian felt that the torch looked familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Qin Jianlu had obtained lotus seeds, and was pondering how to make lotus seed porridge. Li Qingyu looked at Panga's hair, wondering what it could be used for. Planted in the desert, and it would grow into a bunch of trees? Myths record that Panga's hair transformed into vegetation. Wouldn't it really be possible to plant the hair in the desert, water it, and a large patch of vegetation would grow? We can give it a try. Li Qingyu started gathering people. He didn't have much of anything, but he had the most classmates. His memory wasn't very good. He wrote down all the classmates he knew from school in a notebook, crossed out those he wasn't in contact with anymore, and the rest were the ones who would go to great lengths for him. "I have a new seed here. Would your research institute like to try planting it? You need to sign a confidentiality agreement. It's top secret. I send you the necessary documents. I have other things to do. You go ahead and do your work. I bring it to you later." Li Qingyu decided to spare a small part for his old classmate to study. Maybe it could grow into a large patch of vegetation. In the corner, the gluttonous howling dog was eager to try. Squad 51 hadn't caught a single fish, but the dog was quite useful. It could swim and catch fish. Howling Dog also wanted to catch eels. Panda cheered him on from the side, trying to spur him on. "I know a pristine ecotourism resort. My zookeeper does research there. There's a river with lots of fish and eels. Want to go fishing together? Do you eat Sichuan food? The spicy kind? The cafeteria there is pretty good." Xiao Xiangqun was already drooling. "Panda, let's go fishing now. Immediately. Right now." Erlangshan, watching Xiao Xiangqun already carrying the panda and ready to leave, clearly realized he'd been tricked. In the end, the goal of the house-taking all wasn't achieved, but the atmosphere seemed more harmonious. Zhao Jiancheng suppressed the urge to laugh out loud and said seriously, "The grand ceremony continues. Make some arrangements and see if anyone wants to go to the resort." "What's the name of that panda resort again?" Qin Liang said, "The Sichuan Chongqing National Ecological Reserve Giant Panda Breeding Base." "That's fine, it's good." Zhao Jiancheng wanted to abduct all the appearing deities. Since they were here, he might as well stay a little longer. If a time limit had to be put on this, it would be many years. These deities didn't exist in the timeline Zhao Hui recounted. Zhao Jiancheng felt as if some barrier had been broken, and everything had changed. Song Tianji was roasting cotton candy with a torch. Chi Tian came to get the cotton candy, examined the torch closely, and scratched his head, saying, "I feel like I've seen this somewhere before." Song Tianjiao held up the cotton candy and said, "Just something I found. It works pretty well. Strawberry or original flavor?" Diyu sat upright, soaking his feet, waiting for Chi Tian to bring him roasted cotton candy. Development is so fast, so fast. The effervescent tablets in the foot bath bubbled and fizzed, reminding him of the feeling of stepping on muddy ground. Ling Yan woke up and saw Song Zhao and Tian Tian entering the room. The sky seemed to have fallen. "What have you been doing? Did you go grave robbing? You're covered in mud." Song Zhao looked up at the ceiling, remaining silent. On their way back from buying groceries, Song Zhao and Tian Tian calculated that they wouldn't have enough fish, and they heard passers-by complaining about the high temperature tomorrow. They figured it would be too hot to go out tomorrow, so they decided to catch some eels today. So, they brought back a whole bucket of eels. 2 mud-covered figures and a mud-covered dog, reeking of decaying mud. Ling Yun's world collapsed. She shoved the figures into the bathroom, dragged the dog down to the flower bed, grabbed a handful of grass, and tried to wipe the half-dried mud off the three-headed dog. The mud on the figures was easy to clean, but the mud on the dog had seeped deep into its fur. Just shave it clean. The three-headed dog, hearing this, turned and ran, but being small, it was quickly subdued by Ling Yun. Dogs need to be shaved in the summer. I leave you 5 millimeters. Hee hee hee, little puppy, you have to be good, hee 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 hee. The three-headed dog twisted its body, broke free of its restraints, and continued running. The fisherman returned from the hospital, limping home, when he saw a man with a buzz cut chasing a dirty little dog. Just as the dog was about to be caught, its body suddenly grew larger. The fisherman froze. The three-headed dog spotted the fisherman, and the vengeful dog charged at him, baring its teeth. Ling Yun immediately grabbed the three-headed dog's tail. Don't eat people. Aya! A monster! A man-eating monster! Chapter 463. Ling Yun forcefully pulled the three-headed dog's tail, urging it to turn back quickly, lest it be caught and cooked. Think about the fish tonight. Do you want to eat meat? The three-headed dog immediately transformed into a puppy, circling around Ling Yun. Let's go home. I give you a bath at home. Ling Yun gave up on shaving it, and took the three-headed dog home, the fisherman's wailing continuing behind them. I saw it. Security guard, I saw it. A monster? A monster is going to eat me. It's going to eat me. The security guard, who rushed over, found that this man seemed to have really gone mad. Check the security camera? There are no security cameras here. Ling Yun carried the dog home, shoved it into a basin, squeezed out a huge dollop of dish soap, and started scrubbing. One dollop didn't lather, so he used another. Finally, he used half a bottle of dish soap to barely clean the dog. The three-headed dog was dizzy from being washed, and as soon as it came out of the bathroom, it plopped down on the floor. Dinner consisted of stir-fried eel slices, eel soup, fried eel chunks, and white rice. There was also a large plate of lean pork stir-fried with vegetables. Congratulations. Finally, we had bowls and proper chopsticks. Even the three-headed dog had its own special dog bowl. The three-headed dog ate its fillets with gusto, almost crying. Song Zhao was an expert at eating fish, slicing it with effortless skill. Eels have few small bones, making them easy to clean. With fresh eels available, Lu Huaixian was interested in cooking, and her food was delicious. The three-headed dog ate until its belly was round and full, then lay on the floor whimpering, not even wanting to move its tail. The others, full, lay on the sofa, on the floor, or in bed, not wanting to move a finger. Sigh, let's clean up tomorrow. I want to sleep. Me too. Are we eating this again tomorrow? There are still lots of eels in the bucket. I want ice cream tomorrow. Everyone chatted amongst themselves, and quickly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in Team 49's livestream room, several lucky winners were eating takeout. Bao Zhu, holding his takeout, looked delighted. I knew it, takeout is still the best. Lai Ji, well done. How did you know the account password? Xie Yulai glanced at Zhang Miuyan, who was sitting on the sofa drinking cola, touched his nose, and said embarrassedly, a little bit of cleverness, I wouldn't do that outside. This isn't good, it's illegal. After eating, Zhang Miuyan and Zhang Wenwei slept in the bed, while the other three slept on the floor. Bao Zhu diligently cleaned up and threw away the trash. Zhang Salmon, lying on the floor, kicked Xie Yulai. What's going on with him? Why is he working so hard? Is this right? This isn't right. Is Bao Zhu really that diligent? Zhang Sang questioned his existence. Not long after, Bao Zhu returned, his face bruised and swollen, clearly from a fight. I ran into a fisherman who insisted I was blocking his way, causing him bad luck and preventing him from catching any fish. Bao Zhu touched his face, looking innocent. There was nothing I could do. I had to wait for him to make the first move and hang him in the tree. Zhang Sang got up and looked out the window. Sure enough, he saw a person hanging in the tree, swaying like a fish on a hook. Bao Zhu said sheepishly, his fishing rod is pretty good quality. I used the rod to hang him high. This way, he won't scare the flowers, plants, or children. Zhang San, never mind, let's go to sleep. This is also following the rules. Rule 1. You have the ability to love yourself, therefore some people are always unhappy when they are around you. Rule 2. You lack the ability to communicate pleasantly with those people. Note, please get rid of those who make you unhappy as soon as possible. Zhang Sanlin believes that Bao Zhu's behavior completely complied with the rules of the game. Xie Yulai lay on the ground yawning. Sleep, sleep. How about steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk tomorrow. Zhang Miyan said, and dried tofu with sesame seed cake, with an egg. Zhang Wenhua said, mung bean ice. The lucky members of Team 49, after discussing their meals, immediately fell asleep. The lucky members of the other teams, having eaten their fill in various ways, cleaned their sleeping areas and went to bed. They had no motivation to fight. Since they were already there, they might as well sleep for a while. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Song Xiao woke up, raised her hand to yawn, and asked Jiu Zhao, what time is it? There was no response. Song Xiao nudged Wang Jiuzhao, who was fast asleep on the floor. Jiu Zhao, what time is it? Wang Jiuzhao rolled over and mumbled, 9 o'clock. It's still early, go back to sleep. Song Xiao buried her head in her sleep. When she woke up again, she nudged Wang Jiuzhao, who was fast asleep on the bed next to her. Jiu Zhao, what time is it? 9 o'clock. Song Xiao immediately woke up and asked, 9 o'clock at night? 9 o'clock in the morning. When I asked you just now, wasn't it already 9 o'clock? I only slept for less than a minute. Song Xiao sat up, holding her head, looking a little dazed. Wang Jiuzhao looked at her blankly. The last time you asked me was 24 hours ago, and now it's the third day since we entered the instance. I can't wake you up, not even for meals. Wang Jiuzhao said, taking out a tub of ice cream. Want some? Yes. Song Xiao ate her ice cream silently, noticing the changes in the room. The original large bed was gone, the wardrobe had been removed, and 3 bunk beds, each about 1 meter by 2 meters, were placed against the wall. The small table had been replaced with a large one, with various plates and bowls on it, not the one she had bought before. What happened? Yesterday afternoon I won a prize buying drinks, so they changed the bed and had the wardrobe removed. They ordered meals, 3 meals a day, delivered by the hotel. Wang Jiuzhao pointed to the leftovers on the table. Every morning I get up alone to open the door for the hotel staff. Huh? Song Xiao was completely stunned. Wang Jiuzhao started doing the math. Yesterday, she and Tian bought all the drinks and food in the area that could win prizes, winning a total of 30,000 yuan. Following Lu Huaxiang's instructions, they went to a nearby small hotel and negotiated a 5-day meal delivery plan, feeding 6 people and 1 dog per meal, with a budget of 200 yuan per person per day, and the dog counted as a person. In other words, a budget of 1,400 yuan per day, with the hotel delivering meals on time. The hotel agreed immediately. It was a small hotel, and Lu Huaxiang's budget was perfect. Moreover, it was close by, so delivery wouldn't take long. Lu Huaxiang decided to use the remaining money to replace all the furniture and appliances in the house, leaving 2,000 yuan for those who were awake to go out and buy snacks to fill the refrigerator. Now we're completely broke. Just lie there and wait for the food. Wang Jiuzhao shrugged. I'm going back to sleep, I'm so sleepy. The hotel delivers at 11:30, just open the door. Song Xiao was completely dumbfounded. She finished a large tub of ice cream, rummaged through the fridge for other things to eat, and was just about to clean up the trash when the doorbell rang. She opened the door, about to pretend she was mute, when someone pushed a food cart inside. 2 people entered. One quickly cleared the trash from the table, wiped it, and then tidied up the rest of the trash in the room. The other laid out a thermal mat on the table, and served the dishes one by one. 8 dishes and 2 soups. If you have any suggestions for the dishes, madam, please write them on a note. We collect them when we deliver tonight. The 2 people came and went quickly, taking the trash with them. Song Xiao stared at the covered dishes on the table, completely stunned. Is this the life of a lazy person? Is it this wonderful? In the white room, Lazy rolled around on the floor. Why don't I get this treatment? Why? Why? Lazy was angry, rolling around on the floor. I want this treatment too. Chapter 464. Why don't I get this treatment? My laziness collapsed. This shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't it be living in a garbage dump every day, wanting to clean but too lazy to? Finally, after cleaning up, I got yelled at for garbage sorting issues. Trying to argue, I got beaten up, and ended up going to the pharmacy for medicine. Because I stepped into the pharmacy with my left foot first, the clerk tried to sell me expensive and useless health products, spending all the money in my pocket. When I got home, I wanted to order takeout, but I forgot my payment password. After going hungry for 3 meals, I finally found the password in my phone's notes, ordered takeout, but it took 2 hours to arrive, and there were flies in it. I called the restaurant to argue, but they denied there were flies in their takeout, got yelled at, and were threatened with having to know where I lived. In the end, I could only lie in bed, continuing to starve. The next day, after lying in bed for 3 hours, I finally couldn't stand the hunger anymore and got up. This time, I learned my lesson: no takeout, I eat out. As a result, I accidentally tripped and fell while passing a fisherman, scaring away his fish and getting cursed for bad luck. I got up to buy food, and at the shop entrance, I was bitten by a dog that wasn't on a leash. I went to the hospital for a vaccination. The supplies were buy one get one free, 1 needle for 2. After the vaccination, I went home, hungry and tired, so I could only lie in bed and order takeout. After 2 hours of searching, I finally chose something. I lay in bed praying that this time the takeout wouldn't have flies. Takeout doesn't always have flies. Maybe the unwashed cauliflower had caterpillars. The barbecue rice bowl had lymph nodes. The unwashed lettuce had blue powder, metaldehyde. Unpeeled potatoes with green sprouts taste like eating a handful of dirt, while simultaneously stuffing an electrical wire into your mouth. The chili sauce given away by vendors might contain tiny flying insects. The kebabs contain rat meat, which can be thrown away hand in hand with a rat in the duck neck. Occasionally, you muster the courage to go to the market, only to find overpriced meat and vegetables, and then the pot catches fire while you're cooking. In the end, you have to order takeout. This is the script for laziness. How can these people rewrite the script? Laziness protests. Cheating. They cheated? Cheating? Why didn't they take me with them? Laziness never imagined things could develop this way. So, pretending to be mute means you won't be argued with or beaten? So, many things can be completely solved with money. So, solving things with fists is also a good method? Playing the victim, throwing money around, fists. Could these be combined into a powerful attack? Lazy rolled around on the ground, landing at Zhao Hui's feet and hugging his leg, wailing. Why is this happening? Why? Zhao Hui patted Lazy's head and whispered, "Do you know how noisy you are?" Lazy burst into tears. Zhao Jiancheng looked at his lazy mother and understood. "Leeching you finalized this one last time. After going to the resort, the treatment can't be lower than what Team 51 is currently receiving. Funding will be allocated separately, so don't worry about funding. Getting a few more gods to stay is worth more than getting an extra aircraft carrier." Wait, how can you call it deception? Being filial to Nuwa, how is that deception? Xiao Jiancheng sent a message to Song Tianjiu. Song Tianjiu was baking extra-large marshmallows when her phone rang. She shifted her position, turning her pocket towards Nuwa. "Help me get my phone. I don't know who's calling. Can you check?" Nuwa reached in and pulled out a fist-sized green apple lollipop. She continued searching and pulled out a bar of chocolates. On the third try, she finally pulled out her phone. The phone had no password lock or facial recognition. Nuwa took it out, and the screen was already unlocked. The wallpaper was pure black, and the message pop-up was clearly visible. "Lu Huaixiang's simple-minded son, Ms. Song, let's work together to keep Nuwa and the others here. My budget is 5 billion. Lu Huaixiang's simple-minded son, 100 billion. Nuwa looked up and asked, 100 billion, is that a lot? The little red-haired fox, who was eating kebabs, immediately said, not much, not much. If everyone in Yen Kingdom contributes 10 yuan, that's about right. Your Majesty, would you like people to donate to you? No need for that trouble. This little fox is willing to offer all my wealth to your Majesty." The little red-haired fox's eyes gleamed. "Although it won't add up to 100 billion, we try our best. Your Majesty, please accept me." The little fox rubbed its head against Nuwa's tail, its face full of adoration. The white lady curled up beside her, eating scraps of cotton candy, her eyes also sparkling as she looked at Nuwa. Song Tianjiu said, "Not much. A cotton candy factory, plus the related industrial chain, should be enough. Dogs can't eat chocolate, but your dog is eating chocolate." Nuwa looked down and saw the 3 puppies transform from dog hair trying to steal chocolate. Nuwa immediately broke off a piece of chocolate and popped it into her mouth. She pointed at the little red fox and asked, "Can she eat it?" The little red fox replied dejectedly, "Your Majesty, I'm a canine, I can't eat chocolate." Nuwa then distributed the chocolate to the creatures around her that weren't canines. The white lady also received a small piece, holding it tightly, reluctant to eat it. Song Tianjiu then took out 2 large pieces and stuffed them into the white lady's hands. "There's still plenty left, eat." The white lady held the chocolate, hesitant to speak, then hesitant again. Did she want to eat the chocolate? She was reluctant to eat the chocolate given to her by her idol. Nuwa looked in the direction of Zhao Jiancheng and said to Song Tianjiu, "Is he trying to trick me?" Song Tianjiu nodded. "Yes. He's going to use lots and lots of delicious food and fun things to trick you. He wants you to stay here longer. Nuwa narrowed her eyes, swallowed the marshmallow that Song Tianju had just baked, and charged straight towards Zhao Jiancheng. Human! You disobedient person, why don't you just talk to me directly? Huh? Zhao Jiancheng looked up and met Nuwa's eyes, cold sweat breaking out. At this moment, he lost the composure and poise he had cultivated over decades, reverting to the little brat Lu Huaixiang used to chase him with a feather duster. I was wrong? Zhao Jiancheng was extremely uneasy, carefully choosing his words. I want to eat bullfrogs. The white snake said bullfrogs are delicious. Arrange immediately. There are many bullfrogs in the resort area. Transportation options include trains, cars, and airplanes. Which mode of transport would you like? Just tell me where you want to go. I have Song Tianjiao take me. Zhao Jiancheng's body stiffened as he looked at Song Tianjiao, who was handing out roasted marshmallows to the gods one by one. One skewer per god, more if you want. Wait for the next batch. When it was Emperor Yan's turn, Song Tianjiao refused to give him the roasted marshmallows. I give you a packet. You can grill it yourself. You have a fire, after all. Chapter 465. Roasting marshmallows is tiring. You should do it yourself. I think you could open a barbecue restaurant. Jingwei likes them. Sell coconut eggs while you're at it. Use opaque straws. Call it Yandi Barbecue. Business will definitely be good. Have Chi Tian do global shopping every day. Get you the freshest ingredients, and use the money you earn to buy coconut eggs. Yandi took a marshmallow, and the next second, it turned into charcoal, vanished in the wind. Song Tianju said seriously, the temperature is too high. Lower it a bit more. You're getting a sore throat. Eat more ice cream. Yendi seemed thoughtful. Old Sun took a bite of the roasted marshmallow inside. Too sweet. A delicious snack shouldn't be too sweet. Song Tianju snatched it back. Then don't eat it. You little brat. Old Sun shook his head inside. I don't have diabetes. What's wrong with eating a little? Song Tianjiao ignored him, and stuffed the cotton candy into Zilo Xiangquan's mouth. Zilo Xiangquan spotted a chocolate bar peeking out of her pocket, and secretly snatched it. Soon, the busy event venue became even more chaotic. Song Tianjiao shouted, dogs can't eat chocolate. Neither can Zilo Xiangquan. You're a dog. The large crowd was a problem. Zilo Xiangquan ran ahead, with the crowd and gods chasing after him. Zilo Xiangquan was a purebred greyhound, so his speed was unparalleled. By the time everyone caught Zilo Xiangquan, a box of chocolate bars had been devoured. Panda pried open Zilo Xiangquan's mouth, examined it carefully, and said, let's pump his stomach. Soon, Zilo Xiangquan, who was being personally tied up and pumped by Panda, unilaterally declared that his newly established friendship with Panda was completely destroyed. Traitor. Iron-eating beast, you traitor. You ate it with your own ability. Why are you spitting it out? These chaotic events were something Zhao Jiancheng hadn't anticipated. He had originally envisioned all the gods gathered together to discuss important matters. Everyone was serious and focused, ensuring a perfect conclusion to the grand ceremony. He never expected it to turn out like this. Could our plan have been flawed? The gods were gathered together, sharing roasted marshmallows. Or perhaps candied hawthorns instead. Zhao Jiancheng arranged for his team to make candied hawthorns. He had completely given up on live streaming or boosting morale. It didn't matter, it was fine as it was. After the grand ceremony, he just had to make sure as many survived as possible. Zhao Jiancheng was about to discuss the details of dealing with Tianmu with Song Tianjiao, when he discovered that Song Tianjiao and Nuwa were gone, along with Bai Nyang and Hu Li. Where are they? Where's Song Tianjiao? Secretary Qin Liang asked, his expression dazed. They opened the electrical box, went inside, and then disappeared. Meanwhile, a door in the panda base opened. For humanoid creatures wearing colorful beach shorts, oversized t-shirts, and flip-flops emerged. This should be it? We shouldn't have gone the wrong way. Song Tianju poked at the black and white ball of fluff beside her feet, then turned to Nuwa and said, shall we go eat bullfrog? Extra spicy? Bai Nyang swallowed hard. As a snake, bullfrogs held a great attraction for her. Hu Li was a red-haired fox cub, a carnivore. As long as there was meat, she was happy. A voice came from nearby. Who are you? How did you get in? This is the Panda Cub area, not the tourist route. Song Tianju said enthusiastically, we accidentally went the wrong way. Which restaurant nearby is good? Can you give us directions? Half an hour later, the four of them began to work on a huge pot of bullfrogs. Li ate while answering the phone. Fish. We're in Sichuan/Chongqing. We're eating, don't worry, everything will be taken care of. Where are we? We're eating bullfrogs. I send you the location, this place is good. Nuo wanted bullfrogs, and Nuo got to eat freshly killed bullfrogs. The whole process took less than an hour. Zhao Jiancheng completely questioned his existence. He realized he couldn't rely on these gods for organization or discipline. Suddenly, Zhao Jiancheng felt a sharp pain in his knee. Looking down, he saw a white dog pawing at his knee. Human, I want to eat bullfrogs too. Dogs can eat bullfrogs. Now, immediately right now, bullfrogs. Zhao Jiancheng looked at the white dog's large ears, and suddenly hallucinated. He thought he saw a beagle. It was an illusion, it must be an illusion. Everything was in chaos, everything was in chaos. Zhao Jiancheng went to find old son. Isn't the grand ritual supposed to last 7 days? Are you sure it's okay to run around like this? What problem? You guys do your rituals, what does it have to do with us? Offering sacrifices to the gods isn't really related to the gods. Aren't we going to the resort area? Isn't the car ready yet? If not, I take Emperor Yin out for a stroll right now. Emperor Yin wants to open a barbecue restaurant and needs to find a good location. Zhao Jiancheng realized that his contingency plan wasn't just inadequate. It was completely wrong. Meanwhile, the lazy dungeon was still ongoing. The dungeon's trajectory had completely deviated from Lazy's original intention. The lucky ones ate and slept and ate, just like on vacation. The dungeon rules had no effect on them whatsoever. They all unanimously learned to play dumb. Becoming mute can resolve most unpleasant arguments. Rule 1. You have the capacity to love yourself, therefore some people are always unhappy around you. This rule is strange. The lucky ones suspect a conspiracy, so they see everyone as someone who wants to harm them. Since some people see them as unhappy, stay away, stay as far away as possible. Rule 2. You lack the ability to communicate pleasantly with those people. Pretend to be mute, as long as there's no communication, there will be no unpleasantness. The lucky ones think they're incredibly clever. Rule 3. You often refuse to get out of bed due to anxiety. They don't have to go to work, so what's the point of getting up? Of course, they eat while lying down. As long as there's a little money and a little food, they lie down if they can. Following the rule and lying down, what's the difference between that and a paid vacation? No fighting, no fear. Rule 4. You live outside the garbage dump. The room is messy, a quick clean will fix it. There's a stinky garbage dump outside, just close the windows and open the door for ventilation. Rule 5. The instance lasts 7 days, but your sense of time is impeccable. This rule seems to have a hidden agenda. The lucky ones choose to count the days on their fingers. Even 1 day less is a loss. Note, please take care of anyone who makes you unhappy. For trivial matters, and problems that can't be solved by silence, you have to take action. The lucky ones are filled with emotion. This is truly the easiest instance they ever encountered. They gained 7 extra days of rest out of nowhere. Xie Qinshan lies on his bed, hands clasped together in front of his chest, and sighs. Laziness is a good instance. I hope the next instance is like this too. The city isn't a city of ruins. There's electricity, water, internet, the ecosystem hasn't been destroyed, and there's some money. Xie Qinshan wipes away tears from the corners of his eyes, and says emotionally, this is simply the life I always dreamed of. 7 days is too short. It really is too short. Chapter 466. The 7 days of the dungeon passed in the blink of an eye in the lucky one's blissful life. Lazy was so angry that it rolled around on the ground. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. After being beaten up by Zhao Hui, Lazy didn't dare to hug Zhao Hui's leg and cry anymore. It didn't dare to hug the octopus, only daring to hug the arrogant Tian Yi's leg and cry, crying for a while, then rolling around for a while. The stimulated Lazy was completely different from its previous quiet and lazy self, behaving extremely excitedly. Tian Yi yawned, looked down at the resentful Lazy, raised an eyebrow slightly, and said, a piece of trash. What? Lazy cried even louder. How pathetic I am. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Lazy was different from others. It had no story worth telling. Its past was unremarkable, filled with repeated setbacks. Li Bai's poem, I will climb Mount Taihang, but the snow covers the mountain. I wish to cross the Yellow River, but the ice blocks the stream, attempts to depict the frustrations of his unfulfilled political ambitions. Lazy felt this was wrong. If it were Lazy, it would have embarked on a difficult journey to Mount Taihang, only to be caught in an avalanche upon arrival. If it were Lazy, It would have slipped on the frozen yellow river, fallen into the deep water, and been swept into the sea, swelling into a giant. Li Bai's political ambitions were thwarted, yet the court remained. Lazy's wishes were never fulfilled. The foundation upon which its dreams were built had vanished. The repeated blows had left it unable to rise again. Wah, 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 wah. Song Tianjiao, carrying a box, opened the door and saw Lazy rolling on the floor. What are you doing? Who among you knows how to grill skewers? We're short-handed. You guys can send one, food and lodging included. The giant octopus, driven to the brink of madness by the noise, immediately pointed all its tentacles at Lazy. Arrogance also pointed at Lazy, unable to bear it any longer, and said, Lazy may not be as good as me, but it's still capable of working. I recommend it. Zhao Hui kicked Lazy away. Bring me some sweet and sour pork when you come back, not the chicken version, but the real thing. Lazy fell face first, crying even louder. Lazy couldn't understand what it had done to offend these two people. Lazy just wanted to cry. Song Tianjiao helped Lazy up, patted its shoulder, and shoved it through the door. Then she looked at Zhao Hui, smiling, and said, Zhao Jiancheng has something to discuss with you. Zhao Hui was puzzled. What is it? I don't remember this, it must be fake. Full portion sweet and sour pork, the real thing. Are you expecting laziness? Is that even possible? Zhao Hui walked straight in, needing no urging or chasing. Then Song Tianjiao looked at the giant octopus, staring at its tentacles, lost in thought. I heard your tentacles can grow back after falling off? Can I have some? The giant octopus immediately curled its tentacles, pretending to be an octopus without tentacles. Alright. Song Tianjiao was disappointed. She couldn't force someone. It was such a pity. She had wanted Emperor Yin to grill the octopus. Such large tentacles required a huge iron plate and a huge grill. Emperor Yin would definitely be able to grill it until it sizzled and dripped with oil. The heat would be perfect. Song Tianjiao looked at Tian Yi. She pulled out a slip of paper with 7 names on it, 6 of which were circled, and only 1 name was uncircled. You're just being arrogant, aren't you? The lucky one is resting. It be your turn in 24 hours. Have you prepared the rules? Let me check. Tian Yi remained silent. Tian Yi looked at the giant octopus. Why are you looking at it? I have a hostage. Song Tianjiao pulled out Tian's photo and said with a smile, I have a hostage. Tian Yi hadn't expected to be threatened like this. This threat was very effective. Song Tianjiao put down the box, opened the lid, revealing a box of coconut eggs. Selected coconut eggs from Hainan Island. Naturally ripened coconuts chosen by K9 intelligence. Coconut eggs cut with top-notch knife skills. You can drink the coconut water and eat the coconut meat. Consider this a reward for completing the game. Want some? Chilled. When Tian Yi came to his senses, he was already holding a heavy, cool coconut egg in his hands. The straw was already inserted. He took a sip, and it tasted pretty good. Tian Yi raised his chin, looking down at him with his nostrils. I didn't think it was good. Far from it. I had much better ones. I'm only drinking it to give you face. Song Tianjiao smiled, revealing 8 teeth. Guess if I beat you up? Tian Yi shrank back, not daring to speak. Song Tianjiao tossed a coconut egg to the giant octopus. Looks like you recovered a bit? Perfect. That octopus from the universal sacrifice can be removed now. That's enough. You don't do any work, so all that faith is useless. The giant octopus didn't say a word, stuffed the coconut egg into its mouth, and then its eyes lit up. It extended a tentacle, bypassing Song Tianjiao, trying to steal the coconut egg. Song Tianjiao stepped on the octopus's tentacle. These are limited, 1 for each person, no more. If you want to go out and have a barbecue, you can trade octopus tentacles for lots of coconut eggs. The octopus hesitated for a moment, then refused Song Tianjiao's suggestion. It was the one in charge, and couldn't leave Tianmu at will. It held the power. Seeing the octopus's reaction, Song Tianjiao didn't force it and began supervising Tian Yi's work. What about your plan? What about your procedures? Don't you guys like to give a PowerPoint presentation? Arrogance, this won't do. Do you know why laziness fails? Arrogance hadn't paid any attention at first, completely ignoring the question. But as it listened, its attention was drawn in. Its eyes were filled with an unyielding stubbornness. Song Tianjiao patted Arrogance's shoulder and said earnestly, because you didn't have a contingency plan. It's okay, that's how it is. How can anyone in this world create a perfect contingency plan? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No matter how good the plan is, It can't go according to plan. Contingency plans always fall short of changes. That's fate, you can't fight it. Arrogance, huh? Just give up. You can't do it well anyway. Arrogance can't stand such words. It immediately got to work, its keyboard clattering loudly. Song Tianjiu added fuel to the fire. Can you finish in 12 hours? Probably not, right? Arrogance worked even faster. Song Tianjiu sat in the middle of the room, took a sip of coconut water, and remained silent, his accomplishment complete. The giant octopus, feigning death in the corner, still extended its tentacles, stealing coconut eggs. Just one for Tian, the rest could be eaten. Plan worked. It was truly a clever octopus. Tian felt like a genius. It didn't know why the coconut eggs were so appealing, it only knew it wanted to eat them. Addiction. In the real world, Lazy was grilling lamb skewers. Emperor Yin stood to the side, holding a burning whip, acting as the supervisor. Turn them quickly, don't burn them, burnt ones won't taste good. Lazy wanted to cry, but it didn't have time to cry. Don't cry, you be dried out by the fire. Chapter 467. Zhao Hui was dragged to Zhao Jiangcheng's office and given a severe beating. Zhao Jiangcheng had wanted to beat Zhao Hui for a long time. Hearing Song Tianjiu say there was a chance to beat Zhao Hui, Zhao Jiangcheng eagerly volunteered. Beat him. Beat him to a pulp, as long as he doesn't die. Liar! 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 Song Tianjiu, you liar. You called me here just to get beaten up? Zhao Hui howled. Outside the office, Xiao Xiangqun was searching through a pile of coconuts for a suitable one. After selecting a coconut, he swatted it aside with his paw. Panda was in charge of cutting the coconut eggs, and Little Fox was in charge of preparing the potion, injecting it into the coconut with a syringe. Li Qingyu brought over a marine biology expert, whose true form was also an octopus. This expert, based on his own dietary habits, taste preferences, and the elements his body was prone to lacking, prepared a special potion. From your description, it's an old octopus. Octopuses have a strange characteristic. Once they have offspring, they're not far from death. It's going to die. The only thing we can do now is give it some nutrition, so it has a little more energy before it dies. But this can't change its inevitable death. I said it before, as an octopus, you're destined to be single forever. Having children is impossible, absolutely impossible. But why did you put the medicine in the coconut? Will the octopus drink it? It doesn't affect the medicine's effectiveness, but it looks very strange. Li Qingyu shrugged. Who knows? Li Qingyu carefully placed the coconut eggs one by one into the insulated box, filled one box, and then stuffed it into a cabinet next to her. Let's get back to work. Meanwhile, Song Tianjiu opened a door, looking at the bustling venue. She glanced around, searching for a long time, but couldn't find the octopus's altar. She knew what an octopus looked like. But where was the octopus's altar? The grand ritual was nearing its end, the deities who had appeared had all gone to the resort. In Old Sun's words, this was like, you're worshipping the gods. What does it have to do with the gods? They didn't need to wait for the ritual to end. The grand ritual continued busily, burning incense and offering sacrifices as previously arranged. Song Xiao bypassed these people, trying hard to find the octopus among the tens of thousands of altars. She couldn't find it. She really couldn't find it. A curly-haired man in a white robe called out to her. Madam, are you Miss Song? It's a pleasure to meet you. Let me introduce myself. Song Xiao saw the man's outstretched hand and noticed a hole in his palm, her eyes widening in shock. She quickly said, Don't talk about that yet, I have a question. Where's the octopus? Octopus? Curly-haired man paused, then realized what she meant, pointing in a direction. Miss Song, you mean that evil statue that exudes a strange aura? It's over there. Oh my God, God bless you. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't touch that statue. Song Xiao ignored what the strange curly-haired man was saying, walked over, and picked up the octopus statue, which was much smaller than the other statues on the shelf. This statue was only the height of an adult's little finger, with a strange skin color, neither blue nor green, and overall grayish. Judging from the tentacles, it could roughly be identified as an octopus. This octopus stood upright on 4 tentacles, wearing a yellowish-brown top, without pants, with only 6 tentacles in total, a large nose, and a large head. A strange octopus. Aren't most octopuses supposed to have 8 tentacles? They're delicious cooked with dipping sauce. Slurped Song Xiao swallowed hard. Seeing her stuff the octopus statue into her pocket, and about to leave, curly-haired man quickly chased after her. This is wrong, you can't take it. This isn't appropriate. Why isn't it appropriate? This octopus doesn't need to be left here. What? Who said that? Oh my god, do you know what you're doing? This is a grand religious ceremony, a solemn place. How can you take away a deity statue? This is blasphemy. This is wrong, it will bring bad luck. What bad luck? I'm starving. I'm already annoyed about having to work overtime after finishing my work. Can you please stop blocking my way? Song Xiao thought this curly-haired man was very strange. She had a hole in her hand. Couldn't she go get it treated? Why was she telling her all this? She really didn't understand. Immediately, she saw someone handing out lunchboxes, and immediately bypassed the man to get one. After taking only a few steps, Song Xiao was blocked by a strange half-human, half-fish creature. Human, come with me. Song Xiao scrutinized the creature, then asked earnestly, Are you a merman? I am a siren. Song Xiao nodded, immediately forgetting his lunchbox, and pulled out a pocketbook to start flipping through it. Fish, ocean fish. May I ask, do you breathe with lungs or gills? This is very important, please tell me. The siren seemed confused, asking, What? Song Xiao received no answer, and could only quickly flip through the book himself. Not a protected animal, not an endangered animal, you're not in the catalog. It's edible. Song Xiao was very satisfied. She had finally met a proper merman. The fish looked almost exactly as Show had described. Perfect, too perfect. I won't let you down, please rest assured. I will cook it with the best seasonings. Song Xiao hoisted the siren and left. What are you doing? What are you doing? The siren finally realized it was about to be eaten and struggled desperately. It had always been the one luring sailors into the sea to become food. It had never been a sailor's food before, never. Help! Help! Save the fish. The siren's voice was piercing. Everyone who heard it stopped and looked in its direction. Xin Liang, who was left behind to take photos and write reports, heard the sound and immediately put down his camera. Song Tianjiao. Spare the fish. 3 minutes later, Song Xiao finally understood that this wasn't a mermaid, but a siren. Siren couldn't be eaten. Eating them would be detrimental to unity. The siren was practically an ally's pet. Besides, the siren had lived for many years. As a fish, it was no longer palatable. I understand. We should choose a young fish. Young fish won't do either, and we can't eat the Liqingyu either. Xin Liang was exhausted, truly exhausted. She felt that Song Tianjiu in front of her was somewhat different. But she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Xin Liang suddenly realized, Are you Song Xiao? Song Xiao nodded repeatedly, Yes, yes. She took out an octopus statue and said, Song Tianjiu told me to take this. The faith in that evil giant octopus is enough. It doesn't need recharging anymore. This octopus is so strange. Why does it have 6 legs? Xin Liang wiped her face and sighed, because this is an octopus figurine. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. A 3D printed octopus wouldn't be suitable, so I found a figurine. Song Xiao suddenly realized she'd seen something similar in her memory. A figurine. Is the octopus here good? Octopus with sauce might take out. Do you want some? Yes. Song Xiao ate the octopus with sauce and snail rice noodles, and drank a large glass of lemonade. While eating, Song Xiao watched 2 episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants. She gained a clearer understanding of Squidward. Oh, I see. Xin Liang asked, You came out, and Song Tianjiu went in? Yes, yes. Chapter 468. Song Xiao said smugly, She lost the draw this time, so it's her turn to work. She can only let me play. As long as I take the evil giant octopus down from the altar, I can play by myself for the rest of the time. Xin Liang's expression turned strange upon hearing this. Looking at this person, who was beaming and looked almost identical to Song Tianjiao, she suddenly realized who it was. Was this really the same person? Is this tasty? Song Xiao's eyes were fixed on the fruit salad in Chi Tian's hand. Her gaze was too direct. Chi Tian rolled his eyes and handed her the fruit salad. Didn't you just eat? Song Xiao smiled and said, I never had this before. Thank you, monkey. Chi Tian rubbed his hands on his pants and said, No need for thanks. It would be great if you could help me find the golden cudgel. After saying that, Chi Tian felt like he was going crazy. Duyu is difficult to deal with. He's tried countless methods, but none have yielded the golden cudgel. How can he rely on a clone? Moreover, this clone is someone else's clone. Song Xiao nodded seriously. Okay. Chi Tian thought this clone seemed a bit dim-witted. Even Li Qingyu found this matter troublesome. Duyu is hard to fool. Chi Tian had no hope for Song Xiao. After eating and drinking his fill, Song Xiao stood up and stretched, asking, Where is Duyu now? Qin Liang replied, Sichuan Chongqing Resort Area. Song Xiao thought for a moment and said, that seems far. How do I get there? I need to buy tickets, right? Does Song Tianju have identification? I can use her ID card. I can pass all the verifications. Song Tianju didn't have an ID card, only a pass. The pass was identical to the work badges of the other members of the Tianmu team on the front, but the back featured an electronic photo, name, and job title, and contained a built-in chip. Name, Song Tianju. Job title, Technical Consultant, Invited. Qin Liang hung the pass around Song Xiao's neck and handed her a work phone. Qin Liang explained, this pass can be used as identification. You can use it anywhere you can scan your ID card. It has a transportation chip inside. You can use it directly on buses and subways, but you need to book flights and high-speed trains with your phone. There's a credit limit in the account, so you can use it as a regular spending account. Song Xiao carefully memorized it, immediately stuffed the phone into her pocket, picked up the bag Qin Liang gave her, and walked out of the venue. Using the pass to open the electronic door, Song Xiao's eyes widened. Holding the pass, she repeatedly jumped back and forth at the doorway. I came in, I went out. I went in, I came out. The electronic door repeatedly beeped. Song Xiao had had her fill of playing. She got on the tricycle by the door. There was a key on it. She turned it, and the dashboard lit up. Wow! In this lazy dungeon, the main thing was to lie around eating and drinking. Song Xiao had only seen someone ride this kind of vehicle on her first day. It looked a bit like a cart pulled by livestock, but it didn't require any animals. The cargo bed could hold a lot of things. Song Xiao searched her memory and found a diagram of the vehicle's operating principle. She quickly understood how the vehicle started and what its working principle was. Even so, the moment she twisted the throttle, she was so excited that a layer of sweat broke out on the back of her neck. Let's go! Hey, wait a minute, wait for us. Several members of the Tianmu team rushed over. We're going to town too. Several people climbed into the back of the tricycle. Song Xiao twisted the accelerator, and the tricycle shot off. Speed was key, sharp curves were essential. Go! 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 Song Xiao was full of enthusiasm. Upon arriving in town, the men climbed out of the back and immediately leaned against trees, vomiting violently. They glanced at Song Xiao with fear, secretly vowing never to ride in her car again. Song Xiao asked, Do you know where the high-speed rail station is? The man who had vomited the most raised his hand. I take you. She was determined to show Song Tianju her driving skills. Being a special technical consultant was one thing. Driving had to be steady. Have you completed the paperwork? We need to report before leaving our posts. Song Xiao looked blank. What paperwork? She didn't know. She was just out for fun. Song Xiao, holding up the sign hanging around her neck, said, Qi Tian asked me to help find you, and Qin Liang gave me this. Qi Tian was the captain of the Tianmu group's non-human squad, directly liaising with the group's overall leader. Qin Liang was the overall leader's secretary. Anything arranged by these two must be important. The staff member opened the car door. Get in. I'm the Akina Mountain racing god. Song Xiao didn't know anything about Akina Mountain. Following the staff member's description, she took out her phone to book a ticket. The first time she booked the wrong direction. The second time she got the correct ticket. The staff member asked, What time is the ticket? 2:30 p.m. What time is it now? It's already 2 p.m.? Ah! The staff member floored the accelerator, speeding along, weaving erratically. She was convinced that the non-human squad captain's request to find you must be urgent and important. 5 minutes before ticket checking ended, she pulled Song Xiao into the station. After shoving Song Xiao into the high-speed train carriage, her legs went weak. We made it! We made it! Watching the train speed away, she felt she had accomplished a very important task. Today was truly a perfect day, with high work efficiency. Meanwhile, Qi Tian was still drinking fruit tea. Qin Liang asked, puzzled, Why aren't you leaving yet? Leaving what? Aren't you going to Sichuan and Chongqing? Seeing that old do you makes me angry. I'm not going. I stay here and keep watch, lest those strange things cause trouble. Uranus, the one called the strange thing, was outside wiping tables and picking up bottles. He dared not breathe too deeply, dared not lose his work ID, for fear of being struck by lightning. He was determined to be a good god and reform himself. Strive not to be struck by lightning. Bad person. Absolutely bad person. She actually wants to eat me. The siren lay on the table, her fishtail pounding the surface. complaining to the other foreign gods. Do I look appetizing? They want to eat me. Why? This is discrimination, blatant discrimination. I am a siren, the great ruler of the sea. Uranus tossed the plastic bottle into the burlap sack and glanced at the siren. Under the siren's seductive words, several foreign gods nodded repeatedly. Uranus walked over, placed his hand on the siren's head, snapped its neck, and ripped off its head. Noisy. Uranus tossed the siren's head back into the burlap sack, then suddenly remembered something, took off his work ID, and stuffed it into his pocket. Uranus began to introduce himself. Hello, I am the great sky god, Uranus. I am a Greek god. Amidst the shocked gazes of the foreign gods, Uranus hoisted the headless siren and headed towards the break room. Uranus found the chef who was resting and handed him the siren. New ingredient, don't make spicy fish head, the head should have poison in it. The chef, Chapter 469. The chef let out a sharp crack, and Wu Tu was quickly locked up. The charge was infighting without cause at the Pution de Jiao event venue. The Greek gods attacking the Greek sirens, of course, that's infighting. And it had to be reported to Mount Olympus for handling. After dealing with this matter, Qi Tian suddenly realized why the torch Song Tianju used to roast marshmallows looked familiar. That was the torch held by the Statue of Liberty. Why was it so much smaller? Song Xiao was riding the high-speed rail for the first time, curiously looking at the scenery outside the window. This speed was faster than a ship with a favorable wind. How fun! The passenger in the next seat kept looking up at Song Xiao, finally unable to resist speaking. You look like Song Tianju. Huh? Everyone says that. Song Xiao smiled and shared the nuts from the bag with the other person. A passenger exclaimed excitedly, Can we take a picture together? Sure. After the initial group photos, other hesitant passengers also made their requests. After taking photos with everyone in the carriage, there was still the next carriage to go. By the time Song Xiao reached her destination and got off the train, she had taken hundreds of group photos. She rubbed her stiff face, unable to smile, truly unable to smile. Song Xiao realized for the first time that standing still was also very tiring. Song Xiao's handbag was filled with various snacks given to her by passengers. After leaving the station, she immediately bought a mask and a baseball cap. This is terrifying. People fear becoming famous, just as pigs fear becoming fat. By the time she arrived at the resort area by taxi, it was already 10 p.m. Song Xiao, holding a flashlight and carrying her bag, explored the woods. Finally, she spotted a giant panda with a lantern in its mouth. Bear, come here. Do you know where you the Great is? The panda tilted its head, looked at her, let out a soft whimper, and turned to leave. Song Xiao followed the panda, and finally found the resort. It was already late at night, and everyone was resting. The panda led Song Xiao to a treehouse, and pointed to it. Having finished its task of picking her up, the panda immediately laid down under the tree and fell asleep. Song Xiao put some snacks next to the panda, climbed the rope ladder, rushed into the treehouse, and buried her head in her sleep. The next day, she was woken up by a little red fox. The red fox shouted, Shall we roast marshmallows today? Song Xiao shook her head. She didn't want to roast marshmallows. She had other things to do. Song Xiao asked the red-haired fox, Do you know where you the Great is? The fox wagged its tail and said, He's cutting mutton. Can I come with you? I'm very well behaved. That dog keeps trying to bite my neck. Song Xiao opened the window, and, sure enough, saw a panda fast asleep under the tree, and a greyhound jumping around. Such a long and thin dog, is it not getting enough to eat? It's quite pitiful. Song Xiao put the fox on her shoulder, climbed down the tree, and went to find you the Great cutting mutton. The white greyhound lay on the ground, looking at her excitedly. Want to play? Want to play? Want to play? Song Xiao directly grabbed the greyhound's muzzle. Don't talk. Talking dogs aren't normal dogs. You the Great saw Song Xiao and paused for a moment. Song Xiao squatted to one side, watching you chop meat. He wiped his mouth and asked, Are we having mutton for the next meal? You nodded, Ice mutton, they say it tastes good. Song Xiao slurped his saliva and waited for the meal to be served. You waited a long time, but Song Xiao didn't say anything more. Finally, you couldn't take it anymore. Weren't you said by that monkey? Ask me something? Song Xiao was puzzled. Ask what? Ask me if there really is a ruler that can measure the height of the sky and the depth of the water? Song Xiao nodded, choosing to play along. I'm asking you, is there really a ruler that can measure the height of the sky and the depth of the water? You felt very unsatisfied. Don't you have anything else you want to ask? Weren't you sent by that monkey? You should take this seriously. What to ask? Song Xiao thought for a moment and asked, what are the bones for? To make soup? So many bones, wouldn't that be too much for soup? Give me a few bones. Is this really a persuader sent by the monkey? Something feels off. Seeing that this person was silent and seemed difficult to get along with, Song Xiao decided to give up. She turned back to get tea on 3 cups of fruit tea. Song Xiao simply hoisted the little fox onto her shoulder and walked away. Red-haired fox, do you know what good food is around here? I know. There's a candied hawthorn, it's delicious. It's inside the scenic area. Let's go buy candied hawthorn. Song Xiao took a few steps, then noticed footsteps behind her. Turning around, she bumped into the face of the white greyhound on the bicycle seat. She thought for a moment, found a rope, and put it around the neck of the bicycle seat. You have to leash your dog. If you don't, it's just a dog. Erlangshan, returning from his morning exercise, heard this and felt insulted. Song Xiao saw his 3 eyes, widened her eyes, and immediately went over. Is this your dog? Take the rope, remember to leash it next time. This is so inconvenient. Erlangshan, whose hand had been forcibly stuffed with a rope, grumbled, Song Xiao took a few steps, then stopped. Red-haired fox, how many people are here? How many candied hawthorn should we buy? The little fox excitedly replied, there are 49 here now. 49 strings of candied hawthorns? That's a bit heavy. Is there any transportation? Song Xiao looked left and right, then fixed his gaze on the panda still fast asleep on the ground. This is a good mode of transportation. I can carry a basket. The panda had never imagined in its life that it would become a delivery donkey. It's a pity you're a bit small, otherwise you could be a mount. My godmother said that a black and white bear like you could be a mount. The panda was furious and sneered. At lunchtime, Song Xiao returned with the bear and the fox, carrying 50 strings of candied hawthorns. The shopkeeper gave them ice packs, but the syrup on the candied hawthorns hadn't melted at all. Song Xiao introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Song Xiao. Please have some candied hawthorns. Li Qingyu stared at Song Xiao, who was holding a candied hawthorn skewer, utterly bewildered. What was he doing? Yu had been waiting for Song Xiao to ask about the golden cudgel. But Song Xiao ate a bite of candied hawthorn, a bite of mutton, and then climbed up to the treehouse to sleep. She showed no intention of asking anything. Why isn't she asking? Emperor Yin said seriously. I think mutton tastes best roasted. Song Xiao slept soundly until the next night, and the little red-haired fox couldn't wake her no matter how much she called. Yuo lifted her up with her tail, and examined her closely for a long time. The little red-haired fox asked worriedly, Goddess Nuwa, is she sick? Nuwa shook her head. She's not sick. This clone is about to disappear. Is there no way to help her? The little red-haired fox cried. In the heavenly eye, the arrogant instance had already begun. Song Tianjiao squatted on the deserted island counting ants. The lucky ones needed to stay on the island for 7 days. Ah, I'm so hungry. Song Tianji rubbed his stomach, pulled out a lollipop, and popped it into his mouth. This was an isolated island. He had to rely on himself to feed himself. Arrogant Tianyi had learned his lesson about laziness. Ordering takeout wasn't an option in this instance. Song Tianjiao's expression turned serious. I think I'm being targeted by arrogant. Chapter 470. Tian Yi's rules and settings were perfectly crafted. It was clear that Tian Yi and Lazy were completely different styles. If only she hadn't used that reverse psychology. Song Tianjiao looked at the boundless sea and sighed deeply. Not being able to order takeout here was truly heartbreaking. The sea, the beach, the blue sky, the white clouds. Right now, there should be ice cream and refreshing drinks. What should I eat next? Song Tianjiao squatted on the beach, picking at her fingers. She felt targeted. She missed the days of lying around waiting for food without having to do anything. She was already starting to miss lazy. Lazy was a good thing. Sigh, shouldn't the meaning of life be lying around waiting for food? Tian Yi's instance was called Island Game, a group instance lasting 7 days. All the lucky ones on Blue Star were on the sea, and they would spend 7 days there. If you were a sea fishing enthusiast, you would probably love this instance. Blue sky, white clouds, vast ocean, isolated island. One person, one pole, creating a miracle. The Air Force goes hungry. Song Tianji sighed deeply. I must be being targeted. Song Tianji picked up a piece of seaweed from the beach, a gift from the storm and tides. The rules of this instance are as follows. Rule 1. You look down on your teammates, so you choose to act alone. Do not team up with any lucky individuals, stowaways, or animals. Rule 2. You will refuse food from others. Rule 3. You will refuse help from others. Rule 4. As a perfect human being, you believe you live better than anyone else. Rule 5. Curse anyone within 1 meter of you. This rule is highly aggressive, and there's absolutely nothing that needs changing. This rule attempts to make all the lucky winners extremely aggressive individuals. 5 rules, nothing that needs modification. After all, 7 days isn't enough time for the lucky winners with candy in their pockets to starve. Each lucky winner possesses an island of varying sizes. As far as the eye can see, there are islands of all shapes and sizes. The distance between the islands exceeds 5 nautical miles. Viewers in the live stream, seeing these islands, wish they were the ones entering the instance. I hate you e-people the most. This is practically i-people's paradise. With these rules and this environment, I could stay here for a whole year. My toys, beachcombing, 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 and also chasing people around to play. Work's done. Upstairs, I think something's off about what you said. What's your relationship with the person above you? I'm eating candied hawthorns. Give me a fishing rod and a boat, and I can stay here forever. Apple branch. Calm down, calm down. Have you noticed something's off? Have you been influenced by arrogance too? The viewers in the live stream tried to review the situation and found that apart from being a bit arrogant and inflated, they had no other problems. Song Tianjiao, who was picking up seaweed, saw a black dog swimming towards her. She crushed the lollipop in her mouth. Great, first I need to think about how to curse. How to curse a dog. Soon, the black dog came ashore. Song Tianji rushed over, keeping within a meter, and immediately started cursing. You greedy dog, you're a complete glutton. The 3-headed dog, which had just climbed ashore, wagged its tail vigorously upon hearing this. Woof woof woof. It's a glutton. Yes. It's a glutton. The 3-headed dog was overjoyed, wagging its tail happily. It really is a glutton. It's a greedy dog. So, is there anything for it to eat? Woof woof woof. The 3-headed dog excitedly circled around Song Tianjiao, drool dripping from its mouth, performing the canine harvest dance. Quickly, quickly, give me something to eat. You useless dog, if you want food, go hunt in the sea yourself. Being lazy and gluttonous is the behavior of a good-for-nothing. The 3-headed dog was even happier. It's it. It's it. That's right. It really can hunt in the water. It's the most powerful dog. Woof woof woof. Song Tianji realized the 3-headed dog wasn't cooperating at all. After she finished scolding it, it was the 3-headed dog's turn to scold her. Your turn. Are you an idiot? You big dumb dog. Get to work and curse me. The 3-headed dog's 6 eyes widened simultaneously, staring at Song Tianji in shock. Could it really curse? Was it really not a trap? The 3-headed dog was somewhat skeptical of the truth. It suspected it was a setup. Rule 5. Curse anyone within a meter of you. But it wasn't human, it was a dog. The 3-headed dog suspected Song Tianji was deliberately luring it. If it started cursing, it would be beaten. It must be. The 3-headed dog looked at Song Tianji warily, its eyes filled with distrust. It instinctively told it that once it started cursing, a loving slap would follow. But it dared not refuse. Besides, this opportunity was hard-won. It finally had a chance to curse Song Tianjiao, and if it missed it, it would be heartbroken for the rest of its life. The 3-headed dog's 3 heads brainstormed wildly, exchanging glances. Finally, the 3 heads reached a rare consensus, electing the dumbest head to speak. Your cooking is really terrible, and haven't you noticed? The rules are for people, not us. You idiots. Song Tianji froze. She hadn't considered this at all. The Cerberus is a dog, not a person. Song Tianji was stunned. Admitting she was wrong was impossible. She was a perfect human. How could a perfect human be wrong? Impossible, impossible to be wrong. After the stupid head finished speaking, the middle head, seeing Song Tianji unmoved, suddenly gained confidence and started cursing too. If we weren't weaker than you, we would have bitten you long ago. You always bully us. So what if you have high fighting power? You're always manipulating us. Do you really think we don't know? Do you really think we're stupid? We're only pretending to be crazy to cooperate with you. If it weren't for our lives, who would pay attention to you? Useless, useless snacks. The gluttonous head drooled. Snacks? What snacks? I want some. Song Tianji quietly watched the 3-headed dog, a mysterious smile on her face. She reached out and patted the ear of the gluttonous-headed dog. Good boy, it has nothing to do with you, you good for nothing. The next second, she slapped the middle dog on the head, picked it up, and threw it into the sea. The gluttonous-headed dog yelled, "Didn't you say it had nothing to do with me?" Ah! The three-headed dog flew out in a streamlined motion, crashing into the sea and creating a large splash. The three-headed dog was desperate. It was supposed to curse. After cursing, it was unhappy. It was truly the most pitiful dog in the world, without a doubt. The three-headed dog swam back from the sea, barking angrily. Song Tianjia suspected the dog had cursed her, but she had no concrete evidence. Song Tianjia frowned and said, "You went into the water. Why didn't you catch a fish? Stay away from me. I suspect you want to bite me. Do you even read the rules? Don't come near me." The three-headed dog hesitated. It couldn't tell whether Song Tianjia was following the rules or deliberately bullying it. Chapter 471. The three-headed dog struggled to recall the rules. Its three heads spoke incoherently, piecing together the information, and finally, it remembered the rules. Rule 1. You look down on your teammates, so you choose to act alone. Do not team up with any lucky individuals, stowaways, or animals. Was Song Tianjia following the rules? Not sure, let's see. The three-headed dog kept a meter's distance from Song Tianjia, watching her collect seaweed, jellyfish, starfish, crabs. Song Tianjia picked up a clump of seaweed from the beach, shook off the sea roaches, examined it closely, and frowned. The seaweed is too thin, it has no texture, get out of here. The seaweed was thrown into the sea. The jellyfish looks half dead, is it poisonous? It's missing seasoning. Jellyfish heads should have vinegar and minced garlic. Jellyfish heads without these two things are soulless. Get out of here. The half-dead jellyfish was thrown into the sea. That starfish is so ugly, get out of here. The ugly starfish was kicked into the sea. This crab looks stinky, dog, do you know? Crabs are rotten things that die after rotting. Get out of here. The stinky crab was smashed open by Song Tianjia with a stone. She pointed to its rotten inside, tilting her chin up, and said, "Praise me, quick. The crab is bad." The three-headed dog didn't dare to speak, trying to distance itself from Song Tianjia. It suspected Song Tianjia had gone mad. Song Tianjia disliked the three-headed dog more and more. "Why aren't you catching any fish?" The three-headed dog shouted, "Rule 1. Rule 1. Rule 1. Dog, you're not my teammate. What do you have to do with Rule 1? You're just a dog, a stray dog." The three-headed dog suffered a devastating blow. Dejected, it walked away from Song Tianjia, went into the sea, and submerged. It was heartbroken. Song Tianjia's arrogance had hurt it. It began to miss the old Song Tianjia, who, though often lying to it, would never have told it was a stray dog. The three-headed dog's tears were diluted by the seawater. The three heads, unusually united, surfaced and simultaneously burst into tears. So hurtful. So hurtful. So incredibly hurtful. Wah! Wah! Each head cried in its own way. Song Tianjia continued searching for food on the shore. Hearing the wailing, he rubbed his ears. Stupid dog. Song Tianjia took off his coat and wrapped up the seafood he had collected. The island was small, with few edible plants, only a few sparse coconut trees along the beach for human consumption. She gathered some relatively dry twigs and leaves, and started a fire with a lighter. Once the fire was burning, she went to collect coconuts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 14. I really am a genius. 2 a day, enough for 7 days. Song Tianjia said smoothly, dragging the green coconuts back. The three-headed dog returned carrying a sea snake, its eyes turning green at the sight of the coconuts. Humans and dogs need water. Dogs need fresh water. Song Tianjia said, "Stray dog." The three-headed dog bared its teeth in anger. It wasn't a stray dog. It wasn't a stray dog. Suddenly, shouts came from afar, and the three-headed dog immediately pricked up its ears, looking warily towards the sea. "Boss! Boss! Boss! Where are you, boss? Boss!" Was that Bao Zhu's voice? The three-headed dog discerned a human voice amidst the sounds of the sea breeze and waves. "Hey, someone's looking for you." Song Tianjia stood up, tiptoeing, and looked around, barely managing to make out a small black dot in the distance. The dot drew closer, and Song Tianjia realized it was a person paddling a canoe. Bao Zhu, seeing the person on the island, waved his arms vigorously and shouted, "Boss, boss, I finally found you. I have fruit. I have fish. Woof woof woof." The three-headed dog was extremely excited and rushed into the sea, trying to greet Bao Zhu. The man and the dog drew closer, but Bao Zhu paddled his canoe perfectly around the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog floated on the sea, watching the canoe recede further and further away. It felt bullied and isolated. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. The three-headed dog swore loudly. Bao Zhu rushed ashore, taking out various fresh fruits and fish from the canoe, and even a rabbit and a small kangaroo. He stood 3 meters away from Song Tianjiao, grinning broadly. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. Despite it being only his first day in the dungeon, Bao Zhu was already tanned like a roasted duck egg, his entire body as black as if he'd been roasted. Bao Zhu put his things down on the ground. Oops, I dropped something. Oh dear, where can I find it? Oh dear, Bao Zhu's acting was exaggerated, empty-handed. He lay on the ground, searching carefully within a 3-meter radius of Song Tianjiao. Finally, Bao Zhu spread his hands in dejection, saying, can't find it, really can't find it. Song Tianjiao kicked a few coconuts towards him. Bao Zhu immediately spread his arms wide and shouted, thank you for nature's bounty. Bao Zhu, clutching the coconut, ran off happily. After putting the coconut down, he ran back, grabbed a burning stick from the fire, and picked out some food from Song Tianjia's beachcombing find. Protecting the fire, he carefully made his way back. He hadn't gone far when a gust of wind extinguished the fire on the small branch. Song Tianjiao immediately threw the lighter on the ground. Seeing this, Bao Zhu immediately picked it up. Found an unwanted lighter. Thank goodness for nature's gift. A fire! I have a fire. I'm truly the luckiest person in the world. Song Tianjiao had never realized before that Bao Zhu was a truly dedicated and talented actor. Regardless of his acting skills, with that kind of conviction, if he went into acting, he could at least get a guaranteed daily wage. Bao Zhu paddled away in his canoe. After rowing quite a distance, Bao Zhu waved his arms and shouted, Boss! I bring you a basket later. And a stone pot. A stone pot for grilling meat. Call me the deliverer man. Bao Zhu, full of energy, rowed away. The three-headed dog lay on the beach, drooling. Hungry. Hungry. The stray dog is so hungry. Shut up, we're not stray dogs. The three heads started arguing. Song Tianjiao gutted the fish, stuck it on a branch, and started grilling it. The rabbit and kangaroo were alive. He kept them for now. Song Tianjiao was skeptical about whether the baby kangaroo was edible, and if it tasted good. Without seasoning, he used wild berries. He didn't know if the berries were poisonous. Song Tianjiao pretended the berries fell to the ground and rolled away, waiting for the three-headed dog to eat them. Judging from the dog's reaction, he knew if they were poisonous. Plan worked. The victim dog was completely unaware of this. Having food, it ate heartily. The three-headed dog huddled in the shade of a tree, 3 open coconuts in front of its 3 heads, diligently drinking the coconut water. 6 eyes were fixed on Song Tianjiao, waiting for her to have a change of heart and abandon some food. Grumble. It was hungry, incredibly hungry. It hated these rules. Very much. Rule 1. You look down on your teammates, so you choose to act alone. Do not team up with any lucky individuals, stowaways, or animals. This rule is awful. The three-headed dog felt that its becoming a stray was 300% its fault, and that despicable arrogance had to bear the full responsibility. Chapter 472. The three-headed dog was furious. Had it gotten this far so easily? They actually used such insidious methods against it. The three-headed dog felt targeted by the instance, targeted by the entire heavenly eye. The more the three-headed dog thought about it, the angrier it became, howling at the sky. Song Tianjiao watched the three-headed dog rush into the sunlight, howling, and wondered if the dog had gone mad. It's so hot, can't it just be quiet for a bit? If that dog could cook, she wouldn't even want to cook. Discovering that the three-headed dog had finished its coconut, she opened 3 more and placed them under the shade of a tree. The three-headed dog rushed back to drink the water, then rushed back out, continuing to howl. Song Tianjiao used a knife to cut off the green outer shell of the coconut, leaving only the coconut egg. She opened one and drank half the coconut water, washed the seafood she had collected, stuffed it into the coconut, and placed the coconut next to the fire to heat it. The stick used for grilling fish was stuck into the ground, and the fish continued to grill. Slow cooked at a low temperature, coconut-flavored seafood. Slow roasted over a low flame, crispy and fragrant. I'm truly a genius. Influenced by the rules, Song Tianjiao was exceptionally arrogant at this moment. She believed that there was no one more talented than her in the entire world. She was the perfect human being. In between grilling fish and cooking seafood, Song Tianjiao decided to try making some salt. Sweet and sour grilled fish without salt is soulless, and seafood stew without salt is also soulless. Using her windproof jacket as a container, she exposed it to the sun, trying to make some salt. She filled empty coconut shells with seawater and roasted them over a high flame, trying to boil salt. Song Tianju felt that such a brilliant and perfect human being as she was bound to succeed. She had two plans, at least one would succeed. A genius, an absolute genius. Song Tianju grew increasingly arrogant, hands on his hips, head tilted back, gazing at the sky, grinning broadly. A genius among geniuses. The three-headed dog suspected that Song Tianjiao's current state was a psychological disorder. What was that saying again? The three-headed dog's three brains worked hard and finally remembered. In the last instance, when it went to the market to buy groceries, it heard on TV that excessive arrogance is a form of inferiority complex. Song Tianjiao, so arrogant, must be insecure. The three-headed dog hid behind a coconut tree, secretly watching Song Tianjiao. The three heads began to debate this issue, each holding their own opinion. Finally, the fish was cooked. The seafood in the coconut shells was still a bit undercooked and needed to wait. The salt production wasn't successful yet. Seawater needed to be added several more times. The coconut shells used for boiling salt cracked under the heat, causing the fire to go out halfway, resulting in the seafood in the coconut shells next to them not being fully heated and remaining uncooked. Song Tianju casually tossed a grilled fish to the ground. It doesn't look good, throw it away. It's so ugly, even a dog wouldn't eat it. The three-headed dog pounced and caught it perfectly. All three heads took a bite at the same time, then hesitated. Two heads chose not to eat, while the remaining greedy head continued eating the fish. The two heads discussed among themselves. Let's go wandering. There must be good food elsewhere. Only 5 nautical miles. We've eaten and drunk enough now. We have plenty of strength and means. I want to find Grandma Lu. The three-headed dog missed Lu Huaixiang terribly. The greedy head finally finished the grilled fish, tilted its head back at a 45-degree angle to the blue sky and white clouds, and said with tears in its eyes, "Let's be a stray dog." Song Tianju finally finished cooking the seafood. She found some salt on the cracked coconut shell, rubbed it on the grilled fish, and turned around. The dog was gone. She stood up, tiptoed, and peered out, climbing a coconut tree to get a better view. Finally, she saw a black dot on the sea, approaching other islands. Has it eaten enough? Song Tianju wondered. It's already full? This wasn't the Cerberus's appetite. The Cerberus ate more than Wang Jiuzhou. With the Cerberus around, there was no need to worry about leftovers. Song Tianju took a bite of the grilled fish, her expression turning serious. It's not good. Aren't I a genius? How come this fish is so bad? Dry and tasteless. Song Tianju was frustrated. Aren't I a genius? I'm clearly a genius. Meanwhile, Lu Huaixiang was grilling fish. Her island was exceptionally large, teeming with flora and fauna, poisonous snakes, insects, rodents, poisonous mushrooms, and poisonous plants. She was currently positioned on the highest cliff of the island, the precipice jutting out into the sea like a frozen wave. From this vantage point, the sea was right below, perfect for casting a line and fishing. Behind Lu Huaixiang lay a pile of collected plants and animals. The plants had holes in them, and the animals lay on the ground twitching, clearly poisoned and dying. Lu Huaixiang grilled fish while cursing loudly. I've been targeted. What kind of hellhole is this? Poisonous mushrooms, all of them poisonous mushrooms. All of them poisonous plants. If it weren't for my extensive experience, intelligence, courage, and strength, I would have been poisoned to death. The animals are poisonous too. Only the fish are edible. I must have been targeted. Lu Huaixiang twirled the branch in her hand, looking at the scattered islands as far as the eye could see, her face filled with rage. Don't you know you're prone to rheumatism by the sea? Not even a house. Thumbs down. Lu Huaixiang was furious, finding fault with everything. Suddenly, a shout came from the water. She looked down and saw a canoe. What? Bao Zhu wiped the sweat from his brow. He immediately recognized the voice. It was Lu Huaixiang. That voice, that energy, it couldn't be anyone else but Lu Huaixiang. Without answering, Bao Zhu pulled out his notebook and pen to record Lu Huaixiang's location. The notebook, given to him by Zhang Miyan, was palm-sized, A4 format, with 1mm grit paper, perfect for use as a reference coordinate system. The pen, given to him by Zhang Wenwei, was a red-leaded mechanical pencil, said to have cinnabar added to the lead. Bao Zhu didn't understand this. He only noticed the pencil's hardness and its weight. The notebook already contained over a dozen red dots. Bahai was among them. Jingwei and Lu Er hadn't been found yet. Bao Zhu scratched his head, thinking that Jingwei was probably carrying stones to fill the sea. Bao Zhu took a swig of coconut water, caught his breath, and then shouted back to Lu Huixiang, I just came to take a look, I'm not here to exchange supplies. Rule 2. You will refuse other people's food. Rule 3. You will refuse other people's help. Bao Zhu tried his best to avoid the rules as Zhang Miyan had taught him. He would directly refuse food from others upon meeting them, but he could pick up and eat food that others had discarded. Zhang Miyan said this was called cause and effect. As long as there was no cause and effect, the rules could be avoided. Picking up trash didn't count as triggering the rules. Bao Zhu didn't understand this, but he did whatever Zhang Miyan told him to do. As soon as he arrived in this instance, he jumped into the sea and swam to find Song Tianju. On the first island, he encountered Fahai. He got Fahai to give him a canoe. On the second island, he met Zhang Miyan and found the perfect solution. Bao Zhu believes he's the second luckiest person in the world. The luckiest, of course, is his boss. He, Bao Zhu, is a hard-working logistics worker. Chapter 473. Exchange supplies? What supplies? What supplies did she have? Lu Huixiang glanced at the nearly dead, poisonous, and toxic little animal, her anger escalating with each passing moment. She grabbed a grilled fish and tossed it in. Trash, all trash. Get out of here, don't bother me. Thanks to nature's bounty, I found something again. Bao Zhu caught the grilled fish, took a bite, and his eyes lit up. Grandma. My dear Grandma. You have seasonings? I was just asking. I don't want any. Lu Huixiang rolled her eyes, pulled out a spare seasoning packet, tied it tightly, and tossed it in. Trash, all trash. Oil, salt, sugar, cumin, chili, Lu Huixiang had it all. Who was she? She was an experienced survivor. Not only did she bring some, but she brought 2. And they were sealed. After the previous dungeons, Lu Huixiang believed the enemy would have some powerful attacks, so she brought what she considered the most important things. 2 kitchen knives, 1 for slashing, 1 for chopping vegetables. 2 portions of seasoning, 1 for eating, the other for eating as well. There was also a gun, secretly strapped to her leg. No one knew about it except her. To survive, you first need to eat. Lu Huixiang continued grilling fish. Her island had an underground cave with a low temperature, perfect for using as a refrigerator. Lu Huixiang decided to prepare 7 days' worth of food all at once. Bao Zhu ate grilled fish while checking the bag of seasoning. The quantities weren't large, but they were practical. After finishing the fish, Bao Zhu drank a coconut, then rode around the island, surveying the terrain and landscape, recording the produce and topography in his notebook as Zhang Miyan had instructed. Discovering there were no coconuts on the island, Bao Zhu rode back, shouting, I need to throw out the trash. Throw out the trash. Before Lu Huixiang could speak, Bao Zhu swung his arm and threw 3 coconuts. The coconuts landed near Lu Huixiang, rolling behind her and quickly becoming dozens of meters away. Lu Huixiang, She swallowed hard, watching the rolling coconuts. After a moment's thought, she decided to put the grilling fish aside and collect the coconuts first. Water dripped from the island's caves, its mineral content astonishing. The stalactites were almost fused together. Lu Huixiang suspected it would cause kidney stones. And how could she drink untreated water? She used a small metal spice container to boil water, but the limited capacity only allowed for about 20 milliliters at a time. This was truly grueling. From a health perspective, who would want to grill fish when they could make fish soup? With the coconut shell, boiling water became easy, and fish soup could even be made. Lu Huixiang chased after the coconut, running wildly, wielding 2 kitchen knives, hacking away at anything in her path. While Lu Huixiang was chasing the coconut, Bao Zhu continued paddling his canoe to another island 5 nautical miles away. His canoe was filled with food collected from various islands, the amount gradually increasing. Some lucky foreigners would refuse his approach, and each time, he would mark their location with an X. For those lucky foreigners who were willing to approach, he would draw a circle around them. No lucky in-country dweller would refuse Bao Zhu's approach to them. Bao Zhu was a much-anticipated deliverman. Whatever the lucky in-country dwellers lacked, Bao Zhu would find a way to provide it, noting down what they were missing and returning later after collecting it. This was something Zhang Miyan taught him. Zhang Miyan said that if this went well, she'd add a high-tech security system to his overseas estate, using only the most advanced equipment. Bao Zhu was full of anticipation. That day, Bao Zhu used a lighter to pass on fire 5 times, replenish fresh water 10 times, and mark delicious food twice. As darkness fell, he chose Lu Huixiang's island as his final destination. He took out the hammock Xie Qinshan had made, and the insect-repelling herbs Fahai had given him. He lit the herbs, tied up the hammock, and went to sleep. Lu Huaixiang, looking out from a high point, spotted a light on the island and went over with her knife. Lu Huaixiang saw Bao Zhu lying on the ground, sprawled out, a venomous snake trying to coil around his neck. Lu Huaixiang threw a small stone, chasing the snake away. Then she picked up a larger stone and woke Bao Zhu up. Useless piece of trash. Huh? Bao Zhu clutched his leg, looking bewildered. He traveled hundreds of nautical miles today. Although part of the time was downstream, requiring little physical exertion, the working hours were real. Anyone else would have collapsed from exhaustion. Bao Zhu was sleepy, tired, and a little hungry. He just wanted to sleep, then find Lu Huaixiang to get him something to eat. Of all the lucky ones, the best cook was right here. Bao Zhu asked, "Any snacks?" The three-headed dog had been paddling all afternoon, landing on the island more than 10 times, and finally caught Lu Huaixiang's scent. It trotted over excitedly, but before it could even pounce on Lu Huaixiang, it heard the word snacks. The three-headed dog exclaimed, "Snacks? Where are the snacks?" Lu Huaixiang didn't want to speak. She was annoyed with everyone right now. Lu Huaixiang gripped the knife in both hands, looking at the man and dog with disdain. Just as the three-headed dog was about to pounce, she dodged immediately. Stupid dog. Woof woof woof. Not a stupid dog. A stray dog. A stupid dog no one wants. The three-headed dog cried in anger. So what if I'm a stray dog? So what if no one wants me? What? The three-headed dog protested. It was a stray dog all alone, a stray dog without an owner. It could only search for food everywhere, trying its best to be cute, trying its best to wag its tail, just to get a bite to eat. But it knew it was a good dog. The three-headed dog tried to comfort itself, but the more it thought about it, the more aggrieved it felt, and it started to wail loudly. I'm a stray dog no one wants, a poor dog. What? Stray dog, poor dog. Wandering everywhere, making the world my home, eating and sleeping in the open, a poor dog. One dog, three heads, howling into a symphony. Bao Zhu was a little more awake, shook his head, and slurped his saliva. Grandma, dear grandma, do you have any trash to dispose of? Just a little bit. Woof woof woof. Me too, me too. Woof. Me. Me. Food, I'm hungry. Food. I'm hungry. One person, one dog, 4 mouths, all crying for food. Lu Huaixiang rolled her eyes. You're not allowed to follow me. Hearing this, the person and the dog immediately followed Lu Huaixiang, trotting along. Lu Huaixiang walked ahead. 3 meters away was the three-headed dog, and 10 meters away was Bao Zhu carrying a large bag. Back on the cliff, the fish Lu Huaixiang had just grilled was burnt. She tossed it behind her. Oh no, it's inedible. The three-headed dog pounced and caught it. Sizzle, so hot, sizzle, delicious. Lu Huaixiang tossed out another burnt fish. Bao Zhu grabbed the three-headed dog and successfully caught it in his mouth. Hot, hot, hot. Thank you for nature's gift. I found more trash. Chapter 474. The man and the dog ate very quickly, practically wolfing it down. Bao Zhu ate half a fish, then suddenly stopped, grabbed his backpack, and took out a rabbit, 2 pheasants, a bag of fruit, and 2 coconuts. Then, he resorted to his old trick, pretending to be blind. Where's my rabbit? Where are my chickens? Where's my fruit? I can't find it. Bao Zhu lay on the ground, searching frantically, while the three-headed dog pretended to have a bad nose, sniffing here and there, but couldn't find the lost items. This clumsy acting made Lu Huaixiang shake her head and sigh. The man and the dog both stared at Lu Huaixiang, their 4 pairs of eyes filled with longing for food in the firelight. Lu Huaixiang suddenly wanted to punch these 2 dogs. For a moment, she couldn't tell if she was influenced by the rules or simply disliked these 2. Lu Huaixiang cursed, stupid dogs. The three-headed dog, panting and hissing, rolled around on the ground, exposing its belly. That's how stray dogs are. As long as you give them food, they wag their tails, expose their bellies, and fawn over you. Even if they're scolded, they take it as a compliment. What bad intentions could a dog possibly have? The three-headed dog thought it was the best stray dog in the world. The three-headed dog rolled around on the ground, and as it rolled, it reached a slippery downhill slope, where it tumbled uncontrollably down the slope. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. The three-headed dog rolled dozens of meters away, without a chance to stop. Finally, it bumped into a rock and stopped, only to be stung by a scorpion that crawled out from under the rock. Awoo! 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 The three-headed dog rolled around on the ground in anger, its body suddenly growing larger. It picked up a rock and threw it at the scorpion, but even more venomous scorpions crawled out from under the rock. The scorpions, regardless of size, relentlessly swarmed the three-headed dog, attacking with their tails raised. Finally, the three-headed dog plunged into the sea to rid itself of the dense swarm of venomous scorpions. The three-headed dog, limping, tried to climb the cliff. Its massive body and heavy steps made the cliff tremble with every step. Bao Zhu, staring at the roasting meat, suddenly realized what was happening and pointed at the three-headed dog, shouting, "Change back." The dog was too heavy. It might collapse the cliff. This cliff was actually a huge rock protruding from the mountainside. This rock wasn't thick, it was protruding, maintaining a delicate balance with the entire mountain. Like a seesaw, the longest end tilted up, while the shortest end was weighed down. Once the center of gravity shifted, the seesaw would move. The three-headed dog transformed into a small dog and limped back to within 3 meters of Lu Huaixiang. All 3 dog heads were swollen, their eyes squinting, completely unable to open. The 3 mouths were cursing and swearing. Lu Huaixiang was truly exasperated. How could a dog be so stupid? Not enough dry branches. Bao Zhu and the three-headed dog went to find some, then, using the same trick again, pretended to lose something. The three-headed dog suddenly grew to its largest size, smashed down several trees, and carried them to the beach to dry in the sun the next day. Back on the cliff, the three-headed dog transformed into a small dog, strutting around with an arrogant gait, waiting for Lu Huaixiang's praise. Coconut stewed chicken. Fruit-flavored roasted rabbit. Fruit-flavored roasted chicken. Lu Huaixiang prepared the food, and under the expectant gazes of the person and the dog, she left with the food. "You 2 idiots, don't follow me. Don't follow me." The three-headed dog didn't care. It had 3 heads, and it was only when it called 3 idiots that it was truly itself. 2 idiots? How could they be talking about it? The three-headed dog thought itself the smartest dog in the world. Scratching its swollen head, the three-headed dog shuffled after Lu Huaixiang. This time it had learned its lesson. It gripped the ground with all 4 paws and moved cautiously. Bao Zhu didn't follow. He went to the fire, picked up a coconut shell containing stewed chicken pieces. In the ashes of the fire lay half a roasted chicken wrapped in leaves. The food wasn't salted much, but seasoned with sour fruit. But Lu Huaixiang was Lu Huaixiang. Even so, it tasted excellent. Bao Zhu sighed. "Next time, I come again." Bao Zhu ate in silence, then extinguished the fire, lay down on the warm edge of the cliff, and just as he closed his eyes, opened them again, fastening a safety rope around himself. If he fell off the cliff while asleep, it would be all over. He had to add a rope. "I'm a genius too, second only to the boss." The proud Bao Zhu, using his bag as a pillow, fell asleep instantly. Meanwhile, Lu Huaixiang placed food inside the cave, selecting a few items to toss outside. The three-headed dog ate ravenously. "Get out of here! Get away from me! Such a stupid dog, who knows if parasites have crawled into its brain?" The three-headed dog stopped wagging its tail. It was heartbroken. Woof woof woof. After eating its fill, the three-headed dog transformed into a giant dog as tall as a building, blocking the cave exit. It was furious. Blocking the door. No one could come out without its permission. With a dog guarding the door and someone on alert, Lu Huaixiang relaxed considerably. She laid down about 3 meters from the cave exit and began to sleep. Dozens of nautical miles away on an island, Song Tianjiu hung from a tree, fast asleep. The ocean waves surged, the water level gradually rising, shrinking the island considerably. In the pure white room, Lazy rolled around on the floor. Tian-Yi stared wide-eyed at the current live stream. No, something's wrong. This was completely different from its plan. At this point, there should be infighting, there should be arguments. That was its plan. Arrogant words always incite discontent, are aggressive, and can dismantle any team. Why is the current situation so different from its plan, especially that dog? It's so shameless. Being called a stray dog, it didn't even bite. Stupid dog. Dumb dog. Bad dog. Could it be that its plan really has a problem? Is it really inferior to Lazy? Tian-Yi looked at the rolling Lazy. It was indignant. Why aren't you arguing? Why aren't you arguing? Tian-Yi was furious and pulled Lazy up, giving it a good beating. Lazy covered its face, its eyes wide with shock. Why did you hit me? Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Why did you hit me? At the dinner table, Zhao Hui, his arm in a sling, looked aggrieved. He didn't understand why Zhao Jiancheng was beating him. He was completely unable to predict Zhao Jiangqing's actions, so much so that when he tried to dodge, he missed a step, fell, dislocated his arm, and twisted his ankle. Just as he finished treating his injuries, there was a gathering of gods. Everyone present was no less powerful than the little octopus, and some could even completely overwhelm it. Zhao Hui didn't dare speak loudly, only muttering softly. There were only 2 humans present, Song Zhao and him. If he could even be considered human. When he sat down, Zhao Hui crept furtively between Song Zhao and Li Qingyu, trying to find a sense of security. For Zhao Hui, sitting between Song Zhao and Li Qingyu was like standing on a zebra crossing with buffer strips on both sides. It was a sense of security derived from traffic regulations. It may not be useful, but it's enough to comfort myself. Chapter 475. At this moment, Zhao Hui's face was covered in bruises, making him look unusually festive. Song Zhao sipped her milk tea, tasted a crunchy pop, and immediately widened her eyes. A texture she had never experienced before, a strange flavor. She looked at the milk tea cup in front of Zhao Hui. Hey, do you drink milk tea? Zhao Hui shook his head, covering his cheek, his gaze melancholy. He didn't want anything, he just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. If he had known this was a feast of the gods, he definitely wouldn't have come. What was he? He was nothing. Zhao Hui stared at the pirated Squidward figurine in front of him. Song Zhao had placed it there, saying it was his identification, representing his faction. Zhao Hui trembled all over, he wanted to slide under the table and pretend he didn't exist. Song Zhao picked up the milk tea Zhao Hui had discarded, inserted a straw, and took a large, satisfied sip. Nuo looked at Zhao Hui curiously, then took out her phone and browsed through his information. Looking up again, she saw the bullfrog on the table and immediately forgot about Zhao Hui, focusing on her rice. A strange, evil aura emanated from him, but that wasn't as important as her rice. Bai Nongyang held the serving chopsticks, diligently serving food to Nuo. Your Majesty, this is delicious. This is delicious. This is delicious too. Your Majesty, after dinner I take you shopping. I have a salary. I have a lot of salary. All of it is for your Majesty. Bai Nongyang's eyes practically sparkled as she faced Nuo. Huli sat beside Nuo, serving tea and water, her eyes sparkling with the same light. Goddess Nuo, I have a salary too. I have a salary too. Li Qingyu skillfully introduced the dishes to the gods, casually serving them. Li Qingyu was well aware of his status. He was just a lowly Karami. We must treat these deities well. The grand sacrificial ceremony has ended, and the deities who chose to stay, no, those who were fooled, are Nuo, Yu the Great, the Howling Celestial Dog, Erlangshan, and Emperor Yin. Erlangshan stayed because of the Howling Celestial Dog. Emperor Yin stayed because of the barbecue restaurant. He's determined to turn Emperor Yin Barbecue into a chain, selling coconut eggs. The deities who chose to leave packed some things and left almost constantly looking back. Li Qingyu even suspected that they actually wanted to stay, but for some reason, they couldn't freely choose to remain. Why? What do these deities who stayed have in common? At this moment, Emperor Yin is watching a live stream. In the live stream, a bird with its eyes closed is cosplaying a free-range chicken searching for food in the forest. Because it doesn't want to open its eyes, the bird's food-finding process is extremely slow. Emperor Yin sniffs. Nuo, my poor Nuo, old son pats Emperor Yin's shoulder, offering silent comfort. A white dog emerged from under the table, placing its front paws on Zhao Hui's knees. Its car seat face features stretched out in front of Zhao Hui, sniffing intently. A wicked scent. Zhao Hui replied expressionlessly, yes, a wicked scent. I'm a bad guy, the worst bad guy in the world. Zhao Hui had completely lost his dreams. His memory contained no trace of this scene, no Qi Tian, no old son, no grand pantheon. No Nuo, no Yu the Great, no this car seat faced dog. Most importantly, no Song Tianju. He couldn't see the future. He had long since lost sight of the future, a feeling of helplessness and uncontrollability that filled him with anxiety. Zhao Hui was caught in a vortex of anxiety. He couldn't see the future, couldn't predict the outcome. He shouldn't be anxious. After countless known failures, facing the unknown was the best path. But he was even more anxious. The uncertainty was more anxiety-inducing than certain failure. Zhao Hui wanted to die again. Or rather, he wanted to escape. Song Zhao silently ate her rice, oblivious to the person beside her, radiating a pessimistic and world-weary aura, looking utterly hopeless, neither truly dead nor truly alive. She just wanted to eat. She just wanted to eat food she never tasted before, to see scenery she never seen before. Life is short, very, very short. Do you watch Song Xiao silently eating, waiting and waiting, but Song Xiao didn't ask him where the golden cudgel was. Do you couldn't help but say, ask me, Song Xiao, you ask me? Song Xiao swallowed the food in her mouth, looking blankly at you. What are you asking? Ask me where the measuring ruler is. Song Xiao played along, exaggerating her tone. Oh, you the Great, please tell me where the measuring ruler is. You the Great immediately replied, in the Huai River. Thank you. Having received the answer, Song Xiao continued eating. After a few bites, she remembered to message Qi Tian. Song Xiao wasn't very good at typing, so she typed out words one by one. I am the Pirate King, Monkey, Measuring Ruler, Huai River. The Great Sage equal to Heaven, the Handsome Monkey King. Received. I owe you a favor. Just let me know if you need anything. I am the Pirate King, Somersault Cloud, lend it to me. The Great Sage equal to Heaven, the Handsome Monkey King. This is exactly what I wanted to say. The Great Sage equal to Heaven, the Handsome Monkey King. My Somersault Cloud is missing, and I haven't found it yet. Where are you going? I somersault you there. If all else fails, ask Old Sun for me, he definitely knows where the Somersault Cloud is. The Somersault Cloud suddenly disappeared. We already found it. Strange, very strange. Song Xiao stared blankly at Qi Tian's long string of replies, then looked up at Old Sun. Old Sun was discussing the marinating process for pineapple roast meat with Emperor Yin. Old Sun said, marinate for 10 minutes, and the texture will be just right. Emperor Yin said, marinate for 15 minutes, and the meat will be more tender. Song Xiao thought this was heresy. Can't she eat a bite of pineapple, and a bite of roast meat? She's young, her teeth are strong, she doesn't need tender roast meat. I am the Pirate King, I'm joining a tour group. Song Xiao took out a tourist brochure she gotten at the restaurant entrance, took a picture, and sent it to Qi Tian. The flyer featured a huge picture of a cruise ship, with the promotional text in large, colorful letters. 100-day around the Blue Star Cruise. Shocking price, $98,888. In the far corner, in smaller, thinner print, it said, land meals not included, single travelers need to pay an additional $49,999 for cruise accommodation. The Great Sage equaling Heaven, the Monkey King, you. Qi Tian didn't understand. Why take a ship when there was a direct route? And wasn't this price fraudulent? Was taking a ship really necessary? Was this the obsession of pirates? Qi Tian didn't understand, but he chose to respect it. He didn't want to ask where Song Xiao's travel expenses came from, not at all. The Great Sage equaling Heaven, the Monkey King, you better bring someone else, it's more cost-effective with 2 people. Song Xiao looked at her phone screen, then at the flyer, and immediately stood up and rushed to Niua's side. Mom! 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 My dearest mother! Let's travel together. Although Song Xiao didn't quite understand, she saw netizens calling Niua Mom. She knew the legend of Niua, and looked incredibly powerful. She clung tightly to her mother's tail. Song Xiao held up a flyer. 100 days. A world tour around Blue Star. A huge ship. To all the continents of Blue Star. Pirate rules, what I see is mine. Niua stared wide-eyed at the world map on the flyer. Seeing that Niua didn't immediately respond, Song Xiao slid to his knees, and hugged Niua's legs in her human form. Mommy, mommy. My dear mommy, mommy. Song Tianjiao will cover all expenses. I said it. Mommy, let's travel together. Chapter 476. Dawn broke. Song Tianji was awakened by the sound of the waves and sneezed. Someone's cursing me. Someone must be cursing me. She pulled a piece of grilled fish hanging from a tree and took a bite. After a hot and humid night, the grilled fish tasted a little strange. Song Tianji ate her breakfast, taking bites of grilled fish and sips of coconut water. The grilled fish wasn't good, but the coconut water tasted normal. Song Tianji ate while observing her surroundings. The water level has risen so much. At this moment, the water level had already submerged the coconut trees from yesterday. Only a few leaves were visible bobbing in the water. If she hadn't chosen a relatively high tree to sleep under last night, Song Tianji would have woken up to find herself in the sea. Song Tianji finished the last bite of grilled fish and sighed. Is this forcing people into the sea? Is there something bad in the sea? There's always something bad trying to murder a genius like me. Song Tianji put her hands on her hips and gazed into the distance. She felt targeted. The heavens are jealous of talent. Absolutely. The heavens are jealous of talent. They're actually targeting a genius like her. Song Tianji thought carefully, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt she was being targeted. What's fun in the sea? Going around in the sea without fresh water to bathe in is really uncomfortable. There are also strange creatures in the sea, taking advantage of the fact that no one is watching them, and they're quite ugly. Song Tianju jumped down from the tree and walked towards the beach. What should I eat next? Grilled octopus? When will the stone pot that Baozhu mentioned for cooking arrive? I find a fish with lots of oil, and then use that oil to grill the octopus? And sea grapes, crunchy and delicious. Song Tianjiao arrived at the beach. Standing in this spot, she could see that the island's area had shrunk by half, and the fire left before going to bed had been submerged by the sea. In a short while, the seawater had completely submerged the coconut trees. Song Tianjiao waded into the water to salvage the coconuts that weren't fully ripe, moving them to the highest point of the island. Since things have come to this, let's get something to eat first. Sea grapes, octopus, and lots of oily fish. And thick kelp. Grilled kelp. Lots of cumin and chili. Song Tianjiao swallowed. She was full, but her brain told her she wasn't. Song Tianjiao swallowed again, found a stone to sharpen her knife, and headed straight for the deep sea. She was going to hunt according to her own menu. Song Tianjiao decided that if Baozhu hadn't arrived by the time she had the ingredients ready, she would become a wanderer. She needed to find a cook. Baozhu woke up to find himself lying on a deserted island. The cliff from last night had become an island, standing alone in the middle of the sea. Baozhu felt a sense of exile. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Is anyone there? Is there a dog? Is anyone there? Is there a dog?" His cries were drowned out by the roar of the sea. In the distance, there was an island slightly larger than this one. The two islands echoed each other. Just last night, they belonged to the same island. The good news was that Baozhu's canoe hadn't drifted far. The poor canoe was battered and bruised, but thankfully not broken. The waves had pushed the canoe into a crevice in the cliff face of the isolated island. The canoe was upside down. Baozhu lifted the canoe and discovered bad news. The oars were gone, and the coconuts inside were gone. He pushed the canoe into the water, sat inside, and paddled towards the island. "Is anyone there? Is there a dog? Dog! Don't stay silent. I know you're there." Baozhu called out as he paddled, but received no response. He was uneasy. What if the dog had drowned? Such a stupid dog, it wouldn't be surprising if it drowned, would it? His grandmother was old, what if she didn't react quickly enough? Thinking of this, Baozhu's hair stood on end, and he bent down, paddling harder. "Someone called me." Lu Huaixiang sat in a tree, her body laden with food. Just in case, she also had many branches hanging from her body for camouflage. This was Lu Huaixiang's habit. Even if the enemy used binoculars, they wouldn't be able to pinpoint her location immediately. The three-headed dog, each of its 3 heads carrying food, squatted under the tree, its head bobbing slightly, unable to resist the urge to sleep. Last night, when the tide rose, bubbles began to rise in the cave, the gurgling sound echoing throughout, like a stereo sound effect as a cell phone being dropped into a stainless steel basin. The bubbling sound continued, and Lu Huaixiang dreamt that she was boiling water, dozens of pots of water. In her dream, Lu Huaixiang cursed, "What evil spirits! How dare they bully me? Believe me or not, I chop you down. Why are you boiling so much water? To scald pig bristles?" After cursing, Lu Huaixiang realized she was dreaming. The stove was without fire, the induction cooker wasn't plugged in, and the pot on the gas stove was leaking. Lu Huaixiang woke up abruptly furious. She wouldn't allow herself to make such a basic mistake. Absolutely not. The stove couldn't be without fire, the induction cooker had to be plugged in, and the pot absolutely couldn't leak. This was the bottom line. Upon waking, Lu Huaixiang noticed the water level in the cave had risen. She immediately gathered the food, picked up a rock, and kicked it directly at the sleeping 3-headed dog. The 3-headed dog was sleeping sprawled out when a stone hit its belly button. Startled, the 3-headed dog jumped up, its eyes red and teeth bared. 3 pairs of narrowed eyes, gleaming with ferocity, looked quite intimidating. Who dared to ambush this great gatekeeper of hell? Who was it? Realizing it was Lu Huaixiang who had attacked it, the 3-headed dog immediately stopped baring its teeth, its tail wagging wildly. A good dog doesn't block the way. Let's go up the mountain. Woof woof. The 3-headed dog made way, its eyes fixed expectantly on the food hanging on Lu Huaixiang's body. Was this a midnight snack? Was this a midnight snack? Even a stray dog could have a midnight snack? Lu Huaixiang tossed a few grilled fish on the ground and stormed off. The 3-headed dog immediately grabbed the fish, reluctant to eat them right away, following Lu Huixiang at a distance. Lu Huixiang continued climbing the mountain, cursing all the while. What a bastard. He won't let an old woman get a good night's sleep. He's trying to murder me. Doesn't he know sleep is important? There's poison everywhere. He's definitely trying to poison me. You dog. You damn dog, may you be struck by lightning. Lu Huixiang suspected the island was targeting her. The cave was so nice, cool, a perfect refrigerator, except for the noisy dripping and the dampness that could cause rheumatism. No other problems. But this damned instance was targeting an 80-year-old woman like her. How despicable. Absolutely despicable. Lu Huixiang pressed on, reaching the mountaintop. She chose a tree with cover on all sides, climbed it, and hung branches around herself, then became vigilant. She suspected that the arrogant one was up to something. The old woman's wariness infected the three-headed dog, who hesitated to eat the grilled fish in its mouth, fearing it wouldn't have enough to eat next time. Although it wouldn't die from starvation for days, having fish in its mouth gave it hope. The three-headed dog suspected something evil was plotting against it. And it has evidence. Otherwise, how could it have become a stray dog? How could it have been tormented by scorpions? How could it have been woken up in the middle of the night by something falling on its head? It's all the fault of arrogance. Chapter 477. The three-headed dog had been stung by a scorpion. Its head was still swollen, its eyes were squinting, and its vision was blurry. The three-headed dog was furious. How could this instance be like this? How could it be so cruel? Isn't this bullying a dog? The three-headed dog put down the fish in its mouth, howling angrily and cursing. Lu Huixiang threw a fruit down, hitting the three-headed dog directly on the back. Shut up. You dog, were you stalking me? Were you trying to bite me? The three-headed dog's world collapsed. When did it ever bite anyone? It usually swallows people whole, never leaving any alive. Okay, can you stop slandering it like that? It's a dog with class. Not the kind that bites randomly. One person, one dog, one in a tree, one under a tree. Watching the tide rise and fall under the moonlight, the water level slowly increasing. The person and the dog took turns standing guard and taking turns sleeping. Now it was dawn, and both the person and the dog were still somewhat dazed. The three-headed dog was reluctant to eat the fish in its mouth. The three heads, unusually, reached a consensus. They wouldn't eat for now. The water level was rising too fast. At this rate, dinner would probably be sashimi. The three-headed dog was now a dog with refined tastes. It wouldn't eat raw meat except for strangers. It ate strangers mainly because no one was willing to cook them for it. Raw fish is never as good as cooked fish. The middle head of the three-headed dog sighed. I take a nap first. You two keep watch. Lu Huixiang tiptoed, looking around, when suddenly she saw a black dot in the distance. What's that? The three-headed dog jumped up, looked at the black dot, put down its food, its body suddenly grew larger, and it charged out. The three-headed dog knew that if someone came, there would be good food. But when it reached the beach, all it saw was Baovu paddling a canoe. The three-headed dog turned and walked away, not wanting to look at him again. Dog! You're still alive. Grandma's all right. If a stupid dog like you can survive, everyone else will be alive too. A weight lifted from Baoju's heart. He stopped paddling and collapsed into the canoe. After yesterday's intense work, his whole body ached. Slowly reaching the island, Baoju pushed the canoe ashore and handed the rope to the three-headed dog, telling it to bite it. The three-headed dog didn't want to guard the boat. Baoju pointed at its nose and cursed, "Stupid dog. This is a means of transportation at sea. Without it, we won't eat." The three-headed dog suspected everyone was retaliating. Everyone was bullying it. Rule 5. Curse anyone within 1 meter of you. It's not human. Why should it get yelled at? Perhaps it's not a dog, but these people are the real dogs. Where is he? Point the way. Faced with Baoju's attitude, the three-headed dog didn't want to point the way at all, but it dared not refuse. The three-headed dog grumbled and pointed in the direction with its tail. The middle head huffed, "Idiot." The highest point. As soon as Baoju left, the three heads started arguing, deciding which mouth to use to bite the rope. They argued fiercely. While arguing, they also had to watch the water level and adjust their positions to avoid getting their feet dirty. After a few rounds of arguing, the water level reached their feet, at which point they had to pull hard on the canoe to drag it ashore. In the end, none of them wanted to do the work, so they simply let the canoe float on the water. 3 mouths took turns biting the rope. Baoju went ashore to find Lu Huixiang, following the three-headed dog's directions to the highest point, but after circling the summit several times, he couldn't find her. Was I tricked by that dog? Bao Zhu seriously suspected the three-headed dog had deliberately given him the wrong directions. Just then, a leaf brushed past his nose and fell. Bao Zhu looked up and saw Lu Huaixiang crouching on a tree branch. Bao Zhu said, "The water's rising." Lu Huaixiang didn't speak. Bao Zhu asked, "What's for our next meal?" Lu Huaixiang turned around, showing her backpack with food hanging from it. Bao Zhu asked again, "Will the sea flood the whole island? Shall we take a boat?" Lu Huaixiang stared silently in one direction, her face expressionless. She didn't want to say anything. Bao Zhu was a little puzzled, then thought that this might be a perfect interpretation of the rules by a battle-hardened veteran. He climbed another tree, looked towards the sea, and saw something in the ocean. Bao Zhu exclaimed excitedly, "Is that a tree trunk? Bring it over, we can dig another canoe." "My canoe was made by Fahai. Fahai is very strong, he made it quickly. I can use the canoe to drag the tree trunk to Fahai. Suitable tree trunks for canoes are hard to find. I think this one is great." Lu Huaixiang really didn't want to speak. On the beach, the three-headed dog, with a small piece of rope in its mouth, stared blankly at the canoe drifting further and further away. "What do? We get beaten up, won't we? Should we talk back if we get beaten up?" Just as the three-headed dog finished discussing and decided to go into the water to rescue the canoe, a strong wind blew by, the waves surged, and the canoe was completely swept away. The three-headed dog, adrift in the sea, was dumbfounded. "What do? We get beaten to death, won't we? We get beaten to a pulp, won't we?" On the mountaintop, Lu Huaixiang looked down, glancing at Bao Zhu with pity. This man, not very old, had poor eyesight. Floating on the sea was his canoe. Lu Huaixiang threw a kitchen knife on the ground and said, "Chop down the tree." The water level kept rising. They had to build a new means of transportation before the island was completely submerged. They couldn't just swim to the next island. In this vast ocean, who knew how many islands would survive the night? Choosing to swim to the next island meant either exhaustion or drowning. Lu Huaixiang was already missing the boats they had built in the previous dungeons. Bao Zhu finally realized his canoe had drifted away. Between beating the dog and chopping down the tree, he chose to chop down the tree first. The dog could be beaten tomorrow, but the tree had to be chopped down today. Fahai tied the assembled boat to his waist with a rope and continued assembling the next boat. With his shipbuilding experience from the previous dungeons, Fahai was a skilled craftsman. He had assembled 5 small boats, each 0.8 meters wide and 2.8 meters long, working day and night. Following the rule of 1 meter spacing between each person, each boat could accommodate 3 people. Standing or lying on the boat, it was just right. They could also meditate, 1 person in the middle, and 1 at the bow and 1 at the stern. The people at the bow and stern faced the sea, their buttocks slightly off-center, their knees dangling in the air. It was truly perfect. Fahai felt like a clever and capable monk. Although Wang Jiuzhou and Xie Qishan both said this plan was unsuitable, Fahai thought it was excellent. Beside Fahai, Xie Qishan was twisting rope. "I'm a genius. Look at my rope, so evenly thick and strong. No one is better at twisting rope than me. Absolutely no one." Xie Qishan was immersed in his art, several bundles of rope already beside him. On the other side, Wang Jiuzhou was applying fish oil to a wooden plank. "Perfect. Smooth and burr-free, perfect thickness, perfect angles, perfect coating, it lives up to my reputation." Chapter 478. Wang Jiuzhou was very satisfied with her processing procedure. Every plank of wood was made to standard, with an error margin of nanometers. The 3 people were positioned at 3 points in an isosceles triangle, each busy with their own tasks. The 3 met up the previous night. Wang Jiuzhou had floated over on the sea. Her island, with a maximum elevation of less than 1 meter, was the first to be destroyed. Wang Jiuzhou believed she was the best at water walking. No one could compare to her. When it came to water walking, she was number 1 in the world. Fahai had arrived in a canoe, dragging logs. Fahai firmly believed he was the best at dragging logs, the absolute best. Xie Qishan was a native of the island, which consisted mostly of stones and grass. He had spent the entire previous day making stone pots and twisting ropes. When he tried to cast a net to catch fish in the evening, he caught Wang Jiuzhou and retrieved Fahai, who was dragging a long string of logs. After the 3 met up, they continued working. Wang Jiuzhou finished processing the last plank, counted the quantity, and determined that Fahai would need another 3 hours to catch up with his speed. He was quite satisfied. "I'm the best. The fastest." Immediately, Wang Jiuzhou collapsed to the ground, looking up and wailing, "I'm so hungry. What am I going to eat next?" Xie Qishan tapped the stone pot beside him. In the pot were leftover grilled fish slices from the oil extraction. The taste wasn't great, but it was edible. I don't want this. I want meat. How can fish be considered meat? That's not right. Wang Jiuzhou was heartbroken. Xie Qishan suggested birds? Seagulls? Fa Hai stuffed an unripe fruit into his mouth, his face contorting with rage from the sourness. Seagulls are full of parasites. They're birds without any sense of decency. Wang Jiuzhou lay on the wooden plank, looking up at the sky. Can some food fall from the sky? Thud. A bird fell from the sky. Wang Jiuzhou immediately picked up the bird. Am I that powerful? My words become law? It's me, you idiot. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiuzhou placed the bird directly on the wooden plank and pushed the plank 2 meters away. Rule 5. Curse anyone within 1 meter of you. Wang Jiuzhou looked at the bird on the plank, which had become thinner, and hesitated. Jingwei? Is there any food? The rules don't allow it. Put it on the ground. Jingwei flapped its wings, the whole bird exuding a frenzy. Wang Jiuzhou pushed the stone pot over, using the plank to avoid being cursed. Garbage, not tasty, throw it away. Jingwei instantly transformed into a human, grabbing a slice of grilled fish and stuffing it into her mouth. I'm starving. Not only is there no food, but my island is submerged. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! So awful. They're bullying birds. Bullying birds. They're so unfair to birds. Jingwei complained as she ate, her back to the sea. The three then realized that Jingwei's island was very small and low in elevation. Yesterday, she finally managed to find some food with her eyes closed, flew up a tree to sleep, and in the middle of the night, the island was gone. She could only fly around with her eyes closed, trying to find a place to land. The first island she found was deserted. She rested until dawn, but then the island was gone too. She finally managed to fly to the next island, only to be chased by a red-feathered creature who wanted to eat her roasted bird. This was the fourth island Jingwei had found. She didn't actually know there was an island below. She had simply run out of energy and fallen down. Damn it! I can't open my eyes. Opening my eyes makes me want to fill the sea. I have thalassophobia. I want to just jump into the sea and drown. But I don't want to die. Wang Jiuzhou asked, where's your seed? Isn't it edible? I didn't bring it in, they wouldn't let me. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'm so miserable. How could I be so miserable? She sounded pitiful. However, something seemed off. Wang Jiuzhou noticed that Jingwei was perfectly normal, the kind of normal that wasn't different from before. Jingwei wasn't arrogant or conceited at all. Rule 4. As a perfect human, you believe you live better than anyone else. I'm a bird, not a human. Why should I follow human rules? Jingwei held her head high. I'm a bird. The human I was is dead, I'm a bird. Rule 4 can't affect me. Rule 5? I insulted you. Jingwei became even more smug. You won't curse me, because I'm not human. Rule 5. Curse anyone within a meter of you. She's not human, so why would she be cursed? As for Rule 1, Jingwei refused to explain. Rule 1. You look down on your teammates, so you choose to act alone. Do not team up with any lucky ones, stowaways, or animals. Jingwei refused to explain this from a bird's perspective. I'm eating. Wang Jiuzhou suspected there was only one reason Jingwei was no different from usual. Jingwei was inherently rebellious and disliked everyone. After eating her fill, Jingwei transformed back into her bird form, burying her head in the stripped bark, pretending she didn't exist. Wang Jiuzhou used scraps of wood to make a completely enclosed birdcage with only a small entrance. Jingwei was very satisfied with the birdcage. With her back to the entrance, she didn't have to worry about seeing the sea. Jingwei crawled into the birdcage, feeling incredibly safe, and immediately fell fast asleep. Fa Hai used a stick to hang the birdcage up, secured it, and then fixed the stick to the middle of a boat. This saves space. People at the bow and stern each have 40 centimeters of room to move around, so there's no need to argue. Wang Jiuzhou didn't want to talk, she felt one boat per person was more suitable. 3 people in a small boat 2.8 meters long, having to maintain a 1 meter distance, was a bit like some kind of torture. Wouldn't 1 boat per person be better? That's a boat? Thank you for nature's gift. Song Tianju had caught the ingredients she wanted, and was preparing to pack up and leave when she saw the canoe drifting towards her. She immediately rushed into the sea and pulled the canoe back. Finding a rope tied to the canoe with a broken end, Song Tianju laughed. Some unlucky guy lost his boat. Mine's mine. What a jinx, losing his boat like that. Song Tianjiao looked at the canoe from left to right, quite satisfied with it. She hadn't even realized she'd seen this canoe yesterday. It's a bit like Baoju's canoe, but Baoju's canoe has a branch fork where you can hang a lamp. And Baoju's canoe has bark. This canoe is so clean, not a speck of bark, and it's polished smooth, it must have taken a long time to make. What an unlucky guy. Song Tianju put his hands on his hips. I'm so lucky. I'm the luckiest person in the world. The smooth, polished canoe was the result of the sea's hard work overnight. The tree branch that could hold the lantern was gone after being knocked down. The canoe now looked completely different from yesterday's. Song Tianju found 2 branches, flattened them, and shaped them into oars. I can't work with living things, but I can work with inanimate things. I don't envy Niwa for being able to turn dog hair into dogs. I can turn tree branches into oars. Not envious, really not envious. I'm not envious. Chapter 479. Song Tianjia modified the canoe's appearance according to her own ideas, trying to make the lines smoother. She added grooves inside the canoe to secure items, and adjusted the center of gravity to make it less prone to capsizing. Song Tianju believed that this kind of canoe was very easy to capsize. A capsizing without warning would mean losing all the supplies, which would be heartbreaking, so she meticulously handled every detail of the canoe. This boat is officially named Genius, draft 15 centimeters, displacement 0.5 liters, full power, set sail. Mission code, find the cook. Song Tianjia gripped the oar and chose a direction to set off. Her goal was to find someone to cook the giant octopus she had caught. Song Tianju was full of anticipation. Meanwhile, Tian squatted on the beach, raising her hand to let out a big yawn. She was surrounded by sunshine, waves, sand, and cacti, with various fish and shrimp at her feet. Salmon isn't good to eat raw, it's oily, and your poop will be oily too. Tian looked at the pile of fish and shrimp on the beach, her whole body puffed up with anger. She was completely unaware that she had mistaken the fish for something else. What she had been eating raw wasn't salmon at all. Tian stood up, stomping her foot, and said, I want fried rice. Children need a balanced diet to grow tall. Otherwise, they easily die. A wave crashed ashore, pushing a king crab. Tian looked at it with disgust. This looks awful. A large sea cucumber was washed ashore. Tian reached out and poked the fat sea cucumber. So ugly, looks like a slug. I want fried rice. All I want is fried rice. The waves crashed again. Several times the seawater reached Tian's feet, but nothing came. Tian pouted and squatted down, digging in the sand with long seashells. Finally, a giant sea turtle washed ashore. The turtle had seaweed in its mouth, looking rather dull and unintelligent. Tian stood up and saw that the giant turtle was as tall as her, covered in barnacles on its back. Barnacles aren't tasty. Dad says barnacles are all bad stuff. Tian found a rock and tried to smash the barnacles. The giant turtle lay obediently on the ground, letting Tian do as she pleased, its dark eyes reflected in the sea. Tian tried, but found that the rock in her hand couldn't pry the barnacles off. The seashells she had collected weren't strong enough to remove the barnacles clinging tightly to the turtle's shell. Looks like this isn't going to work. Sister Tianju isn't here, otherwise she could definitely cut the barnacles off you. And by the way, Tian observed carefully, wondering if such a large turtle was edible, and if it would taste good. This turtle looked very old. It probably won't taste very good, will it? Grandma Lu said that old animals aren't tasty, but ripe fruit from trees is delicious. Tian continued her efforts, breaking several shells, but still couldn't budge the barnacles an inch. The moss-covered barnacles clung densely to the sea turtle's body, their shiny black shells twitching, a sight enough to send shivers down the spine of anyone with trypophobia. Barnacles punish every human who carefully observes the seaside rocks. Recalling this image gives me goosebumps. Does anyone know what those shiny black, bud-like things that open and close in the middle of the cone-shaped rock formations of the sessile barnacles are? Please tell me. I revised this immediately. I really don't have the courage to find a video to determine whether it's a mouthpart or a shell structure. I have absolutely no courage. It's purely a psychological trauma. Tian was extremely disgusted. It looks awful. Just as Tian was about to give up, a wave crashed onto the sea turtle's back, bringing a blunt knife. Tian picked up the blunt knife and found it surprisingly useful. She cleaned it up cleanly, one barnacle at a time. Tian worked diligently, throwing all the barnacles she shoveled off into a pile of cacti some distance away. Bad stuff. Dry it all. Dry it all. Many seaweed and kelp were pushed by the waves to the sea turtle, which then picked them up in its mouth. The sea turtle ate its easy meal with a blank expression, enjoying the barnacle cleaning service. After cleaning up the barnacles, Tian realized she was already more than 10 meters from the shore. Looking down at the large sea turtle slowly paddling below, she suddenly had an idea. Big sea turtle, go find Grandma Lu. I treat you to fried rice. The big sea turtle set sail as Tian requested, completely ignoring the rules. Rule 1. You look down on your teammates, so you choose to act alone. Do not team up with any lucky individuals, stowaways, or animals. These rules are meaningless to Tian at this moment. In the white room, a giant octopus is eating coconut eggs. Eating coconut eggs one by one, the giant octopus is very focused, its body color turning vibrant, with blue rings appearing in concentric circles, clearly indicating poison. Arrogance stole a coconut egg and sat in the corner drinking coconut water. I'm the best. No one will notice that turtle is suspicious. My disguise never fails. The giant octopus's inverted W-shaped pupils turned to arrogance, and it stretched out its tentacles, pulling the storage box directly in front of it. Don't steal its things. It hadn't realized before how delicious this stuff was. If only it had known, it would have hired someone to open coconuts every day and eat them every day. The giant octopus shook its massive head and continued stuffing coconut eggs into its mouth. On Blue Star, Chen Jianglu, his face expressionless, chopped at the coconut eggs. He was in charge of chopping, while Panda injected the medicine and stuffed the eggs into the storage box. Why? Aren't I the six-winged golden cicada? Aren't I the ancient ferocious one? Aren't I the golden cicada prince? Why didn't the great god invite me? Panda, caught off guard, pricked its own hand with the needle. Panda roared to the sky, ouch. Panda shouted, aren't I Chiyu's top warrior? Aren't I a national treasure? Why didn't I get an invitation? Old Sun, reclining on a deck chair fanning himself, shook his head. Sigh, he's gone mad from reading too much again. Old Sun decided to take a nice afternoon nap. Under his butt were 3 invitations. One was his, one was Chen Jiangliu's, and one was Panda's. It doesn't matter, none of that matters. There will be more boats later, but the chances to drug that octopus are few and far between. Old Sun lifted his eyelids and looked towards the power supply room, not far away. Every time a box of coconut eggs was filled, the panda would put it into the power supply room. The door would close and open, and the coconut eggs would be gone. Old Sun thought this was a very interesting spell. He looked at the panda, who was slacking off and had started rolling around. Then he looked at Chen Jianglu, whose delicate skin made him seem easily killed, and an idea surfaced in his mind. Panda, call Tian. Tell him I'm treating him to coconuts. The panda is tough, but too stupid. The little monk is smart, but fragile. Tian is tough and smart. He's a very useful tool monkey. He wondered what that octopus looked like now after eating so many coconuts. Old Sun was very curious. That kind of strange creature is rare. He wanted Tian to take a picture. Old Sun rolled over and leisurely fanned himself. With a turn, another invitation was revealed. Tian, carrying diving equipment and wearing a swimsuit, strolled along the bottom of the Huai River when suddenly his phone, which was hanging around his neck in a waterproof bag, vibrated. He answered the phone. The voice on the other end sounded exceptionally distant. Great sage, Old Sun said he'd treat you to coconuts. I sent you my location. Huh? Is the signal bad? Glug 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 glug. Tian pulled off his oxygen mask, opened his mouth, and began blowing bubbles. Chapter 480. Tian cast a water-repelling spell, stopping his bubble blowing, but his cell phone signal dropped to half a bar, and call quality deteriorated. Without the water-repelling spell, he blew bubbles. With the water-repelling spell, the internet went down. Tian, could this spell affect mobile base stations? Interfere with signals? This could be a research topic. Li Qingyu could find a suitable research demon to study it carefully. Tian was truly exasperated. He had said before that he hated fighting underwater. He hated underwater work. He was no longer the monkey who didn't mind his fur being wet. Wet fur is hard to dry. It easily leads to skin diseases, eczema. Tian swam to the surface and communicated with the panda by phone. After hanging up, he vaguely felt something was wrong. Before he could think about it, a boat approached. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw a lightning rod erected on the boat. Tian's eyes widened. So it wasn't underwater, it was on the water? As you wish, as you wish. Transform. The boatman only felt the boat rock slightly, the draft noticeably shallower. He looked around but found nothing amiss. An earthquake? Huh, where's the lightning rod I found a few days ago? I have to find a new iron rod. Sure enough, things found are easy to lose. Chi Tian, carrying the golden cudgel he finally found and his equipment on his back, ran like the wind. This run revealed the grandeur of the Monkey King's rebirth. Chi Tian reached a secluded spot, leaped into the air, and began somersaulting, doing dozens of somersaults with the ferocity of the opening theme of Journey to the West. Within a short time, eerie laughter echoed across the entire planet. Found it! Found it! Finally found it! Ha ha ha, found it! Success? Success? I, old son, have succeeded. By the time Chi Tian arrived at the Sichuan Chongqing resort area, it was already evening. He had changed into a new outfit, a fluorescent crimson cloak draped over his shoulders, a peacock feather headdress with LED lights, a golden cudgel with small night lights attached to both ends, and flashing five-fingered shoes. Master wanted to see me? Old son, eh? What's going on? Old son rubbed his eyes and sighed. Why are you dressed like this? Song Zhao bought a whole basket of lanterns, and I thought they looked nice, so I picked a few. Master, do you want some ice cream? That great god ship is pretty big, and the ice cream they give out is delicious. It's a pity I didn't receive an invitation this time. Master, why is my name on the invitation under your butt? Old son handed Chi Tian a coconut egg. Good disciple, get some rest. Going to sea is too tiring, you be on the next ship for the vacation. Sending this monkey out seems a bit embarrassing. Old son wasn't curious about what the giant octopus looked like now. Not at all. Old son felt that the most urgent task was to improve the little monkey's aesthetic sense. Not everything shiny is beautiful. Absolutely not. On the great god, Song Zhao made a crown with colorful lights and placed it on Yua's head. Very good, very good. Yua looked at herself in the mirror and nodded, many colors, quite resembling the old five-colored stone. Song Tianji rode hard, but by evening, she still hadn't found a suitable cook. Just as she was about to find a high-altitude island to settle down, she spotted a giant turtle shell floating on the sea in the distance. A sea turtle. A person was sitting on the turtle. Backlit, the figure opposite her was small. What a nice ride, Song Tianjia thought to herself. She wanted the same ride too. She rode closer and saw Tian Tian sitting on the sea turtle, munching on seaweed. Song Tianjia's eyes lit up. Tian Tian, you have a turtle shell? Sister Tianjiao, you have a boat? Tian Tian was overjoyed to see Song Tianjiao. This was the first person she had seen since entering the instance. Song Tianjiao looked at the sea turtle and said earnestly, Can I borrow your turtle shell to play with? Sure, sure. Tian Tian had no objections. She chose some seaweed that looked delicious, rolled it into a ball, and carried it in her hand, ready to exchange transportation. Although the sea turtle was sturdy, a drifting canoe was more tempting to Tian Tian. The sea turtle widened its eyes, staring menacingly at Song Tianjiao. Song Tianjiao took an octopus from her canoe and tossed it over. Turtle shell, eat fish. Song Tianjiao approached the sea turtle until they were a meter apart, but the turtle didn't move, only staring menacingly at her. This thing, is it really fake? Shouldn't it be cursing me now? No, it can't talk. But it should at least be swearing, you bastard, be fierce. Song Tianjiao climbed onto the turtle shell, stepping on its head to examine it closely. Tian Tian, I think either me or the turtle shell is fake. Use your little brain to judge. Don't you eat? Why do you look so light? A picky little mouse won't grow fat. Tian Tian opened her mouth wide, held it in for a long time, and finally blurted out, Sister Tianjiao is a big bad guy. I think this thing is a fake. Song Tianjiao kicked the turtle shell hard, lay down on it, and carefully examined the edge of the shell. Finally, she noticed something was wrong, reached out, and tore off a large piece of light blue plastic film from the edge of the shell. Tian Tian leaned closer and asked, You big bad guy, what's this? It looks like a protective film that comes with some precision instruments when they leave the factory to prevent scratches? This turtle shell is a fake. Picky little mouse, didn't you notice something's wrong with this turtle shell? Tian Tian shook her head. Being called a picky little mouse sounded a bit strange. But the rule said to swear, so Tian Tian could only comply and rack her brains to come up with an insult. You big bad guy, do you have anything to eat? Song Tianjiao pulled over the canoe, took out a coconut from inside, split it open, and handed it to her, then grabbed a handful of fruit. The grilled fish went bad, and it's too hot to eat it anymore. This is all I have now. Tian Tian hugged the coconut and gulped it down, finishing the whole coconut in one go, then munched on the fruit. She had found coconuts on the beach before, but she wasn't strong enough to split them open, so she had to run to a high place and throw the coconuts to the ground. The result was that the coconut was cracked open, but only a little coconut water remained. She could barely manage to drink a little coconut water and nibble on some coconut meat. This was the first time Tian Tian had ever had the freedom to drink freely since entering the instance. The little girl was overjoyed. Song Tianjia sat on the turtle shell, watching Tian Tian munching on fruit. She tugged at the rope tethering the canoe and grabbed another handful of fruit, handing it to her. Tian Tian used her clothes to gather the fruit, stuffing them into her mouth one by one. Song Tianji realized that the instance's rules didn't apply to Tian Tian. At first, she thought Tian Tian could team up with the turtle shell because the turtle shell was fake. She hadn't violated any rules. Tian Tian had indeed sworn, though her vocabulary wasn't very good. Now, seeing Tian Tian eat all the food she gave her, Song Tianji realized that the instance's rules didn't apply to Tian Tian. Rule 2. You will refuse food from others. Rule 3. You will refuse help from others. Didn't we agree not to cheat? How dare you accuse me of cheating? Chapter 481. Song Tianju tapped the turtle shell, wondering if she could use it to start a fire and grill octopus. The turtle shell felt quite realistic, but a fake is still a fake. Song Tianjiao tried to pry open a piece of the shell and succeeded. Underneath the thick shell was a dense network of electrical circuits. Look, a fake turtle. This is a fake turtle. I'm a genius among geniuses. Tian Tian leaned closer, her eyes widening. A fake sea turtle? You big bad guy, you're amazing. You even noticed this. Song Tianjia raised her chin, pried open the shell, and used a portion to cover the circuitry again. She used the rest to make a small, windproof stove. She chose a spot without any delicate components to start a fire, lest the turtle shell give up. First, she placed a thick layer of seaweed on top, both for insulation and to catch the ashes. Then she placed the small stove on top and carefully secured it. The seaweed was slippery, and the stove wouldn't stay in place easily, potentially falling into the sea. Finally, they broke off a piece of wood from the canoe, splitting it into long strips for easy burning. The remaining scraps were used to start a fire. Song Tianju was quite satisfied with his setup, tilting his chin up and saying, "Let's use the coconut shell as a pot first, and cook the seaweed and octopus." Tian Tian swallowed hard and asked, "You big bad guy, are we going to start a fire by rubbing sticks together? Or use an electric spark? This fake sea turtle might breathe fire." Song Tianju shook his head, pulled a waterproof match from his pocket, shook off the water, and rubbed it vigorously on his pants. A flame immediately ignited, setting off the scraps, then the wood. Tian Tian's eyes widened. She had never seen a fire start like this before. Song Tianjia's nostrils were already pointing skyward. She, Song Tianjiao, is a survival expert. She not only has a lighter, but also waterproof matches, and even magnesium rods. She's a genius among geniuses, a master among masters. Song Tianjiao cleaned the coconut that Tian Tian had finished drinking from, cutting off a third, leaving 2/3 to use as a pot. She poured coconut water into the pot, and added some seaweed torn into small pieces. She just needed to wait for the seaweed to cook before eating. "Let's eat a pot of seaweed first, then we cook the rest," Song Tianjiu said seriously, suspecting that cooking everything together would be unpalatable. "Cooking one thing at a time will definitely be fine." Tian Tian asked expectantly, "Can we have fried rice?" "If we don't have egg fried rice, seafood fried rice is fine too." Seafood is possible, eggs might be possible, but rice is probably out of the question. Song Tianjiao found no sign of rice. It was a pity the turtle was fake, otherwise, she could have gotten the turtle eggs. Useless turtle shell. Song Tianjiao told Tian Tian to watch the fire while she reinforced the canoe's ropes herself, tying several loops around the fake turtle's neck to prevent herself from losing her beloved boat like the unlucky person who lost their canoe. She jumped into the water to find food. Soon, she caught 2 large sea cucumbers. "Skinny little thing, this one," Tian Tian said with disgust. "Snotty little thing." Song Tianjiao tossed the sea cucumber aside and picked up a fish. "Skinny human baby salmon." Tian Tian pouted, "I got diarrhea from eating this last time." "Foolish human baby, you must have mistaken the fish." Song Tianji was convinced that salmon wouldn't cause diarrhea. "Let's roast it. We have enough firewood for the whole boat." The canoe was important, but food was even more important. Song Tianju was willing to reduce the size of the canoe for the sake of delicious food. Tian Tian glanced at the salmon, then at the seaweed in the pot. The little girl had no hope for the salmon and had already decided to eat only seaweed for dinner. By the time they ate dinner, it was late at night. The sea level had risen considerably, the sky was dark, and the water was deep and mysterious. Song Tianjiao, holding a coconut bowl, squatted on the edge of the turtle shell, eating grilled fish with seaweed, her eyes fixed on the deep water, lost in thought. A meter away, Tian was sitting on the turtle shell, gnawing on a piece of grilled fish. Chewing, chewing, chewing. Tianjiao, you're such a bad girl. Chewing, chewing, chewing. This grilled fish is different from what I eat. Chewing, chewing, chewing. This is edible, not oily at all. Chewing, chewing, chewing. If only there were some barbecue seasoning. Chewing, chewing, chewing. Tian was diligently eating. After they finished eating, Song Tianjiu tied a rope around Tian's wrist, then wrapped it around the turtle shell, and finally tied it around her own wrist. Sleep. The two lay sprawled out on the turtle shell, which was large enough that they maintained a distance of over a meter. You big bad guy, I can't sleep. Do you have a story? A bedtime story. Song Tianjiu racked her brains and said, once upon a time, there was a mountain, on the mountain was a temple, in the temple was a... Tian said earnestly, you big bad guy, I tell you a bedtime story. Once upon a time, there was a mermaid. In the middle of the night, Song Tianjiu was woken up by a commotion. She heard a screeching sound amidst the sound of waves. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully. This awful place. Do I really have to go into the water? This awful place. I make Jingwei burn the sea dry. The voice was shrill and neurotic. Judging from the voice, the person was small, but had a big temper. Song Tianjiu called out, monkey? A reply quickly came from afar. Monkey what? Call me king. I am the most powerful monkey king in the world. Call me the great sage equal to heaven. Goodness, this monkey has gone mad. Song Tianjiu tossed a coconut over. Trash, I don't want it. What? You actually called me the great monkey king trash? Man, you regret this, you regret this. I am the great sage equal to heaven. Song Tianjiu realized that Six-Eared Monkey was very arrogant. This monkey might have lost its mind. It keeps calling itself the great sage equal to heaven. Is this title really that important to Six-Eared Monkey? It's clearly a fake. Song Tianjiu played along with Six-Eared Monkey, saying, great sage equal to heaven. Can you hear the other people's voices? I heard your ears are very good. Can you hear them? Humph. I can hear everything. Six-Eared Monkey spoke with swallowing sounds mixed in, ending with a satisfying burp. Song Tianjiu tossed the rope over, then lay down and continued sleeping. She firmly believed that monkeys could swim and wouldn't drown. She woke up to find it was already morning. Song Tianjiu discovered a tree tied to the turtle's tail. The tree lay in the water, a small monkey perched on its trunk, and a large green mango hung from its crown. It was a mango tree with only one mango left. Song Tianjiu immediately untied the rope, jumped into the water, and swam over to pick the mango. Human, how dare you steal my fruit? Lu Er, seeing this, immediately jumped up and down. Song Tianjiu returned to the turtle's tail, and tossed a coconut to Lu Er. Trash, don't want it. What stealing? I don't think anyone wants this mango. Song Tianjiu, aggressive, took a bite of the mango, then discovered it was unripe, hard, and sour. Lu Er drank from the coconut, cracked open the shell, ate the coconut meat, and then stared intently at Song Tianjiu. Chapter 482. Judging by its appearance, this monkey probably hasn't had an easy time these past few days. Seeing that Song Tianjiu didn't intend to give him another coconut, Lu Er jumped into the sea, caught a fish, returned, and squatted on a tree trunk, baring its fangs as it gnawed on the raw fish. Song Tianjiu handed the fruit from the cabin to the sleepy-eyed Tian, stuffed the unripe mangoes into the coconut pot, and started a fire for Tian to tend. She was going to go into the water to select ingredients. 1 salmon, a few small octopuses, and some kelp. She wondered if mango and jellyfish salad would be good. Song Tianjiu dragged the pile of ingredients back to the turtle shell. Grilled salmon, grilled octopus, grilled kelp. Heating it up wouldn't taste good either. The mangoes would be used to make mango and jellyfish salad. The two of them, one big and one small, each with a coconut bowl, began to eat their breakfast. This mango and jellyfish salad dish was getting stranger and stranger the more she looked at it. Song Tianjiu didn't want to eat it. Tian sniffed it, then rejected the strange food. Lu Er stretched his neck and jumped around. Human, what are you eating? Human, is it tasty? Human, why aren't you saying anything? Tian put down the coconut bowl, picked up the warm mango and jellyfish salad, walked to the edge of the turtle shell, and stretched out her hand, trying to offer it to Lu Er. Monkey you eat. Lu Er tilted his head back, looking fierce. Call me the great sage equal to heaven. Great sage equal to heaven you eat. Lu Er accepted the strange food combination and reached out to take the food from Tian Tian's hand. The rules had no effect on Tian Tian. Nothing unusual happened. Lu Er took a bite of the mango and jellyfish salad and immediately roared, "Damn two-legged beast! You actually poisoned this great king. It's disgusting. Poisonous. Poisonous. Disgusting." Tian Tian squatted on the edge of the turtle shell, looking at Lu Er with worry. "But this is a non-poisonous jellyfish." Tian Tian was confused. "I gave the sea turtle the jellyfish, and the sea turtle didn't die." Song Tianjiao looked at the turtle shell struggling to swim and realized that Tian Tian had a deep misunderstanding of some things. This wasn't a live sea turtle, of course. It wouldn't die from eating it. Besides, this sea turtle was faking eating, unlike Wang Jiuzhao, who actually ate it. She didn't know if the jellyfish was poisonous. Song Tianjiu only knew that if it was poisonous, someone definitely wouldn't let Tian Tian eat it. She was taking a gamble. Lu Er refused the cold jellyfish salad and ate the roasted raw mango with a grimace. "Is this poop? Is this poop?" Lu Er was furious, threw away the coconut shell, and rushed into the canopy of the mango tree, pretending to be invisible. Song Tianjiu tossed a fruit over and shouted, "Monkey, point in the right direction. Where there are more people. Where there are more people, there's more food." Lu Er pointed in a direction with its tail. Song Tianjiao immediately twisted the giant sea turtle's head, making it change direction. "Go! Go as fast as you can. Charge, turtle shell." Lu Er twitched its ears, stuffed the fruit into its mouth, and the next second, its expression changed drastically. It was sour. Lu Er suspected that Song Tianjiu was doing it on purpose. Intentionally plotting against it, the only monkey king in heaven and earth, destined to trample the heavens underfoot. There are always treacherous subjects trying to harm this king. Lu Er rolled over, scratched its bottom, and went back to sleep. As a monkey king, it firmly believed that servants would bring food after it woke up. Thinking this, Lu Er's tail twitched. The turtle shell was fast, unafraid of the sea's turbulence, and didn't need to row itself. Song Tianjiu soon encountered lucky individuals using various sea transportation methods. She abandoned the ropes and diligently secured these water-drifting creatures to the turtle shells. By noon, the overloaded turtle shells were noticeably slower. "Ha ha ha! Foolish turtle! Not even as fast as me!" Lin Manji stood on the raft, paddling hard. He had already overtaken the turtles, the ropes binding the raft were taut, and he was beginning to show signs of leadership. "I, Lin Manji, am indeed the smartest. True to my name. Smart, brave, and strong." Lin Manji was very satisfied with himself. His raft was empty. No food, no fresh water, only the arrogant Lin Manji. Cluck cluck, no, Xia Fengming sat in Song Tianjiao's canoe, counting the collected supplies. "No need to worry about food, there's fish anyway. We don't have enough fresh water, so we extract it from the sea. How do we do that again? Boiling water? Thermal expansion and contraction? Aw, aren't I a genius? Why can't I remember?" She quickly tied the coconuts together and threw them into the sea, then tied the ropes to the turtle shell. The coconuts would float after hitting the water. She was trying to lighten the load this way. Song Tianjiu punched many holes in the edge of the turtle shell to tie the ropes. Behind each rope was a lucky creature floating on the sea in a strange pose. Six ears were still working well, and the turtle shell was indeed fast. In just one morning, the turtle shell had encountered more than 20 lucky creatures. Whenever Song Tianjiu saw a lucky creature, she would pick up the lasso and throw it out using a lassoing technique. Some of the overseas lucky fish, thinking she couldn't catch any fish and was going to eat people, fled in terror. So far, Song Tianjiu has only caught 3 overseas lucky fish. She also caught 5 Yin Kingdom lucky fish. Jie Fengming volunteered to coordinate the food and robbed all the lucky fish present. Jie Fengming rowed his boat, his menacing robbery style scaring away 2 overseas lucky fish. Now the turtle shell team consists of 7 Yin Kingdom lucky fish, 1 monkey, and 1 overseas lucky fish. This overseas lucky fish sat on a dead tree trunk, desperately hugging herself. She had lost the 5 coconuts she had collected, leaving only a few rotten fish hanging on her body. "Without fresh water, I will die. I will die. After I die, I will definitely go to heaven." This overseas lucky fish firmly believed that she would go to heaven. This was her unique arrogance. Song Tianjiu didn't understand her arrogance. Song Tianjiu, catching fish, passed by and tossed over a large piece of seaweed. What are you babbling about? I don't understand. I don't want this, throw it away. It can be used as sun protection, but this stuff smells awful. Sun exposure for too long causes peeling skin, and when it peels, you sweat, which is very painful. Song Tianjia thought to herself, I even thought of this little detail. I'm such a thoughtful leader. The lucky overseas girl, clutching the seaweed, stared at Song Tianjia with her green eyes. She tore off a piece of the stinky fish from her clothes and tried to offer it to her. What nonsense! This fish doesn't taste good, throw it away. Why does it taste like canned herring? Song Tianjia lay on her back in the water, kicking her legs like a frog to escape the attack range of the stinky dried fish. Soon, she returned. Your tree trunk is nice. Can I use some? You know we're short on fuel. The two didn't have any language barriers. The death game had a built-in translation function. Although it wasn't very good, it was enough for ordinary communication. But Song Tianjia's words, when heard by the green-eyed lucky girl overseas, were interpreted in a completely different way. The green-eyed lucky girl believed that Song Tianjia wanted to trade seaweed for fish. Then, she complained that her fish smelled bad and wanted to steal her tree trunk to drown her. The green-eyed lucky girl trembled with fear. Here you go, everything you want, I give you anything. But I don't want to die. Chapter 483. Faced with the green-eyed creature's pleading, Song Tianjia thought this person was probably sunburnt out at sea. What life and death! In her hands, could it starve to death? She could even feed it seaweed until it was stuffed. Song Tianjia said seriously, you really need to wear a seaweed cloak, really. If you're hungry, how about eating some seaweed first? The green-eyed creature looked at Song Tianjia with horror. Did it need to eat some seaweed for seasoning first? Like stuffing spices into a Thanksgiving turkey? The green-eyed creature trembled. Song Tianjia broke off a small piece of loose wood and realized that the green-eyed creature's means of transportation at sea was truly unreliable. This section of the trunk had been dead for who knows how long. It was almost falling apart. Song Tianjia doubted that this thing would last until tomorrow. She altered the trunk structure, making the outer layer dense and the inside loose. This gave the trunk excellent waterproof and buoyancy. Meeting someone as great, intelligent, and clever as me is your good fortune. Quickly say thank you. The green-eyed creature looked at Song Tianjia, confused, and hesitated before saying thank you. After uttering those two words, the green-eyed creature burst into tears. Song Tianjia didn't understand why this person was crying. Maybe they were just naturally prone to crying. Anyway, as long as they didn't cling to her arm and cry, it was fine. Song Tianjia stole some more wood from Lu Air and spread it out on the turtle shell to dry. What will we eat next? Song Tianjia scooped up a bowl of seawater from a coconut, trying to extract the salt. This was a very inefficient task, and she didn't want to do it. But to make sure her next meal was better, she had to work hard. Standing on the canoe, one hand on her hip, she exuded confidence. Set off. Find fresh water. Find land. Find tomorrow. The turtle shell towed the boat, heading in the direction indicated by 6 ears. Every time Song Tianjia saw a person, he would stop his work and pick up the lasso. The turtle shell fleet terrified every lucky overseas traveler. The way they threw ropes at anyone they saw was truly terrifying, like cannibalistic hunting. Tian sighed, watching the lucky overseas travelers flee at sea. Were they scared by the sea turtles? Sea turtles are actually quite docile. 6 ears were very useful. The turtle shell fleet was growing rapidly. The lucky overseas travelers ran away at the sight of the turtle shell team. After all, these things looked very strange from a distance. They didn't look like good people at all. According to the rules, the lucky travelers only needed to survive 7 days. They wouldn't starve to death anyway. No one wanted to cause trouble and die innocently. The lucky overseas travelers, however, were very curious about these turtle shells and would approach them, trying to distinguish friend from foe. Often, before they could even figure things out, they were already ensnared by the lasso. Using this method, Song Tianjia had gathered 15 lucky individuals from Yin Kingdom by evening. These lucky individuals rubbed their necks and silently distanced themselves from Song Tianjia. They suspected that Song Tianjia intended to use them as a power source for the sea. Song Tianjia listened to their doubts and understood. The turtle shell is getting slower and slower. It needs a new power source. Find a big fish to pull the turtle shell. If you can't find one, you be the power source. Robbery. Clucking along, carrying large sacks, paddling a canoe, he robbed each new lucky individual, then distributed food. Dinner consisted of a coconut per person, and 2 palm-sized pieces of grilled fish per person. Those who haven't eaten enough can choose to eat raw seaweed or sashimi. There's another problem, Cluck asked. Fuel and fresh water are running low. Does anyone have a solution? There used to be an island here, there must be some. Bao Zhu, holding a small notebook, stood on the raft, intently looking at the sea below. I remember there were many coconuts on that island. As soon as he finished speaking, Cerberus jumped into the sea. Cerberus is very well behaved now, ever since losing the canoe. Cerberus dived underwater, searching diligently, surfacing several times for air. Lu Huixiang waited patiently with a net in her hand. Finally, Cerberus brought up a coconut leaf. There is one! Cerberus was overjoyed finally. It had a chance to atone for its sins. It wasn't afraid of being beaten, but it was afraid of its food being downgraded. Losing the canoe had left Cerberus filled with regret, and it couldn't bear to look Lu Huixiang in the eye. Lu Huixiang tossed the rope over. The Cerberus immediately grabbed it and dived. It secured the coconuts with the rope, then kicked them hard, sending a large bunch of coconuts floating up. The Cerberus, engrossed in its work, frantically tied the rope and kicked the coconut trees. The Cerberus, now in its original form, was quite large. It kicked a coconut tree after each kick, then swam to the surface to breathe. This process repeated itself. Seeing the large number of coconuts floating up, Lu Huixiang panicked. Slow down. Slow down. There's not enough rope. They're floating away. The coconuts are floating away. The rope isn't tied properly. Give me a coconut leaf. I can use it as a plate. There was no way to start a fire, and dinner was raw seafood, which Lu Huixiang disliked. This stuff is boring. Regardless of whether it was interesting or not, Bao Zhu ate the raw fish and drank the coconut water, then continued working. The coconuts were secured to the raft. The coconut tree broken by the three-headed dog could be pieced together to make a new raft. Although not sturdy, it was enough to collect coconuts. Once the coconuts were collected, they needed to be reinforced, otherwise, a wave would destroy everything. Bao Zhu worked diligently head down. Lu Huixiang sat on the raft, looking at the coconuts and coconut trees, now completely back to nature because the ropes hadn't been properly secured, and sighed. What a pity, what a pity. It's a pity there wasn't enough time, otherwise we could have made more boats. Fahai sat cross-legged on a small boat, sighing deeply. 15 small boats were hastily built, now lined up in a long serpentine formation, drifting on the sea. According to Fahai's plan, each boat would accommodate 3 people, so 15 boats would carry 45 people. The extra people could be used to find materials to continue building more boats. Fahai thought his plan was perfect. Wang Jiuzhou on the neighboring boat thought Fahai had lost his mind, probably damaged by the coconut. Wang Jiuzhou quickly opened Jinghui's birdcage, stuffed 2 wooden cups inside, and then closed the cage again. The 2 small cups contained coconut water in one and slices of meat cooked with a lighter in the other. Such a small bird, cooked food wouldn't be a problem. The others ate raw food. Wang Jiuzhou said seriously, theoretically, parasites in sea fish cannot affect humans. Fahai picked up a clump of seaweed and stuffed it into his mouth. He refused to eat fresh seafood, it terrified him. He ate seaweed. Wang Jiuzhou mimicked Song Tianjia's tone, saying, plants are life too, microorganisms are life too, the ocean is the source of life, everything here is life. Fahai looked at the seaweed in his hand, and continued stuffing it into his mouth. He didn't hear anything, he heard nothing at all. On another boat, Xie Qingshan was counting the ropes. Xie Qingshan felt there weren't enough ropes, but unfortunately, the island was flooded, and there was no supply of raw materials, so he had to suspend the rope-making work. Xie Qingshan took a bite of raw fish and thought it tasted good. It was much better than going hungry. After eating, he laid down in the cabin, just about to sleep, when the small boat was bumped by something. What's that? Xie Qingshan got up and found a coconut beside the boat. It was an unprocessed coconut, still with a thick green husk. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Shouts came from afar. In the twilight, a small fire could be faintly seen illuminating a small area. Xie Qingshan picked up the coconut and put it in the cabin, grabbed his knife, and jumped into the water. He wanted to see who was on the other side. The shout sounded like a summons. Chapter 484. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Zhang Sanwen shouted loudly, clinging to the raft. A torch was fixed to the side of the raft, with fish fat tied to it with cloth, burning fiercely. Behind the raft, dragging an overturned turtle shell, Zhang Miyan sat atop it. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Zhang Sanwen's voice was hoarse from shouting, but he kept trying. He realized his luck was terrible. His island had little food and sank quickly. He barely managed to make a raft and head out to sea. The first 2 islands he landed on were occupied by lucky overseas crews who didn't want him to join their crew. On the 3rd island, his luck was a bit better. He encountered Zhang Yuyan. However, his first meal turned out to be poisonous octopus, causing him to vomit up everything he had. For the past 2 days, his stomach had been upset, and he had been surviving on coconuts. He had just picked up the last coconut when his hand trembled with hunger, and the coconut fell. Zhang Sanwen suspected this instance was targeting him. Was he going to starve until the dungeon ended? Zhang San continued shouting, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" Sitting atop the giant tortoiseshell, Zhang Yuyan sighed. Was this some kind of soul-summoning ritual? Wasn't she afraid of attracting strange things? Zhang Yuyan's tortoiseshell was something she found. It was about 1.5 meters square. At first glance, it seemed like a great mode of transportation, but it was actually difficult to find a balance point and could barely accommodate one person. And it wasn't good for storing things. She took out the only small coconut she had behind her. "Fool, there's another coconut here. I don't want it. I need to find food. I need to find the main group. I believe my grandma has plenty of food." Zhang Sanwen was heartbroken. He missed his dear grandmother. Zhang Yuyan rolled her eyes. "You expect me to row the boat if you don't eat? You're a tool. Your job is rowing like an ox or horse. Eat and work." Zhang Sanwen was even more heartbroken. Since arriving in this instance, his sister's aggression had skyrocketed. Zhang Yuyan had never directly called him a tool before. She only expressed it through her actions. Just then, a faint splashing sound came from beside him. Zhang Sanwen's eyes lit up, and he whispered, "The fire fishing method really works. Looks like a big fish." Zhang Sanwen picked up a stick, trying to lift the fish up to see what kind it was. He didn't want to waste time, and ended up catching a poisonous fish. Food poisoning was awful, absolutely awful. Snap. A piece of the stick was sliced off, and Zhang Sanwen immediately drew his knife. Did it really attract something weird? That fish has some sharp teeth. It might be a shark. Zhang Yuyan sighed. "Damn it, that's a person. That's a knife, not teeth. You must be really hungry, and sharks aren't tasty." She frowned, staring at the water. She didn't know if the other party was friend or foe. If it were one of Yan's lucky ones, would they approach in this way? The possibility of them being Yan's lucky ones was low. Zhang Yuyan pulled out her pistol, took a deep breath, and aimed it at the water. Zhang Yuyan called out, "Hey, you underwater, shall we talk?" Xie Qingshan, having confirmed their identities, prepared to swim back for a more normal rendezvous, but suddenly sensed something was wrong. His intuition, honed from facing danger multiple times, made his scalp tingle. Xie Qingshan immediately raised his hands and surfaced. "I am Xie Qingshan. I am Xie Qingshan." Zhang Yuyan immediately put away the small pistol, which originally belonged to Xie Qingshan, but had been confiscated by her grandmother. During a break earlier, her grandmother had taken Ling Yun's pistol and given her this small one. Xie Qingshan sensed a hint of guilt in Zhang Yuyan's expression, but he couldn't worry about that now. He pulled on the rope from the raft, tied it to himself, and began swimming back to his group. Seeing this, Zhang Sanwen immediately began paddling vigorously. The long, winding raft finally welcomed its first wave of passengers. Now that there were fewer people, each person had their own raft, and they could even lie down and sleep. Zhang Yuyan listened to Fahai's plan and decided to remain silent. She felt that if Fahai insisted on carrying out this idea, he would likely get beaten up. After eating sashimi and drinking coconut water, Zhang Yuyan fell asleep immediately. The pressure of drifting at sea with Zhang Sanwen was immense. Before, Zhang Yuyan was afraid to sleep, fearing that Zhang Sanwen would kill her. She still didn't understand why Zhang Sanwen insisted on eating octopus sashimi. He wouldn't let her eat it, yet he still insisted on sneaking a bite. That octopus, the color looked off. The people at sea survived using all sorts of means of transportation, their boats gathering to form new islands. The next day at noon, Song Tianjia noticed a strange string of things in the distance, like long, narrow islands, or giant seaweed floating in the sea. What on earth is that? Song Tianjia wondered. She collected the freshly extracted salt in a seashell, wrapped it in dried leaves, and stuffed it into her bag. She stood on tiptoe, carefully examining the strange things in the distance. On the other side, Zhang Yuyan was also puzzled. Zhang Sanwen, rowing diligently ahead, asked with wide eyes, "Is that a sea turtle? Such a big sea turtle? And behind the sea turtle is 1.1 meters, go take a look. Don't call me 1.1 meters tall." Xie Qingshan was furious. He wasn't 1.1 meters tall anymore. He grown taller. He was 1.19 meters now. Next time they went to the amusement park, he could buy a ticket. Not even 1.2 meters tall, go for it. What exactly is that thing? Is it edible? Is it tasty? Too bad my drone's gone. Wang Jiuzhou stood on tiptoe, peering around, then suddenly his gaze sharpened, and he jumped directly into the sea. Zhang Sanwen looked down at the sky, nose splash, 0 points. Xie Qishan kicked Zhang Sanwen's boat hard. If you're so good, you go. Zhang Yuyan looked into the distance, listening carefully to the sounds carried by the wind. Unfortunately, Zhang Sanwen and Xie Qishan were too noisy to hear clearly. Zhang Yuyan picked up a coconut shell from the cabin and threw it over. Cows and horses, and you're not even 1.2 meters tall, shut up. Zhang Sanwen fell silent. Xie Qishan fell silent. He was almost 1.2 meters tall. If he ate more and slept more, he definitely would. What did Tian Tian say he needed to eat to grow taller? Xie Qishan took a vicious bite of the sea fish. He wanted to grow tall. Song Tianji peered at the long, serpentine formation. She thought that long thing might be a very, very big fish. She wondered if it tasted good. Suddenly, she noticed a splash of water coming towards them. It was getting closer and closer. Monkey King, I appoint you as the Grand Scout General, to go and scout the enemy's situation. Lu Er jumped up and down in anger. Why aren't you going? Why were you assigned to this? Soon, Song Tianjiu wouldn't need Lu Er anymore. Tianjiu? 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 Hearing the shouts, Song Tianjiu knew who was on the other side. Soon, a string of long, thin boats appeared behind the turtle shell. The boats were strangely shaped, resembling enlarged bamboo leaves, lined up in a row, as if copied and pasted. Anyway, the group had grown. They paddled their canoes with a clattering sound, carrying sacks as they began collecting supplies. Don't move. It's a robbery. Chapter 485. Faced with the robbed Cluck Cluck, the newly arrived lucky ones exchanged bewildered glances, while the others looked on expectantly. The newcomers would surely have fresh food. If it were land-based food, that would be even better. Eating fish every meal was a complete nightmare. Wang Jiuzhou handed over a birdcage. Cluck Cluck had barely taken it when Jingwei inside scolded him. Idiot! 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 Cluck Cluck silently hung the birdcage back up. It wasn't edible, he had to stay away. Bahai handed over a handful of fruit. Cluck Cluck saw that the fruit was bright in color and had no external damage. It looked well preserved. He thought to himself, what a kind person who likes to save food. Bahai's eyes trembled under Cluck Cluck's approving gaze. He couldn't meet her eyes at all. Xie Qishan offered rope. He had twisted a lot of rope. Zhang Sanwen pulled out 2 dried octopuses. Cluck Cluck, She suspected Zhang Sanwen was going to poison her. Idiot! This is a blue-ringed octopus. You big idiot. Zhang Yuyan took out a small coconut, which Zhang Sanwen hadn't eaten last night. This was all the food they could offer. As for sea fish, nobody needed that. Cluck Cluck looked at the tortoiseshell trailing behind the long, serpentine formation, her eyes full of confusion. You ate a sea turtle? Was it delicious? The next moment, 6 ears descended from the sky, landing directly on the tortoise shell. Good steed, from now on this is mine. Cluck Cluck tossed 3 pieces of grilled fish and a coconut into the tortoise shell. Greetings, Great King Turtle. Great King Turtle, please have lunch. 6 ears shouted, why is it fish again? It was lunchtime again, and Gajita started distributing food. Lunch consisted of 3 pieces of grilled fish and a coconut per person. Those who weren't full received a large supply of seaweed and raw fish. The seaweed and raw fish were caught by the lucky ones themselves, so they could eat them whenever they were hungry. Fuel and coconuts were currently scarce. Gajita was a little worried. It was her first time as the logistics director, and she didn't want to fail in her job due to the shortage of supplies. Previously, as a frontline combatant, she had always found the logistics team to provide some strange and unusual items, so she had always thought being in logistics was fun. Now, someone who had once dreamed of working in logistics had their dream shattered. After lunch, some of the lucky ones took a nap, while others prepared for the next meal. The weather was hot, and the grilled fish would spoil easily by evening, so they had to select the fish in advance and keep them in the cabin. It must be said that the long, winding rows of small boats were incredibly convenient for storing and sorting the fish. Each small boat was essentially a sorting box. An hour later, the lucky ones changed shifts and continued working. Song Tianjiu lay asleep on the giant turtle shell. Wang Jiuzhou sat beside her, gnawing on a grilled fish head, occasionally fanning Song Tianju with a straw fan. A six-eared tree leaned nearby. Although its leaves were dry and curled, they still provided excellent shade. Tian Tian lay asleep on the tree trunk. The six-eared tree paddled its own turtle shell closer to Song Tianju's. Small in size, but with excellent balance, the six-eared tree was much better at piloting the turtle shell than Zhang Nian. It was practically a perfect means of maritime transportation. Man! This is my tree. Song Tianju rolled over, pretending not to hear. Trees or not, these are all gifts from nature. The six-eared creature squeaked incessantly. Suddenly, Ling Yuan, who was rowing ahead, shouted, "Change formation." V formation. What V formation? Like geese? Song Tianju sat up and saw the lucky ones adjusting the positions of the rafts and boats in perfect unison, looking quite experienced. Did these people rehearse while she was asleep? Song Tianju scratched her head and muttered, "I suspect they're isolating me. These people must be envious and jealous of my intelligence." Wang Jiuzhou looked bewildered and asked, "Is it because you didn't cook the fish properly?" Song Tianju suspected that Wang Jiuzhou's system was malfunctioning. How could Wang Jiuzhou have such strong aggression? Is this right? There must be something wrong? Just then, something was thrown over and landed on a tree branch. It was a coconut thrown by Ling Yuan. Song Tianju stood on the edge of the turtle shell and looked around, noticing many coconuts floating towards her. She immediately chose a small, unoccupied boat, jumped on, untied the rope, and rowed frantically. Land? There must be land in that direction. Land meant firewood and food. Song Tianju didn't want to eat fish anymore. Grilled fish was awful. For her next meal, she decided to work hard. Wang Jiuzhou watched the small boat recede into the distance and scratched his head. Want some coconuts? Wang Jiuzhou split open a coconut and handed it to Tian Tian. The two of them, one a privileged individual unaffected by the rules, the other practically non-human. They sat side by side, chugging down coconuts. Song Tianju hurried on, using every ounce of her strength. In the end, she didn't see an island, but she did manage to harvest a boatload of coconuts. She stood on the boat, tiptoeing, peering out. There were no islands in the distance, only a dark dot, its nature unknown. Could it be another fleet? Coconuts continued to drift by, as if it were a constantly regenerating coconut grove. This was truly strange. In the distance, Cerberus was working diligently underwater. Its work style was so reckless that it caused a large number of coconuts to drift downstream. Lu Huaxiang's initial heartache had turned into indifference. The coconut island below had an abundance of coconuts. The shells made from coconut trees were already piled high with coconuts. Cerberus would occasionally bring up a deep-sea fish, greatly enriching their food supply. Since discovering this sunken coconut island, Lu Huaxiang hadn't moved. Rather than drifting around, it was better to stay put. Anyway, this instance only lasted 7 days. They wouldn't starve. Lu Huaxiang looked into the distance, feeling that something on the sea was strange, as if something was approaching. Could it be sharks? A school of sharks? Such a strange way of moving. From Lu Huaxiang's perspective, long, thin waves were approaching in the distance. Soon, she spotted a long, narrow boat, getting closer and closer. Friend or foe? Lu Huaxiang pulled out a kitchen knife, tied a rope to it, and silently watched the direction of the small boat. That boat looked so strange. Long and thin, like an earthworm. Such a boat would easily capsize. Lu Huaxiang couldn't understand why anyone would build such a boat. This type of boat was only suitable for navigating narrow waterways, not for the open sea. Bao Zhu wiped the blood from the coconut leaf cuts on his hands, and followed Lu Huaxiang's gaze. Is that boat in front fleeing for its life, and someone chasing it from behind? Bao Zhu recalled his own experience of being chased and captured years ago. He was like that then, alone with a bag, running around on foot. What did this guy do? Did he owe someone coconuts and not pay them back? That was the only possibility Bao Zhu could think of. He was arrested for owing money. The details might be a little different, but the circumstances should be similar, right? Chapter 486. Is that the boss? Bao Zhu realized something was wrong and jumped into the sea. Boss! Boss! I'm here, boss! How many coconuts did you steal to be being chased like this? I have coconuts, boss, I have coconuts. Hang in there, boss. Boss, even if you turn to ashes, I still recognize you. Song Tianjiao didn't want to row anymore, rowing against the current, getting more and more tired. She stopped and waited for the rest of the group. I was careless. This little current is bullying me. Song Tianjiao lay on the side of the boat, lost in thought. After waiting a while, the group didn't catch up, but a large splash came rushing towards them, making quite a commotion. A fish? Such a big fish? Is it a shark? Will shark taste good? Song Tianjiu had never eaten shark before, and stood up excitedly, tying a knife to the oar. Before the shark got close, she heard a loud shout, "Boss! Boss! I'm here! Boss!" It wasn't a shark. Song Tianjiu put down his homemade harpoon with a regretful expression. Bao Zhu, engrossed in swimming, was completely unaware of this. "Boss!" Bao Zhu approached the small boat, wiped his face, revealing 2 rows of large white teeth. "Great! I finally found the boss." With Bao Zhu, Song Tianjiu naturally didn't need to row himself. Bao Zhu climbed onto the boat and rowed frantically. This guy wasn't very bright, but he was incredibly strong. Bao Zhu rowed at the stern, while Song Tianjiu lay on the bow, lost in thought. Only at this moment did Song Tianjiu realize how brilliant Fahai's requirement for the boat to be 3.8 meters long was. 3.8 meters long and 0.8 meters wide. This size was enough for one person to lie down comfortably, and for another to row. The middle section served as storage space, just right. That's brilliant. Bao Zhu paddled furiously, collapsing from exhaustion when they reached the Coconut Island base. Song Tianjiao, refreshed, jumped onto the raft, staring expectantly at Lu Huaixiang. "Hungry, hungry, want food? Eat. If you don't give me food, I cause trouble." Standing 2 meters away, Lu Huaixiang listened to Song Tianji's story and closed her eyes tightly. "You mean, dozens of mouths are coming this way?" Song Tianjiu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, is there food?" Song Tianji's day dawned. Lu Huaixiang's night fell. What kind of island game is this? Where's the island? The rules are full of loopholes. How can there be such a large group? Is this right? Someone must be cheating. How could they cheat? So annoying. Lu Huaixiang, furious, kicked Song Tianjiu into the sea. "All you do is eat. You unlucky thing, go catch some fish." Glug glug. Glug glug. Song Tianjiao blew bubbles in the water, and then a dark shadow appeared around her. Her eyes lit up. A shark? The next second, a large mouth grabbed her collar and pulled her out of the water. "Human, have you forgotten how to swim? You stupid 2-legged beast." She was being scolded. Song Tianjiu was a little uncomfortable. She hated people and dogs that didn't observe social distancing. "Stupid dog. Do you know you have bad breath?" The 3-headed dog bared its teeth angrily. "I haven't eaten a person for many days. Where do I have bad breath?" I. You're the one with bad breath." Human and dog started arguing on the sea. Lu Huaixiang angrily said, "Dog, go get some trees and coconuts. Human, go catch some fish, delicious fish." The turtle shell squad arrived, and when they saw Lu Huaixiang, more than 20 pairs of eyes, including green eyes, lit up, filled with longing. All that could be heard was a chorus of baby talk. Lu Huaixiang was absolutely fed up. "Work! Work! You bunch of useless good-for-nothings. From this day forward, you are my slaves. Rule 1. You look down on your teammates, so you choose to act alone. Do not team up with any lucky ones, stowaways, or animals." Lu Huaixiang now found everyone unpleasant. Xi and Yin Kingdom didn't have slaves, but the rules forbade her to have teammates, so she could only have slaves. Slaves weren't teammates. Slaves were the means of production themselves. Lu Huaixiang grew angrier the more she thought about it. What the hell? Just kill them. What garbage rules? Lu Huaixiang's command experience and prestige far surpassed Xie Fengming's. Xie Fengming was immediately demoted from logistics minister to withdrawing team leader. "Build a sea fortress, we need a stove." "Bao Zhu, get up here. Where's the stone pot you mentioned? Where are the ingredients?" "Zhang Salmon, if you catch another poisonous fish, I hang you from a tree and beat you." "Lu Er, don't steal fruit, that's seasoning." "Wait, your turtle shell. Bring it here, this will be the pot from now on." "Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Have it fetch stones to build the stove. We use this turtle shell to cook." Lu Er couldn't bear to part with his turtle shell. Such a big shell. What a great boat. "Stop babbling here, go find the ingredients. I know you can swim, it's written in Journey to the West. They're all monkeys, how could you not be able to swim?" Lu Er tried to argue, but was slammed into the water by the charging 3-headed dog. The 3-headed dog's tail whipped like a propeller, drooling as it stared at the turtle shell, which was over 1.5 meters in diameter. Such a big pot can make so many delicious things. Lu Huaixiang is now furious and can't stand anyone. She even kick a dog if it passed by. "Zhang Yiyan, count the number of people. Efficiency, efficiency. Hey, you with the green eyes, What are you standing there for? Wash the seaweed, dry the seaweed. Who else can dive? Go in, get the ingredients. Don't get anything poisonous. Wu Shuai, throw away that jellyfish. Ling Yun, wash the pot. Dog, why are you still here? Stone, I need a stone. I need a stone to build a stove. Fahai, is this the ship's specification you decided on? Is your brain filled with tofu pudding? Don't you think there's anything wrong with this size? Tian, you dry the small fish. Save up enough oil. Let's eat crispy fried small fish. Wang Jiujiao, dismantle the ship. Rebuild it. What the hell is this giant turtle? Cooking on it? Won't it run away? This turtle doesn't seem very bright, it's dull. So it's a fake? Dried up. Song Tianjiu floated in the water, pretending he didn't exist. Lu Huixiang went all out, scolding anyone who passed by. Six-eared monkey, clutching a string of sea urchins, squealed and yelled as he passed Song Tianjiao, shouting, "Is this thing tasty?" "It attacked me." Song Tianjiao encouraged him, "Delicious. Have some more." "Lots." "Monkey, can you handle it? I am the most powerful monkey king. Don't block my way." Gradually, a sea fortress was built around the giant sea turtle. Everyone did their part, and finally, they ate a bowl of hot food. A large pot of stew. Fresh water was scarce, so they used coconut water to cook the seafood. Lu Huixiang took out a seasoning packet and sprinkled it in. A bunch of pigs, eat. Soon, everyone had a coconut bowl, spaced more than a meter apart, and began to eat. Green-eyed girl ate, while watching the pot made of a turtle shell. She was terrified, afraid she would end up in that pot. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenwei was adrift at sea. Strange, did I go the wrong way? Why haven't I met anyone yet? Zhang Wenwei drifted away with the ocean current. Drifting away, drifting away, drifting away. Chapter 487. Zhang Wenwei felt that her observation of the celestial phenomena was correct. It wasn't her fault, the only fault lay with the celestial phenomena. The problem was with the overall environment. This trashy instance actually made a mistake in something like this. Zhang Wenwei sat in the canoe, ate the last bite of sashimi, laid down, covered herself with a kelp blanket, and closed her eyes. The sashimi isn't good, never mind, I just take a nap. I hope I can see my grandma when I wake up. The canoe drifted away with the ocean current, getting further and further away from the coconut base. Zhang Wenwei was full of anticipation, hoping to wake up to see her beloved grandma. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Song Zhao held up her rice bowl, looking longingly at the chef, who was frying seafood fried rice. I want double sea urchin, with sea lettuce, 3 eggs, sausage, beef, and wakame soup. Song Zhao drooled. It was mealtime again, the third meal of the day, and Song Zhao patiently waited for her food every time. 3 meals a day, desserts extra, and Song Zhao was always the first to arrive at mealtimes. Niwa, Niwa, Niwa. Food. Song Zhao rushed to Niwa's side, who was reclining on a deck chair, carrying 2 bowls of food. Dinner's ready. Niwa looked at the beaming Song Zhao and reached out to pat her head. This was a being on the verge of extinction, but she couldn't save her. Is it almost time? Yes, yes. Song Zhao nodded repeatedly, put down the fried rice, and went to get fruit and drinks. After doing all that, she slumped back in the deck chair, eating while watching a live stream. Song Tianjia's food isn't as good as mine, I'm winning. Hee hee. After eating, Song Zhao went to find the captain and asked for a small boat for emergencies. Under the captain's puzzled gaze, she showed him Song Tianjia's identification. I'm the senior advisor of the Tianmu group, listen to me. This badge was useful. Aside from lacking final decision-making power and being unable to be responsible for the Tianmu group, Song Tianjia's authority within the group was roughly equivalent to Zhao Jiangqing's. Zhao Jiangqing and Song Tianjiu had a cooperative relationship, not a superior subordinate one. Song Zhao wanted a small boat, and no one on the Great God had any reason to stop her. Song Zhao signed Song Tianjia's name on the equipment usage form, and happily went to fetch her small boat. The boat entered the water, she shouldered her pack bag, and left the Great God via the rope ladder. I'm leaving. Song Zhao waved to Niwa, who was standing at the bow. Don't miss me too much. Song Zhao sailed away, leaving the other members of the Tianmu group still bewildered. Are you going sea fishing? The weather isn't ideal for sea fishing today. Why did you go so far? The fuel won't take you very far. Niwa watched Song Zhao disappear from her sight, then noticed something was missing. Looking down, she realized the dog was gone. Only the long, thin car seat dog remained, secretly drinking Emperor Yan's watermelon juice. The dogs conjured from dog hair were all gone. You're useless here, I'm useless here, we're all useless. On the small boat, Song Xiao leaned against the fluffy white dog, pointing to the setting sun, and said, "Let's go to a very, very far place." Woof woof woof. Island game instance ended, currently settling accounts. The instance ended, and the lucky ones didn't return to the chessboard grid, but instead found themselves in white rooms. This room was exactly the same as the room they entered when they first entered Tianmu. In Squad 51's room, Song Tianjia squatted in the middle, looking at the people standing in the four corners. Lu Huixiang, Tian Tian, Xie Qingshan, Ling Yun, and Wang Jiuzhao behind them. Everything was back to square one. However, things were different now. Zhao Yubai wasn't there, Ling Yun was. Wang Jiuzhao was in the team. Song Tianjia looked up at Wang Jiuzhao's chin, a position that made her joints crack. Song Tianjia muttered, "No sportsmanship. What happened to the chessboard-style buffet? I want seafood fried rice." Tian Tian swallowed hard. "I want seafood fried rice too." Lu Huixiang sat on the ground, cursing, "What's this? No food after work? A profiteer. A blatant profiteer." Ling Yun tried to pry open the wall, but couldn't get anything off. Xie Qingshan stared at his legs, afraid they would run away. He'd go to any dungeon, as long as he didn't lose his legs. A voice rang out. "Welcome to my world, I am Greed. Now, open that door, and you will enter a new world." It was Zhao Hui's voice, or rather, Zhao Yubai's voice. This voice contained 3 tones, sounding like triplets, speaking in perfect unison, creating a strange auditory experience. No food? No rest time? So stingy? Are you rushing to your death? Song Tianju really wanted to drag out any one of Zhao Hui, Zhao Yubai, or Zhao Yiren and beat them up. This guy doesn't play by the rules, he doesn't even give us a moment's rest. How infuriating. The outline of a door appeared on the wall, and Song Tianjia walked over and opened it. The door opened, and Yellow Sand rushed in. Song Tianjia immediately closed the door, but it was too late. The doorknob in her hand disappeared, and the pure white room was swallowed by Yellow Sand. It's already started? No rest time at all? They're really taking advantage of us. Song Tianju felt she could easily hang these 3 up and beat them to a pulp. If she didn't beat them until they were screaming in pain, she'd give them another beating. Let's go see what tricks they're up to. Song Tianju wasn't under any pressure. With Tian Tian in the team, that giant octopus certainly wouldn't just watch her die. But after she said that, there was no response behind her. Lu Huixiang? Tian Tian? Wang Jiuzhou? Crew cut? 1.1 meters? No response. Logically, if Xie Qingshan was called 1.1 meters, he would definitely jump up and say he could grow taller. Song Tianju turned around and found her teammates gone. Behind her appeared a huge mirror formed from condensed yellow sand, oval in shape, like a giant dressing mirror. There was another mirror inside the mirror, and a mirror within a mirror. This scene looks exactly like a live broadcast screen, with the mirrors decreasing in size from large to small. It was a constantly looping mirror. Song Tianju approached the mirror, and the person in the mirror approached her as well. She couldn't see the face, nor most of the body, only the outlines of countless mirrors, and fragments of a body at the edge of the mirror were visible. Song Tianju placed her hand on it, and the person in the mirror moved as well. The image stretched on until it was too much for the naked eye to process. Song Tianju knew that at the far end of the mirror, someone was doing the same thing as her. What she did, the other person did. What did this mean? Was it like the mirror in the Dwefu town instance, just a decoration to scare people? Thinking this, Song Tianju raised her middle finger. To express her determination, her middle finger traced every surface of the mirror she could reach. She saw her own raised middle finger at the edge of the mirror. To actually insult me, this mirror is really bad. This is very impolite. Just then, a voice came from above. What did you see? Chapter 488. I see something that makes me want to punch you. Before I do, please give me back my rest time. Look carefully. What do you see? Feel what you see with your heart. Don't get caught up in it. Don't be misled by these things. Look forward. What a mess. I rather give her a Sichuan pepper beef burger, a red bean fried yogurt, and a lemon cola. Song Tianjia scratched her neck, brushing off the sand. It's hot and dry here. After sweating, the sand sticks to your body, which is annoying. Song Tianju kicked the mirror to pieces. Look with your eyes, look with your brain, not with your feet. Look carefully. What do you see? Xiao Hui was exasperated. Couldn't this person cooperate a little? Couldn't they understand properly? Time is running out, look quickly. Song Tianjia suspected this person had a relapse. They were already acting strangely, like their brain was broken, and now they seemed even worse. It's just a mirror, what's so interesting about it? A mirror made of sand is still a mirror. Song Tianjia didn't find anything special about the object. The shattered shards floated in midair, surrounding her. Trying to attack me? What a nasty thing. Song Tianjia had already decided how to beat Zhao Hui up. Tying a sea urchin to a stick would definitely work. If that didn't work, she'd tie a durian shell. Look closely, look closely. Zhao Hui's voice was anxious. Song Tianjia thought this person had completely lost their mind. Such a rush, it must be a conspiracy. She picked up the shards of mirror suspended in midair, and looked at the reflection. It was a person's life, from birth to death. What do you see? Zhao Hui's voice trembled slightly, as if he had entered some kind of neurotic state. Song Tianjia thought the hospital gown should be given to Zhao Hui. Song Tianjia picked up another shard, still depicting a person's birth to death. Each shard of the mirror represented a person's life, a revolving lantern of life. Song Tianjia picked up a diamond-shaped shard at her feet. This shard's revolving lantern didn't begin with birth. It began abruptly and ended just as abruptly. What do you see? What do you see? Zhao Hui perfectly embodied the proverb the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is, her voice growing louder and more trembling with each passing moment. Song Tianjia picked up another mirror shard. This time, the revolving lantern played Song Zhao's life, from birth to death, and Song Tianjia looked at the seafood fried rice on Song Zhao's plate and swallowed hard. I think it's time to eat. Song Tianjia had reason to suspect that Song Zhao had deliberately added so much food just to tempt her. How wicked. The revolving lantern ended with a lonely little boat under the setting sun. Did you see it? Did you see their entire lives? Watching them grow old, get sick, and die, didn't you feel powerless? What did you feel? Song Tianjia said earnestly, sea urchin fried rice with pineapple chunks is even better, watermelon juice without ice is soulless, watermelon juice with yogurt tastes smoother, but eating them together can cause diarrhea. Don't you have even the most basic compassion? Don't you sympathize with their plight? Song Tianjia rubbed the grit off her hands, picked up a new fragment, and looked at the people trying to capture the snow leopard inside. She really thought Zhao Hui had gone mad. Why should I sympathize? Anyway, give me a plate of sea urchin fried rice with pineapple. Pour in a glass of plain yogurt if the watermelon juice is too cold, or a bottle of decalcium milk if you don't have plain yogurt. Song Tianjia sat on the floor, picking up another shard of mirror. She looked at the reflection in the mirror, feeling utterly listless. Why face her past self with pity, with sympathy? Red-eyed rabbit, you need to understand, the most important thing now is a double serving of sea urchin fried rice, with 3 eggs. It has to be 3 eggs. Also, add seaweed sausage, beef, no soup. I want watermelon juice, extra cold, with plain yogurt, shake it in a shaker. Don't remove the ice. It doesn't have any layers when you remove the ice, and hot watermelon juice is soulless. Never mind, just a watermelon smoothie. Put the watermelon, ice cubes, and plain yogurt in a blender, sizzle, and it's done. No extra sugar, that's unhealthy. Lu Huixiang said that eating too much sugar can cause insulin resistance. The dark patches on the back of her neck aren't from not showering properly, it's from insulin resistance. After waiting for a long time, Song Tianjia still didn't receive a response. Aren't you going to give me food? Then open the door now, I go order myself. Song Tianjia looked at herself in the mirror. The mirror was quite interesting. She could see her past self. But it was just for fun. Song Tianjia felt that Zhao Hui was mentally unstable and couldn't be judged by common sense. Zhao Hui was anxious, so she couldn't be anxious. She took out a bracelet from her pocket, counted the beads, thought for a moment, then took out a longer one and hung it around her neck. She counted the beads one by one, but none of them were what she wanted. Song Tianjia took out another bracelet. This one was even longer. It wrapped around her neck 3 times before barely touching the ground. These beads were of different colors, and each bead had traces of nebulae. Song Tianjia examined each bead one by one, finally finding the correct one on a shard of mirror. She then continued matching the beads one by one. When all the shards were covered by beads, she still had a pile of beads in her arms that were useless. Not enough shards? Is the mirror's memory insufficient? What are you doing? Don't you have even the most basic compassion? Each shard represents someone suffering deeply. Don't you have even the slightest bit of pity for these people? I see your indifference. A qualified deity should have compassion for everything. Only then can you meet the expectations of the people. What nonsense! A bunch of rambling. Song Tianjiu believed that at this moment, a bowl of seafood fried rice and a large glass of watermelon juice were what everyone should expect. It's time to prepare a hospital gown for Zhao Hui, an embroidered one. It must be double-sided embroidered, one side saying I have a mental illness, and the other side saying I am sick, please stay away. Red-eyed rabbit, when does the dungeon start? I'm in a hurry. Thanks to Song Zhao, Song Tianjiu really wanted some sea urchin fried rice. Song Zhao had just run off to relax, while she still had work to do. If she had known this would happen, she should have kept making Song Zhao work, she should have continued cheating. Song Tianjiu sighed, picked up a bead pressed against a mirror, and played with it like a marble. A sound of gritting teeth came from midair. This was the dungeon's content. To get out, you needed to enter the mirror and experience the lives of those people. The flow of time was different in each mirror. When you left the dungeon after experiencing those people's lives, it would be 24 hours after the island game dungeon ended. Song Tianjiu felt like she'd been tricked. They weren't even giving her a moment's rest. Only those with a compassionate heart could enter this mirror. Chapter 489. Song Tianjiu felt it was time to let Zhao Hui experience what it truly meant to be beaten. This guy's brain is really fried. Seeing these people mercilessly crushed by the wheels of history, struggling between life and death, can't you feel even a shred of sympathy? What utter nonsense. Song Tianjiu felt that one beating wouldn't save Zhao Hui, many beatings would be needed. Let's start with one course of treatment, and then add more later. According to Zhao Hui's logic, even if an ant on the roadside is killed by hail, everyone should stop to mourn, bang drums and swanas, and give the ant a grand funeral. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to that living being. The sky will blow wind, it will rain, it will hail. It doesn't care whether the creatures on the ground need wind, frost, rain, or snow. I really don't know where Zhao Hui gets his audacity, thinking so much, taking the blame for everything, carrying the burden of everything. Does he really think he's a savior? Zhao Hui shouldn't be greedy, he should be arrogant. He arrogantly felt he should bear all of this. Song Tianjiu said seriously, how long have you had these symptoms? One course of treatment isn't enough, you need at least 3. The voice became shrill. Don't you have even a shred of compassion? You watched the person in the mirror struggle without a trace of sympathy. Don't you have even the slightest reverence for life? Life is so fragile, yet so resilient, striving so hard yet unable to change its fate. Everything is predetermined. Stop, don't go crazy. Song Tianjiu realized something was wrong. There was a tiny problem with communication. She and this lunatic were talking about completely different things. One was talking about a city gate tower, the other about a hip joint. It was utterly nonsensical. Song Tianjiu said, why pity? What's there to sympathize with? You have no compassion. You're heartless. Song Tianjiu said speechlessly, the person in the mirror is myself. I only see myself struggling. Would you pity yourself? Would you squat under a bridge, hugging your knees and crying? Would you feel like the most pitiful, unlucky person in the world, and give yourself a hug? That kind of thinking is incredibly stupid. Song Tianjiu wouldn't give Song Qiaoan a hug, nor would she give Song Zhao a hug. Thinking about it, it seemed very strange. The only 2 quail eggs in the rice noodle soup could be shared with Song Qiaoan and Song Zhao, but she couldn't give them a hug. That was too strange. Zhao Hui's voice grew even louder. The person in the mirror is you? Then you deserve even more pity. Why don't you have any compassion? You're heartless. Song Tianjiu realized there was an information gap between herself and Zhao Hui. In Qin Liang's words, this is called... What was it again? Right, it's called a lack of granular alignment. This lunatic has been talking to himself from the very beginning, spouting nonsense about pity, sympathy, helplessness, birth, aging, sickness, and death, other people's expectations. All this rubbish. If these things were useful, what would be the point of fists? If these things were useful, what would be the point of weapons? Instead of talking about this, he should be researching how to increase weapon caliber. Caliber is justice. Even without justice, justice can descend from the heavens. Zhao Hui has truly lost his mind. Pity is a luxury. Only very idle people have the energy to think about this kind of thing. What's the use of being compassionate? It doesn't solve any real problems. Pitying others is useless. Pitying yourself is even more useless. That's the path I walked. It doesn't need sympathy. It doesn't need pity. Pitying yourself is underestimating yourself. Don't you think your past self was pathetic? Shut up. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Remember to take your medicine on time. This person's brain is really broken. Song Tianjiu never felt she needed sympathy. She ate as much as her stomach allowed, found ways to eat when hungry, and found places to sleep when tired. Anyone who wouldn't let her cook or sleep peacefully, she killed him. It's that simple. What sympathy, what pity. That's condescending charity. Who would give themselves charity? And who can live a lifetime on the charity of others? Pitying others is a luxury. Pity is an even more condescending kind of wealth. Song Tianjiu didn't think she had that kind of wealth. This mental illness can't be cured in one course of treatment. Looks like she need a few more beatings. Song Tianjiu raised her hand, and the beads flew over, forming a string again. A few beads circled her wrist, but she didn't even glance at them before stuffing them into her pocket. The only useful information from her conversation with Zhao Hui was that she could walk into the mirror. Song Tianjiu felt this person was completely unsuitable for dungeons. She had just touched the mirror and showed absolutely no sign of being able to pass through. What a trash dungeon, no freedom. These kinds of puzzle dungeons are the worst. Song Tianjiu picked up the shattered mirror pieces, pieced them back together, and stood the mirror upright again. The mirror returned to its previous state, and Song Tianjiu was quite satisfied with her puzzle-solving speed. She walked towards the mirror and gave the middle finger to the sky. I'm in a hurry, I'd be going now. I already experienced what I saw in the mirror, so I skipped that. I help you heal when we meet again, don't worry. Song Tianjiu passed through the mirror, opened a door, and then realized she'd gone to the wrong place again. Behind the door wasn't a chessboard grid, and instead of her beloved pumpkin head, she wasn't greeted. Behind the door was a pure white room. In one corner, a large octopus was eating a coconut, while on the other side, Lazy lay on the floor, head in his hands, asleep. Arrogance was secretly drinking coconut water, occasionally glancing at the octopus. There were 3 other people, wearing headphones and jumping around on a computer screen. What you're seeing is the life of some people. Only by experiencing their lives can you clear this level, understand? What lamb skewers? There are no lamb skewers. The wheels of history roll on, and everyone is flesh and blood beneath them. Death, only through death can one understand true truth. As human beings, we should have compassion. What nonsense! Song Tianjiu walked over and kicked them one by one, knocking them to the ground. Restraint was key. She couldn't kill him. This was a challenge for Song Tianjiu. She could easily twist his neck or break his joints. Unfortunately, she couldn't kill him. Zhao Yubai shouted, I didn't do anything. Why are you hitting me? It was Zhao Hui who did it. Song Tianjiu smiled and said, guess why I hit you? Zhao Yubai refused. Guess whether I guess or not. I won't guess. I won't fall for it. If I guess wrong, you have an excuse to hit me. She punched Zhao Yubai, knocking him to the ground. Whether you guess or not, you're going to get hit. Pretending to be a monster and conning people with Zhao Yuren, who else should I hit if not you? Zhao Yuren, who was trying to get up, shuddered and immediately crouched down, crawling towards the giant octopus. The giant octopus was terrifying, but Song Tianjiu's fists were even more frightening. Song Tianjiu stepped on Zhao Yuren's trouser leg and smiled. Guess where I'm going to hit you? Chapter 490. Zhao Yuren shouted, I am the emperor. How can I be beaten? Beating you means you're the emperor. Song Tianjiu kicked Zhao Yuren squarely in the buttocks. Zhao Yuren clutched his buttocks, turning to look at Song Tianjiu in disbelief. How could you kick my noble buttocks? My buttocks are very noble. How can I sit on the dragon throne if they're swollen? Song Tianjiu kicked him again. Lu Huaixiang said that buttocks have a lot of flesh, so they won't be badly damaged, and they even teach a lesson. Song Tianjiu thought Lu Huaixiang was right. This is called treating the symptoms, a 3-pronged approach. Next, Song Tianjiu turned to look at Zhao Hui, who was already hiding behind the giant octopus. The giant octopus noticed Song Tianjiu's gaze, its tentacles reaching for the coconut froze. The tips of the tentacles curled slightly, and it used 2 tentacles to push Zhao Hui in front of Song Tianjiu. If he hit Zhao Hui, he couldn't hit it anymore. Tian Ke dragged a whole box of coconuts in front of him, curled up his tentacles, and pretended to be an octopus without tentacles, wriggling his body as he ate the coconuts. He remembered that Song Tianjiu had said he wanted to grill octopus tentacles. Grilled octopus. Octopus tentacles can grow back, but this was unacceptable. Didn't it have any dignity? It was an ancient deity, a great and indescribable being. Wasn't this bullying an old man? Tian Ke dared not provoke him in the slightest, completely losing the composed demeanor he displayed when negotiating with Zhao Jiancheng. If it could, it would want to crawl into the sewers to avoid Song Tianjiu's gaze. An attack was out of the question. Tian Ke had reason to suspect that if it attacked, Song Tianjiu would immediately complain to Tian. The great ancient god chose to forgive this disrespect. Tian Ke pushed the tentacle further under his body. Zhao Hui cried out, My lord? You can't do this to me. My great lord, How could you abandon me? This is wrong. Ouch. Don't hit me in the face. My bruises haven't healed yet. Why are you all hitting my face? Don't I want to be seen? Am I something shameful? You're hitting my face. Zhao Hui was extremely indignant, struggling much more than Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuran, thus taking an extra beating. First stage of treatment complete. Next time. Song Tianju kicked Zhao Hui, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and gave himself a thumbs up. I'm truly a good doctor who saves lives. Zhao Yubai, Want to hear what you're saying? Zhao Yuran, I actually got hit. My noble buttocks, Zhao Hui, Do you even have a medical license? You're supposed to be saving lives. The three of them only dared to think this in their hearts, not daring to utter a single word in rebuttal. All the lucky ones saw other people's lives reflected in their mirrors, but Song Tianju was different. Song Tianjiao's mirror reflected herself. The three of them clutched their sore spots, looking at each other with fear in their eyes. They couldn't see, they really couldn't see, the unseen future filled them with terror every time. The three of them were almost overwhelmed. Song Tianju didn't care what they thought, and directly arranged the three of them into an equilateral triangle. The three of them were roughly the same height and build, which should have formed a stable triangle, but the three of them were writhing in pain, not settling down at all. Song Tianju looked around, her gaze sweeping over Arrogance, who immediately curled up, pretending not to exist. Song Tianjiao looked at the giant octopus, noticing its focused coconut eating, and decided not to disturb it. That left only one tool to use. Song Tianjiao dragged the fast-sleeping Lazybones to the side of the equilateral triangle and, using a four-stick bridge method, built the four of them up. Each of their heads rested on another person's knee. That's sturdy enough, Zhao Yubai shouted. Where are human rights? Shut up and get your treatment. Lazybones woke up with a start, looking blankly at its current state, then at Song Tianjiao, and then at Arrogance's hunched-over posture. Lazybones immediately closed its eyes. Although having a knee pressing against the back of its head was uncomfortable, and having someone's head pressing against its knee was also uncomfortable, it decided to pretend it didn't feel anything. Otherwise, it would get beaten up for no reason, which wouldn't be worth it. Song Tianju picked up the 3 microphones on the ground and looked at the operation process of this instance. So this is actually an experiential project, a clunky first-person perspective, a rushed, superficial experience with absolutely no agency? The freedom is terrible. What's the difference between this and being punched by the seat in a 5D movie? Completely lacking freedom, just one long, drawn-out viewing experience after another. Song Tianju felt that Zhao Hui was completely unsuitable to be a game designer. This instance is even worse than Lazy's. Red-eyed rabbit, you're really not as good as Lazy. Lazy opened its eyes upon hearing this, looking at Song Tianju in disbelief. He was actually praised? Not scolded? This is too strange. Song Tianju took out a lollipop and threw it on Lazy's head. What kind of expression is that? If you don't believe me, conduct a survey. Your instant satisfaction rate is very high. Many people want to experience your instance. Maybe your instance can even rank in the top 3. Living in learned helplessness all day, uninterested in anything, lazy and lethargic, she couldn't believe Song Tianjia's words. So many people really want to experience her instance? Really? It must be a lie. How is that possible? How could she be recognized? Absolutely impossible. Looking at Song Tianjia's back, Lazy suddenly felt that Song Tianjia's back was exceptionally tall. Song Tianjio turned on all the microphones. I am Song Tianjio. I kidnapped Red-Eyed Rabbit. Give me a thumbs up if you hear me. Song Tianju checked the Lucky One's live stream and found that many people had given a thumbs up. Those who hadn't given a thumbs up, she checked again to see if there was a problem with the settings. She rebroadcast to those live streams. I am Song Tianjiao. Raise both hands above your head if you hear me. This time, some people still haven't moved. Song Tianjia noticed that there were only 255 live stream rooms for this instance, and hers was completely empty, while the others were all occupied. Jingwei and Fahai weren't there, and neither was Wang Jiuzhou. Song Tianjia was extremely envious. She envied those who didn't have to do any work. 29 people hadn't responded to her twice. These 29 were all lucky ones from overseas. She simply turned off the broadcast function for the corresponding live stream room. Anyway, those people don't eat, so she just turned it off. Now it's ordering time. I read out the menu. Please raise your hand if you like to order. Delivery will be made shortly. Main dishes include pumpkin bread, seafood fried rice, snail rice noodles, white rice, lotus leaf buns, steamed buns. Song Tianju read out the dishes, while tallying the results. Main dish, pumpkin bread. Pumpkin bread once, pumpkin bread twice, pumpkin bread 3 times. 60 lucky people chose pumpkin bread. Main dish, seafood fried rice. Seafood fried rice once, seafood fried rice twice. 30 lucky people chose seafood fried rice. Drinks include watermelon juice, bitter melon juice, pumpkin juice, lemonade, plum juice. Please raise your hand if you need anything. Chapter 491. Most of the lucky winners responded enthusiastically, ordering food one after another. Song Tianjia numbered each livestream room and recorded the food the lucky winners needed. The food was divided into 4 main categories: staple food, meat and vegetable side dishes, desserts and side dishes, and drinks. Staple food included seafood fried rice, seafood fried noodles, mutton soup noodles, white rice, and snail rice noodles. Meat dishes included cold braised beef, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, shredded pork with garlic sauce, and Sichuan-style chicken. Vegetable dishes included cold cucumber salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, green beans and eggplant, and stir-fried shredded potatoes. Desserts included small cakes, pudding, double-skin milk pudding, and herbal jelly. Side dishes included spicy strips, potato chips, and grilled sausages. Drinks included watermelon juice, bitter melon juice, pumpkin juice, lemonade, plum juice, and herbal tea. This was arranged by Song Tianju according to the usual dining habits of the lucky winners in Yin country, with each main category further subdivided into codes. The main category codes are 10, 20, 30, and 40, corresponding to staple foods, side dishes, meat and vegetables, desserts and side dishes, and beverages, respectively. The subcategory codes are further subdivided. For example, turtle jelly belongs to the dessert category. The main category code for desserts and side dishes is 30, the dessert category code is 01, the side dish category code is 02, and turtle jelly is the 4th dessert, with code 04. Therefore, the code for turtle jelly is 300,104. Tian chose seafood fried rice, Sichuan-style spicy chicken, small cakes, spicy strips, and plum juice. Tian's live stream code is 05103, which means she is a member of Blue Star Team 51, number 3rd. The dish codes are seafood fried rice 100101, Sichuan-style spicy chicken 200,104, small cakes 300,101, spicy strips 300201, and plum juice 400105. Song Tianju discovered that Zhang Million's grid notebook was really useful. Once the code was set, there was no need to fill in the grid, you could just fill it in directly. The vertical lines are the codes for the livestream rooms where the lucky winners are located. The horizontal lines divide the data into 4 categories: main dishes, 10, side dishes, 20, dessert/side dishes, 30, and drinks, 40. According to the notebook, the string of numbers representing Tian is 05103, 100101, 200104, 300101, 300201, 400105. I'm a genius. Song Tianju was very satisfied with his coding results. The giant octopus secretly extended a tentacle, trying to peek. According to the code comparison table, the giant octopus discovered that Tian had eaten spicy strips. Its pupils contracted, and it secretly modified the code for the spicy strips, changing 300201 to 300,202 potato chips, then after thinking for a moment, changed it to 300,203 grilled sausage. Let's get to work. Song Tianju kicked the 4 tangled-up workhorses. Exactly 4 level 1 codes. Each of you will be responsible for 1 delivery. Get to work. Zhao Yubai finally regained his composure, pointing at his face in disbelief. Work? What's wrong? Do you want treatment? Song Tianju realized these people were really awful, completely uncooperative. You have 3 minutes to tally the quantities on your respective order lists. Hurry, be quick. Facing 4 pairs of foolish eyes, Song Tianju raised his fist. Want to get beaten up? Song Tianju realized that intrinsic motivation is indeed productivity. Fear of being beaten will drive you to work harder. There's nothing a fist can't solve. If there is, it's because your fist isn't strong enough. 3 minutes later, the 4 people had tallied their orders. Song Tianju opened a door, peeked in, and saw Nan Datan eating dough and Wang Jiuzhu eating barbecue before kicking the 4 men out. The 3-headed dog was performing its clan's harvest dance around a large pork knuckle on a chessboard. Upon seeing Song Tianjiao, it froze. Song Tianjiao walked past the three-headed dog, snatched the pork knuckle from the plate, took a bite, and then put it back. It's not good, you eat it. Song Tianjiao was a little disappointed. The three-headed dog's pork knuckle had a bland taste, clearly dog food. It wasn't good. The three-headed dog was so angry it stopped wagging its tail, and quickly hid under the table, with its pork knuckle in its mouth. Fahai saw this, shook his head, and continued eating his chili pancake. He said nothing, asked nothing. He wanted to be a monk who lived a life of peace and tranquility. He wouldn't ask what he shouldn't ask, and wouldn't say what he shouldn't say. Amitabha. Song Tianjiao walked past Wang Jiuzhao, snatched the skewer from her hand, and took a bite. The sizzling, oily skewer made Song Tianjiao feel alive again. Seeing Song Tianjiao approach, Nandata immediately put down his work. Honey, what do you want to eat? Song Tianjiao handed the list directly to Nandatu. Following behind Song Tianjiao, Zhao Yubai and Zhao Hui, seeing no one was watching, immediately grabbed the skewers in front of Wang Jiuzhao. Zhao Yuran, initially embarrassed, also reached out to steal some food when he saw Zhao Yubai and Zhao Hui doing so. Lazy stared wide-eyed at this scene in disbelief. Aren't they on opposing sides? Is this really okay? Aren't they afraid of poisoning her? After half a second of hesitation, Lazy also reached out. Wang Jiuzhao held the bamboo skewers in her hand, looking at the empty plate, and fell silent. She felt she needed to reason with them. Song Tianjiao had taught her how to reason with people, to reason quickly and forcefully. Wang Jiuzhao put down the bamboo skewers, picked up the plate that was now only covered in a layer of grease, and smashed it directly over Zhao Yubai's head. You think you're so great? Zhao Yubai, knocked unconscious, lay on the ground, fast asleep, still clutching his skewers. Wang Jiuzhao, having lost his plate, punched Zhao Hui in the jaw from below. Zhao Hui lay on the ground. A kick to Zhao Yisen's chest, and another one collapsed. Everything happened in an instant. Lazy, unusually quick, lay down, closed his eyes, and appeared peaceful. Jingwei flew over curiously, landed on Lazy's forehead, and pecked at his eyelids. Lazy clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and feigned a peaceful demeanor. Jingwei said, pretty convincing, quite the actor. Wang Jiuzhao collected the skewers from their hands, lifted the tablecloth, and handed them to the three-headed dog. I wouldn't even feed you dogs, you bastards. Wang Jiuzhao huffed, not wanting to look at the four any longer. Song Tianjiao turned around and found the four tools already lying down. Honestly, they have absolutely no social skills. They got beaten up the moment they arrived. It's definitely the four of them's fault. Nandata looked at the list, Pumpkin's face full of satisfaction. This menu is great, nutritionally balanced. But how can we eat spicy strips and potato chips? Those vendors put in a lot of unnecessary things to extend shelf life and reduce costs. Nandata shook his head and sighed. Let's change it to homemade spicy strips and potato chips. A door appeared behind Nandatu, and he shouted inside. Immediately, a bunch of people rushed out. Gluttony, a small dog-sized monster, yelled, Is there food? Is there food? Is there food? Can I eat this dough? I eat it even if it's not cooked. Red Roots grabbed Gluttony's throat. Dog, don't eat raw food. I'm not a dog, how many times have I said I? Woof woof woof. Faced with dog food, Gluttony decided to be a dog. Tian Yua approached the four people lying down, observed them carefully, and said confidently, Is it because you don't want to work that you're lying down? Lazy dared not speak, afraid of being beaten. Tian Yua observed Lazy closely. Lazy, are you the only one who's pretending the least? Lazy was unhappy. Clearly, it was the only one pretending. How could it be said to be the least convincing? Where is justice? Chapter 492. The clown glanced at the list, and pulled a bunch of spicy strips and potato chips from his hat. I think this is what children's happiness is like. Homemade spicy strips and potato chips? How can that work? Oh right, and sausages too. The clown pulled out a sausage grill and started grilling sausages. Feng Dahua scratched her head, looking at the dessert list. What flavor of small cake? What kind of double-skin milk pudding? It doesn't say. Strawberry, blueberry, lemon, mango, banana. What flavor do I want? The two frogs were coordinating everything, speeding up the work. Movement flow, pay attention to movement flow. Don't run around wasting time and energy. All necessary items must be within easy reach. Division of labor, efficiency. Efficiency. Everything sprang into action. Even Fahai was assigned to peel potatoes. Can't you shred potatoes? Shredded potatoes grated with a grater have no soul. Nandata looked at Fahai, thinking he was an idiot. Fahai was somewhat at a loss. He really didn't know how. Wang Jiuzhao volunteered, patting his chest and saying, "I do it. I can." Jingwei transformed into a human, squatted in front of the sausage grill, and stared at the sausages with her back to everyone. The bursting sausage's mind slurped. Lu Er crawled out from under the table, stealing fruit from the cake-making area, and was drafted to shell peas. "You hairless monkey, put on your hat and clothes." Faced with Feng Dahua's monkey-like attack, Lu Er squeaked angrily and transformed into a human. "I want to cut fruit." Song Tianju packed a skewer of grilled meat and seafood fried rice, kicked lazybones, and said to the three-headed dog, "These four are here to work. Let them work when they wake up. No freeloading." The three-headed dog, tail held high, ignored him. Gluttony answered for it, "Woof." "No problem, woof." "Leave it to me, woof." "Woof woof." Sloth was about to cry. One bite, it only ate one bite of kebab, and it still had to work. Song Tianjia returned to the pure white room and tossed the notebook to Pride. "Copy it 3 times. Pride reflexively wanted to refuse, but Song Tianjiao, holding a knife in one hand and a strawberry, green grape, and candied hawthorn skewer in the other, smiled and said, "Think carefully before you speak. Aren't you the best? Aren't you the fastest at copying?" Pride, Pride thought it through. Pride thought it through very clearly. Pride began to write furiously. Song Tianjia took the kebab skewer to find the giant octopus, and only then did Pride realize that the candied hawthorn skewer wasn't for him. "Liar, big liar. Didn't we agree on a big stick? Is it all candy? Why aren't you giving it any?" Arrogance wanted to give up, but its competitive spirit kept it writing furiously. Song Tianju sat down next to the giant octopus, picked up a skewer, and took a bite. The giant octopus immediately moved away, distancing itself from her. "What's wrong?" Song Tianju asked, puzzled, continuing to eat her grilled octopus. She carefully selected small deep-sea octopuses, cleaning and sifting them 3 times before they became the grilled octopus on the bamboo skewer, each bite crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. "Don't be nervous, I won't eat you. I want to discuss a collaboration with you." Song Tianju took a sip of lemonade, smiling at the giant octopus. The giant octopus trembled, its entire body turning pale. It was terrified. The last time it was this frightened was when Tian fell ill and was rushed to the hospital. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." Song Tianju's smile widened. "Let me play with your power, it's quite interesting. It can gather a bunch of counterfeit and shoddy goods. Let me play with it. I give it back to you when I'm tired of it. Of course, I won't just play around for nothing." Song Tianju realized there was an ambiguity in her words. She carefully considered her words and said, "I have an elixir of immortality. That's not quite right either." Song Tianjiu reconsidered, pointing at the giant octopus with her extra-long octopus skewer, and coaxed, "You dying octopus, do you want to be reborn? Do you want to be reborn like the Turritopsis dornii?" The giant octopus tilted its head, looking at Song Tianjiu with confusion in its eyes. The Turritopsis dornii is a strange creature. After leaving offspring, it reverts to its juvenile stage and begins to grow again. This cycle repeats itself endlessly. Theoretically, this cycle of the Turritopsis dornii can continue indefinitely, hence its name immortal jellyfish. However, this creature is too weak and easily eaten. Because of its weakness, it has not yet become the apex predator of the ocean, and its population does not cover the entire ocean. The octopus's survival strategy is completely different from that of the Turritopsis dornii. After leaving offspring, the octopus ages and dies rapidly. Its metabolism becomes problematic, leading to it eating itself. Decomposition occurs from within the body. Your species live long, but die quickly after having offspring. I think it's mainly to leave living space for your offspring. This is genetic selection. The immortal jellyfish has a short lifespan, and can rejuvenate because it's small, and can live easily without worrying about living space. So, you should learn from the immortal jellyfish. Song Tianju began his charade with a straight face. This theory of genes and lifespan is placed within the framework of Earth's biological systems. Whether giant octopuses are subject to restrictions, or even whether the species of giant octopuses and Earth's giant octopuses are considered the same species, are all unknowns. Song Tianjiao thought that octopuses did indeed resemble alien species. But just because they looked like aliens didn't mean they weren't native to Earth. She couldn't simply disown them. Song Tianju began her persuasion. The giant octopus slowly extended a tentacle. Song Tianjiu extended a finger and touched the tentacle. She sensed the octopus's thoughts. The giant octopus didn't believe it could succeed. It didn't believe it could become the immortal jellyfish, but it was willing to try. It was willing to hire Song Tianju as payment for this tentacle to try and complete the project. Song Tianju discovered that the giant octopus's thinking was very commercial. But why would this giant octopus choose a tentacle as payment? Was this tentacle really useful? Song Tianju observed carefully, but found nothing special about the tentacle. Gluttony said this thing was delicious. But what's the use of being delicious? There are many delicious things. You don't necessarily have to eat this one. Song Tianju took another bite of the octopus. She said, I don't want this. Invest in some projects instead, like the Fairy Deer Bakery, the Clown Amusement Park, or the Ball of Fire Dream Experience project. The giant octopus agreed. What a great investor, so easy to talk to. Song Tianju was almost embarrassed to continue lying. This matter is both difficult and simple in some ways. Simply put, you need to discard your current body and get a new one. It's like migrating data to a new phone. Do you understand? The giant octopus indicated it understood. The new phone has less RAM and lower specs than your current one, so there are many things to discard. So besides memories, you won't have much left. Do you understand? The giant octopus indicated it understood. So easy to fool. Chapter 493. So easily fooled, believing everything they're told. This giant octopus is easier to fool than a Cerberus. Song Tianju was even a little embarrassed. What happened to the saying that octopuses are intelligent? How could there be such an easily fooled octopus? Believes everything they're told, it's so gullible. Could this giant octopus be the intellectual basement of its kind? Because of its intellectual disability, it left its homeland alone to fight its own battles, a pitiful situation indeed. The giant octopus's tentacles, hidden beneath its body, were happily curling up, relaxing, curling up, and relaxing again. It would grant any request, as long as its memories remained, as long as it was alive. Losing its memories was no different from death. Without its memories, it was no different from a lump of rotten flesh. It wouldn't hide, wouldn't stray far from human habitation, and would cause a great deal of trouble for humans. Most importantly, if it died, Tian would die. If it lived, Tian would live. This was crucial. If there was a chance to live, it would naturally choose to live. The giant octopus's thinking was clear. As long as it lived, and had memories, it lived. Song Tianjiao, on the other hand, had many more things to consider. He organized his thoughts, trying to coax, crossed out, persuade the giant octopus. These two creatures with different starting points communicated remarkably smoothly. Song Tianjiao thought the giant octopus was simple-minded and easy to talk to, while the giant octopus thought he was a good person. They both felt the other was easy to communicate with. It has to be said, this was a wonderful misunderstanding. Then it's settled. Let me play with your power. We won't engage in usurpation or conquest. That would damage our revolutionary friendship. We're on the same side. Internal strife is useless. Internal strife is something only lower civilizations do. We believe in abdication. Song Tianju patted the giant octopus's tentacles, his smile particularly bright. Listen to my arrangements, I guarantee you be satisfied. He struck while the iron was hot, lest the giant octopus suddenly realize something and try to struggle in its death throes. Song Tianju immediately pulled a string of beads from his pocket, carefully selecting one after a long while. This is an ocean planet, its marine civilization destroyed. I remember there are many small jellyfish here that can repeatedly rise from the dead. You wait, I choose one for you. The giant octopus tilted its head, quietly looking at the bead in Song Tianjia's hand. Upon closer inspection, one could see anticipation on its octopus face. It was genuinely anticipating. It had witnessed its own death, and experienced it many times. So much so that it could only choose to remain confined during this period, leaving Tian with no future. So far, its limit was 200 years from now, the time it met Xie Qishan. That was a desolate and boring future. It didn't like that ending. Very much. But that was precisely the furthest it had ever traveled with Tian. 2 centuries, a long time from a human perspective. Even enough for a dynasty to rise and fall. For the giant octopus, it was nothing more than a day or two. It was dissatisfied, too short, far too short. Song Tianju chose and chose, finally selecting a small jellyfish about the length of her little finger. She took the jellyfish, along with a clump of seawater, out of the water. The translucent jellyfish stretched its body within, surrounded by a pale blue halo, looking both fragile and beautiful. It looked like it could be crushed with a single finger. This was undoubtedly a good choice. Song Tianju said seriously, this looks like a young, strong jellyfish. Are you satisfied? The giant octopus extended its tentacles and touched Song Tianjia's fingers. Song Tianju sensed its thoughts. The giant octopus asked, "Is it guaranteed alive?" "Yes, yes, absolutely." Song Tianju assured her repeatedly. Of course, it was guaranteed alive with after-sales service. Her reputation was excellent. "You can trust me. Let me play with your body for a while, and you can have the jellyfish. There are many, many more jellyfish like this. If this one doesn't survive, I replace it for you. After I used your body, I release the giant octopus back into the sea. Maybe we can create a new civilization. This marine civilization has been without civilization for far too long." Song Tianju smiled broadly, earnestly making promises. Ailman approached cautiously and stole the candied hawthorn. Seeing the small jellyfish floating in the water swarm in midair, Ailman also smiled. Ailman left with the candied hawthorn in his mouth, returning to a corner of the room, where he found a glass fish tank. The boss always needs to be put in the fish tank. He. Ailman, still chewing on the candied hawthorn skewer, continued writing furiously. Song Tianju and the giant octopus reached an agreement. Song Tianjiao thought he had successfully persuaded them, and the giant octopus felt it had met a good person. Both were satisfied with the outcome. "Cooperate a little, it might hurt a bit." Song Tianju pushed the water swarm in front of the giant octopus, who carefully stretched out its head. The moment it touched the small jellyfish, all of the giant octopus's tentacles trembled violently, as if electrocuted. "Empty your mind, empty your head. The small jellyfish is very weak, and cannot hold too much. For example, 1 terabyte of information cannot fit into 64 KB of storage space, so don't make things difficult for a small jellyfish. Declutter and simplify." Song Tianju stared at the giant octopus, its body tingling with electric shocks, his smile growing increasingly arrogant. So easily fooled, so easily fooled. Tian felt itself being split apart. It realized something was wrong. This was completely different from what Song Tianju had said. It wasn't a small 64 KB memory, but countless 64 KB memory spaces. Was the massive jellyfish swarm Song Tianju spoke of actually a single life form? Did these jellyfish possess a single brain? Tian felt like it was blowing up balloons. After one balloon was blown up, another appeared, a series of balloons inflating. Its memories didn't need to be split, they could all be transferred. Soon, Tian realized it needed to eliminate the jellyfish's central system to control the swarm. No, this wasn't a swarm, it was a community. These jellyfish could merge and split. What a kind person. Tian understood that if Song Tianju hadn't lied to it, and these jellyfish could truly rejuvenate, then it would have achieved immortality. True immortality. To live and die with that ocean planet. The moment his consciousness completely invaded the jellyfish, Tian seized control of the entire jellyfish swarm, leaving Song Tianju a message. "Thank you very much. The body is yours, you can do whatever you want with it." Possessing a more perfect new body, Tian no longer cared for the old, aging one. Song Tianju was unaware that the smaller jellyfish had a hierarchical structure, similar to a bee swarm, but with far superior coordination. What she gave Tian wasn't just a small jellyfish, but an entire swarm. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. This uncivilized planet was just a decorative piece, useless. Song Tianjiao, look, even this giant octopus is thanking us. So easy to fool. Tian, my daughter really knows how to make friends, she is such a good person. Through a subtle difference in understanding, they reached this cooperation. Both were very satisfied. Chapter 494. The small jellyfish in the water clump stretched its tentacles happily, blue halos flickering on its body. These halos deepened in color, becoming dark blue, then gradually fading back to light blue, repeating this cycle like a breathing carousel. In contrast, the giant octopus completely collapsed, slumped to the ground, a complete mess. All the energy it had regained through the supplements was gone. The octopus's eyes were covered with a gray film, its body a dull gray, devoid of its former vibrancy. It looked half dead, on the verge of death. Song Tianjiu stared at the small jellyfish, then suddenly had an idea. He took out a hollow glass ball, and stuffed the jellyfish inside. "I leave you a breathing hole, don't thank me too much." What do jellyfish eat? Song Tianjiu didn't know much about these inconspicuous little creatures, and couldn't think of a way to feed them for a moment. She simply scooped up another bunch of jellyfish, picked them out, and filled the glass sphere with seawater. Just change the water every now and then. Seawater has microorganisms in it, which should be your food. Or maybe get some small fish or shrimp fry. Song Tianjiu had a history of animals dying, and hadn't actively kept any pets for a long time. Suddenly having such a small jellyfish, and not being able to release it, was a bit too much for her. Just give it to Tian Tian. If it dies, we replace it. If Tian Tian's jellyfish died, then it couldn't be blamed on her. Plan worked. Song Tianju felt one glass sphere looked monotonous, so she chose another jellyfish of similar size, and placed it in the same hollow glass sphere, filling it with seawater as well. She rummaged around for a while, finally pulling out a pink ribbon used for decorating cake boxes. She hung 2 glass marbles on it, tied a bow, and then added a small coconut shell crossbody bag that Xie Qingshan had idly made in the dungeon. With the glass marbles and jellyfish bow attached, the 2 jellyfish moved in perfect unison, as if breathing lights, even their color changes synchronized, looking perfectly uniform, enough to cure obsessive-compulsive disorder. Song Tianju held up the crossbody bag, examined it closely, and gave a thumbs up. I'm a genius. The coconut crossbody bag, decorated with small seashells, had transparent glass marbles hanging from them. Inside each marble were slightly smaller blue jellyfish, their tentacles stretching out, their colors varying in shades, a combination brimming with the spirit of the ocean. The pink bow was a symbol of a warrior. Blood mixed with brains, that's pink. Perfect. Song Tianju stuffed 2 packets of spicy strips and a few coconut candies into the crossbody bag. The crossbody bag was too small, its capacity was limited, more decorative than practical. He couldn't even fit another hard-boiled egg in his mouth. After finishing, Song Tianju hung the bag around his neck and examined it carefully. Perfect, except for being a bit heavy, there were no other problems. Song Tianju looked at his seafood fried rice and realized it was cold. I always work too hard, to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. Sigh, I'm such a workaholic, I can't do this anymore. Forgetting to eat and sleep for work isn't good for long-term development. Arrogance was stunned by these words. Listen to that, is that even human language? After devouring the fried rice and drinking his beverage, Song Tianju turned to look at Arrogance, who was holding a fish tank and had a candied hawthorn dangling from his mouth. Finished copying? Arrogance nodded vigorously. Though arrogant, it knew its own limitations and understood that pragmatism was essential for survival. Arrogance presented the copied copies with both hands. Including the original, there were 4 copies in total, enough for 4 delivery men. 1 for each person, just right. Very good, you did a great job. Song Tianju patted Arrogance's shoulder and said with a smile, from now on, I'm your new boss. Don't worry, don't be afraid, I won't kill you. Before Arrogance could react, Song Tianju chose a spot and lay down straight on the ground. Soon, the giant octopus in the corner moved. 8 tentacles crawled in a twisted, dark way, each going its own way. The octopus's head was crooked, like a hanged ghost. The entire octopus twisted and crawled around the room, rolling around randomly, sometimes climbing the wall, sometimes falling to the ground. Clearly, this octopus couldn't tame its tentacles, or even its head. Song Tianju secretly regretted her decision. This thing was incredibly difficult to control. She should have asked Tian Ke first how to control this body. Each tentacle of the octopus had numerous nerves, and even its heart had 2 more than a human's. She could only perfectly control 4 tentacles at a time, the other 4 writhe and twist, tripping her up. Song Tianju struggled to adapt to this new body, or rather, Tian Ke's remains. Adaptation was slow, but the circles on the octopus's surface were more vibrant, a dark, almost blackish blue. Song Tianju was satisfied. This meant she was a highly venomous octopus, and she was very pleased. A knock came at the door. Aoman quickly ran to open it. It was somewhat frightened and desperately needed the presence of its kind to share the burden. The door opened. 4 people, bruised and battered, carried delivery boxes and pushed a fully loaded cart in. Zhao Yubai's eyes widened immediately when he saw Song Tianju lying flat on the ground. Dead? Zhao Yubai ignored the giant octopus writhing grotesquely in the corner and placed his hand under Song Tianju's nose. No breath? Poisoned by Tian Ke? Zhao Yubai trembled, shocked and saddened, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. He had just been beaten up by Song Tianjiao, then by Wang Jiuzhao, and finally by Lu Er. But he wasn't one to hold grudges, mainly because he dared not, and even if he did, he couldn't win. Song Tianju's sudden death filled Zhao Yubai with a deep sense of loss, a feeling of shared grief. How could this be? Zhao Yuan ran over, bent down, and curiously looked at the lying Song Tianju. He picked up a strand of her hair and ran it across her face. No movement. Really dead? Should we call for a funeral? A 7-day mourning period, a grand funeral? Zhao Yuan's expression was serious. He raised his hand and awkwardly made a cross on his chest. Ah, whatever god he is, he'd protect you. Rest in peace, Macapaka. What kind of nonsense is this? Lazy sat on the ground, secretly eating pudding. It stared at the small satchel Song Tianju was carrying, its eyes filled with confusion. What is this thing? It looks so strange. 2 water balloons, aren't they heavy? Lazy would never carry such a bag out. It's too tiring. Looks are useless. Taste is the only truth. But are the jellyfish inside tasty? Zhao Hui circled the lying Song Tianju several times, observing carefully and probing repeatedly. Finally, he discovered that the body was truly lifeless. Zhao Hui slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. That's it? I thought it was something special, and it just died like that? I thought it would be different. Zhao Hui wailed, crying bitterly. The giant octopus cradled its head with its tentacles, its eyes scanning the various expressions on the faces of the group. It secretly picked up a coconut egg and popped it into its mouth. No wonder Tian K liked it. It actually tasted pretty good this way. Chapter 495. Zhao Hui no longer knew what to do to change his predicament. He had tried countless times. The endless searching and failures were mentally exhausting, pushing him to his breaking point. Song Tianju's appearance was a completely unexpected and unpredictable event, a chance variable. But now, that variable was dead. Dead in a way that caught everyone off guard. Years of suppressed emotions erupted at this moment, and Zhao Hui felt despair. His desperate search, like a headless fly, had led him astray in countless predetermined failures. He had long been numb, long since accustomed to it. He should have gotten used to it. The problem was that he saw a glimmer of light, thinking he had finally glimpsed hope. Indeed, he saw hope. But then, at this very moment, hope was shattered. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the sun. To take, one must first give. To take, you must first give. Only in this way can you truly plunge someone into the abyss. Zhao Hui's composure crumbled, tears and snot streamed down his face as he smeared them all over Lazy. Lazy wanted to curse, but was too lazy to. After finishing his popsicle, Lazy stuffed the stick into Zhao Hui's pocket and then grabbed a bag of spicy strips to eat. Zhao Hui was immersed in the sorrow of his entrepreneurial venture crumbling halfway through, completely oblivious to Lazy's actions. Otherwise, Lazy would have received another beating. Can't it be changed? Really, can't it be changed? If it can't be changed, why make me toil and struggle? If it can't be changed, why play with me? Zhao Hui cried uncontrollably, kneeling on the ground, hands raised high, head tilted back to the sky. Why are you doing this to me? If I can't change it, why make me start over again and again? Isn't my life too? Let me die! Let me die! Zhao Hui banged his head on the ground, completely shaken, having lost all will to live. Arrogance stole a small cake and squatted in a corner eating it. It watched Zhao Hui's performance and found it very amusing. Zhao Hui wasn't usually like this. He usually switched between 3 states. I know you don't like me, but you can't kill me. I just don't like you. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Life and death are indifferent. My knees are a little weak. This was the first time Arrogance had seen Zhao Hui so heartbroken, crying as if his entire family had been wiped out. Was it necessary? After finishing the strawberry cake, Arrogance set its sights on the mango one. A tentacle wrapped around its ankle, pulled open the door, and threw it out in a bizarre manner. Eat outside, not take out. Zhang Song Tianjio, you was annoyed by Arrogance. Take out meant the amount she secretly ate wouldn't add up, and then she have to restock. Such a hassle. Arrogance flew out, gliding for over 10 meters after landing, until it reached under the table. 2 dogs, for pairs of eyes, stared intently at it. Arrogance forced a smile and said, Hello, I'm here to beg for food. Inside the room, Zhang Song Tianjio, you had finally tamed some of its tentacles, and its head could stand upright normally. She slapped Lazy's head with one of her tentacles. Eat. All you know is eating. Lazy covered its head, looking aggrieved. Upon contact with the tentacle, it instantly understood the octopus's meaning. It had eaten the extra food the octopus had secretly left. It wouldn't affect anything. Lazy felt wronged. It had worked diligently, and yet it was misunderstood. Laziness immediately laid down on the ground, unwilling to move. Get to work. I get scolded for working. I have to get to work. Song Tianju discovered that she didn't need to speak. She could sense laziness's emotion simply by touching it. Is this the giant octopus's ability? Has she inherited the giant octopus's followers? Free followers? A clearance sale? Is she feeling a little guilty towards Tian K? She should have chosen a larger jellyfish for him. Song Tianju yawned. Laziness is contagious. She retracted her tentacles, crouching them under her body in a farmer's pose. Forcing herself to stay alert, ignoring Zhao Hui's wails, ignoring Zhao Yubai and Zhao Iren's debate about cremation versus burial, Song Tianjiu tried to sense her true followers. Soon, she sensed Bao Zhu's intense emotions. Bao Zhu, so hungry, so hungry, so hungry, so hungry. I want a big bowl of noodle soup, kebabs, and even better, ice-cold beer. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Bao Zhu, boss must be busy, I wonder when we get food. If you insist on giving me strawberry cake, I eat it. Bao Zhu, Cerberus is still a dog, should it have 3 leashes or 1? What breed of dog should I pretend to be if I get a dog license? Maybe dye it, wear colored contacts, and pretend to be a husky. My paws are a little itchy, let me scratch them. Bao Zhu, I haven't had a chance to wash my hair since the last dungeon run, I feel smelly, I can't let boss find out. Can I wash my hair with sand? A flood of information rushed into Song Tianjiu's mind. What nonsense! But how many leashes should Cerberus have? Song Tianjiu fell into deep thought. Song Tianjiu pulled a tentacle from under his body and hit Zhao Hui, who was wailing loudly, directly on the head. So noisy, so much nonsense. Zhao Hui froze, staring up at the giant octopus in the corner. He finally noticed that the octopus's color was incredibly vibrant, completely different from before. He heard a different sound than before, it was. Zhao Hui wiped the snot from his face and exclaimed, Song Tianjiu, you possess my master? Song Tianjiu shoved a list into Zhao Hui's hand. Zhao Hui let out a long hiccup, holding up the list, and said in a hoarse voice, you possess my master? She refused to answer the question. What possession? This was called a smooth transition of power. Tian Ke gave her this body, now this shall belong to her. Song Tianjiu, who hadn't fully mastered the movement patterns of mollusks, contorted into a strange shape in the corner, like a mutated anemone clinging to the side of a fish tank. Song Tianjiu didn't understand why Zhao Hui was wailing. Had her relationship with Zhao Hui reached the point of wearing mourning clothes and wailing at a grave? She thought to herself, she hadn't exactly had any filial children or grandchildren benefiting from this. Song Tianjiu believed Zhao Hui's brain was damaged, and he needed continued physical therapy. 1 beating wasn't enough, so she gave him 3. She wouldn't hesitate to use her strength. Song Tianjiu thought she was a good person, or perhaps a good octopus. She used 1 tentacle to curl Zhao Hui's head, lifted him up, and patted him with another tentacle. The octopus, Song Tianjiu, widened its eyes. This giant octopus suit was so much fun, it could easily take down several people at once. Man, do you want to be beaten? Let me go! Ah! At this moment, Zhao Hui's fear reached its breaking point, his eyes began to roll back. The fear of the giant octopus and the dread of Song Tianjiu combined, instantly overshadowing the despair he had felt earlier. How did you manage to possess Tian Ke? Fine, I won't ask. Just stay away from me, I'm scared. Zhao Hui trembled. He realized he had become Song Tianjiu's dog. Song Tianjiu perfectly inherited all of Tian Ke's authority, including his followers. Tian Ke, you're useless. This is something that possession couldn't achieve. There was no struggle, Tian Ke didn't struggle at all. Chapter 496. This is definitely not possession, this is resale. That shameless Tian Ke will give away anything, even his followers and physical form. What exactly did Song Tianjiu trade with Tian Ke that he would sell even his followers? Zhao Hui didn't want to know the truth, he was disappointed in Tian Ke. He just wanted to physically distance himself from Song Tianjiu. Song Tianjiu touched Zhao Hui with her tentacles, sensing a jumble of chaotic thoughts. She immediately withdrew her tentacles and handed 3 notebooks to the other 3 people. Followers, it's time to get to work. Song Tianjiu twisted her tentacles into wavy lines and slithered along the wall. This body was too much fun, she was completely absorbed in the novelty. The 4 saw the giant octopus extend 2 tentacles, pull Song Tianjiu up, and remove the small coconut shell bag she was carrying. A tentacle, carrying an extravagantly decorated coconut shell handbag, swept past the 4 people, finally choosing Lazy. Little Lazy, get up and get to work. This is for Tian. This is a task unique to you, no one else has it. I believe you can do it. Lazy straightened up, clutching the coconut shell bag, and looked sleepily at Song Tianjiu. It had never imagined it could receive such an honor. Only it? No one else? What? Are you calling me little Lazy? Lazy's back straightened. This was the first time it had received such praise, such trust. Lazy felt Song's sincerity. The new boss was so nice. A tentacle touched Lazy's nose, and Lazy received a new task. Add an extra strawberry cake, a bottle of shampoo, and a piece of barbecue for Bao Zhu. No ice beer, no drinking while doing missions, no missions while drinking. Although it didn't know the deeper meaning, Lazy felt valued. This was a mission unique to it. This wasn't a mission that only fell to it when there was no one else available. This was its exclusive mission. Lazy clearly felt its importance. It wiped the tears from the corners of its eyes with its sleeve, hung the coconut bag around its neck, and turned to open the door. Soon, Lazy got what it needed. A large strawberry cake, and 30 small bottles of shampoo in various flavors. Lazy didn't know how big the cake needed, so it chose the largest one. Lazy didn't know what scent or function of shampoo it needed, so it got various samples of different fragrances and effects from the clown. Single-handedly, it emptied the clown's stock of shampoo that he had been exploiting. Song Tianju watched the 4 people push the cart and carry the delivery box away, shaking its tentacles. Goodbye, you workhorses. Get back to work. Bao Zhu received his meal: mutton noodle soup, Sichuan-style chicken, stir-fried potato shreds, herbal jelly, grilled sausage, and watermelon juice. Besides that, there was an 8-inch strawberry cake, a large bag of shampoo, and a bag of barbecue. This is all for me? Bao Zhu looked at Lazy with suspicion, jumping a meter away. You poisoned me? Lazy's face changed drastically, and he said angrily, how can you slander someone's innocence like that? I'm so lazy. Do you think I would poison someone? Bao Zhu thought this made a lot of sense. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone had ordered Lazy to poison him. Bao Zhu became even more wary. This was sent by my great lord. My lord said I'm the best deliverman. Lazy raised his chin. Are you going to eat it or not? If not, I'm taking it. You're such a nuisance. Eat. I'm poisoned. Boss will definitely avenge me. Bao Zhu immediately stopped the food. He firmly believed that these demons would try again if their first scheme failed, and he decided to test the poison on himself. Lazy left. Bao Zhu looked at the large strawberry cake, took a sip of watermelon juice, picked up the mutton soup noodles, and took a big bite. Delicious. After a few bites of noodles, Bao Zhu suddenly felt resurrected. The food healed his depressed mood after eating seafood for a week. Bao Zhu didn't quite understand why anyone would order seafood after eating it for a week. The soup noodles were the best. He looked at the strawberry cake. The strawberry cake was made with animal cream, in 2 layers of boxes. The outermost large box contained a lot of ice to keep it fresh and cool. Such a huge cake, and he didn't even order it. Could it be that Zhao Hui, that bastard, is deliberately trying to stuff him to death? Bao Zhu didn't hesitate to speculate about Zhao Hui with the utmost malice. All that talk about experiencing the past of the person in the mirror, about needing sympathy, about needing pity, it's clearly a ploy to manipulate people's mentality. He wants to drive people crazy. He's familiar with this tactic. Whenever there's a major event he doesn't want the public to pay too much attention to, he arranged for online trolls to post controversial content to attract public attention. A person's attention is limited. Individual suffering often evokes the most empathy and causes the public to feel drained. This type of content won't be throttled, and it's not easy for people to spot the problems. Although it's inefficient, it's effective. Most importantly, you don't need to cultivate accounts, you can just use a new account. Bao Zhu had done this kind of work before. Low pay, lots of work, but quick pay. Exaggerating and sensationalizing individual tragedies. Individual tragedies are never lacking, and publishing them resonates with many. For Bao Zhu, this was a 5 yuan piece of work he only did when he couldn't afford instant noodles. He usually looked down on this kind of work. It was utterly boring. Bao Zhu preferred playing multiple roles, publicly criticizing online trolls, and wasting public relations funds. That was so much fun. He'd be a troll at work, then criticize them after work, fighting with himself, rising to power by stepping on his own. Bao Zhu immediately saw that Zhao Hui's sidekick was up to no good, trying to manipulate people's mentality. Just treat it like watching a movie, filling in the audience without getting paid. Pa! Bao Zhu considered Zhao Hui a cunning enemy. If they poison me, my boss will avenge me. It wouldn't be worth dying for. This cake is so big, will there be punishment if I can't finish it? I won't fall for it. I definitely finish it. Bao Zhu thought for a moment and realized something was wrong. This bastard, he wants me to eat myself to death? He really underestimates my appetite. Bao Zhu was furious. He felt he'd been tricked by Zhao Hui. What bullshit greed. A bunch of useless things. If you got the guts, confront me head on. If you got the guts, confront my boss head on. In Baoju's heart, his boss was the best, one of a kind. Baoju finished his noodle soup in one gulp, then ate his skewers in silence, and finally started eating the cake. It's pretty good. A conspiracy, it must be a conspiracy. A big conspiracy. After finishing the cake, Baoju stood up, let out a long burp, and walked towards the mirror. What's the point of saying all beings suffer? Who can escape suffering? What's the use of spending all day watching other people's lives? Scrolling through social media for entertainment is just mindless entertainment. Watching others suffer is also a form of mindless entertainment. In the end, what's the difference? Burp? Baoju scratched his butt and let out a long burp. That bastard's got a hidden agenda, forcing me to accept such a huge pie. He must be trying to stuff me to death. Let's go see a movie. Chapter 497. Have you eaten? Delivery has arrived. Lazy pushed its little cart to Tion's room, where Tion was building a sandcastle. Uncle Lazy, do you have water? I want to build a sandcastle. Without water, the sand isn't fun. Daddy said I can't play with sand with my pea. Hearing this, Lazy felt a pang of sadness. Although it was Lazy, it had watched Tion grow up, and seeing her all alone like this looked rather pitiful. Lazy handed Tion a small coconut-shaped shoulder bag. Tion's eyes lit up when she saw the glass ball decoration on the bag. Thank you for the water, Uncle Lazy. Lazy took out Tion's meal. Tion noticed there was an extra sausage, but no spicy strips. The little girl huffed, "Where are my spicy strips? It was delivered according to the records." I didn't know. Seeing Tion pout, Lazy immediately pushed the cart and ran off. It must have been Daddy. What's wrong with the spicy snacks? They're delicious. Tion huffed, shaking the coconut shell pouch. The jellyfish inside the glass sphere tumbled and jumped within its limited space, its colors completely distorted. Tion, forgetting about her meal, emptied the contents of the glass sphere into the sand. Suddenly, Tion stopped, looking down at the jellyfish inside. Are you Daddy? The little jellyfish's tentacles flared, changing colors within the confined space of the glass sphere. Daddy, you're a big bad guy. You stole my spicy snacks? The little jellyfish's colors continued to shift. Tion opened the coconut shell pouch and found the spicy snacks inside, her eyes lighting up. Great. The little jellyfish's eyes dimmed. It didn't want to talk anymore. It realized its child was growing up and becoming difficult to care for. How could a human baby eat spicy snacks? Tion, ignoring the sand pile, ate her meal while talking to the little jellyfish. The little girl devoured a spicy snack, sweating profusely from the spiciness. Sizzle, sizzle, it's so spicy. So Daddy is a little jellyfish now, lots and lots of little jellyfish? You said you're a little jellyfish that can come back to life even when you're about to die? Tion's eyes sparkled. Sizzle, then can I come back to life even when I'm about to die? I want to be a jellyfish too, so I don't have to get shots or take medicine. In response to Tion's question, the little jellyfish, brightly colored, danced in the small space. Tion ate half a bowl of seafood fried rice, and couldn't finish. She looked left and right, but couldn't find a place to dispose of the leftovers. Usually, she could give the leftovers to her dad or Uncle Binge Eater, but what should she do with them now? Tion's expression turned serious as she ate the last spicy snack. Suddenly, Tion thought of something. Daddy only gave Sister Tianju a shell, that's so stingy. Sister Tianju gave Daddy so much, so much, so much. Tion stuffed the empty spicy snack wrapper into her bag, spread her arms, and gestured a huge area. So many little jellyfish. Tion pointed at the jellyfish and said seriously, Daddy only gave Sister Tianju an octopus. That's not right. The red-eyed rabbit said, capitalists have no conscience, their bodies are dripping with dirty blood. Exploitation is the original sin of capitalism. While squeezing surplus value, capital also plunders people's means of production. Daddy, you are that capitalist, what you're doing is wrong. Faced with Tion's earnest words, the little jellyfish was stunned. Its current brain capacity couldn't quickly process Tion's statement. Is it a wicked capitalist? Is this transaction unequal? Is it exploiting Song Tianju? Is that so? The little jellyfish fell into deep thought. Its brain capacity was completely incapable of processing this question. If Tion says yes, then so be it. The little jellyfish was completely unaware that it had become stupid. A fool doesn't think they're a fool, and a madman doesn't think they're a madman. Fools and madmen only feel different from others. Hearing Tion's words, the little jellyfish began to doubt itself. Could it really be wrong? Tian packed up the uneaten food, put it in a bag, slung her bag over her shoulder, chewed on candy, and walked towards the mirror. Starving to death, no food delivered. Zhao Hui, his face dark, kicked open a door. Ding Lingwang pushed a cart in, looked at the red-haired man in front of her, and said aggressively, "Vegetarian, right? Your white rice, shredded potatoes, small cakes, potato chips, and secret bitter melon juice have arrived." The red-haired overseas lucky guy waved his hands repeatedly upon hearing this. "I didn't want bitter melon juice, I wanted watermelon juice." Zhao Hui looked disgusted. "Shut up, did I tell you to speak? Eat your food." The red-haired lucky guy didn't dare to speak. Zhao Hui pushed the cart along, its wheels jingling, then suddenly stopped, turning to the red-haired lucky guy and saying, "Are you a vegetarian?" Before the red-haired lucky guy could speak, Zhao Hui continued, "The milk used in the cake is cow's milk. Do you understand? The poor calf, orphaned from a young age, is doing this all for your cake. The eggs used in the cake are eggs laid by a hen with great effort, hoping to have a cute little chick." Facing the blank expression on the red-haired lucky guy's face, Zhao Hui continued, "The potato could have grown happily in the soil, but because of your needs, it was forced to see the sun, have its skin peeled off, and be cut into the shape you need. Rice should be happy rice under the sun, seeds that should sprout and grow next year, but because of your selfishness, the husk has been removed, leaving only the embryo, unable to germinate. You're an executioner. You robbed the happy potato of its life, robbed the sun-loving rice of its life, violated the basic rights of cows and chickens, and even tried to threaten the watermelon's life. My God, you're a sinner." Zhao Hui rattled off, then pushed his cart away. "If he's unhappy, no one else can be." The red-haired lucky guy was utterly bewildered, took a sip of bitter melon juice, and his face immediately scrunched up. "So bitter. The doctor won't let me eat meat, it's hard to digest. After completing this stage of treatment, I can eat fried chicken. Is this person insane? Indeed, this is a crazy world. Dead? Delivery." Zhao Yubai delivered meals to the lucky ones according to the schedule. When he delivered to Lu Huixiang, he was beaten up. When he delivered to Xie Qishan, he was beaten up again. When he delivered to Ling Yuan, he was beaten up again. Zhao Yubai decided to switch shifts with Zhao Hui. He didn't want to deliver this batch anymore. It was like he was just asking to be beaten up. Zhao Yubai felt like a pathetic little thing. Delivering meals. Zhao Yuan pushed the cart around delivering meals listlessly. He was still a bit sleepy. He had almost collided with laziness earlier and caught it from him. So sleepy. The lucky one, having eaten and drunk their fill, embarks on their new challenge. No matter what they experience or how long it takes, this challenge will end 24 hours after the previous one concludes. In the White Room, Song Tianju struggles to tame the octopus's tentacles. This is a difficult task for her. Finally, she successfully tames all the tentacles and unravels the tentacle twist. The arrogant beggar returns to find the giant octopus moving towards Song Tianjia's corpse, swallowing it like a snake. It ate a person. Chapter 498. Arrogant screamed, plopped down on the ground, and let out a barbecue-smelling burp. The giant octopus's body began to change, shrinking like hollow putty, undergoing a dramatic transformation. A human form gradually took shape, and Arrogance watched helplessly as it tore away its outer skin, or rather, its body bag. For the first time, Arrogance was willing to admit that he wasn't omnipotent, not omniscient. Arrogance had absolutely no idea what this thing was. Song Tianju struggled to tear off the layer of skin covering her. It felt like a cold-blooded animal shedding its skin. She poked her arm, leaving a dent with each poke. Even the slightest breeze made her hair stand on end. Song Tianju was like a creature truly shedding its skin, her fragile, pale body hardened little by little in the air. Finally, her skin returned to the appearance of human skin. Song Tianju tore off the shed skin, screaming in pain from the irritation of the fabric. Are there needles in these clothes? Having barely adjusted to the clothes, the shoes were another problem. The newborn body had an excessively sensitive sense of touch. Stepping on the shoes felt like stepping on iron thorns. Is this how cicada molts are? Looks like those noisy insects don't have it easy either. Song Tianju questioned her existence. If only she hadn't peeled the skin off her feet. She torn off the part of her molted body that belonged to her feet, put it on like shoes, and then tiptoed towards the door. Arrogance, get ready for the next dungeon. You're so good, you can definitely finish it. Good luck. Show me when you're done. Arrogance burped. It realized that whether the boss changed or not, it still had to work. I'm truly a rare talent. A genius? I'm amazing. He comforted himself arrogantly, and immediately went to work. Song Tianjiao, stepping on his own human skin, smacked his lips as he went to eat. Hearing the door open, Wang Jiuzhao, who was squatting on the chessboard playing Go with Lu Er, immediately jumped up, staring wide-eyed at Song Tianjiao. Tianjiao, why is your color so strange? Why is it so blue? Song Tianjiao looked at the back of his hand. It wasn't much different from before. The only difference was that before it was red blood, now it was blue blood. Red blood makes people look yellowish, while blue blood makes people look pale. Wang Jiuzhao rushed over, scrutinizing Song Tianjiao closely. Different, really different. So different. Wang Jiuzhao pressed his ear to Song Tianjiao's chest, then widened his eyes. You have 3 hearts. Song Tianjiao hadn't noticed this before Wang Jiuzhao said it, but now that he did, Song Tianjiao didn't know how to regulate his breathing. The breathing pattern shifted from automatic to manual, and nothing felt right. He completely forgotten how to breathe correctly. The pupils are different too. They're not round. They're all squeezed together. Wang Jiuzhao circled around Song Tianjiao. Lu Er followed suit. Wang Jiuzhao meticulously compared every detail, while Lu Er observed and sensed the aura. So many circles on the fingerprints. Is it convenient to hold a weapon like this? It seems to have a suction force, wow. Wang Jiuzhao pulled Song Tianjia's hand, repeatedly testing the suction force of the fingerprints. Does this mean I can't press my fingerprints anymore? All I get are circles. Wang Jiuzhao fell into deep thought. In Wang Jiuzhao's worldview, signing, pressing fingerprints, and making commitments were very serious matters. It was an ancient method of verification. Six Ears bristled. It saw an immense power hidden beneath his skin. If uncontrolled, the power would spiral out of control. Six Ears gasped, slowly distancing itself from Song Tianjiao. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. What did they say in that science class again? Six Ears thought carefully, realizing it had skipped half the lesson, and couldn't remember the name of that powerful weapon at all. Song Tianjiao, in her human skin boots, clattered to the dining table. Nan Datu immediately brought out food. Feng Dahua brought a plate of flour cakes, 2 Kila brought a plate of spiced peanuts, and 2 toads held up a whole roasted lamb. The table was instantly piled high with food. Six Ears watched this scene, muttering to itself. Didn't they notice? Is this still Song Tianjiao? Is she really Song Tianjiao? She's practically a human weapon. That powerful thing, the one that could destroy all of humanity, what's it called again? Six Ears scratched its head. Jingwei was riding a 3-headed dog, practicing her riding skills. Passing by Lu Er, she heard this and rolled her eyes. She pulled the reins, and the 3-headed dog turned around. Flour cake, I want flour cake. People, I want flour cake. Jingwei's eyes were closed, her mouth wide open. Song Tianjiao immediately stuffed a red bean pastry into Jingwei's mouth. Bullying a child who can't see things is so much fun. The food delivery team finally completed their task and returned to the pure white room. Zhao Hui explained, where is everyone? He even lifted up the sunflower seed shells on the floor to search carefully, but he didn't see anyone. The room was devoid of the giant octopus's presence, only a skin remained. Zhao Hui rushed over, looked at the human skin, and sobbed. Sure enough, that wicked, cunning octopus was up to something. It's a fraudster. Zhao Hui wailed. Why? Why is hope always shattered? Why are there always mountains blocking my way? Why? Why is it always targeting me? Lazy rubbed its belly, opened the door, and went to eat. Zhao Yubai and Zhao Iran followed Lazy, leaving Zhao Hui alone, rolling around and wailing. On the chessboard, Song Tianjiao waved to Lazy as it approached. Did you boil water? Why is there a kettle boiling in that room? Lazy shook its head, yawned, went over, tore off a pig's ear, and, getting sleepy while eating, crawled under the table to sleep. Under the table, on the cushion, Gluttony was sprawled out, fast asleep. On an unknown ocean planet, on the turbulent sea, a cluster of jellyfish lay together, emitting a ghostly blue light, like sea ghosts. The jellyfish colony is gradually growing, forming a massive web capable of devouring the giant sea monsters. Whether splitting or regrouping, they share a common will. Their only weakness is their relatively slow and unfocused thinking, however. In the face of the relentless ocean, this simple logic is also an advantage. The jellyfish web relentlessly devours everything it touches, while simultaneously being attacked and consumed by the sea monsters. Each individual jellyfish is a new jellyfish, representing the entire colony. The entire colony, through the sacrifice of its individuals, completes its hunt and achieves immortality. For these jellyfish, the death of an individual is merely the withering of a single cell, a necessary process of metabolism. To destroy them, one would have to destroy all the jellyfish in an instant. The enormous jellyfish web twists into a pretzel in the sea, creating small whirlpools on the surface. Passing sea monsters, unaware of what's happening, flee in panic. The nerve centers that make up the jellyfish network transmit the same information to each other. No, no, no. Tion says this is wrong. A large number of jellyfish dispersed, breaking away from the group, drifting on the surface of the sea like ordinary plankton. No. 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 The large net of jellyfish disintegrated, countless jellyfish lying flat on the surface, no longer in contact or connected, emitting a melancholy blue light, rising and falling with the tides. A sea beast approached, opened its mouth and bit a jellyfish, quickly flipping belly up. Tion, the sad jellyfish, produced venom. A small boat drifted by, the people on board looking at the shimmering sea. Is some kind of epidemic breaking out? Like algae covering the sea? Ah, I am truly a learned person. I was born to be the ruler of the ocean. Woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Chapter 499. On Blue Star, the eye hanging high in the sky has undergone a change. The circle representing the pupil has disappeared, leaving only the outline of an eye. People took to the streets, opened their windows, and climbed to high places to gaze at the moon. Countless eyes were fixed on the high-hanging moon. Not long ago, the island game livestream ended. People are waiting for the next instance to begin. As usual, a new instance will open 24 hours after the island game ends. The next instance is the greed instance. Everyone is waiting, but no one knows what the greed instance will be like. Although apprehensive, the initial uncertainty has faded. That unknown fear has gradually been unveiled. The eye hanging high in the sky is now nothing more than a repulsive decoration. Known fears cannot keep people up at night, cannot allow them to be amplified by ignorance. They can no longer harvest enough fear. On social media, people are already betting on what kind of instance greed will create. Ming Yamung, greed, the last of the 7 deadly sins, might be harder than all the previous dungeons. Galaxy Super Baseball Man, to be fair, the other 6 of the 7 deadly sins didn't really do anything to us. Hands on hips, laughing loudly, holding a sky full of stars. I dreamt of something strange, a red-eyed rabbit that said I was the savior. How weird, does it mean I have to save carrots? AAA rabbit meat supplier. Rabbit's true love isn't carrots, rabbits love alfalfa. Professional rabbit meat supplier, rabbit heads, rabbit legs, rabbit meat, wholesale and retail available at discounted prices. Bunnies are so delicious, of course we have to eat bunnies. Philip A. I dreamt about it too, a red-eyed rabbit, muttering things like too late, failed again, as a human, you can't give up, etc. This rabbit looks familiar. Internet Soul Painter, does the picture look like this? Galaxy Baseball Man, Raccoon this soul is really something, it looks familiar. Have we seen red-eyed rabbits like this before? Going off topic is common on the internet, with many netizens sharing their dreams. They dreamt of a red-eyed rabbit that kept rambling on, but upon waking, they couldn't remember what it said. People tried to piece together the dream, gradually piecing together some strange words. Too late, the compassion of being human, no sympathy, failed again, failed again, failed again. They could only piece it together to this extent. It looks dejected, like a loser. It seems kind of pitiful. That's strange. Time ticked by, drawing ever closer to the 24-hour mark, and everyone had their own countdown. Students, back to school, frequently glanced at the wall clock between assignments. A shop assistant stepped out of the store, hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. A street urchin, beer can in hand, sat on the curb, checking the time on his phone. The fried chicken stall owner diligently sprinkled plum powder, chili powder, cumin powder, and salt and pepper. She had received a large order. The delivery driver would be there soon. The high school principal, looking at the latest district-wide academic rankings, opened the window, and contemplated jumping out. At the bottom again. Unemployed youths in the library are discussing greed, one of the 7 deadly sins. An old man in the gatekeeper's room pulls out a back scratcher. The radio is playing the opera, The Flood of Jean Shan Temple. At a border outpost, soldiers receive supplies delivered by drone, and are betting on how many jars of chili sauce are included. On a cruise ship in the far sea, Nuwa's pupils are narrowed to slits as she stares at the eye hanging in the sky. I really want to shoot that thing down, Huli says, looking up at the sky, then gazing at Nuwa with adoration. Whatever your majesty does, this little demon will support you, Huli says, wagging his tail. The white lady takes out a bow and arrow and presents it to Nuwa, respectfully saying, Great goddess Nuwa, please. Nuwa looks at the toy bow and arrow, her gaze towards the white lady filled with worry. Yu the Great was soaking his feet in his room. His early years of flood control had given him athlete's foot, and the doctor prescribed medicine, requiring frequent medicated baths. While soaking his feet, Yu the Great played a matching game. Emperor Yin was still researching his barbecue. Emperor Yin was determined to become a culinary tycoon. The Celestial Hound was playing a game of catching lobsters, and the lobsters were angry and tried to attack. The countdown hadn't ended when the sky suddenly changed. Day turned to night, and a celestial eye hung high, looking down upon the world. This eye suddenly closed, and when it opened again, 2 eyeballs had appeared in their sockets. Life forms that reside on Earth, the ancient gods have fallen. I will take over this game of death. You cannot understand my name, but I allow you to call me priest. I will be your guide on your path. With just a small price, you will achieve spiritual and physical transcendence. Offer your sacrifices, offer your thoughts, for I am the true authority. What the hell? Li Qingyu, who was chopping coconuts, stopped what he was doing and looked up at the sky. Qi Tian, what did that thing say? Qi Tian, who was secretly eating coconut milk jelly, immediately shoved the box into the panda's hand, pretending he hadn't eaten any. Whatever nonsense it is, just fight it. Demon! Take this from me, old son. Qi Tian drew his golden cudgel and leaped into the air. Around the heavenly eye, Nuwa, suspended in the air, stroked her chin and carefully examined it. What exactly is this thing? I can see it, but I can't touch it. It wants offerings. I think it looks like an offering. Sun-devouring god, try and see if you can eat it. Woof! The howling celestial dog pounced directly, only to miss. These days, anything can be offered incense as sacrifice? Nuwa had long disliked this heavenly eye. The fish said it had a strategic partnership with a giant octopus, so she couldn't act rashly. Now you can finally make a move, right? Qi Tian rushed over, his golden cudgel sweeping across Tianmu, as if nothing had happened. Nuwa said, your 2 eyeballs have shrunk. Offering sacrifices. Praying for peace. I am the authority. That voice rang out again, filled with majesty and solemnity, as if representing all truth. Qi Tian couldn't bear to hear this, and Nuwa even less so. What are you babbling about? Qi Tian swung his cudgel again. Nuwa raised her hand, conjuring a 5-colored, mottled stone. If you can't kill it, try sealing it. Du Yu, carrying his plow, strode through the air with his steps, his face full of worry. Those little fellows say the Milky Way is also a river, and as long as you're thick-skinned enough, your divine status is great enough. I don't know where this logic comes from, but I give it a try. Yin Di, holding a barbecue skewer, charged over. I use fire. The deities who descended upon Blue Star through the grand sacrificial ceremony hadn't attacked Tianmu, solely out of consideration for the so-called strategic cooperation. Li Qingyu had frantically acted as a persuader, managing to stop these powerful figures. Now that the giant octopus had been replaced by some so-called priest, the cooperation was naturally gone. The cooperation was negotiated with Tian Ke. What did it have to do with the priest? Let's attack. Regardless of whether it's effective or not, let's attack first. I am the authority, I am the priest. All living beings on Blue Star are under my command. The priest's voice remained as majestic and authoritative as ever, but the pupils in Tianmu's eyes were shrinking, the 2 eyeballs trembling in their sockets. Just then, a door appeared behind Tianmu. A tentacle reached out, coiling around the 2 eyeballs in Tianmu's eyes. Holding on, before I knew it, someone had cut in line. Chapter 500. The gods' attacks were abruptly frozen, and Qi Tian's golden cudgel was forcibly redirected. Giant octopus, you're not dead? Emperor Yin stared thoughtfully at the octopus's tentacles. The tentacles, sensing Emperor Yin's gaze, immediately retracted, then extended again, directly enveloping the outline of Tianmu. Energy conservation and emission reduction, turn this thing off, okay? Oh right. Qi Tian, what happened? Why is this giant octopus acting so strangely? Another tentacle extended, bypassing Qi Tian, and came to Nuwa, who was holding the 5-colored stone. Here's a little flower for you. Nuwa, Looking at the small red flower with its frail petals, Nuwa reached out and took it, her face full of confusion. Holding the little flower in her hand, Nuwa had a strange feeling of familiarity. Emperor Yin kept staring at the octopus tentacles. He thought this would definitely taste good on the barbecue grill. The tentacles immediately retracted, slamming shut behind them. The sky returned to its former state. The heavenly eye that had hung high in the sky was gone. The gods floated in midair, silent for a long time. Hey monkey, take out your somersault cloud. I don't know how I got up here, and I don't know how I got down here either. I was thinking, I can't fly. Yu the Great had barely finished speaking when he plummeted. Chi Tian cried out in alarm, pretending to catch him, but accidentally made a mistake, ultimately successfully rescuing Yu the Great, who had swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater. Ha ha ha, you finally met your match. Chi Tian was delighted. Emperor Yin returned to his great barbecue research project. Niuwa put away the 5 colored stones, returned to the ship, and placed the little red flower in a vase. The celestial hound continued running around carrying lobsters. The sun hung high, the water and sky blended into one, and the heavenly eye no longer dazzled the world. Song Tianju stuffed the 2 eyeballs into one bottle, and curled the heavenly eye into a ball, stuffing it into another bottle. This thing wasn't anything special, it was just projected from another dimension. Since the dimensions were different, it was impossible to touch it. That's why so many weapons and drones couldn't do anything to it. It's like a fly trapped under glass. No matter how much you wipe the glass surface, you can't get it clean. They're not even on the same plane. Ordinary weapons couldn't harm the heavenly eye in the slightest. If the weapon were powerful enough, the glass would also be affected, and the fly would naturally change. Chi Tian's attack was to shake the glass. Song Tianjia's actions were cleaning up the debris on the other side of the glass. Different methods, different effects. Luckily I discovered it early, any later, and they would have broken it. This thing is so much fun, it wouldn't be fun if it were broken. Song Tianjia squatted on a bottle, 1 foot on it, and took the document handed to him by Ailman. Boss, this is a modified version of the amusement park dungeon. I named it Family Amusement Park. Lucky players will anonymously take on roles. There are 4 main types of roles: adults, children, disguised NPCs, and killing NPCs. Only lucky players, who successfully take on the corresponding role, can clear the dungeon. Failure will result in resurrection in the Misty Forest dungeon. Song Tianji carefully reviewed the file, making numerous minor modifications before returning it to Ailman. Ailman, you really are the most efficient worker, very good. Lighting must be a big problem when working, right? Were these eye sockets? They can be used for illumination. Song Tianju kicked a bottle at his feet, squatting in a 1-legged stance. Boss! You actually entrusted me with something this powerful? Arrogance was deeply moved. This wasn't just an ordinary lighting device. Possessing this eye socket meant having immense authority. Many outer gods chose to disguise themselves as eyeballs, hiding within this eye socket. Only its boss was willing to directly reclaim its heavenly eye, meaning the boss didn't need the platform's power, choosing to build it using its own. Arrogance looked at Song Tianju with unwavering admiration. Song Tianju scratched his head, saying earnestly, I see potential in you, you definitely achieve great things in the future. You're much stronger than Zhao Hui, I want to beat him up whenever I see him. You're different, you're unique. Work hard. You have a bright future. Arrogance was extremely moved. Unique? It was unique. Tian Ke wouldn't have made empty promises before. Compared to Song Tianjiao, Tian Ke was always taking things one step at a time, never making grand promises in advance. Tian Ke's schedule includes weekly, monthly, quarterly, annual, 5-year, and 10-year plans. Song Tianjia's schedule. Work hard. You achieve great things, your future is limitless. See, I won't even beat you up. You can play with this Tianmu. After assigning tasks to Arrogance, all that's left is to wait for the live stream to start. Not enough people? Fahai will fill in. Song Tianju decided to let Fahai take over his niche. This guy can get things done. Excellent choice. For the dungeon rewards, Song Tianju had Zhao Hui, Zhao Yubai, and Zhao Iran arrange them. These 3 made a bunch of chocolates that looked strangely colored and shaped. Chocolate the color of poop and chocolate shaped like poop. Zhao Iran said earnestly, this is a game for the brave. What kind of dungeon reward is this? Are you crazy? Song Tianju used octopus tentacles to hang the 3 of them up, whipping them to make them reorganize their thoughts. Zhao Yubai shouted, I got it. A new brain is a little better than an old one. Zhao Yubai immediately had an idea. We can provide cards that can predict what will happen in the next 10 seconds. 1 card per person, usable only once. This reward was decent enough. Song Tianju looked at Zhao Hui. What about your reward? Zhao Hui was shocked. I am him, and he is me. Why distinguish between him and me? Song Tianju looked at Zhao Hui with a smile. Zhao Hui felt a chill run down his spine when he saw that smile. He was afraid that Song Tianju would be tricked to death by Tian Ke, and he was also afraid that Song Tianju would have a good time. If Song Tianju had a good time, he would come and bully him. Zhao Hui, with a mournful face, said, one more use. Song Tianju looked at Zhao Yuran, who was holding chocolates in the same color as poop, her smile unchanged. She thought her smile was very approachable. Zhao Yuren's pupils dilated in shock. He took a deep breath and raised his hand, saying, +1. Island Game Dungeon Reward. Predict the future beginner card 3-time card. The three of them frantically drew the card. Seeing their seriousness, Song Tianjiao thought it would be a very exquisite skill card, but the finished product was 3 black circles arranged in the shape of a clover on a white background, with a black triangle below as the stem. The more Song Tianjiao looked at it, the more familiar the design seemed. Where had she seen it before? The design on the other side of the card needed her approval, but Song Tianjiao, too lazy to work, simply placed her hand on the card. Lifting her hand, a pattern of large and small circles appeared on the card, their colors a mix of blue and purple, looking like it had been poisoned. Done! The 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief, as if a major task had been accomplished. Arrogance, who had done the most work, stood to the side holding a folder, vaguely sensing something was amiss. Then it remembered, I'm unique. There's nothing wrong. Arrogance puffed out its chest, holding up its eyeless sockets, head held high, and strode into the amusement park instance, ready to discuss the details with the clown. Arrogance was completely unaware that the previous island instance was its own, and it was probably preparing its completion reward. I am unique. 3 minutes. 1 minute. 10, 9, 8, 7. 3. 2. 1. 24 hours are up, the lucky ones return to the chessboard. Live stream begins. Viewers flooded into the live stream. Song Tianjiao cleared his throat, preparing to begin his performance. Dear viewers, while you were unaware, the greedy dungeon has ended. Now, the island game rewards are being distributed. The lucky winners, who cleared it will receive a Predict the Future Beginner Skill card, 3 uses. With this card, you can see the future for 10 seconds. The skill is actively triggered and can be used 3 times. 7 days later, the next dungeon, Family Amusement Park, will begin. The lucky winners can freely choose to rest in the rest area or go home to recuperate. I am Song Tianjiao. Welcome back, Huan Yu Wuxian. Chapter 501. Upon learning that they could go home during their break, the lucky winners didn't hesitate at all and decisively chose to go home. The lucky winners on the chessboard quickly disappeared. Without the slightest hesitation, without the slightest doubt, Song Tianjiao held a handful of freshly drawn cards, still warm from their creation, and remained silent. No, this isn't right. How could this be? How could this be? She hadn't even finished her lines, and she was already being abandoned? What's the difference between this and standing on stage, just as the announcer is introduced, and the audience gets up and leaves? This segment should have a confirmation process added. This permission shouldn't be given directly to the lucky winners. What's the difference between this setting and simply being able to close pop-up ads? Ads should have a time limit. There shouldn't be a close button until the time is up. And they shouldn't be able to force quit. Their abrupt departure makes me feel very awkward. I haven't finished my lines, and the rewards haven't been distributed yet. Looks like these people don't want the ability to foresee the future. Red-eyed rabbit, you're not up to it. Ah, ah, ah. A faint voice drifted through the pure white room, unnoticed by anyone. To the side, the arrogant man in business attire was taking notes. Yes, boss, no problem, boss. The company sent an urgent email. When would be convenient for you to handle it? What is it that needs my attention? Song Tianjiao felt that making her work was blatant enslavement. Damn it! She's the boss, and she still has to work? Is this right? With her current status, shouldn't she be eating, drinking, sleeping, and sleeping all the time? She's supposed to be here to retire, so why is there so much to do? There must be something shady going on targeting her. Song Tianjiao's face was serious and earnest. She already knew in her heart that she'd been set up, definitely set up. It was all fake, all of it was fake. Why would such a resilient, strong, and indomitable human, a humanoid being like her, work? There must be something wrong here. She must have unknowingly touched someone else's cake, chocolate, hamburger, panini, milk tea, golden potato pancake, big plate chicken, egg pudding, matcha milfai, coconut jelly, mango pomelo sago, double skim milk, crepes, pumpkin bread, cinnamon rolls, Napoleon cake, salted cream puffs, almond tea, donkey roll, mung bean cake, red bean pastry, candied hawthorn, banana pie, apple pie, almond cookies. That's why she's being targeted like this. That must be it. Maybe there's an evil system right now, trying to forcibly bind to her through dishonest means, and then enslave her. A sense of crisis immediately rose. Song Tianjiao snatched the newly opened chocolate ice cream from Lazy's hand, and took a big bite. She also grabbed the almond tea Zhao Yuren had just brought over. Zhao Yuan looked at his empty hands and groaned. Wild sweet almond tea. Last bowl. Song Tianju didn't care about sweet or bitter almonds. She suspected a conspiracy. Tian Ke hadn't said she needed to do any work, had she? Perhaps she should continue letting Tian Ke, the little jellyfish, do the work? Arrogantly, she pulled out her laptop and said seriously, the medical division has made a major breakthrough in lymphocyte-related diseases. The USX lab has called to inquire about potential collaborations. The Tian Sweetheart cruise ship is awaiting final signing and acceptance in coastal waters, after which it will embark on its maiden circumnavigation. The XX Summit sent an invitation, which I already declined on behalf of the boss. The Tianshan Health and Wellness Resort project is about to open. Song Tianju finished the last bite of her ice cream and nodded haphazardly. She understood. They wanted her to go for the ribbon-cutting ceremony and acceptance. Why didn't you say so earlier? Being a mascot, cutting ribbons everywhere, eating and drinking for free, that's a job I could do. Cooperation my foot. Cross that out. That signing was so insincere. Go to the ribbon-cutting ceremony. You arrange the time. Yes, boss. Arrogance began arranging the schedule. Song Tianju's style of not caring about specific details gave Arrogance a subtle, satisfying feeling of managing upwards. In the past, when Tian Ke encountered such problems, he would reply to emails one by one, but wouldn't show up in person. He would only assign them tasks, some of which were very specific. Occasionally, there would even be requests to move their positions 30 centimeters to the left. Ah, you old god who hides from the light. You have so much to do. Arrogant scheduler glanced at Song Tianjiao, who was squatting on the ground eating almond tea. Song Tianju was wearing colorful beach shorts and a vest with a red star print. His hair was tied up haphazardly, resulting in strange tufts of hair sticking up, and he was wearing flip-flops made from flattened coconut shells. Never mind how those coconut shells got so smooth, they were just that smooth. Arrogant's eyelids twitched. Good news, the new boss can finally be seen in public. There won't be any more strange rumors in the company, like the assistant undermining the boss being kidnapped, or the boss being in a car accident. Bad news, with the new boss meeting people like this, the stock price is going to plummet. Arrogance immediately began arranging a special modification plan for the boss, his keyboard practically sparking with typing. Lazy lay on the ground, legs crossed, stuffing stinky tofu into his mouth. Chewing, chewing, chewing. This stuff, chewing, chewing, it's actually quite tasty. Chewing, chewing, chewing. This tofu was made by those two toads, I wonder if it's poisonous. Song Tianjiu took the starch sausage from Lazy's hand and took a big bite. Lazy dared not be angry or speak out, carrying its bowl to the other side, accidentally stepping on something. It looked down, then stepped on it again. Song Tianjiu ate 2 bites of the starch sausage, found it unpalatable, and cut the rest into 3 pieces, stuffing them into the 3 mouths of the 3-headed dog. This starch sausage has no soul. Tian Yuhua was busy picking petals. Several flowers planted with Zhao Yubai and Zhao Hui as soil were growing vigorously, blooming beautifully and abundantly. Zhao Yubai and Zhao Hui lay on the ground, their body colors clearly somewhat off. The two of them exuded an aura of impending doom, resembling the very soil. They weren't truly dead, but they were struggling to survive. Tian Yuhua wanted to make flour cakes. She heard that goose fat flour cakes were delicious, especially freshly baked ones, so she planted a few flowers to pick and use. Song Tianjiao leaned over, stole a flower, and popped it into her mouth, her expression immediately changing drastically. It was astringent, bitter, and awful. Is it possible that the flour cakes aren't made with this kind of flour? Song Tianjiu stepped on Zhao Hui's hand, examining the blooming flowers. No wonder they say flowers love meat, it's true. It looks beautiful, but it doesn't taste good. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhao Hui's voice was weak and feeble. Song Tianjiu plucked a few leaves and stuffed them into his mouth to shut him up. Zhao Yubai didn't cry out, he had already fainted. Tian Yuhua pulled out a photo, her tone serious. It's a picture from the internet, supposedly for rose petal cake ingredients. It looks exactly like my flowers. Song Tianjiu examined it closely, and realized the flowers in the photo were actually roses. Is it possible the picture is fake too? Song Tianjiu patted Tian Yuhua's head, suspecting it might be a thick-walled, hollow structure. Don't pick the flowers, they're not good to eat, bitter and astringent. Let's eat them directly, freshly baked ones. Come on, let's go get some flour cakes. Chapter 502. Speaking of food, Song Tianjiu felt like a complete victim. She was conscripted the moment she arrived on Blue Star, and to her dismay, She didn't even know which way the food court's door faced. She hadn't even had a single sausage before being kidnapped by a death game. Was it easy for her? Song Tianju believed it truly was. Having finally changed course, gained power, the right to choose, and the absolute authority to speak for herself, Song Tianju declared, "Of course, I'm going to get some food." Song Tianju put the unfinished almond tea on the ground to feed the three-headed dog, and its three heads immediately started arguing, fighting over who got the food. Mine. Mine. The three heads of the three-headed dog wouldn't give in. Song Tianju simply opened the door, pretending not to see Nandata preparing a nutritious meal. Nutritional meals? Ugh, even a dog wouldn't eat that. She didn't need nutritional meals, she just wanted junk food. The stimulation of her taste buds from all those chemical additives was incomparable to any nutritional meal. Let's go to the docks and get some fries. Song Tianju waved her hand, and a group of people followed behind her, leaving in a grand procession. Tian jogged after them, while Wang Jiuzhe looked on expectantly. The clown also immediately followed, and before leaving, he called out to Arrogance, "The details of the scene setup, and all that, are yours. I'm going to get the supplies." The clown's inventory was almost depleted. Fresh ingredients, mainly pumpkin, weren't what he was collecting. Without Pan and Nightmare for the clown to exploit, and Nandata's all-encompassing approach to catering services, the clown was truly desperate. Inventory was critically low. The clown had no money, so he could only try to get some freebies. He tried to get some shampoo a while ago, but it was all snatched up. The clown was truly heartbroken. To replenish the vending machines, the shops, and the candy in his pocket, he needed so much stuff. The clown, carrying a sack, followed closely behind Song Tianju. Nandata watched the departing group, sighed, and grabbed Gluttony, who was trying to sneak along, and began force-feeding him. "It's very nutritious, eat more, grow tall and strong, and have a great body." Gluttony kicked his 4 legs, trying to struggle. He succeeded in breaking free. Woof woof woof. "No I. You can give me whatever you can't finish. I don't want bitter melon and pumpkin porridge anymore. Take me with you. Take me with you. I can eat rice in any form. You can give me any leftovers." Gluttony's body switched repeatedly between 4-legged and 2-legged forms, his core demand being only one: hungry food. Upon arriving at the Sichuan Chongqing Resort, Song Tianju first distributed coconuts to everyone. The resort had purchased a lot of coconuts, and now 1/3 of the total purchase was still left. "Why are you out here?" Song Tianju frowned slightly, as he looked at the 3-in-1 Zhao Hui, who was shamelessly asking for a coconut. Perhaps because he was 3-in-1, his complexion was much better than that of 1/3 Zhao Yubai and 1/3 Zhao Hui. This was probably due to Zhao Yuren's ability to eat, drink, and sleep well. "I need to escape Tian Yuo's clutches." Zhao Hui's steps were unsteady, and he collapsed onto the panda that was running around handing him a straw, looking like he was about to die. The panda shouted, "I'm a national treasure. Can you please stop thinking about eating me? I'm a bear." Zhao Hui buried himself in the panda's body and took a deep breath. "Is this what it feels like to be alive? The scent of fur and sunshine, you really are a panda who loves to take baths. It's alright being alive, but I'm going to die. Can I have some of your rare blood?" With that, Zhao Hui's body went limp, and he collapsed. The rare blood was terrified. "Ah, he's gone mad? Dead? Dead. How am I supposed to write the report? Is this considered a staged accident? Should we notify his family?" Song Tianju shook her head. "See? Another one who's gone mad from work. She always said you shouldn't work too hard." Tian Yuhua dug a hole with thorny branches and placed Zhao Hui upright inside, only his upper body visible. Tian Yuhua smiled shyly. "This saves land. No need to spend a fortune on a tombstone, just recognize him by his face. No need to thank me." "Ah!" Panda screamed, covering its face. This situation wasn't mentioned in the Code of Conduct or the Emergency Management Regulations. What to do? What to do? What to do? Song Tianju posed Zhao Hui with a peace sign, planting the seed Tian Yuhua had given her next to him. The seed quickly sprouted and grew tall, perfectly supporting Zhao Hui's pose. Great smile. Song Tianju called to everyone and took a group photo with Panda's phone. Perfect. Amidst Panda's hysterical screams, Song Tianju found the bus parked in the parking lot. She didn't have a driver's license or car keys, but that didn't matter, it wouldn't affect her driving. She never needed keys to unlock doors. Sitting in the driver's seat, Song Tianju felt good about herself, rolled down the window, and shouted to everyone. "Get in! I take you to eat flour cakes." freshly baked. Watch me drive to Tianqi Lake. Those present, besides the strange one, were Jingwei, Fahai, Lu Er, and Tian, who was carrying a coconut shell bag and didn't want to go home. Song Tianju dared to speak, and they dared to believe him. The three-headed dog was the first to rush onto the bus, followed by the others filing in. The last one to board wasn't lazy, but the clown. The clown was carrying a hat in one hand and 3 coconuts with difficulty in the other. He had just successfully taken all the coconuts. The amusement park needs a coconut-themed booth, the clown reasoned convincingly. Fasten your seatbelts. Let's go! Song Tianjia floored the accelerator, but the bus remained motionless, the engine groaning in pain. From the back came the panda's voice, "Don't go. Your behavior violates the provisional public security regulations of the post-Heavenly Eye era, and besides, none of you on this bus can even have a driver's license." Song Tianju peeked out and saw the panda single-handedly holding the bus back. No wonder it's a beast-eating creature turned spirit, it's extraordinary. The panda shouted, "Stop! I have a license." 3 minutes later, the panda boarded the bus, its large, furry head held high, proudly pulling out a driver's license. "You have a license, you drive? We want to eat flour cakes." Song Tianju was completely oblivious to what Panda was so proud of. All she could think about were the flour cakes. "Let me check first, a safety check. Before driving, I need to walk around the vehicle and check the tire pressure." Panda took Song Tianju with him when he got off the bus. "Don't move, I need to report the situation." 15 minutes later, Panda, having received a response, transformed into human form, took out his keys, and entered the driver's seat. "Dear passengers, our next stop is Tianqi Lake. Please fasten your seatbelts and do not move around inside the vehicle." The bus slowly left the resort area. The strange creatures looked at the scenery outside the window with curiosity, and Tian and the others also found it novel. Bahai had never ridden in such a vehicle before. Tian had never had the chance to travel. Jingwei got carsick and chose to transform into a bird and perch on the roof. Lazy fell asleep as soon as he got on, and Lu Er stole the clown's hat while the clown was looking out the window, taking out his few remaining snacks. Song Tianju saw this and reached out her hand. "Give me some." Cerberus and Gluttony also crowded around, malice agape, begging for food. The oddly shaped vehicle headed towards Tianqi Lake. While refueling at a service area, Panda watched the passengers rush into the self-service restaurant and scratched his head vigorously. Did I forget something? Chapter 503. Song Tianju and Tian separated from the group to go to the restroom. On their way back, they found a pile of tourist brochures. Looking at the colorful and beautiful landscapes on the brochures, Song Tianju's eyes widened. She took one of each type and stuffed them all into Tian's coconut shell bag. Only 2 pitiful candies remained in the bag, their glass marbles broken. Now, they were using plastic balls made from Song Tianju's jelly shells, filled halfway with seawater, and containing what Tian thought jellyfish could eat. A piece of snow cake. 2 jellyfish were crammed into the plastic ball, looking pitifully paired, one of them almost being eaten by the other. Song Tianju examined it closely and said seriously, "Is this cannibalism?" Tian shook her head and said very seriously, "This is called eating oneself." Eating oneself, indeed? Song Tianju thought about it carefully, feeling something was off, but upon further reflection, it didn't seem wrong. Is cannibalism an instinct of lower creatures? Song Tianju certainly thought Tian Shuemuke seemed a bit dim-witted. Is this some kind of curse of being brainless? Song Tianjiao, hands behind her back, looked at her reflection in the strange metal decorations in the corridor and said seriously, "Indeed, immortality comes at a price. It's better to have a brain, you won't eat yourself." Tian rubbed her rumbling stomach and rushed towards the food counter. Song Tianju followed slowly, taking a little of each food item, and even drinks one after another, putting them all in the same cup. Back at her seat, Song Tianju took a sip of her drink, then her face showed reluctance. After taking a bite of fried rice, she immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Looks like there's something good to eat here. The problem was, she only took a bite of the fried rice, and a bite of everything else. After a few more tries, Song Tianju realized that only the fried rice at this buffet was tasty. Song Tianju looked around and realized something was wrong. Where's the trash can? Tian Yua, who was using chopsticks to devour a round little dumpling, pointed to a trash can 10 meters away. Where's the food waste bin? Song Tianju tiptoed and peered in, only to find that Gluttony wasn't there. Given Gluttony's ability to eat so much, it shouldn't be gone. Song Tianju retraced her steps, searching for Gluttony. She really needed gluttony. Very much. On the bus, the three-headed dog, now awake, emerged from under the seat, looked around, and only saw Lazy, fast asleep on the floor, and Gluttony, now back to being a four-legged creature. Where are they? The three-headed dog shook its head, looking completely bewildered. In the resort area, Zhao Hui, planted in the soil, was awakened by the midday sun. Where is he? Where is he? Song Tianju retraced her steps, trying to find traces of Gluttony. Even back on the bus with the panda pattern, she couldn't find Gluttony. What's going on? Did he go back to work overtime? Is Gluttony that workaholic? Suddenly, she heard a knocking sound on the window. Looking up, she saw three furry heads pressed against the window, their faces contorted, baring their teeth. I was wondering what was missing. I forgot the dog. Too lazy to go find the panda for the keys, Song Tianju simply pried open the driver's side door, started the vehicle, and opened the door. The three-headed dog immediately rushed out, sliding under the car, and charged to Song Tianju's side, circling and barking wildly. Human! Bad guy! Stupid two-legged beast! Me! 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 Me too! Song Tianju grabbed Cerberus by the scruff of his neck, got into the car, and kicked the snoring Lazy awake. Get up and eat. Lazy sat up groggily, looking blankly at Song Tianju. Eat? Gluttony immediately jumped up, bumped into the seat, bounced back, and finally rolled into the aisle, stepping on Lazy as he tried to rush out. Song Tianju grabbed Gluttony by the scruff of his neck. Pets are not allowed in the restaurant. 3 minutes later, a human-looking Gluttony, carrying the snoring Lazy, got out of the car and headed straight for the buffet. Cerberus had reverted to a single head, with a red nylon rope that Song Tianju had found in the car around its neck. Woof woof woof. Cerberus was very unhappy about this. Who told you not to be able to magically transform into a living person? That's your own problem. Song Tianju used Panda's phone to buy a bag of sausages and gave it to the three-headed dog, then shoved the entire dog into the outdoor pet rest area. Woof woof woof. The three-headed dog was furious. In its eyes, Song Tianju was enjoying a life of luxury, deliberately making it eat sausages. After biting open the packaging and taking a bite of the sausage, the three-headed dog's eyes lit up. It put aside its grudge and focused on eating. In the next cage, the once arrogant and domineering curly-haired poodle was now hiding in the corner, trying to keep its distance from the three-headed dog, which looked to be about the same size as it. The dark-colored curly-haired poodle's eyes were filled with fear, showing no trace of its usual arrogance. Song Tianju returned with iced drinks and opened the cage for the three-headed dog to choose one. The three-headed dog chose a cola. Song Tianju pulled the tab and placed it in front of the three-headed dog. Out of the corner of her eye, Song Tianju caught sight of the buck-toothed, old-fashioned poodle. Turning her head, she scrutinized it closely and remarked, "What an ugly dog." The three-headed dog raised its chin, looking exceptionally proud. It was the most beautiful dog. The three-headed dog leaned against its cage, using all four paws to pour a can of cola into its mouth. Human food is so delicious, the three-headed dog exclaimed, then met the poodle's shocked gaze. The three-headed dog immediately switched languages. Woof woof woof. What's so shocking about an ugly, country bumpkin dog meeting a dog that can speak human language? That's called understanding a foreign language, understand? Song Tianju returned to the buffet restaurant, where Gluttony had already finished her unfinished meal. Gluttony and laziness were well socialized, they had phones, and could pay for their own meals. Gluttony even ordered takeout. Song Tianju peeked at Gluttony's phone, and saw over a dozen takeout orders in the pipeline. She ate her fried rice silently, glancing at tourist brochures as she ate, occasionally sipping her orange juice. This, and this, and this. As soon as Song Tianju spoke, many people craned their necks to look. Are you going to these places? Yes. The responses rose and fell. Panda returned from the restroom, looking at the thick stack of brochures she had selected, and felt utterly devastated. Why would a service area have tourist brochures from other provinces? Is this right? Aren't there any competition between tourist destinations? Outside, a three-headed dog was enjoying its human food. A couple carrying groceries came over and opened Teddy's cage. Look, there's a black mongrel here so tacky. It's eating ham sausage, too much salt, bad for its kidneys. It looks so pitiful drinking cola. It easily get diabetes. If a dog like that gets sick, its owner definitely won't treat it. The two of them spoke at length, expressing their disapproval of the three-headed dog's diet. Teddy jumped out of its cage, grabbed the leash, and shoved it into its owner's hand, then started jumping around. Stop talking, please stop talking. You die, you really die. As a dog, old Teddy, though old, still had strong instincts. It thought this little black dog could easily devour Teddy in one bite. This mongrel is so ugly, but so pitiful. It's really ugly, it doesn't look like a purebred at all. Let's give it some canned food and dog food. Several open small packages were shoved into the three-headed dog's cage. Seeing this, Teddy forgot its fear and immediately started barking wildly. It's mine. That's mine. Mongrel, eat up. You're so pitiful, but you're so ugly. The three-headed dog was bewildered. It wanted to eat a person, a two-person portion. Where was it ugly? The couple and old Teddy left, and the three-headed dog simply pushed the dog food away with one paw. What is this? Even a dog wouldn't eat it. Chapter 504. After finishing his meal, Song Tianjiu came out and saw the three-headed dog grinding its teeth against the wire mesh of its cage. With the three-headed dog's strength, one swipe of its paw would have destroyed the cage, but it insisted on acting, grinding its teeth one by one. The wire was almost broken from its teeth. Passers-by were very interested in the dog and took pictures of it. The three-headed dog stiffened, its ferocious expression vanishing, even its eyes became clear, and it tilted its head, feigning ignorance. So cute, so cute. The passers-by were charmed by the three-headed dog's act of adorable stupidity. Song Tianjiu was disgusted. He had never seen the three-headed dog act like this before, so affected and pretentious. He should get the three-headed dog a robot dog to photograph and track it every day. Maybe then the three-headed dog would stay this ridiculous forever. Song Tianjiu squatted by the flower bed, playing games on Panda's phone, helping Panda to get all the stars on the matching levels that weren't yet maxed out. Suddenly, a person walked past her. Song Tianjiu looked up and saw that the person was wearing a yellow helmet with long ear loops, a dark green top, fluorescent green sun sleeves, black shorts, and black shoes, with a delivery box slung over their back. Song Tianjiu noticed that the person's right leg was a prosthetic, covered in gaudy stickers. The person appeared to be around 1.8 meters tall, with dark skin. They walked with a limp, possessing a strange, untamed beauty in their gait. Song Tianjiu? What the hell? Song Tianjiu immediately followed the person, watching them enter the self-service restaurant and take out box after box of takeout from the box. She grabbed a chicken leg, took a bite, and sure enough, the taste was different from Nandatu's. Tian looked up at the deliveryman, gesturing with her hand, and realized she wasn't even as tall as his waist. Little Qishan has become Uncle Qishan again. Tian was anxious. She was the shortest one again. Tian buried her head in her food, eating even though she couldn't. I want to grow taller too. Deliverman Qishan was also anxious, looking at his newly fitted prosthetic leg, feeling uncomfortable. 7 hours ago, he returned to his usual place. An abandoned building by a bankrupt developer. He had just finished collecting his accumulated bottles, about to exchange them for money, when he was taken away. A medical examination, fitting a prosthetic leg, getting an ID card. By the time he realized what was happening, he had been carried to this highway service area by a monkey, a helmet placed on his head, and a delivery box on his body. Qishan had no idea what was going on. Has technology advanced to this point now? They even mastered the ability of spatial teleportation? Due to the times and his limited reading, Qishan had little concept of monkeys. Qishan sat down to eat fried chicken, and a drink was handed to him. Thank you. Qishan looked up at the person sitting opposite him, stunned. Weren't you outside? Just then, two people entered through the door. One was a red-haired youth who walked briskly and looked particularly arrogant. This person looked exactly like Luer, who was sitting in front of Qishan, except for the difference in hair color and clothing. The other was a sprightly old woman, who looked to be in her 70s or 80s, a little over 1.5 meters tall, wearing the same tracksuit as the red-haired youth. The old woman smiled before speaking, walked over to Song Tianjiu, sat down next to him, reached out, and snatched the pizza Song Tianjiu had just picked up, stuffing it into her mouth. This stuff is actually pretty good, but Xiao won't let me eat it. Hey Xiao, give me a drink, I want it full sugar. Who says diabetics can't drink beverages? I'm drinking it. Zhao Yubai and Zhao Iran exchanged glances, unsure who the old lady was calling for. After a moment's hesitation, they both stood up. Half a minute later, a bowl of mango pomelo sago and a cola appeared in front of Lu Huaixiang. Lu Huaixiang's gaze swept between the two men, then she looked around and asked, "Where's the other third?" Huh? Panda placed what he considered the delicious stir-fried bamboo shoots in front of Lu Huaixiang. Hearing this, he widened his eyes and slapped his forehead. Yeah, one person is missing. Where's Xiao Hui? Chi Tian, who had just picked up a peach but hadn't eaten it yet, rubbed his face vigorously and kicked Lu Er. Monkey, go and get him. We're both monkeys. Why should I go? Because you're an imposter. What imposter? We're equals. It's just that you're too flamboyant as a monkey. How am I an imposter? 6 Ears was furious. Chi Tian was also furious. Let's settle this. Let's find someone to settle this. You come with me. Let's settle this. Let's find Niwa to settle this. This stone of yours is different from mine. Legend has it that the 5 colored stones Niwa used to mend the sky were scattered everywhere. A divine stone located on Flower Fruit Mountain in Aolai Kingdom of Dongsheng Shinzhou gave birth to a divine embryo, which later gave birth to the Monkey King with a startling sound. There is also a rumor that 6 Ears also came from a divine stone. The two monkeys had a long-standing grudge and couldn't stand each other, so they started competing. Song Tianju found it extremely amusing. Apart from their hair color and clothes, the two monkeys were identical, like mirror images. Wang Jiuzhou kept her head down, eating her rice, oblivious to everything around her. Wang Jiuzhou only wanted to eat. Two monkeys rushed out of the restaurant one after the other. Li Qingyu, who had just arrived, rolled his eyes, and pulled out his notebook to make a note. On a certain day and time, Chi Tian, the captain of the non-human team, was maliciously absent from work, resulting in a 50% deduction from his monthly performance bonus. Lu Er, as a member of the non-human team, violated regulations by using his abilities, resulting in a 50% deduction from his monthly allowance. Li Qingyu contentedly stuffed the notebook into his pocket. The monthly allocation to the non-human team was fixed. Any other needs required separate applications. Recently, fruit prices had increased, so the deducted money could be used for the other monkeys' food expenses. This was called robbing the wealthy monkeys to subsidize the others. Chi Tian and Lu Er went to find Niwa, but no monkey was willing to bring Zhao back. Panda volunteered to drive back and pick them up. The remaining monkeys stayed at the service area. Fearing trouble, Li Qingyu arranged for the local Tianmu team members to arrange a nearby hotel for them, choosing a mahjong room. At the mahjong table, Lu Huaixiang sat to the east, chin held high, looking down on everyone. Song Tianju sat to the west. She never played mahjong before, so she pulled Wang Jiu over to calculate the tiles. Xie Qishan sat to the south, scratching his head as he looked at the tiles. He came from 200 years in the future. Back then, he didn't even have enough to eat for his next meal, so this kind of game was truly beyond him. Tian, holding a jellyfish container, sat on Xie Qingshan's lap, giving him pointers on the game. She didn't know how, but she could ask her father for help. Little jellyfish, ABA. Zhao Yubai sat to the north, with Zhao Yuran beside him and a 3-headed dog perched on his lap. For factions, each with people and strange creatures on their side, the final outcome would determine the feast of their respective teams' dinners. No money, just food. Behind Zhao Yubai was no one. Zhao Yuran and the 3-headed dog were people he forcibly dragged into the group. The 3-headed dog, holding a walnut, cracked open the walnuts one by one, then had Gluttony peel them, splitting the kernel in half, the two working seamlessly together. Zhao Yubai looked at his cards, rubbing his middle finger. What a terrible hand, so anxious. He wanted a cigarette. How could someone be so unlucky? This hand is wrong. Could someone be cheating? Otherwise, how could he be so unlucky? Zhao Yubai tried to see through everyone, but found he could only hear a glimpse of Lu Huaixiang's thoughts. Lu Huaixiang cursed him inwardly, cursing him for playing too slowly. Zhao Yubai, Chapter 505. After leaving the death game, Lu Huaixiang's physical condition returned to normal. Her eyesight wasn't great, but the old lady could still play the cards. Xie Qingshan wasn't very good at the game, and the jellyfish, with its limited brain power, couldn't offer much help, but that didn't matter, he could cheat. Song Tianjiao could change the cards. He could get whatever cards he wanted. How come there are 6 big tiles? Zhao Yubai's mentality collapsed. He borrowed money from Li Qingyu and went out to buy cigarettes. After Zhao Yubai left, Zhao Yuran took over. Zhao Yuran secretly used many predicting the future beginner skill cards on himself. Each card could predict the game situation 10 seconds in advance. After hundreds of simulations, Zhao Yuran decisively got up and lay down on the ground. Lying flat, he stopped struggling. Now, only the 3-headed dog and the other dog remained in the game. The 3 heads stared blankly at the row of mahjong tiles in front of them. Why can't I get the 4 of circles? Why are there 8 1 of circles? Why are there 5 red dragons? Why are there 5, 6, 7, and 8 of the 4 winds, east, west, south, north. 3 heads tried to calculate the cards, but they couldn't figure it out. Under the table, Song Tianjiu secretly changed a 4 of circles into a 1 of circles and pushed it out. Wang Jiuzhou was behind, munching on an ice pop while calculating the cards. Lu Huaixiang was secretly eating walnuts that Baosher had peeled while playing cards. Baosher dared not complain, but could only continue trying. Xie Qishan had already secretly changed his cards twice. He wasn't good at playing cards, but he was good at changing them. Simply put, he was fast. But why couldn't he win? Xie Qishan began to doubt his own intelligence. In the end, Song Tianjiu was first, Lu Huaixiang was second, Xie Qishan was third, and Zhao Yubai was last. When Zhao Hui was brought over by the panda, it was already dinner time. Zhao Hui, munching on his cucumber dinner, reviewed the card game and roared, "Where did all these blank tiles come from? Who has 15 blank tiles in their hand? These tiles are specially made, the patterns on the back correspond to the front. Couldn't you have changed all the tiles? Cheating. Blatant cheating." Zhao Hui was furious, pointing at Zhao Yubai, Zhao Yuren, and the 3-headed dog's head, cursing loudly. "Idiots! All of you are idiots." Soon, Zhao Hui began to digest his food. The 3-headed dog chased after him, and Zhao Hui ran ahead, getting bitten on the buttocks when it caught up. Why the buttocks? Because Lu Huaixiang said the buttocks hurt the most, had more flesh, and the bones weren't easy to break. With the 3-headed dog's bite force, it could break a human bone in one bite, resulting in a comminuted fracture that couldn't be put back together. After a hearty dinner, Song Tianjiu put her dogs on leashes. The 3-headed dog went for a workout, while she walked Gluttony. Gluttony reverted to its original form, transforming itself into a tiny, adorably ugly cute Shih Tzu. Gluttony insisted that this was its true form. Tian Tian and Wang Jiuzhou followed Song Tianjiu on her walk, and the 3 of them, and the dog had another late-night snack before heading home. "Aw, don't bite me. I'm sorry, okay? What if you have rabies?" Zhao Yuren squatted nearby, munching on a cucumber, as Zhao Hui shouted. Zhao Yubai said seriously, "The 3-headed dog doesn't show any symptoms of rabies. The most prominent characteristic of dogs with rabies is hydrophobia. If we're really talking about something, Jingwei's condition might be similar to rabies symptoms. Jingwei's obsession with filling the sea might be some kind of rabies variant. Anything is possible." Before the words were even finished, Zhao Yubai was knocked unconscious by Jingwei's wing. Jingwei landed on the railing, glaring at Zhao Yuren, who was munching on a cucumber, her eyes blazing with fury. "Me? I didn't say anything, so I don't have to be implicated? This is a society ruled by law. Executing 9 generations of a family is wrong. I haven't been emperor for many years." Slap. Zhao Yuren also fainted. Emperor Yin walked over, carrying a monkey in each hand. Seeing this scene, he released the monkeys, clapped his hands, and laughed. "Good strong body, 1 slap and 1 person, good. Girl, come on, let's go get some late-night snacks." The old father was very pleased, reaching out to catch the little bird that flew over, rubbing its head, then lifting the human-shaped Jingwei onto his shoulder and walking straight out. The 2 monkeys, their faces bruised and swollen from the fight, exchanged a glance and immediately bared their teeth. Lu Huaixiang lay on a recliner scrolling through short videos, while Lazy lay on the next recliner, fast asleep. At 14:34 Beijing time today, a Category 17 hurricane suddenly appeared in the eastern Pacific Ocean. It has now formed a wind mass, and is rapidly moving towards Asia at a speed of 80 km per hour, making it the fastest-moving hurricane known to date. This hurricane appeared almost out of nowhere, without any warning. The specific cause is currently being investigated by meteorologists from various countries. The currently confirmed damaged ships belong to the XX pirate group. The old lady, who had been very sleepy, suddenly felt wide awake looking at the raging waves on her phone screen. "Ah? This?" Lu Huaixiang pulled up her chat history to see the predicted trajectory of the Great God ship. A moment later, she called Zhao Jiancheng and, after receiving a positive reply, the old lady picked up the bamboo stick that the panda had left over. "Hey you 2 monkeys, come here. Is this related to you? Come here, I promise I won't kill you." Of course, Lu Huaixiang, a mere mortal, couldn't possibly kill these 2 monkeys, who claimed to have skin of copper and bones of iron. Qi Tian and Lu Er stopped baring their teeth, walked over dejectedly, looking extremely guilty. Both monkeys felt they'd been tricked by that sea area. They hadn't done anything wrong. "Didn't do anything wrong? Didn't you cause the typhoon? Do you know how many crops a typhoon affects? How much crop yield it reduces? how much economic loss and casualties it causes. You don't know, all you want to do is fight. Lu Huixiang grew angrier the more she thought about it. Song Tianju returned carrying a bunch of snacks, only to find Lu Huixiang grabbing the two monkeys by the ears, hitting and scolding them. Are you still going to eat guava, bananas, passion fruit? Are you still going to eat mangoes, durians, and pineapples? The reduced fruit yield is mostly your fault. The two monkeys were stunned. They hadn't expected the impact to be so great. What do we do? What do you mean? What do we do? I'm just an old woman, what do I know? You two go, and make the typhoon change direction. Lu Huixiang, eyeing the wolf-tooth potatoes Song Tianju had brought back, ignored the two monkeys, grabbed the potatoes, laid down on the recliner, ate a few bites, and fell asleep. Qi Tian and Lu Er, unusually peaceful, snatched the fruit cutter and squatted in a corner, chattering away. Make the typhoon change direction? How? To where? Chapter 506. Qi Tian pulled out his newly bought phone, and the two monkey heads huddled together, studying the map of Earth. Song Tianju walked over, squeezing her head between the two monkey heads, staring intently at the map. We can split up. One group goes this way, towards the Ria Sea. Ria obviously has a natural barrier. We can traverse this string of islands, then circle around Inghua, and then find a mountainous area, like shredding a radish. Once the typhoon weakens, we can make landfall in the South China Sea and get some rain. I saw in the weather forecast that there's been a drought there lately. The other group goes west, towards the Americas. Song Tianju put her arm around the two monkey head shoulders, smiling brightly. Looking at the map, she remembered the Ming Dynasty geomantic map hanging in her teacher's house when she was young, and the world map in the church. Here, here, and here, and here. This is called equal distribution of rain and dew. Qi Tian, don't forget your title as the water god. This little matter is nothing to you. Lu Er, look, there's a flower fruit mountain here. You don't want it to be destroyed by a typhoon, do you? How will you compete with Qi Tian then? The monkeys won't want a monkey king who can't protect Flower Fruit Mountain. Song Tianju had seen Flower Fruit Mountain on a tourist brochure during the day. Although she didn't quite understand why the Flower Fruit Mountain in the story was there, it didn't stop her from fooling the monkeys. Lu Huixiang stuck her head out, pointed to the location of Pearl Harbor, and said seriously, and here, land from here. Soon, two monkeys, each with a laminated A4 sheet of paper, and a bag full of fruit on their backs, were ready to set off. Song Tianju stood still, and waved to the two monkeys. Be careful on the road. I heard there are monsters in the sea, so be careful. What monsters? I, old son, will take them all down with one stick. Lu Huixiang looked up at the sky, where the monkeys had long since disappeared, her eyes full of anticipation. Sigh, I should have known better than to fight those two. What good monkeys? They're just too young, they need more experience. Li Qingyu stood not far away, watching the smiling faces of Song Tianju and Lu Huixiang, and got goosebumps. Should this be reported? He glanced at the action camera on his shoulder, and accidentally dropped it into the charcoal fire that Yin Di had just lit. Oh dear, he knew nothing about it. Li Qingyu returned the laminator he borrowed from the hotel, pulled over a recliner, lay down next to Lazybones, and instantly fell asleep. Song Tianju was already squatting in front of Yandi's barbecue grill, waiting. Jingwei transformed into a bird and landed on Song Tianju's head, while Tian, holding a jellyfish, squatted beside him. Emperor Yin glanced at the jellyfish Tian was holding, assuming she wanted to grill it. He immediately said seriously, child, jellyfish can't be grilled. It be gone on the grill. I tried. Song Tianju suddenly remembered something and handed him an octopus tentacle. What about this? Xie Qingshan's expression was blank. He saw Song Tianju break off a finger, and in the blink of an eye, the finger grew back, and she held a huge octopus tentacle. What a huge octopus tentacle! Emperor Yan's eyes lit up. Perhaps we can try it. This one on a hot plate is the best. I go get a hot plate. Soon, Emperor Yan used his financial power to obtain the right to use the hot plate tofu stall owner's cart for one night. The Cerberus, tired from running, also squatted down to wait. Gluttony, having finished the food bought outside, was already wide-eyed, waiting for the next meal. I throw the food scraps into my mouth. Zhao Hui lay on the ground, forming a shape with Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuran that looked like three from the side and a river from the side. Wang Jiuzhou passed by and placed a bamboo pole on the three of them, making it look like a skewer. Emperor Yan's barbecue is so delicious. Wang Jiuzhou and Song Tianju squatted side by side, waiting for their meal. That night, Emperor Yin was busy grilling octopus, while the two monkeys were busy sharing the spoils according to their plan. Li Qingyu fell into a deep, almost unconscious sleep, escaping reality. Let it be, let it be, let it be. This absolutely cannot be known to anyone. Song Tianjiao, having eaten his fill, pulled up a recliner and sprawled out to sleep. See you tomorrow. Chapter 507. Welcome to Family Amusement Park. I'm the park manager, the clown. Lucky ones, please line up in an orderly fashion to enter the amusement park. Ding ding ding. The amusement park has reopened. We're having a grand opening sale with a 7-day family activity. Come and enter this amusement park full of laughter. The rules for the family amusement park are as follows. Rule 1. Please form groups of 3, consisting of 2 adults and 1 child, to enter the amusement park. Rule 2. Please play your role well. Mom? Dad? Child? Don't let the NPCs expose you. You can also expose any unqualified NPC families. Rule 3. There are a small number of killer NPCs in the amusement park. Please protect your child. Rule 4. The only NPCs that can move freely are the fake family NPCs and the killer NPCs. If you see the clown, please pretend you didn't see him. The park manager, the clown, is very busy and doesn't have time to perform. Rule 5. Each person starts with 5 clown coins, which can be used for accommodation and meals within the park. Exposing a group of poorly disguised parent-child NPCs or arresting a murderous NPC will earn you an extra 5 Joker coins. Rule 6. Please don't eat the clown's candied hawthorn. The clown's voice echoed throughout the square. Song Tianjiao, disguised as a ticket collector, quietly watched the lucky ones enter amidst the brief chaos. Many were unfamiliar faces. 255 lucky ones, 255 actually present. But among these 255, many were unfamiliar faces. Song Tianjiao knew this was a bug. The underlying logic of the death game selection process was that 5 people were randomly selected from each of the 51 regions of Blue Star. These 5 selected people must have been born in the current region. Shortly after the initial stages of the previous instance, Yin Kingdom discovered a pattern and used a clever trick, subtly switching players. The second batch of lucky winners from Yin Kingdom selected by the death game were all people Yin Kingdom wanted the game to draw. The third batch of lucky winners from Yin Kingdom was the same. But as the saying goes, things don't happen more than 3 times, and this time Yin Kingdom didn't cheat. Because Yin Kingdom was currently at full strength. Yin Kingdom was missing Song Tianjiao, which had been replaced by Fahai. The old monk remained non-committal, simply chanting Buddhist scriptures, saying things like if I don't go to hell, who will? Back to the present, the group began checking tickets. As a ticket collector, Song Tianjiao carefully verified each visitor. Many of the overseas visitors had been replaced. Yin Kingdom had used the same trick twice. If they still couldn't learn it, it would be impolite and lower the overall intelligence of humanity. Their own deaths were not the main issue. The important thing was the impact on the overall rating of intelligent life on Earth. Half of the overseas lucky winners have changed. This operation is simple. It doesn't require any outstanding coordination from the country in question. The lucky winners just need to leave their current region and go to another. The death game will draw another lucky winner. Song Tianjiao was checking tickets while plotting his prank. The queue was long, 5 lines stretching all the way to the entrance, containing not only the lucky winners, but also various NPCs. While the parents and children disguised as NPCs were already queuing orderly, the lucky winners were still chaotically forming groups. Song Tianjiao was getting increasingly excited. Finally, the lucky winners finished forming groups and lined up at the turnstile. At the front of the queue were 3 overseas lucky winners. One was a short, green-eyed woman with a green Z icon on her head. This meant she was the child in this parent-child group. Behind her was a tall, red-bearded man in a green jacket with a purple icon on his head that read Mother. Another man wore a suit, white gloves, and gold-rimmed glasses. He had a blue icon on his head, reading Father. Song Tianjiao looked at the weapons carried by the 2 guardians and pointed to the lockers in the distance. Hello, tourists. Prohibited items are not allowed. Song Tianjiao pulled out a board and displayed a list of prohibited items, including but not limited to food, drinks, firearms, and melee weapons. The 2 guardians were clearly unhappy and tried to argue. The green-eyed lucky girl stopped them. Mom, she said, her voice hesitant, these are the rules, we have to follow them. The green-eyed lucky girl looked silently at Song Tianjiao, her eyes filled with a fear Song Tianjiao couldn't understand. What was she afraid of? I'm clearly a good person. Song Qianjia thought he was the best person in the world. The families went to store their belongings, and the line continued forward. There was facial recognition at the turnstile, so an additional manual check wasn't necessary, but Song Tianju felt it was. The turnstile needed manual intervention, because the human intervention wanted to see some fun. Soon, the fun began. Zhang Sanwen stepped forward with a blank face, a bright green icon above his head. Behind him, Zhang Miyan had a purple icon above her head, and Zhang Wenwei had a blue icon. What a united and loving family. Song Tianju reached out, stopping Zhang Sanwen from passing through the turnstile. Drones are dangerous items. The batteries pose an explosion risk. Entry is prohibited. Please store your bags. Zhang Sanwen's eyes widened in disbelief. It wasn't like this last time. Why won't you let me in? Where's your boss? Is this how you treat your customers? Zhang Sanwen was arrogant. Song Tianju pointed to the bag on his back. Bag search. Soon, Song Tianju found several sausages, several explosives, several drinks, and several compressed biscuits in the bag. Song Tianju smiled and said, confiscated. I want to complain. Where's your boss? Where's your boss? Where's your boss? Zhang Sanwen was quickly taken away by security, and all his belongings except for his basic clothing and 5 amusement park coins were confiscated. Song Tianju felt he was a truly qualified security inspector. Seeing this, the people in the queue behind him silently moved to other lines. Having learned from the previous amusement park raid, all the lucky ones had brought food and weapons. But this time, getting them in was difficult. I want to complain. I want to complain. Where's your principal? How could a complaint possibly work? What's the point of finding the principal? Song Tianju shrugged. The principal listens to her anyway. Zhang Sanwen yelled as 2 security guards shoved him through the turnstile. Song Tianju smiled at Zhang Miyan and Zhang Wenwei, saying, please come in. Welcome to the brand new version of the amusement park. Zhang Miyan pointed to a pen holder containing lollipops for children and asked, can I have a lollipop? My child is hard to please. He needs candy. Sure. Song Tianju handed over the pen holder. After ticket inspection, Song Tianju rushed to the lounge to change, applied makeup, put on a red nose, donned a clown costume, slung balloons over her shoulder, and picked up a candied hawthorn stick. Lucky ones, get ready. The killing NPC you've been waiting for has arrived. Arrest me. Song Tianjiao thought she was a great NPC. Chapter 508. As a killer NPC, your job is to expose every group of disguised lucky children and eliminate them all at once. The clown roams the amusement park. When lucky children see the clown, they all retreat, not daring to approach him, and resolutely refuse the candied hawthorns in his hand. Rule 3. There are a few killer NPCs in the amusement park. Please protect your child. Rule 4. Only the disguised parent-child NPCs and killer NPCs are allowed to move freely. If you see the clown, please pretend you didn't see him. The park manager, the clown, is very busy and doesn't have time to perform. Rule 6. Please do not eat the clown's candied hawthorns. Lucky children who aren't very bright, judging from rules 4 and 6, should not approach the clown. Lucky children who are bright, while avoiding him, think about the possibility of arresting the clown. Rule 5. Each person starts with 5 clown coins, which can be used for accommodation and food in the park. Expose a group of NPCs, or arrest a killer NPC to receive an additional 5 clown coins. 5 clown coins. The allure was too great. In a short time, they discovered the amusement park's prices were bizarre. Everything cost 1 clown coin. Whether it was a pumpkin pie, a night in a luxury family room, or a drink, everything cost 1 clown coin. It was too strange, really too strange. Was this pricing really fair? Song Tianjiao, dressed in a clown costume, paraded through the streets, overhearing their whispers, and thought these people were incredibly ignorant. Some of the regular NPCs were uneducated, strange creatures whose cramming for lessons had yielded poor results. 1 clown coin allowed them to perfectly calculate the costs. The clown coins are free. Price them however you like. Humph. The amusement park is large, requiring many NPCs. Technical jobs should be filled by skilled individuals, while non-technical jobs can only be filled by those less intelligent ghosts. Song Tianju suspects some of the ghosts are starved to death. That's why they're not very bright, and can't be taught. Disguising himself as a clown failed to achieve his goal, so to trick the lucky winner into eating candied hawthorns, Song Tianju could only casually stuff the candied hawthorns into the hands of passing disguised NPCs. This group of NPCs consisted of a small insect, a large insect, and a bird called Jingzha. The small insect played the mother, Jingzhe the father, and the large insect the child. The large insect had a green icon above its head and looked unwell. This group of NPCs readily accepted the candied hawthorns. Soon, the 3 NPCs carrying the candied hawthorns were exposed by the lucky winner. Fake. So fake. What child breaks a candied hawthorn skewer for their parent with sharp points? It must be fake. Report. 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 Soon, this lucky group received their reward of 5 clown coins. The icons above the 3 heads disappeared. Jingzhe pulled out a large bag of clown coins, looked around, and said, "Let's go ride the Ferris wheel." Song Tianju went to the dressing room to change clothes. The clown was giving the monsters, who were about to perform a special training session. Laugh. Laugh loudly, smile, laugh wildly. After we're dismissed, remember to line up in pairs, then in rows of 3. No 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 people in a row. Got it? There was no response. The clown looked at the blank-faced monsters, feeling a bit exasperated. Laugh. Laugh. Do you still want your wages? Wages couldn't threaten these monsters. They still looked like they couldn't survive. Even if we had wages, we couldn't spend them. Yeah. We're already dead. Those lucky ones can go home, but we can never go home again. Song Tianju sat beside them, munching on a candied hawthorn while watching the strange creatures. Most of these creatures were eliminated from the Dwefu town instance and didn't revive. They had been living in Wang Jiuzhe's eyes, and now they finally had a suitable opportunity to come out and roam freely. Comparison is the thief of joy. Watching the lucky ones running freely in the sunlight, they felt a mix of emotions. Song Tianju crunched on his candied hawthorn. This candied hawthorn was made by Emperor Yin. As expected of someone skilled in fire control, the syrup was just right. The color was bright, and the sugar coating was crisp and crunchy, perfectly cooked. After finishing a skewer of candied hawthorn, Song Tianju slowly said, "Smile, give me a smile." The creatures dared not object, and immediately smiled. You, and you come out here. You few are laughing quite well. You're in charge of the performance. The rest of you go to the haunted house, and bring the haunted house people back. The people in the haunted house were barely human, a bunch of skeletons, their bones missing pieces here and there, barely pieced together. Originally, they were put in the haunted house to scare people. Now, Song Tianju felt that these eerie creatures with particularly sinister smiles were even more suitable for the haunted house. Of course, a haunted house needs eeriness, otherwise it would just be a cave of bones. Hearing that they could go to the haunted house to scare people, the eeriness immediately became happy and rushed out. The clown shouted from behind, 2 in a row, 3 in a line. Remember, don't block the tourists' way. The skeletons quickly arrived at the rest room. The clown was busy rehearsing with them, while Song Tianju had already changed his clothes, grabbed 2 toads, 2 bodyguards, and went out. She placed 2 icons on the heads of the 2 toads, and a green one on her own. Since disguising herself as a clown failed, she decided to disguise herself as a family NPC. The 2 toads almost fought over the different colored icons. Song Tianjiao, wearing a mask, walked ahead with her hands behind her back, followed by her. The icon on her head changed color every time she walked a short distance. Song Tianji bypassed the pumpkin stall to buy grilled gluten. She bought it without paying. Nan Dada looked extremely resentful. His pumpkin pancakes were clearly the nutritious food. This time, he had improved the recipe, adding seed buckthorn juice, very healthy. Foods that claim to be healthy often don't taste very good. That's an ironclad rule. Delicious food only needs to be advertised as delicious. Song Tianjiao had her own conclusion. At the Yin Emperor's barbecue stall, Yin Emperor was grilling gluten, while Jingwei sat beside him, sipping cola and eating skewers. The cola cups were ceramic, the kind with lids and straws. The straws were opaque. Jingwei, who wouldn't react to stress as long as she couldn't see the water, could drink a whole bucket of cola a day. Song Tianju bought grilled gluten without paying and also took Jingwei's volcanic rock sausage. Jingwei was focused on eating and didn't notice at all. Seeing this, Emperor Yin silently gave Jingwei another volcanic rock sausage. At the next stall, Li Qingyu sold Yellow River carp, which had been soaking in the Yellow River for a day. Li Qingyu said this wasn't counterfeit. Qi Tian was selling peaches, and Lu Er was selling pears. The 2 monkeys were determined to see who had better sales. Nuwa had a clay figurine stall, making all sorts of lifelike dolls. Nuwa repeatedly assured that her clay figurines wouldn't magically transform into real people before her stall was approved. Yu the Great sat soaking his feet in the wishing well, pretending to be an ordinary sculpture. He heard Hu Li say this was performance art. The turtle in the wishing well was very depressed. Song Tianjiu, having freeloaded around, decided to begin her killing spree. She was going to send all the lucky ones, whose disguises weren't quite right, into the Resurrection Dungeon. The Misty Forest Resurrection Dungeon was a meticulously prepared, super large, realistic haunted house. She wouldn't allow the haunted house to go to waste. Hee, cough cough, be scared, well, didn't expect that, did you? There's a hidden dungeon. Song Tianjiu was extremely smug. Red Roots danced at her feet, ready to pull people into the hidden dungeon, Misty Forest. Not far away, Lu Huixiang, eating kebabs, rolled her eyes. Lu Huixiang had a blue icon above her head. Next to her, Tian, with a purple icon above her head, was eating rolled noodles. Delicious, this is delicious, the fried dough sticks are so delicious. On the other side, Xie Shan, who looked like a child, had a green icon above his head, and looked utterly hopeless. Lu Huixiang had regained her age from when she was in the dungeon, her back was straight, her eyesight was sharp, and she could even slap someone several times in a row. Lu Huixiang decided she would never leave the death game again. On Blue Star, she was an old woman about to enter her grave. Here, she was a lucky young woman in her prime. Xie Shan didn't want to leave either, only here were his legs whole. So what if he couldn't grow taller? You didn't help the child who fell. Fake, failed role-playing, enter the Resurrection Dungeon. Song Tianjiu, disguised as an ordinary lucky person in the crowd, looked for an opportunity to send someone into the haunted house in the Misty Forest. Tremble. Be afraid? If you're bad, don't play, go home and find someone else. Song Tianjiu stood with her hands on her hips, extremely smug. The codename assigned to her by the death game was Slaughter. According to the death game's restrictions, she needed to work for Slaughter. Just like Pan and Nightmare worked hard to harvest fear. Song Tianjiu stepped on a termite. Today's killing spree is complete. Oh, right. Song Tianjiu ran up to Tian and asked, Kid, what's your dad's codename? Tian was eating a potato pancake. Hearing this, she thought for a moment and said, It's Destruction. Dad doesn't like destruction. Hearing this, Song Tianjiu stomped on another termite. All things are equal, except for flies, mosquitoes, and termites. What should we play in the next dungeon? Song Tianjiu muttered. Countless red roots spread along the ground behind her, dragging each lucky player with a loophole into the Misty Forest. Welcome to the Misty Forest Resurrection Dungeon. This dungeon is a large-scale, real-life simulation, focusing on a realistic. Dear lucky ones, here you will experience a brand new version of the haunted house. They're coming. Wang Jiuzhao, dressed in red, climbed out of the dry well. A chorus of screams erupted.